What if you dedicated your entire life to being a hero, only to be thrown away like you were nothing? Our story starts on a day just like that. But first, we have to go back 15 years, the day the sky just tore open. A silent, swirling vortex of dark energy that ripped a hole in our reality. In that single, soundless moment, the world we knew was gone for good. From the darkness of that gateway, figures began to stir. Shadowy things with glowing red eyes, ready to spill into a world that was completely unprepared. This was the day the first portal appeared, unleashing hordes of monsters from another dimension. But the portals brought more than just monsters. They brought a new set of rules for our world, like a system from a video game. Suddenly, things like skills and levels were real, and with these new powers, some people could fight back. They became humanity's new hope, standing against the horrors from the portals. We called them adventurers. Just like in a game, every new adventurer had to choose their path, defining their entire future with a single choice. A finger hovers over a glowing screen, a single tap about to decide a young man's fate. And here he is. A young man in his room, faced with the same choice as everyone else. He had to pick his combat class. He knew that some choices were far riskier than others. The magician class, for example, was slow, and their spells were hard to control. One missed shot, and they were a liability, with a notoriously high death rate. With a sharp, determined glint in his eyes, he weighed his options. He decided against raw power. He chose a class built for something else entirely, speed. He chose to be a thief. To him, the logic was simple. To get stronger, you needed experience. To get experience, you needed to stay alive. Survival came first. This was his path. He was sure of it. And just as he'd planned, he slowly but surely grew stronger. He rose through the ranks to become one of the best, earning the title the Sword God of Speed. But as the years passed, the monsters from the portals only got stronger. Cities burned, and the world was always on the edge of ruin. He fought on the front lines, defending his country and the world. A massive wing slices through the sky, a hint at the scale of their enemies. A majestic, griffin-like beast, radiating an aura of pure power, stands as proof of how dangerous the world had become. And there they were, the team he fought beside, the Swords of Glory, one of the most powerful adventurer parties in the world. But one day, after a mission, his teammates stand before him. Their faces are cold, their expressions distant. The easy camaraderie is gone, replaced by a heavy, uncomfortable silence. The party leader, Ryuzaki, finally speaks, his voice flat and emotionless. He tells Ichinose Ikoma that he's being removed from the Swords of Glory. Ikoma is floored, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. He stammers out a single question, "Why?" Ryuzaki barely turns his head, his tone dismissive. "You're asking why?" He looks Ikoma dead in the eye, his expression cold as ice. "You already know the reason, don't you?" Ryuzaki lays it all out. The monsters are getting stronger, and Ikoma's low attack power means he can't even scratch the high-level ones anymore. With no support or healing skills, he's become a liability, a hindrance. Ikoma's hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles turning white. The leader continues, his words cutting like a knife. The era when a speed-based class like Thief was considered strong is long over. It's been decided. It's a low-tier class with no future. Another teammate, the party's mage, chimes in with a sneer. She tells him a magician, a whole level lower, would be more useful. The warrior adds that even the guild is thinking of revoking his S-class rank. The experience from high-level portals is just too valuable to waste on him. Ikoma's voice cracks with desperation. "Wait! I know I'm not strong enough!" He swallows his pride, pleading with them. He'll put his life on the line, he says. He'll take all the aggro from the enemies to make up for it. "No one is better than me at deception and poison. I can still be useful, depending on the enemy." He stands before Ryuzaki, completely vulnerable, begging for another chance. But his leader just looks down on him, unmoved. Ryuzaki offers a hollow, meaningless phrase. "Is that so? Then I guess you should do your best." A small flicker of hope appears in Ikoma's eyes. "So? It's really okay?" A gentle, almost kind smile spreads across Ryuzaki's face. But then, he places a hand on Ikoma's shoulder, his voice dropping to a cold whisper, in a place we don't know, that is. And with that, he shoves him aside. Ikoma can only watch in stunned horror as his leader turns and walks away. And just like that, the party he dedicated his life to leaves him behind without a second glance. His world crumbles. He's left alone in a filthy, trashed apartment surrounded by empty cans and garbage. The mess on the outside is a perfect mirror of the wreck he feels inside, discarded and worthless. Ikoma sits on the floor, the scars on his body a map of a life that's no longer his. He lights a cigarette, the smoke curling into the dim room. His eyes are hollow, staring into nothing. The hero, the sword god of speed, is gone. He takes a long, bitter drag from his cigarette. He gave his entire life to being an adventurer. He risked everything on the front lines to protect his country. That's what he thought he was doing. The cigarette falls from his fingers. In the end, he thinks, I just got thrown away. He knew he lacked power. That's why he'd always gathered items on his own, spending every last cent on the best equipment just to keep up. Now he has nothing left. His daggers and gear sit on a shelf, the only things he owns. To make matters worse, the guild officially demoted him. He's no longer an S-rank adventurer. He can't even enter high-level portals anymore. Everything has been taken from him. A flash of pure resentment crosses his face. He glances at his phone. A news alert. The Swords of Glory were dispatched to China. The article declares their success. They conquered a high-difficulty portal and are being celebrated as heroes. He sees pictures of them, laughing and showered in confetti. They look so much happier without him. He just stares at the screen, his jaw tight with a mix of anger and sorrow. He scrolls down to the public comments on the article. His eyes widen in disbelief as he reads what people are saying. "Where's Ikoma?" one comment asks. "Probably got fired, lol," another replies. Someone else says they saw a video of him just running around, and then the final comment hits him like a punch to the gut. He's so pitiful. He'd just be a hindrance if they kept him. That word again, hindrance. A roar of pure, agonizing rage escapes him as he smashes his phone against the floor. Damn it, he collapses, drowning in regret. I really chose the wrong class. He wonders if he could even live a normal life now, maybe sell his equipment and disappear. But the deep scar on his cheek is a constant reminder of the life he can't escape. But a single thought cuts through his despair. He remembers them, his party, standing together. What he thought was his family. Tears stream down his face as he screams into the empty room. I plan to work for that party forever, you know. He lies on the floor, completely and utterly broken. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, a shrill alarm blares through the silence, flashing red on his shattered phone screen. He picks it up, startled by the noise. What? This siren. It's an emergency warning from the Demon Defense Agency. An S-rank monster calamity has appeared in Tokyo. All citizens are ordered to evacuate immediately. An S-rank calamity. The worst possible disaster. And then the horrifying realization hits him. This is happening while the Swords of Glory are out of the country. A cold sweat drips down his face. His expression hardens. He knows there isn't a single adventurer left in the area strong enough to handle this. The city is defenseless. He looks down at his scarred hands. There's not much I can do, he thinks. But even if it's just for a little while. He pushes himself up, his body aching but his eyes clear. A new resolve is forming. A faint, bitter smirk touches his lips. The discarded hero has one last choice to make. Outside, a terrifying creature descends from the sky. It's a massive, armored dragon, bathed in a golden, destructive light. Ikoma stands on a rooftop, his old gear back on, a dagger in his hand. He lets out a dry laugh. "I'm glad I didn't sell my equipment." A system window identifies the monster, Space Time Dragon, Kronos. "What a pompous name," Ikoma mutters, glancing at the clear blue sky. It's a beautiful day for the end of the world. He calls out to the monster, a wild grin on his face. This is the perfect retirement ceremony. He knows what he has to do. He's an adventurer. He'll buy time for people to evacuate, and for a real hero to arrive. Kronos lets out a guttural roar, unleashing a torrent of fire from its mouth. Ikoma leaps into action, his body a blur of motion as he dodges the first fiery blast. "He's faster than I thought," Ikoma grits out as the dragon's claw slashes his arm. Blood flies, but his speed just barely saved him from a fatal blow. The dragon's attack slams into the rooftop behind him, sending a shower of concrete and debris into the air. The monster unleashes a wave of pure power, its aura so immense that just getting close is dangerous. But Ikoma pushes forward, coating his blade in a dark energy. "Twin-headed Hydra poison," he shouts. His poisoned dagger scrapes harmlessly against the dragon's impenetrable armor with a loud clang. It doesn't even leave a scratch. It would be nice if even a little poison got in, he thinks, but I guess that's too much to ask. The dragon swats him away like a fly. He's thrown backward by the sheer force of the blow, tumbling helplessly through the air. The difference in our levels is too huge. He knows if he wasn't a thief specialized in speed, that hit would have killed him instantly. He lands on his feet, staring up at the impossible foe. He's out of options. It's all or nothing. With a look of grim determination, he prepares for his final gamble, summoning a shadowy energy into his hand. He lunges forward, pouring every last bit of his strength and speed into one final skill. Thief's Claw. Thief's Claw is a unique skill. It's not meant to do damage. It's meant to steal an item from an enemy. His mind races. If it works against a monster this powerful, it has to drop a unique item. If he gets lucky, this could be the start of a counterattack. But the dragon is too fast. A blinding flash of red light erupts as the monster's attack cuts straight through him. He collapses to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth, his vision blurring. A weak, painful smile touches his lips. He struggles to stay conscious, panting heavily amidst the rubble. His body is broken. His energy is gone. A single, terrifying thought crosses his mind. Damn it, is this the end? His eyes roll back into his head. He can feel himself fading away. The world is turning dark. The massive dragon stands over his dying body. He thinks to himself, "I always tried to play the hero, but I'm about to die after only buying a few minutes. I'm so weak." In his final moments, one overwhelming regret floods his mind. If I could do it all over again, I would do it so much better. But then a soft golden light glows from his clenched fist. There's something in his hand. What is this? It's a small, ornate pocket watch. The thief's claw, it actually worked. A system window appears, identifying the item, the broken clock of the time god, mythic grade. It can rewind time up to 10 years. If used, it will disappear from all timelines. He's in utter shock. Mythic grade? An item that can turn back time? He's never even heard of a mythic grade item before. It's a miracle, but his consciousness is getting hazy. He feels himself slipping away. Is he already dead? Everything is dark and quiet. But then an annoying buzzing sound starts up. He stares at the clock and then at the monster about to deliver the final blow. Could this thing really work? There's no time to think. With the last ounce of his will, as the dragon's fiery attack descends upon him, he screams, "Please, turn back the clock!" His body dissolves into a storm of red light, vanishing completely. He jolts awake, lying in his own bed in a messy room. He's alive. He fumbles for his phone. The screen reads 800 a.m., September 13th, 2030. Was it all just a dream? His eyes, now sharp and clear, dart around the familiar yet somehow foreign room. He stumbles out of bed and pulls back the curtain. In the reflection of the window, he sees his own face. But it's younger. The scars are gone, the weariness replaced by the face of a boy on the verge of starting his adventure. He looks at the date on his phone again. September 2030, 10 years ago. He remembers the clock. That's right! Status! A screen appears, showing the description for the mythic grade item. It was real. It all really happened. He checks his own status. Class, none. It's a blank slate. His old life, his old choices were erased. Time really did rewind. A slow, determined smile spreads across his face. Good, he thinks, his voice full of resolve. Then I'll do it. This time I will. He clenches his fist, his eyes burning with a new fire. Become the strongest adventurer. While Ikoma starts his new life, the world he returned to is still the same. And the nearby TV, a man in a suit argues that the portals are becoming far too dangerous for ordinary people. But Ikoma is calm. He just brushes his teeth, the dire news barely fazing him. After all, he's already lived through the worst of it. A government official on screen explains that the monsters are getting stronger every year, and the only way to protect people is to completely separate them from the portals. The reality of it sinks in all over again. He really did go back 10 years into the past. He looks at his phone, his expression turning serious. He's the only one who knows this world is on a one-way track to ruin. He spits out his toothpaste, thinking it through. In this era, no one is strong enough to handle the threats that are coming. Knowing what the future holds is a massive advantage. All his memories, the fastest ways to level up, the locations of rare items, the weaknesses of every monster, that knowledge is now his greatest weapon. But first things first. Before he can change anything, he needs to get a class. And to do that, he has to reach level 10. With that goal in mind, he heads out. He arrives at a facility housing a low-level portal, the perfect training ground for beginners without a class. The portal swirls with a familiar purple energy. These gateways are managed by the guilds, but they're left open for newcomers to get their start. Ikoma steps into the F-rank portal, the Goblin Nest, planning to hit level 10. But the moment he enters, a huge man smashes a goblin right in front of him, shouting, "Take this!" The man turns to him with a friendly grin. "Whoa, that was a close one. You're not hurt, are you, newbie?" Ikoma just stares, a little bewildered. "What's with this guy?" The man rests a huge sword on his shoulder and warns him that going solo is dangerous. Goblins might be weak, but they can easily swarm you. He then asks for Ikoma's name. With a proud thumbs up, he introduces himself. "The name's Ohara Kenji. I'm a level 16 longsword user, and I'm here to protect the beginners in this dungeon." Kenji puffs out his chest, adding that people call him the tutorial dude. Ikoma sighs internally. He seems like a good person, but he's a little much. Kenji explains that his company went bankrupt when the portals first appeared, so he decided to put his energy into guiding new adventurers instead. As Kenji chatters on, Ikoma just wonders if he's going to have to follow this guy around the whole time. But with Kenji's help, the grinding goes by in a flash. Ikoma lands a clean final strike on a goblin. Well, with this, on level 10. A system window confirms it. He's leveled up and gained 2 more skill points. A confident smile spreads across his face as he rests a practice sword on his shoulder. Kenji gives him an enthusiastic slap on the back that almost sends him flying. "Ooh, you did great getting this far, Ikoma-kun." Ikoma just manages a weak, "Thanks, you're strong," Kenji declares. "You'll probably become a great adventurer." Ikoma just smirks to himself. Well, even if he was demoted, he was an S-ranker. Kenji is practically bouncing with excitement. Now that Ikoma's level 10, he can finally choose his class. He offers to give some advice, but Ikoma's eyes are already narrowed with focus. This is his first real step. The system shows the available classes all based on his current stats. Thief, Knight, Magician. The standard choices flash through his mind. The key to unlocking different classes is how you spend your skill points. He remembers his old skill list. A bit of fire magic, some swordsmanship, a little magic enhancement, a master of absolutely nothing. Kenji flexes, enthusiastically recommending the longsword user class so Ikoma can be a strength-based fighter, just like him. But then he gets thoughtful. Then again, with your delicate fighting style, he muses, I guess Thief wouldn't be a bad choice either. Ikoma just lets out a small, knowing chuckle. Kenji leans in, confused as he looks at Ikoma's status screen. Hey, you haven't acquired any skills yet? He scratches his head, completely baffled. Maybe you just don't know how to do it. Didn't they teach you about haste and strength during training? He asks, concerned. Ikoma knows what he means. Haste and strength are basic stat-boosting skills. In this era, everyone thinks they're essential. But for someone aiming for the top, spending precious skill points on them is a complete waste. Ikoma closes his eyes, his mind made up. He knows exactly which skill he's going to get. Kenji sees what Ikoma is about to do and panics. Hey, Ikoma, that's not good. The skill is fall resistance. It decreases damage from falling and gravity magic. Kenji is horrified. A resistance skill like that is practically useless. Of all the skills he could choose, he's picking that? A notification pops up. He's acquired fall resistance. 5 skill points have been used. Ikoma looks up, his expression dead serious. Okay, Kenji is completely losing it. Are you scared of heights or something? Choose a proper skill next time. But Ikoma ignores him, his finger already hovering over the screen again. He keeps going, leveling fall resistance up again and again. Kenji screams in frustration, pulling at his hair as Ikoma dumps every single one of his precious points into this one, seemingly useless skill. Kenji collapses to his knees in despair. You used all of them on fall resistance, he mutters. Ikoma just gives him a little thumbs up, totally unfazed. Kenji looks up, defeated. With no points anywhere else, Ikoma can only choose between the basic swordsman and villager classes. But Ikoma calmly replies, no, this is good. Kenji just stares at him, completely dumbfounded. But on Ikoma's class selection screen, a third option has appeared, glowing with a faint purple light. The hidden class, gravity user. He selects it. This is what he was aiming for all along. The gravity user is a hidden class that only appears if you pour every skill point you have up to level 10 into fall resistance. The requirements were so bizarre and counterintuitive that in his original timeline, no one discovered it until years later. And even then, nobody chose it. It seemed too difficult to use, so there was no research on it, not even 10 years into the future. But Ikoma knows better. As a former S-rank adventurer who fought on the front lines, he knows the truth. Gravity user is the strongest class. A confirmation window appears. Will you choose the gravity user class? Hey, that's a magic class, Kenji protests. You should be a swordsman. But Ikoma's finger is already moving. No, this is fine. He presses yes. A system window confirms it. He has chosen gravity user. New skills flood his system, gravity magic and gravity manipulation. A dark aura surrounds him, the force of it pushing Kenji back. Ikoma clenches his fist in triumph. This is the magic class I've been waiting for. His path is set. Okay, this time I'll aim for the top with this class. He thinks of his old party, the ones who betrayed him. This time, he'll be so strong, he'll never have to face that kind of despair again. Kenji watches him, a bead of sweat running down his temple, still trying to process what just happened. He walks over, his expression full of genuine concern. Ikoma-kun, magic classes aren't good. He tries to explain that mages are vulnerable, with low endurance. Their death rate in battle is overwhelmingly high. He looks genuinely worried, pleading with him. So, you should really give up on being an adventurer. Ikoma just looks back at him. He understands Kenji's concern. In this era, everyone thinks close-range classes are the only ones worth having. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the cave. A massive, red-skinned goblin holding a sword appears, standing over the body of another adventurer. A red cap. Level 17. Kenji's face drains of all color. You have to be joking. Why is a monster that strong in here? Another adventurer cries out in terror. It's a rare monster, one with a low chance of appearing. They're all dead. Kenji's mind goes blank with fear. He only came here because it was supposed to be safe. His first instinct is to run. But then he stops. He looks back at Ikoma and the other terrified newbies. His face hardens with resolve. No, I have to do something. He turns to Ikoma, his voice urgent and desperate. Ikoma, hurry and run! With a determined roar, Kenji raises his sword and charges forward. I'll distract it! Ikoma watches as Kenji charges forward, his expression grim. A red cap. This is bad. On paper, a level 16 adventurer should be able to handle a level 17 monster. But as their swords clash, the red cap easily parries Kenji's strike. Kenji grits his teeth, thrown completely off balance. It's obvious he's not used to fighting enemies on his level. He spent all his time protecting newbies from cannon fodder. He screams out in a panic, "Can anyone here fight a monster over level 15? The other rookies are completely frozen in fear. They can only watch in horror. They thought Kenji was invincible, but this goblin is unbelievably powerful. Its speed is insane. One wrong move, and it's over. Ikoma stands back, calmly assessing the situation. He knows he shouldn't fight it. At his current level, this thing is an impossible opponent. His eyes narrow. He can't even properly track its movements. A single hit would be game over. His fist clenches. It's a fact that the base stats of a gravity user are low, and in his rush to choose the class, he hasn't even had a chance to check out his new skills. A memory of Kenji's kind voice echoes in his mind. That was a close one. You're not hurt, are you, newbie? A small, determined smile plays on Ikoma's lips. He can't just run away. Leaving a good person like Kenji behind doesn't sit right with him. And besides, his eyes flash with a familiar battle-hungry light as he draws his sword. He's never hated fighting an enemy stronger than him. As Ikoma steps forward, Kenji, who is desperately holding off the red cap, shouts in disbelief. Ikoma-kun, you can't fight it at your level. Kenji knows that magic users are incredibly weak against fast, physical attackers. With this level difference, Ikoma should be torn to pieces. But Ikoma isn't afraid. He smirks at the red cap, ready to test his new power. He bet his entire second chance on this class being the strongest. If it's so weak that he has to run from a single red cap, then he doesn't want it. The red cap ignores Kenji, seeing an easier target. It lets out a wild shriek and lunges straight for Ikoma. Kenji screams in terror. Run, Ikoma-kun! But Ikoma stands his ground. He knows the weakness of magic classes is their lack of physical strength. It's why they usually have to rely on a party. However, he thinks, a confident gleam in his eye, the gravity user is different. With a skill called gravity manipulation, you can burn mana for a massive temporary boost to your physical abilities. He activates the skill. A surge of purple energy envelops him. Gravity boots, he yells, effortlessly sidestepping the red cap's lightning-fast attack. Kenji stares in shock. His speed? What was that? Ikoma feels the power coursing through him, making himself lighter to boost his speed on command. Reading his movements will be easy now, he thinks. But that's not a problem, because he can read his enemy's movements too. The Redcap attacks again, but to Ikoma, with his enhanced senses and a lifetime of combat experience, it's all in slow motion. He pivots, letting the monster's blade whistle past him as he brings his own sword around in a vicious counterattack, slicing deep into the Redcap's chest. How many battles do you think I've fought with speed as my only weapon, he thinks, the instincts of the sword god of speed fully awakened. The Redcap stumbles back, wounded and utterly shocked. Kenji is speechless. A low-level magic class just completely outmaneuvered the impossibly fast Redcap. This is the secret of the gravity user. As long as you have the mana, you can have unbelievably high physical abilities. Its potential is off the charts. Ikoma smiles. Low-level monsters have simple attack patterns. With this power, outmaneuvering them is easy. Kenji can only watch in stunned silence, wondering, Ikoma, what are you? The Redcap is injured and on the defensive. Ikoma turns to the frozen veteran. Ohara-san, follow up! Kenji snaps out of his stupor. With a mighty war cry, he charges forward to join the fight. The Redcap recovers, parrying Kenji's attack and pushing him back. Just then, Ikoma begins to chant, a purple magic circle forming around him. I'm glad you're on my side, Ikoma says with a smile, unleashing his spell. Gravity magic, gravity bindings. Glowing purple chains erupt from the ground, wrapping around the Redcap and pinning it in place. The monster thrashes and lets out a guttural cry, but it's completely immobilized. Now! Ikoma yells. Kenji seizes the chance, swinging his greatsword with all his might and cleaving the monster in two. As it dissolves, a system window pops up. He leveled up to 12. I can do this, he thinks. He turns away, his back to the stunned crowd of rookies. A look of pure confidence crosses his face. He felt it in that battle. With the gravity user class, he really can become the strongest. The other newbies stare in disbelief. Wasn't that guy a rookie? He just beat a Redcap. Kenji is even more shocked. I was getting beaten one-sidedly, and Ikoma-kun, who's a lower level, took it down so easily. He's amazed. That was seriously incredible. He knows the other rookies can't truly understand how amazing that feat really was. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. This isn't just talent. There's something more to him. Ikoma, just what are you? Ikoma calmly sheathes his sword, but then he suddenly stumbles, catching himself on a nearby rock. Hoops! Phew! He grits his teeth with a strained smile. He's completely out of mana. Gravity user skills are powerful, but they burn through MP at an incredible rate. He knew this would be a problem, but it's clearer now than ever. Managing his mana is going to be his biggest challenge. Kenji walks over, a gentle, grateful smile on his face. Thank you, Ikoma-kun, he says sincerely. Noticing Ikoma's exhaustion, he offers, Should I carry you outside? Ikoma looks up with an embarrassed grin. It's a little embarrassing, but please do. Kenji thinks about the other adventurers who were there. As he gives Ikoma a piggyback ride out of the cave, he can't help but feel ashamed. To think someone at a lower level had to come and save him. He thinks to himself, Thank you, not just for saving me, but for giving me courage. He's always been afraid. Even when he was just hunting low-level monsters, the fear was always there. But watching Ikoma fight, it lit a fire in him. He takes a step forward, his expression full of resolve. Maybe it's time for the tutorial dude to finally graduate. He walks on with a new sense of purpose. He looks over his shoulder at the young man he's carrying, his heart full. I'm happy I got to witness the birth of a future hero. As they step out of the portal and back into the light, Kenji knows his own adventure is just beginning, all thanks to an incredible rookie named Ikoma. After the fight with the Redcap, Ikoma has a much better understanding of his new gravity user class. He's seen its potential. Now, he's back at the guild, his mind focused on a single goal. It's time to level up. But he knows the truth of this world better than anyone. Going it alone is a death sentence. He approaches the front desk to look for a temporary party, but the receptionist is already frowning at his file. "Gravity user?" she mutters. "I've never heard of that one." She seems to think it's some kind of magic class, but his stats are just too low. She can't help but wonder if someone can even fight properly with a class like this. Ikoma waits patiently, but he can already feel the familiar sting of being underestimated. He asks if there are any parties recruiting temporary members. The receptionist looks up, hesitant. "Well, there is one party that's okay with any class at a low level. That's all he needs to hear." "Then please introduce me to them," he says, his gaze firm. The receptionist shrinks back a little. "Well, with your stats being so low for a magic user, they might not be too happy about it." Ikoma looks away, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He knew his rare class wouldn't be popular, but he didn't think it would be this bad. He insists. "For now, can you just introduce me? I'll handle the negotiations myself." A smug voice cuts in from behind him. My, how horrible. It seems the receptionist is having some trouble. A young man with messy blonde hair and an arrogant smirk steps forward, clad in flashy blue armor. "Could you please just leave her alone?" Ikoma turns to face him. "And who are you?" The blonde adventurer laughs, pointing a thumb at himself. "You don't know who I am?" He boasts that his party is the hottest new group, quickly rising through the ranks. The Thunder Knights. Standing with his equally serious-looking teammates, he introduces himself with a flourish. "I'm the leader of that party. The name's Utsunomiya Sho." Utsunomiya looks Ikoma up and down with disdain. "Our entire party is made up of close-ranged classes." "Of course," he says, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. "It's common sense that magic classes are useless in a fight," he scoffs. "It's just a class for cowards who are too scared to get close to the monsters." He wags a finger at Ikoma like he's scolding a child. "You can't be a real adventurer with an attitude like that." His smile turns into a condescending smirk. "I'm sure you're kicking yourself for not doing your research beforehand, huh? You have a rare magic class, but your stats are garbage," he says, looking down his nose at Ikoma. "We both might have rare classes, but we're on completely different levels." Ikoma raises an eyebrow, faking surprise. "Oh, you have a rare class too?" Utsunomiya beams, thrilled to have an audience. "Yes, glad you asked." He turns away, drawing his sword as golden lightning begins to crackle around him. "Just watch this." He raises his blade high, and a torrent of electricity erupts around him. "Lightning strike!" he shouts. "Thunder Knight." Utsunomiya stands bathed in the afterglow of his skill. "It's a class with high stats and amazing skills. The best rare class there is," he declares. "Quite fitting for someone like me." The crowd around them gasps in awe. He lets out a soft, satisfied laugh, soaking in the attention. The receptionist stammers. Using skills inside the guild is..." But Utsunomiya just cuts her off, saying, "You have to spell things out for people who don't understand." He turns his smug, cruel gaze back to Ikoma. "Why would anyone ever take a hindrance into their party?" That word. Hindrance. Ikoma's expression darkens. Utsunomiya keeps talking. "Don't you think it's arrogant? Being an adventurer isn't some volunteer job." Ikoma clenches his fist, the memory of his old party's betrayal washing over him. A Thunder Knight, huh? His S-rank mind immediately starts analyzing the class. All attack power, no finesse. Simple movements, easy to predict. Weak against faster enemies and those with counter-attributes. It's a class that's useless against anything it can't overwhelm with raw power. He turns away, his face shadowed. This guy is just a small fry. In this era, magic classes are seen as useless trash. That's just how people think. The crowd is still buzzing about Utsunomiya's power. Ikoma overhears someone whisper that you can get the Thunder Knight class by randomly distributing your stat points at the start. Ikoma's eyes sharpen with realization. That's right, the portal disaster didn't happen that long ago. Utsunomiya preens for the impressed adventurers. Ikoma knows what he has to do. He'll have to work alone until he has the achievements to prove himself. He forgot how much appearances mattered back then. Flashy, easy-to-understand skills meant more than actual substance. The receptionist apologizes to Ikoma for Utsunomiya's behavior. "I'm so sorry, you didn't have to listen to all that." But Ikoma just shakes his head. "No, it was my mistake," he says calmly. "I'll work alone for now." Utsunomiya laughs. "I'd recommend you just quit. Otherwise, you'll be spending all your energy just trying to stay alive." Ikoma gives him a little wave over his shoulder as he walks away. "Thanks for the advice." Utsunomiya just scoffs, thinking he's won. Ikoma makes his way to the guild's reference room, a quiet library filled with dusty books and records. He pulls a book from the shelf. Finding a temporary party is impossible right now. It's better to find a party he can stick with long term. And more importantly, find classes that work well with his own. His expression hardens. He has to hurry, level up, and get some real achievements under his belt. He thinks back to the battle with the red cap. He handled it with no problem. Low-level monsters have simple movements, and he's already getting used to his new abilities. A small, confident smile appears. He'll go to a dungeon with a slightly higher level to grow faster. He flips through a book, looking for the perfect spot. A portal that's good for me right now, recommended level 20-30, Stone Statue Temple. It's a maintained portal, a place for adventurers to level up and collect magic crystals. They're controlled gateways, left open without being fully cleared. Inside, slow and easy-to-fight night statues appear. It's a place where a mid-level adventurer can efficiently make money and gain experience. A safe dungeon for beginners. His mind starts working. If he can clear it solo, it'll be a huge achievement. It might even make it easier to find a team. He checks his status. Level 12. The recommended level for the temple is low enough. It seems doable. He closes the book with a soft thud. It's decided. I'll raise my level and build my reputation at Stone Statue Temple. And then I'll find a class that has good compatibility with mine. His eyes glow with determination. The plan is set. We cut to the entrance of the Stone Statue Temple, a vast, crumbling stone hall. Far in the distance, a lone figure stands at the top of a grand staircase. But it's not Ikoma. It's another adventurer, stumbling down the stairs, panting and bleeding. He cries out in terror. "I didn't know! Nobody told me!" He tries to run, but it's too late. Something is coming for him. He screams as he's struck down, his body hitting the cold stone floor. A powerful blow smashes into the ground right where he lay. A massive stone knight, its blade dripping with fresh blood, stands over the fallen adventurer. This easy dungeon has a killer hiding in its shadows. The guild receptionist slams her hands on the desk, her face a mask of disbelief. "Level 12? And you want to solo the Stone Statue Temple?" Ikoma calmly holds up his adventurer card, his expression unreadable. "It's not against the rules, is it?" she stammers, wiping a nervous sweat from her brow. "No, it's not, but—" She leans forward, her voice filled with genuine concern. "You're walking straight to your death. The recommended level for that place is 25. As Ikoma turns to leave, she calls after him desperately. "We still don't know everything about the portals. It's not uncommon for powerful monsters to appear unexpectedly." "Hey, wait!" Ikoma just gives her a reassuring smile over his shoulder. "I'm just going to take a quick look. I'll be back soon." As he walks toward the swirling purple portal, he knows the truth. To get stronger, you have to take risks. You have to fight monsters that are at your level, or even higher. It's the fundamental rule of this world. He steps through the shimmering veil, disappearing into the dungeon. Inside the temple, he takes in the ancient, crumbling ruins. He might have said he'd be back soon, but he knows that if he can beat just one enemy here, he'll get a massive level boost. He approaches the first stone statue. The statue's eyes flare with a menacing red light. It lets out a grinding mechanical roar and swings its heavy stone sword. Ikoma easily dodges the attack, completely unimpressed. What a cheap, clumsy strike. A system window flashes in his vision, analyzing the opponent. "Level 20, huh?" he says, resting a hand on a broken pillar. "Seems doable enough." The statue roars and attacks again, but Ikoma sidesteps with a bored sigh. He stands there for a moment, letting the statue get closer, a thoughtful look on his face. As its eyes flash again, Ikoma prepares to test a new skill: gravity, moiety. He holds out his hand, and a small, dark orb of pure gravity forms, crackling with purple energy. He dashes forward in a blur, easily closing the distance on the slow-moving monster. The statue readies its blade, but it's far too slow to react. As expected, even with the level difference, it's no match for him. Thanks to his past life, he can see its every move, its every weak spot. He moves in a flash, his blade striking the statue multiple times before it can even respond. The statue groans, stumbling back from the flurry of blows. But it's still standing. "That thing's pretty sturdy," Ikoma notes. He smiles. Its defensive power is probably the only thing it has going for it. The statue raises its sword again, preparing another clumsy swing. "I could just wear it down slowly," Ikoma thinks, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "But I have something I want to try." He activates gravity moiety again, this time channeling the purple energy directly into the statue's arm. The skill lets him add his own weight to a target, making them heavier and slower. But he's not done. He leaps into the air, activating another skill: double gravity. This technique combines two skills at once. He's made the statue heavier while making himself lighter. As he plummets down, he stabs his dagger straight into the monster's neck. His blade sinks deep into the solid stone, cracks spiderweb across the statue's body, and it shatters into pieces with a deafening crash. Ikoma stands over the rubble, analyzing the move. He accelerated with half his body weight, then manipulated the gravity of his attack just before impact. The result is a devastatingly powerful strike. "Seems like it's pretty strong," he says with satisfaction. A system window pops up. He leveled up from 12 to 16 in one go. "Oh, my level went up quite a bit." A confident smirk plays on his lips. "Guess I'll distribute my skill points." He has two core skills to focus on: gravity magic, for spells like gravity bindings, and gravity manipulation, which affects his own body. He considers his options. He knows which one is more important for his fighting style right now. "I rely more on gravity manipulation." He makes his choice, and the system confirms it. Gravity manipulation is now level 2. There we go. A new description appears. On top of changing gravity's force, he can now manipulate the direction of gravity on himself. He puts a hand to his chin, intrigued. This is going to be a very useful skill. He looks down at the remains of the statue. It looks like he reached his goal. He picks up the glowing red orb from the rubble, a magic crystal, proof that he defeated the monster. He could go back now, but he checks his status. He still has plenty of mana to spare. His eyes gleam with determination. "I guess I'll go for one more to test my new skills," he decides, turning to head deeper into the fiery depths of the temple. Elsewhere in the same dungeon, Utsunomiya Sho unleashes his own skill, Lightning Strike, blasting a night statue with a massive bolt of electricity. The statue is completely obliterated, reduced to smoking dust. His teammate praises him. "As expected of you, Utsunomiya, to beat that sturdy monster in one hit." The female member adds that while it seemed to resist lightning, it was meaningless against such overwhelming power. Utsunomiya scoffs. "It didn't even put up a fight. I guess this is all these maintained portals have to offer. He complains that it's not even good for leveling up. He's already level 26. We should be in a much higher level portal. He contemptuously steps on the glowing magic crystal left behind by the monster, crushing it under his boot. He stands there, the very picture of arrogance. His female teammate speaks up. By the way, that kid from the guild earlier, don't you feel a little bad for him? Utsunomiya just laughs. Hey now, I'm a kind guy, you know. Weak people like him who get in over their heads just end up dead, he says, his expression cold. It's better to tell them the truth straight to their faces, his other teammate adds. I feel bad for him too. Utsunomiya just shrugs. Suddenly, they hear heavy footsteps echoing from deeper in the dungeon. Utsunomiya sighs, annoyed. How boring. Another stone statue. The female knight narrows her eyes. Wait. Those footsteps sound big. Utsunomiya just grins.
So what?
Monsters have a few individual differences. But as the massive figure emerges from the shadows, his teammates cry out in shock. What is that thing? That's not just a size difference. Utsunomiya's grin widens. Oh, this one actually seems pretty strong. The monster is a hulking knight statue, its eyes glowing with malice. Level 30. It's a little higher, but it's still just a stone statue, Utsunomiya says dismissively. His teammate, however, is panicking. Level 30? We've never fought something that high. Utsunomiya places a hand on his sword, his own eyes glowing. He's realized something. These recommended level monsters are too weak for them. His party is on another level. He looks at his team, a predatory grin spreading across his face. I think this is the perfect opponent for us. Let's finish this quickly. The hulking knight statue brings its massive stone blade down with terrifying force. Utsunomiya's party parries the blow, the impact sending sparks flying and shaking the very floor of the temple. His teammate looks worried. Is this really okay, Utsunomiya? But Utsunomiya just grins, completely unfazed. Hey, it's 3 against 1, you know? His eyes narrow with cocky confidence. It's just a knight statue. It won't change the fact that it's slow and simple. The monster lets out a guttural roar and swings again. Utsunomiya dodges, but just barely. Oops. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat on his brow. I guess there is a speed difference between levels. But he channels lightning into his blade. It's not as fast as my sword. He unleashes a powerful slash, striking the statue's side. But the blow just scrapes off the stone surface, doing almost no damage. Utsunomiya's smile falters. Guess he's a bit sturdier than the normal ones. The statue doesn't even flinch. It simply raises its arm, and from its side, a second face emerges, its eyes glowing with the same red malice. Utsunomiya readies his sword, his confidence finally cracking. This is getting a little troublesome. Lightning crackles around his legs. Let's try backing up for now. But the statue is already moving, its monstrous face twisted into a sadistic grin. It strikes with blinding speed, landing a heavy blow that sends Utsunomiya flying. He crashes to the ground, his mind reeling. What is with this power? They're only a few levels apart, but the difference in strength is massive. All his arrogance vanishes, replaced by pure shock. His female teammate cries out his name, Utsunomiya. He struggles to sit up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He shouts at his teammates, trying to regain control. Don't lose your composure. But as he speaks, the monster is already on the move. It charges right past him, heading straight for the female knight, Karen. With a single, brutal backhand, it slams her into the stone wall. Karen! The other teammate screams. She slumps to the ground, unconscious. Before he can even react, the statue is on him next, its stone fist crashing into his stomach. He coughs up blood, the force of the blow lifting him clear off his feet. He collapses in a heap, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why? This shouldn't be happening. The proud Thunder Knights were wiped out in an instant. Utsunomiya stares up at the towering monster, his body trembling. Were monsters always this scary, he thinks, raw terror gripping him for the first time in his life? The belief that he was special, that he was one of the chosen ones, shatters completely. In a last desperate act, he pours all his remaining energy into his ultimate skill. Lightning strike. The blade, glowing with immense power, comes crashing down. The attack hits the statue dead on in a massive explosion of light and electricity. The ground shakes from the force of the blow. This is it, the Thunder Knight's strongest ability. Utsunomiya watches, panting, a sliver of hope in his eyes. Even a monster like this can't possibly survive that. But as the smoke clears, the statue stands there, gritting its teeth, scarred but very much alive. It took the hit. What? Utsunomiya's face drains of all color. His teammates' words flash in his mind. It had resistance to lightning. He was wrong. He was so wrong. The statue's hand shoots out and grabs his sword. With a sharp crack, the blade shatters in his hand. It backhands him across the face, sending him sprawling. He lets out a pathetic shriek. Tears of fear and pain stream down his face as he gasps for air. This is the worst. Heavy, grinding footsteps echo through the hall. The monster approaches, its red eyes fixed on him. Utsunomiya can only whisper, "Stop." The statue stands over him, raising its massive stone fist. "Stop!" he screams in his mind. "I'm not supposed to die in a place like this." He tries to crawl away, but there's nowhere to go. The monster towers over him, a merciless executioner. "Please." His body shakes uncontrollably. The once arrogant leader of the Thunder Knights is now on his hands and knees, pressing his head to the floor. "Please let me go." He prostrates himself, completely broken. "Let me go." Suddenly, a whip of purple energy shoots past him. The energy wraps around the statue's descending arm, stopping it just inches from his head. From the shadows, a voice rings out. "Gravity, moiety." A massive surge of purple light erupts from Ikoma. The statue's arm cracks under the immense, sudden weight. It grinds to a halt, unable to move. The monster looks over, confused, letting out a questioning groan. Ikoma's skill has latched onto its very being. He lands softly on the ground, a swirl of purple energy around him. He looks at the statue, analyzing the effect of his spell. As expected, it's not very effective. Utsunomiya looks up, tears in his eyes, recognizing the figure. "You're that new guy from the guild with the strange class?" Ikoma stands between the fallen adventurer and the monster, his back to Utsunomiya. Utsunomiya screams at him, his voice cracking. "What are you doing? That's not an opponent you can beat!" "True," Ikoma replies calmly. "He's only level 16. He glances at the level 30 knight statue. "This might be a little too much for me." His S-rank knowledge kicks in. This isn't a normal monster. It's a unique that's been eating other adventurers and monsters to level up. A cannibal monster. That being said, Ikoma thinks, facing the giant, it's grown up a bit too much. He tightens his grip on his sword. "I just said I'd go for one more kill since I had extra MP. His eyes narrow with focus. "That was my intention. But to think such a big boss would show up." Utsunomiya, still on the ground, shouts desperately, "Hurry up and run!" The three of us were taken down by that thing in an instant. He looks over at his fallen comrades, Karen, AK, and his other teammate, both lying unconscious and bleeding. But Ikoma isn't running. He activates gravity, moiety, and charges forward, the spell making the statue heavier. With gravity manipulation active, Ikoma becomes a blur of purple light, easily sliding under the monster's clumsy swing. The statue roars in frustration as it tries to hit the nimble adventurer. Ikoma uses his newly upgraded skill to alter the direction of gravity, allowing him to run right up the temple walls. He defies physics, a whirlwind of motion around the lumbering beast. He comes down from above, landing a powerful kick on the statue's head that sends it stumbling. Utsunomiya can only stare, dumbfounded. You're kidding me. That low-level newbie, and with a magic class, how can he fight against that monster? Ikoma analyzes the fight. The statue isn't too fast for him, especially with his gravity skills. But its defense is incredibly high, and with the massive level gap, he can't land a decisive blow. And there's another problem. Maintaining gravity manipulation burns a lot of mana. It won't last long. The statue swings again, its power undeniable. Ikoma dodges, landing gracefully. He knows he can't win a drawn-out battle. I'll have to take a gamble. There's no choice but to finish this quickly. He grips his sword, his body glowing with a powerful purple aura, preparing for one all-or-nothing attack. Ikoma throws everything he has into the attack, his gravity-infused sword slamming against the stone giant. The monster roars in pain, but it's still standing, a towering reminder of the massive gap in their levels. From the sidelines, Utsunomiya watches, his face a mix of awe and despair. For a second, he thought this kid could actually win, but after all that, he's barely done any real damage. Hope is fading fast. Ikoma knows it too. His purple aura flickers as he feels his mana draining away. His gravity skills take a huge toll on his reserves, but he stands no chance against this monster without them. He clenches his jaw, his eyes narrowing with grim determination. The longer this drags on, the worse his chances get. There's no more time to play it safe. It's time to finish this, he decides. He charges forward again, a blur of motion against the colossal statue. The monster swings its massive arm, aiming to crush him in a single blow. But Ikoma is too fast. He sidesteps the attack with ease, his movements precise, honed by a decade of experience from his past life. In a breathtaking move, he leaps onto the monster's arm, his gravity powers pulsing as he starts running straight up its body. He lands firmly on the cracked stone between the monster's shoulders, his sword held ready as the purple energy around him intensifies. The night statue lets out another guttural groan. It can feel the insignificant human on its back, an annoying pest it can't seem to shake. But Ikoma isn't just standing there. The aura around him flares, preparing for his next move. He dashes across the monster's head, using it like his own personal playground. Utsunomiya can only stare, completely stunned. He can't believe how light Ikoma is on his feet, wondering if it's some kind of special skill. Ikoma leaps high into the air, suspended in the darkness above the statue's head. This is his gamble. He activates a new skill. Gravity Manipulation Level 2, Inverse Gravity. A powerful wave of purple energy erupts from his body. The world turns upside down. Ikoma flips in mid-air, his feet now pointing towards the ceiling as if it were the ground. The statue looks up, its stone faces registering confusion as it sees Ikoma floating above it, breaking all known laws of nature. A small, confident smirk plays on Ikoma's lips as he hangs there upside down. I see. What an interesting skill. He channels his power again. If I'm this high up, I can do it. Again, double gravity. The pull reverses once more, this time with twice the force. He plummets back down towards the statue like a human missile, riding the increased gravity for a massive speed boost. The monster can only watch, unable to react. With a fierce cry, Ikoma declares, "It's too late for you." His eyes burn with intensity as he closes the distance in an instant. He unleashes his ultimate attack. Meteor Slash. His blade connects with the statue's head, releasing a blinding explosion of light. A massive crack appears on the statue's face, spreading across its entire body. It lets out one final pained groan as its stone form begins to disintegrate. The unique knight crumbles into a pile of dust and rubble. A wave of system notifications floods Ikoma's vision. He's gained an enormous amount of experience, leveling up from 16 all the way to 23 in a single fight. Ikoma stands amidst the debris, catching his breath. He looks at his hands, a sense of weary satisfaction washing over him. He won, somehow. Beating an enemy almost twice his level really shot his own level through the roof. He sheathes his sword, his posture relaxing for the first time since the battle began. He stumbles slightly as he lands. A notification for his fall resistance skill pops up. He smiles faintly, glad the bizarre skill he chose actually came in handy. Utsunomiya is still processing what he just saw. He mutters to himself in disbelief. What crazy power! He stares at the spot where the monster used to be. His own ultimate attack did nothing, yet this guy, he completely destroyed it. A deep sense of shame washes over him to think he was saved by the same person he publicly humiliated. Why would he save me, he wonders. A paranoid thought strikes him. Is he trying to embarrass me now in return? Just then, Ikoma's voice cuts through his thoughts. Hey, you! Utsunomiya jumps, startled. Why, yeah. Ikoma looks at him with a calm expression and extends a hand. Are you okay? Can you stand? Utsunomiya stares at the offered hand, his pride warring with the reality of the situation. This rookie just pulled him back from the brink of death. After a moment, a small, genuine smile breaks through his arrogant facade. He takes Ikoma's hand and lets himself be pulled up. Thanks, he says, his voice quiet but sincere. That was a close one. The scene shifts to the bright, busy lobby of the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist is staring at Ikoma with wide, disbelieving eyes. A level 30 knight statue? Her head is spinning. And you already defeated it? She asks, her voice full of shock. Ikoma just gives a casual, yep. I can't believe it, she stammers. A solo newbie taking down a unique boss of that level is completely unheard of. Ikoma calmly places a large, glowing red orb on the counter. This magic crystal is the proof, he says simply. She picks it up, her professional instincts taking over. The size, the energy, it's definitely from a level 30 monster. I got it, she says. I'll submit the records. She then asks, will you be selling this magic crystal? I can't give a definite price, but it should be worth around 240,000 yen. Ikoma immediately shakes his head. No, I'm good for now. He looks down at the crystal. Money isn't the priority. This is undeniable proof of his accomplishment, exactly what he needs to build his reputation. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from across the lobby. Hey, Ikoma, it's Utsunomiya, looking much more like his usual self, waving with a bright smile. I was looking for you. I wanted to at least say thanks. He leans in with a conspiratorial grin. That being said, I have some good news for you. Ikoma raises an eyebrow. Good news? Utsunomiya puffs out his chest and makes a grand declaration. I'll let you join the Thunder Knights party. Murmurs ripple through the guild hall. The crowd is stunned. The Thunder Knights, the fastest-growing beginner party, just invited him? The receptionist watches, thinking this kid must be pretty amazing. Ikoma just stares at the red crystal, his expression unreadable. Utsunomiya chuckles, looking incredibly smug. You have really good luck, you know, being scouted by me. He clearly thinks he's bestowing a great honor. Ikoma just makes a non-committal sound. Ah. Utsunomiya misreads his silence. Don't be shy, he says with a laugh. You're my savior after all. Ikoma finally looks up, his golden eyes meeting Utsunomiya's. His expression is completely flat as he says, Sorry, I'll have to reject your offer. The entire guild hall falls silent. You could hear a pin drop. Then the whispers erupt again. He just rejected the Thunder Knights? Utsunomiya's smile freezes on his face, completely blindsided. Weren't you looking for a party? He asks, his confidence cracking. Ikoma turns away, his profile sharp and decisive. I've changed my plans a bit, he says coolly. He walks away, leaving a stunned Utsunomiya standing there, mouth agape, looking like his world has just been turned upside down for the second time today. As he walks towards the exit, Ikoma thinks to himself, If he keeps leveling up at this pace, then he just might be able to make it. His mind is already on the next step. He's thinking of a specific portal he knows from the future, the Crazy Dream Theater. And more importantly, the absolutely broken, unique item that it drops. A determined glint appears in his eye. He remembers the massive commotion that item caused in his past life. He clenches his fist, his new goal set. He's going to get that item no matter what. After leaving Utsunomiya behind, Ikoma heads straight back to the guild. He dumps a bag full of glowing monster crystals onto the counter and tells the receptionist he'd like to exchange them for cash. For a moment, a memory flashes through his mind. A quiet guild hallway from his past life, a place filled with ghosts and regrets. It's a past he's determined to change. The receptionist stares at the pile of crystals, her expression one of pure shock. "You hunted this many again?" she asks. "And you're still a solo adventurer." But Ikoma isn't finished. "Also," he says, his tone serious, he points to his E-rank status on the main screen. "Please prepare the documents for my promotion to D-rank," the receptionist stammers, completely caught off guard. In the world of adventurers, ranks are everything. D-rank is where the real game begins. Only adventurers at that level or higher are deemed strong enough to respond to the dangerous portal disasters that plague the world. The receptionist tries to explain the rules. Ichinose-sama, you have to be at least level 25 to be D-rank." Ikoma just gives her a confident smirk. "I have enough levels," he states as his status screen jumps from 23 to 26. She's completely floored. "Your level went up so much again?" she shouts, leaning over the counter. For a solo magic user, this kind of growth speed is impossible. She turns away, trying to process it. A leveling speed like this is completely unprecedented. It defies all logic. She can only wonder, just how powerful is this gravity user class? A sly smile spreads across Ikoma's face as he gets the confirmation. He's officially a D-class adventurer. Another crucial step in his plan is complete. He knows it's not just about having a strong class. He thinks to himself, "My class is strong, but I'm a former S-rank. I have the experience and knowledge of the world 10 years from now." He admits he's standing out more than he'd like, but it was necessary. He has to hurry. Reaching D rank opens up a whole new world of possibilities. In just a few days, the portal he's been waiting for is set to appear, the Crazy Dream Theater. He knows it holds a famously powerful, unique weapon. He remembers it all too well. In his first life, the adventurer who got that weapon was corrupted by its power and became a portal criminal, a monster who hunted other adventurers. Ikoma clenches his fist, his face hardening with cold resolve. "I'll stop that guy from getting his hands on it this time." But he can't conquer that portal alone. A big party would be too clumsy and would only slow him down. He decides to be careful about who he parties with. He'll start with a simple 2-person team. He needs someone with good compatibility for a gravity user, someone whose skills are a good fit for the portal itself, and most importantly, someone who will respect his achievements, not just see him as some strange anomaly. He rubs his chin, thinking it over. Those are a lot of conditions. With time running out, he wonders if he'll ever find someone who fits the bill. He decides to check a few of the guild branches around the city. He spends half the day going from guild to guild, but his search is fruitless. As the sun begins to set, he finds himself at the 4th one, no closer to his goal. He's starting to think he might have to compromise, when a sharp, angry voice cuts through the evening air. "To think you're this useless." He looks over and sees a small, timid girl with light blue hair, apologizing profusely. "I'm sorry, Aoi-chan," she whimpers. The blonde girl, Aoi, glares at her, furious. "It doesn't help to apologize," she yells. Ikoma stops in his tracks, his attention immediately captured. "A fight, huh?" Aoi points a finger in the blue-haired girl's face and screams, "Satsuki, you're fired!" Satsuki flinches, begging that she'll do better, but Aoi just scoffs, calling her debuff skills trash and her movements clumsy. "You should pay me for having to put up with you," Aoi says with a final cutting remark. Satsuki is left speechless, tears welling up in her eyes as her lip trembles. Just then, Ikoma steps forward, placing himself right between them. The whole scene is painfully familiar, an ugly echo of his own past. Being kicked out, being called useless. It's a feeling he knows all too well. As Aoi continues her tirade, calling Satsuki's class trash, Ikoma understands perfectly. He can't risk choosing someone who thinks like this. Aoi tells Satsuki she should just quit being an adventurer. As she pushes past, a single word from her rant catches in Ikoma's mind, and his eyes widen in realization. Shaman? Suddenly, it all clicks. A shaman, a debuffer class, someone with perfect compatibility with his gravity user skills. And he knows that class is incredibly useful for the boss of the crazy dream theater. This is it. This is the person he's been searching for. Aoi notices him staring and snarls, "What are you looking at? This isn't a show." Ikoma calmly presents his adventurer certificate. "Sorry, I'm Ichinose Ikoma," he says, introducing himself as a D-rank, level 26 gravity user. "I came here looking for a party member." Aoi's entire demeanor changes in an instant. A D-rank adventurer? She quickly puts on a friendly face. "Oh, we actually have one spot open in our party right now." But Ikoma walks right past her. He stands directly in front of the heartbroken Satsuki and says with a fiery intensity, "Please, party with me." Satsuki looks up, completely stunned. "Eh?" In the background, Aoi's jaw drops. "What?" she screams in disbelief. Ikoma knows a shaman is a powerful ally. He can't let this chance get away. Aoi tries to intervene, insisting that Satsuki's class is useless and he should join their party instead. Satsuki, still overwhelmed, tries to politely decline. "I'm very grateful for your offer," she stammers, "but you're a D rank. I'm not even level 10 yet." "At this level, it's totally fine," Ikoma insists, grabbing her by the shoulders. "Please, I need your power." Satsuki shrinks back, the word hindrance echoing in her mind. But Ikoma quickly adds, "I'll support you." But her confidence is completely shattered. "I just don't have any confidence," she confesses, her voice breaking. "I was thinking I should just quit being an adventurer." Ikoma's expression hardens with resolve. "Just give me a little time," he says, his voice filled with passion. "I'll definitely give you the confidence you need," he promises. Satsuki stares at him, her eyes wide, a glimmer of hope finally breaking through her despair. She makes her decision. With tears streaming down her face, she bows deeply. "If you're really okay with me, I'm useless, but please take care of me," Aoi scoffs from the side. "Shamans are really useless, you know," she spits. "Don't come crying to us later." Ikoma turns to Aoi and offers a polite but sharp response. "Thank you for the advice," he says. "But I think I'm a bit more knowledgeable about classes than you are." With that, he turns and walks away. A confused but hopeful Satsuki follows him, leaving a fuming, speechless Aoi in their wake. As they walk, Ikoma is already strategizing. He knows that having a shaman with him will cover the weaknesses of his gravity user class perfectly. And on top of that, the shaman class is highly compatible with the challenges of the crazy dream theater. He smiles confidently to himself. With her by his side, he thinks, getting that unique weapon will be a piece of cake. For the first time in his new life, Ikoma isn't fighting alone. But his new partner, sitting across from him, is still crippled by self-doubt. He says her full name, Kisaragi Satsuki, making it official. "Nice to meet you." Satsuki nervously agrees, but she can't shake her anxiety. "But is it really okay?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. She still believes what her old party told her, that the shaman is a useless class. Ikoma gives her a knowing wink. He tells her his own class gets made fun of all the time. But he leans in, sharing a secret. That trend will change in a few years. He then gets straight to business, telling her about the portal they're going to enter. Satsuki straightens up, ready to be professional. She asks which maintained portal they're headed to, but Ikoma immediately shuts her down. No. He tells her the one he wants to go to is a brand new portal, one that's going to open very soon. He looks up, his eyes blazing with ambition as he names their target. The Crazy Dream Theater, a portal with a recommended level of 30 or higher. Satsuki's face pales. That's a high-level portal, she whispers in shock. And it's unexplored? Unexplored portals are the exact opposite of the safe, controlled dungeons used for leveling. They're brand new. There's no information on the monsters or traps inside. They're a gamble with a very high death toll. Panic sets in. It's impossible! Satsuki cries out. She reminds him she's only level 17 and has a horrible class. But Ikoma's response is firm. No. He looks her directly in the eyes, his voice steady and reassuring. I'll make sure you won't be in any danger. I'll be the one standing in front. His confidence isn't arrogance, it's experience. He knows the Crazy Dream Theater like the back of his hand from his past life. He puts a hand to his chest, his gaze unwavering. He tells her the two of them are more than enough. All he needs from her is one thing: trust me. Satsuki can only look on, captivated by his conviction. He tells her the real reason they're going. Based on my information, there's a weapon in there that I want to get. A blush creeps onto Satsuki's face. She's starting to trust him, but one question remains. What do you mean it will appear soon? Ikoma just brings a finger to his lips with a sly smile. He can't tell her everything, only that it's thanks to a rare item. Satsuki is completely bewildered. There's no way for anyone to predict when a new portal will appear. Just as she's voicing her doubt, the entire building begins to shake violently. Satsuki lets out a shriek. An emergency warning flashes across their phones. A new portal has appeared in the district right next to theirs. Satsuki stares at her phone, her mind reeling. Could it be? Is this? Ikoma just glances at his own screen, completely unfazed. Good timing, I guess. With his prediction proven true, he gives her the final instruction. Let's go tomorrow. He knows it's a high-level portal that won't be conquered for at least a week, but the boss needs to be beaten quickly before anyone else can get to it. The next day they arrive in the cordoned-off district. Satsuki looks around nervously. We really came, she stammers. Is this going to be okay? The area is already swarming with officers from the Demon Defense Agency working to secure the perimeter. A guild official rushes over as soon as she sees them. You guys are adventurers, right? She quickly briefs them. Since it's an unexplored portal, they need any information they can get. But she warns them not to push themselves, reminding them that the death toll in these situations is always high. Ikoma simply replies, "Got it. Leave it to us," as they step towards the shimmering entrance. As they stand before the swirling vortex, Satsuki quietly asks if he's really planning to clear it. Ikoma admits that if he were honest with the guild, they probably wouldn't have even let him in. They step through, and the scene that greets them is bizarre. They're standing on a long, star-patterned runway, surrounded by circus-themed objects. Ikoma can tell Satsuki is still worried. She admits she's still scared and apologizes. Ikoma lays out the plan. He'll fight in front. If things get bad, they'll retreat immediately. No risks. Hearing his clear-headed strategy fills Satsuki with a new determination. "No," she says, gripping her staff. "I'll do my best." She puffs out her chest, adorably offering to show him her hand-to-hand skills. Ikoma smiles warmly and tells her not to push herself. He's interested in her true power, her shaman skills. Satsuki is confused. Most of her skills are just debuffs. But Ikoma asks about a specific one, mana drain. It's a magic that steals MP from a target, a skill perfect for long battles. He explains their perfect synergy. The stolen mana can then be given to an ally. This single skill covers the biggest weakness of his gravity user class, its massive MP consumption. With her as his partner, he can fight without ever worrying about running out of mana. This means he can stay in a portal as long as he wants and level up continuously. She's not just an ally, she's the key to his rapid growth. Satsuki is still stuck in her old mindset, pointing out that the magic is slow and doesn't do much damage. Ikoma understands. That's the kind of thinking that comes from being paired with inexperienced people. He tells her his plan. He'll keep the enemy's attention focused on him. He'll create the opening she needs to safely use her magic. And just then, a monstrous roar echoes through the theater. A level 26 circus bear lunges at them. Ikoma doesn't flinch. He sidesteps and yells, "Now!" Satsuki unleashes her spell, Shadow Ball! A swirling vortex of dark energy engulfs the bear, blinding it and slowing it down. The monster growls in confusion. "You see the opening, right?" Ikoma shouts, pointing it out. He leaps high into the air, a silhouette against the circus lights. With a cry of double gravity, he comes crashing down, his blade slicing through the bear with overwhelming force. The monster is defeated in a single blow. Ikoma lands, noting that a monster of this level is still easy for him. Satsuki stares in amazement, a blush on her cheeks. "I leveled up 3 times so quickly." She's happy, but she can't help but feel like she's just leeching off his strength. But Ikoma quickly corrects her. "We are partners," he says with a smile. "So it's important that you level up too." The word echoes in her mind. Partners. A small, happy smile spreads across her face. This feels new. It was never like this with her old party. She realizes she's leveled up again. Her eyes shine with newfound motivation. With a bright, genuine laugh, she declares, "I'll try to be more useful in the next battle." Ikoma gives her a gentle smile. "Just do your best within your limits." He's still a bit worried about her confidence, but he's glad she has the motivation to grow. He feels a sense of satisfaction. It looks like his battle sense hasn't dulled one bit. He feels a surge of confidence. He can do this. Beat the portal boss and get that rare item. But the stakes are higher than just a new weapon. He remembers the man who got that weapon in his past life and became a criminal. After gaining its power, he became one of the worst portal criminals the world had ever seen. And in another part of the dungeon, we see him, a man with sharp red hair and a cruel smile, Zaibe Kaioru. He sneers, "If we get our hands on that weapon, we'll change the course of history." Back with Ikoma, he looks over at Satsuki, determined. He knows they can stop that guy from gaining power. The day the criminal conquered this place in his past is still far off. It's only the second day the portal has been open. They still have time. The scene snaps back to Zaibe, now engaged in combat. But his opponent isn't a monster. It's another adventurer. Zaibe toys with him, effortlessly dodging an attack with a sadistic grin. Then, in a flash, he uses a skill, parry thrust, and drives his dagger deep into the adventurer's chest. Blood splatters everywhere as the life drains from the man's eyes. Zaibe stands over the fallen body, wiping his blade. "You have to look at your opponents more carefully," he says with a chilling lack of remorse. A system notification appears. His eyes flash. "Oh, looks like I leveled up," he scoffs, an evil grin spreading across his face. "You gave me experience even though you're just a small fry?" He laughs maniacally. "Humans are much easier to hunt than monsters." His level ticks up from 36 to 37. The true threat of the Crazy Dream Theater has just been revealed. Inside the Crazy Dream Theater, the fight rages on. Ikoma shouts, "Double gravity," unleashing a powerful blast of purple energy that crushes a monster. From the back line, Satsuki watches in awe. Even though she's just shooting magic from a distance, the intensity of their battles is exhilarating. Their levels are shooting up, with Satsuki now at 22 and Ikoma at 27. Despite their success, Satsuki feels a little guilty. She apologizes, feeling like she's just leeching off him since he could probably handle these monsters on his own. Ikoma casually brushes it off. He tells her monsters at this level aren't a big deal once you know their attack patterns. He looks over at her, reminding her for what feels like the 100th time. Shaman is a strong class, you know. Satsuki quietly agrees, but admits she still doesn't really feel it. She changes the subject, voicing a practical concern. Shouldn't we go back soon? She asks, noting that their mana is getting low. Ikoma checks his own status. His MP has dropped to 16. He agrees. He explains that he's reliant on his gravity manipulation skill, and it burns through his mana fast. Satsuki recites the standard guild rule, retreat once you're at half MP. It's the safe, sensible thing to do. Ikoma nods. You're right. But then a sly grin spreads across his face. I guess it's time to do that. Satsuki looks confused. What do you mean by that? As if on cue, another monster appears. A creepy level 24 clown goblin, its grin stretched wide. Ikoma's eyes narrow with focus. Okay, everything's ready. Instead of attacking, Ikoma swoops in and grabs the goblin in a tight headlock. The goblin struggles, letting out panicked squeals as Ikoma shouts, "Please use mana drain!" Satsuki is startled by the unorthodox tactic, but she understands immediately. The strategy is brilliant. If they can safely restrain a monster, they can use her mana drain skill on it, over and over. They would basically have an infinite supply of mana, and the second part of her skill lets her transfer that stolen MP to an ally. Ikoma grunts, holding the struggling goblin. He understands her hesitation, but asks if she can do something about the view. Satsuki, a bit grossed out, gets ready. Satsuki focuses, unleashing her power. Mana drain. Dark blue tendrils of energy wrap around her as she pulls the MP from the captured goblin. A few moments later, Ikoma lets the dazed goblin go. Satsuki looks on, feeling a little bad for the creature. She mutters that she doesn't really want to do that again. The clown goblin collapses to the floor, completely drained and unconscious. Satsuki turns to Ikoma, her face bright red with embarrassment. "Then I'll start transferring MP now." Ikoma looks away, feeling a bit awkward himself. "Don't be so embarrassed. You're making me feel awkward." Satsuki lets out a quick, "Yes." She nervously places a hand on his shoulder, and a gentle blue aura flows from her into him. Ikoma checks his status again. "Okay, my MP went up from 16 to 25. Satsuki points out that it doesn't seem very efficient, since they only got 9 MP from it. Ikoma grins mischievously. "Okay, let's get 6 more goblins to leech." Satsuki is horrified. "We're doing this 6 more times?" she shrieks. Ikoma just tells her it's perfect for leveling up, before dashing off to execute his plan. After a montage of goblin leeching, they've both fully recovered their mana and leveled up again. Satsuki is now level 24, and Ikoma has hit 28. A genuine smile lights up Satsuki's face. She realizes he's right. They can keep exploring the portal without any worry. She knows that normally, taking this much time to recover would be dangerous, leaving them open to attack. But Ikoma just smiles confidently. With monsters at this level, he doesn't think he'd lose even if he fought 100 of them. Satsuki is still buzzing with excitement, amazed that they've leveled up so much in just one day. With a bright, happy smile, she says it's completely different from any portal exploration she's ever done. She recalls the guild's advice: if you encounter a monster that's a higher level, you should run away. Ikoma listens, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Well," he explains, "the guild has to teach that. It's the safest advice for the average adventurer. However, he continues, his voice taking on a serious tone, if you don't use your knowledge to challenge monsters with higher levels, you'll never level up. This is the reality for those who want to reach the top. After a full day of grinding, they've gone deep into the portal and now stand before a massive, ornate doorway. Ikoma stops, his voice low and serious. We're here. He pushes the heavy door open, revealing the darkness beyond. He tells her that behind this door lies the portal boss. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He's sure no one would expect this portal to be conquered in just 2 days. Satsuki whispers the words in awe. Portal boss. She grips her staff tightly, a mix of fear and excitement on her face. It's my first time seeing one. Ikoma looks at her, his expression softening. Are you worried? He offers her an out. We can go back for today if you want. But Satsuki immediately shakes her head, shouting, No! A memory of her old party leader's angry face flashes in her mind. She realizes one of the reasons she was always being yelled at was because of her own scared nature. That's why, she begins, her voice trembling but firm. I want to change. She looks up at Ikoma, her eyes shining with newfound resolve. If you say you need my power, then I'll do my best, she declares, standing her ground. Ikoma watches her, a look of genuine pride on his face. He gives her an encouraging pat on the back. Okay. He cracks his knuckles, a wide, determined grin on his face. Then let's go hunt that boss. Satsuki hesitates for a moment. But the strategy to beat it, she asks, does it really have to be that? Ikoma just smiles. I told you from the start, right? The shaman class has good compatibility with this dungeon. They step into the boss room, the heavy doors closing behind them. A sudden noise makes Satsuki jump, but Ikoma is already focused on the threat ahead. Looming over them is a monstrous figure. A gigantic, bloated clown with a horrifying, stitched-on smile. The portal boss of the Crazy Dream Theater, the level 35 Mad Clown. Satsuki stares up at the terrifying creature. This is a portal boss. Ikoma's gaze is fixed on the enemy, his expression one of pure determination. If I beat this guy, he thinks, I'll get that unique item I had my eyes on in my previous life. The weapon that started it all. Okay, let's do it as planned, Satsuki, he shouts. Satsuki, now full of courage, answers with a firm yes. But as they prepare to fight, down the hall, hiding just out of sight, Zaibei Kaoru listens from behind the door. A wicked, knowing smile spreads across his face. He's found his prey. The Mad Clown, the hulking boss of the Crazy Dream Theater, lets out a shrill, maniacal laugh as it reaches for Ikoma and Satsuki. The final battle has begun. Ikoma and Satsuki stand ready. There's no fear in their eyes now, only focus. Ikoma takes the lead, immediately dashing forward to draw the boss's attention. He needs to keep the boss focused on him, so Satsuki has a safe distance to work her magic. The clown is level 35 with high health and regeneration. This isn't a fight they can win with brute force. A grin spreads across Ikoma's face. This is a battle of wits, not power. I might have to play a little unfair, he thinks. The Mad Clown swipes at him with a giant hand. Ikoma dodges with ease, the attack missing by inches. He activates Gravity Moiety, creating multiple after-images to confuse the boss, forcing it to waste its energy. From the back, Satsuki unleashes her power, casting Mana Drain on the colossal boss. Dark blue energy wraps around the clown. It lets out a weak, confused cackle, feeling its power being sapped away. But the drain is too slow, and the boss turns its attention towards her. Run away for now, Satsuki! Ikoma shouts. He's going to use Agate. Satsuki quickly retreats. The Mad Clown cackles, a magic circle appearing beneath it as it unleashes its signature attack. A powerful beam of light Ikoma knows is incredibly dangerous. Satsuki runs, her back to the impending blast. As she runs, she unleashes a torrent of fire, a parting shot to keep the boss distracted. "Don't forget about me, you clown!" she yells, a newfound fire in her voice. The clown turns, and Ikoma is already there, his sword a blur as he strikes. The clown laughs, dodging the attack and unleashing a barrage of fireballs in every direction. Ikoma is forced back, the sheer speed and number of projectiles overwhelming him. From a safe distance, Satsuki watches in horror. The fireballs are terrifyingly fast. Ikoma realizes they need to back up for now. He uses his gravity powers to create a shield, deflecting the fiery onslaught. The clown continues to laugh, enjoying the chaos as it bombards them relentlessly. The boss room is filled with explosions and searing heat. A massive, grinning face appears on the clown's stomach, preparing another devastating attack. Ikoma grinds his teeth. The clown is just using its most powerful skill over and over, trying to wear them down. Satsuki cries out his name in worry, seeing him on the defensive. But Ikoma sees his opening. With a powerful shout, he unleashes inverse gravity. The fireballs are suddenly pulled upward, exploding harmlessly against the ceiling. The clown stops, confused, its attack completely neutralized. But Ikoma is already moving, his gravity-enhanced speed carrying him right behind the stunned boss. "Too bad for you." "I'm over here," he taunts. A red glint flashes in the mad clown's eye. It realizes it's been tricked. Ikoma lands, a satisfied look on his face. It was close, but the plan worked perfectly. Satsuki looks confused. "Am I not going to attack?" Ikoma explains the strategy. He knew from his past life that this boss has fast magic attacks. If you approach it slowly, you get burned to ashes. But if you attack from afar, it just spams its powerful skills, and that is its greatest weakness. Satsuki finally understands. With a determined cry, she once again unleashes Mana Drain. The clown lets out a pained screech as its energy is forcefully siphoned away. Satsuki pushes herself to the limit, thinking that it should be almost time. She pulls out a spellbook, preparing for the next phase. The clown tries to cast another spell, but only a weak puff of smoke comes out. It looks down at its hands, bewildered. From his vantage point, Ikoma smirks. The plan is a success. It's out of mana. Blasting off fireballs repeatedly requires a lot of MP. The mad clown is completely reliant on its skills. Without mana, it's just a big, slow target. The clown stumbles forward, trying a clumsy physical attack. Satsuki easily dodges. Now it's Ikoma's turn. He charges forward, his body glowing with purple energy. He unleashes his ultimate skill once more. "Meteor Slash," he tells the helpless boss. "You're slow when you can't use your movement skills." With his sword pointed at the defenseless clown, he says coolly, "Don't think you can run now." As he prepares his attack, Satsuki provides support, casting Shadow Ball to further hinder the boss. The spell hits its mark, causing the boss to flinch. This gives Ikoma the perfect opening. The mad clown staggers, completely vulnerable. Ikoma unleashes a final, devastating double-gravity attack, his power surging as he goes for the kill. His sword becomes a reflection of the clown's impending doom. With one final powerful slash, the portal boss is defeated. A flood of notifications appears. Ikoma has gained over 1,000 EXP, leveling up from 27 to 30 in one go. "Good, not bad," he says, satisfied. Satsuki cheers, her face beaming with pure joy. "We really beat the portal boss." "Now what?" she asks. Ikoma explains that the portal will start closing soon, so they need to leave. Satsuki panics, but Ikoma reassures her that it takes at least half a day to close. Satsuki is relieved, admitting she didn't know that. This is all new to her. As they talk, the defeated clown's body begins to glow and dissolve into light. "Ikoma-san, that's..." Satsuki points, her eyes wide. Ikoma looks on, a look of triumph on his face. "So it has finally appeared." A magnificent golden sword materializes from the light. A true boss trump, the crown blade. Ikoma takes the sword, its power palpable. He explains that it probably has the highest compatibility with his gravity user class. This isn't just a strong weapon, it's a balance breaker. The game has officially changed. In the quiet aftermath of the boss fight, Satsuki gestures toward the gleaming sword in Ikoma's hand. The mission was a success. This was the weapon he'd come all this way for. The system identifies it, the Crown Blade, a C-rank sword that speeds up skill deployment and, more importantly, drastically reduces MP consumption. For a C-rank drop, it's an incredible find. Still, Satsuki admits it doesn't look all that powerful on the surface. But Ikoma knows better. This sword is in a league of its own. He explains that its rank and raw attack power are just bonuses. The real strength lies in its unique effects. This weapon elevates every single skill he possesses. It's not just a good sword, it's a completely broken item, a true balance breaker. For a gravity user like him, who relies on chaining skills together, it's a game changer. It solves his biggest problem, running out of mana. With this blade, his greatest weakness is covered. The true value of the weapon finally dawns on Satsuki, her eyes wide with awe. Ikoma's mind flashes back to his previous life. He remembers the man who first wielded this sword, Zaibi Kaioru, an infamous adventurer killer who used its power to climb all the way to A rank. By taking this sword, Ikoma hasn't just powered himself up, he's prevented a monster from being born. 2 birds, 1 stone. Satsuki watches him, the pieces clicking into place. A weapon specifically designed to cover the weaknesses of a gravity user. A sudden, terrifying thought strikes her. Her voice trembles with panic. If the sword covers his weakness, then does that mean he doesn't need her anymore? The fear of being left behind, of becoming useless again, washes over her. Ikoma turns to her, his expression softening. He assures her that he still wants to party with her. Even with the sword, his mana drains quickly. A wave of relief washes over Satsuki's face. "I'm glad," she whispers. She then glares at the sword with a new intensity, a competitive fire burning in her eyes, leaving Ikoma a little bewildered by her sudden shift in mood. In her mind, a new rivalry has just begun. She won't lose to a sword. With the mood lightened, Ikoma turns his attention to the skill points he earned from leveling up. He knows he can't be a jack-of-all-trades if he wants to reach the top. He needs to specialize, to focus everything on the unique skills of the gravity user. He carefully considers his options, his mind already set on the next upgrade. He makes his choice, investing his points. He levels up both his gravity magic and gravity manipulation skills. But then, a new notification appears. He's unlocked something new, a powerful new offensive skill, Super Gravity Orb. Until now, he'd been almost entirely reliant on gravity manipulation for his attacks, but with the Crown Blade making magic easier to cast, this new orb will be a powerful addition to his arsenal. He can't wait to try it out. As Satsuki watches him, she thinks to herself that these are the moments she enjoys the most. But their peace is shattered by a condescending voice from the shadows. Ikoma looks up, his face hardening. He was too late. Leaning against a pillar is a man with spiky red hair and a cruel smile. "So you already conquered it," he says, his slow, mocking clap echoing in the chamber. His red eyes glint with malice as he grins. "You sure are strong." Ikoma's mind races. The timing is too perfect to be a coincidence. He must have used a concealment skill, hiding his presence while they fought. The strategy is scummy but common. Let another team weaken themselves fighting the boss, then swoop in to steal the reward. This kind of predatory behavior was all too familiar, even in his past life. But as Ikoma stares at the man, a cold dread washes over him. He recognizes that face. Zabe Kayaru, the original owner of the Crown Blade, the adventurer killer. But why is he here now? In his memory, it took far longer for anyone to clear this portal. Was this really just a coincidence? A memory flashes in his mind, confirming his worst fears. No, it was never a coincidence. This was Zaibe's signature move. He would always wait for a party to exhaust themselves, then attack when they were at their weakest. Satsuki senses his tension, but Ikoma just tells her it's nothing. Zaibe's greedy eyes are locked on the crown blade. "That's a strange weapon," he says, his voice dripping with avarice. "Is it the boss drop?" He puts on a friendly act. "Can I see it for a second?" Ikoma forces a smile, playing along. "Yeah, sure." Zabe smirks to himself. What an idiot. So naive. His plan is simple: kill the guy in a single, unguarded strike, and then he'll take his time having some real fun with the girl. He licks his lips, his sadistic intentions clear. But just as he's about to lunge, Ikoma's voice cuts through the silence, cold and sharp. "Hey, you should pay attention to what's under your feet." Zaibe unleashes his attack, parry, thrust. But Ikoma is already gone. He dodges with impossible speed, leaving Zaibe's dagger to pierce empty air. Zaibe can only let out a grunt of surprise. Ikoma is already behind him, the crown blade poised to strike. A purple shockwave erupts as their skills collide, throwing Zaibe back. He can't believe he missed his surprise attack. This kid is fast. Satsuki watches in shock. From that single clash, she can feel it. This man's level is far higher than theirs. Zaibe recovers, a confused look on his face. "That's strange." He drops the friendly facade, his eyes narrowing. How did you know?" He was sure this portal was filled with nothing but small fry. "But it looks like you're not half bad yourself," he says, a flicker of genuine interest in his voice. Satsuki cries out, "Ikoma, what's going on? This guy is an adventurer killer," Ikoma warns her. "An assassin, specializing in surprise attacks and speed." Zaibe looks impressed. "Oh, you even know that much? Well, if you already know my goal, this should be simple." He points his dagger at the crown blade. "Hand over that weapon." "If you do," he offers with a hollow smile, "I'll let you live." Zaibe chuckles quietly. That's the best part about killing inside a portal. No evidence, no witnesses. Ikoma grips his sword, his expression grim. "He knows the truth. You have no intention of letting us go back alive." Zaibe's cruel smile doesn't falter. He just lets out a low, chilling laugh. "Very nice. You're smart, and you've got guts," he says, his voice dripping with sadistic glee. "That just makes me want to see you vomiting blood and shame as you die." The real fight begins now. Ikoma's eyes narrow, his victory soured by the man standing before him. Zaibe Kaoru, the adventurer killer from his past life and the original owner of the crown blade. The one man he was trying to stop is standing right in front of him. A cold realization hits Ikoma. He should have expected this. A unique item like the crown blade would always attract predators. Zaibe was just lurking in the shadows, waiting for someone else to do all the hard work. A single drop of sweat traces a path down Ikoma's face. Everything he knows from his past life is screaming that this is an impossible fight. Zaibe's level is far, far higher than his. Seeing his tension, Satsuki steps forward, her voice filled with worry. But Ikoma's command is sharp and absolute, cutting her off before she can even speak his name. "Don't move." His gaze remains locked on the enemy. He knows exactly what an assassin is capable of. They live for speed, for that single, fatal blow from the shadows that ends a fight before it even begins. For a support class like Satsuki, getting close would be suicide. The image of her falling flashes through his mind, and he repeats the command, his voice firm. "No matter what, stay back. I'll handle him." Ikoma assesses the situation. Zaibe is a nightmare opponent for him, but having Satsuki join the fight is not an option. Her shaman class is a hard counter for an assassin, and more importantly, this man is a monster. Zaibe's wicked grin is pure evil, and Ikoma refuses to let Satsuki be exposed to it. This fight is his and his alone. With his mind made up, Ikoma lunges. Activating gravity moiety, he closes the distance in an instant, his crown blade clashing against Zaibi's dagger. The assassin blocks it easily, an arrogant smile playing on his lips. "Ooh, not bad," he muses. Then the mind games start. Zaibi leans in, his voice a low, mocking whisper. He can tell Ikoma has never truly killed a person before, and he plans to use that hesitation against him. That flicker of doubt, that moment of mercy, that's when Zaibi will strike. Ikoma just grits his teeth, refusing to take the bait. He increases the pressure, channeling his gravity magic. The heavy purple aura forces Zaibi back, who cries out in surprise. The force is immense, but he's more shocked that the kid's sword isn't breaking under the strain. From the sidelines, Satsuki watches in disbelief. Even though Zaibi is a higher level, Ikoma is actually pushing him back. Her eyes are wide, a mixture of awe and terror swirling within them. She realizes in this moment that Ikoma isn't just a brilliant strategist who uses his head. With the crown blade in hand, radiating a powerful confidence, he is also unbelievably strong. A small wave of relief washes over Ikoma. He's glad this confrontation happened after he got his hands on this sword. The blade's unique ability lets him switch between skills in a flash, holding off Zaibi's relentless assault. And the reduced mana cost is the only reason he's still standing. Without this weapon, the fight would have been over before it started. Zaibi's patience finally snaps. The playful smirk vanishes, replaced by pure irritation. "That's enough," he snarls. "Playtime is over." He bursts forward, his face twisted with rage. "Poison needle!" A flurry of dark projectiles shoots toward Ikoma. But Ikoma is ready. With precise, economical movements, he deflects every single needle, a series of sharp pings echoing in the chamber. Zaibi stares, dumbfounded. What? Impossible. To block a skill like that on the first try, it shouldn't be possible. But Ikoma just glares back, his focus absolute. Frustration boils inside Zaibi. He feels like he's just running in circles. "Don't get carried away," he roars, lunging forward once more. But Ikoma reads the attack perfectly. It's parry thrust. He deflects the blow, and in that split second of vulnerability, he slams a fist empowered by double gravity straight into Zaibi's side. Zaibi grunts in pain, staggering back. Ikoma coolly analyzes the technique, a flurry of fast attacks aimed at weak spots. This bastard, Zaibi thinks, his mind reeling. Just what is he? Ikoma speaks, his voice calm and steady. He explains that while the skill is powerful, it makes Zaibi's movements simple and predictable. It's a trump card you can't use on the same person twice. As Zaibi reels from the counter, Satsuki sees her opening. From the sidelines, she unleashes her own spell. Shadow Ball. A blast of dark energy slams into Zaibi, throwing him off balance. The distraction is all Ikoma needs. He moves in a flash, driving his sword straight toward Zaibi's face. A raw scream of agony tears through the air. It hurts! Blood erupts as Zaibi stumbles back, clutching his face. "You stabbed my eye!" They stand apart, the air thick with pain and fury. Blood streams through the fingers clamped over Zaibi's ruined eye. Ikoma takes a steadying breath. He understands Zaibi's skills now. His inexperience with killing won't hold him back. The only problem is his mana. A status window confirms his fears. He's running on empty after the boss fight. There's a time limit now. He has to end this, and fast. Zaibi pushes forward, grinding his teeth through the pain. He feels like he's being toyed with, and he's furious. His mind is screaming, "Why? Why am I the one being pushed back?" He stares at Ikoma, his bloodied face a mask of rage and confusion. He knows that the longer this drags on, the more his moves will be read. How can this kid be so strong? It makes no sense. He watches as Ikoma seems to blur, repositioning with impossible speed. And then he realizes with a jolt of panic, the sword is in his blind spot. Ikoma uses Shadow Step, darting to Zaibi's flank. Zaibi barely blocks the attack, swinging his own glowing blade in a desperate parry. He pants, trying to understand what's going wrong. He should have the advantage. Is he rushing things? And then, as he analyzes the fight, a slow, cruel smile spreads across his blood-stained face. He understands. Ikoma feels the air shift. He's breathing hard, sweat stinging his eyes. The long boss fight took too much out of him. Zaibi's voice is a low, confident growl. "You're definitely powerful." He glances between Ikoma and Satsuki. "If you manage to survive this, I'm sure you'd be a hero one day." However, his foot slams down, his one good eye glinting with a terrible realization. "Right now!" He throws his head back and laughs, a wild, unhinged sound filling the chamber. "You'll never get that chance. It was just your bad luck running into me here." He knows Ikoma is exhausted. The tables have turned. Zaibi's insane laughter echoes through the chamber. He knows Ikoma is on his last legs. Satsuki, seeing the tide turn, unleashes a shadow ball from the backline to help. But her attack hits nothing but air. Zaibi vanishes in a blur, activating Shadow Step to instantly close the distance. He reappears right beside Ikoma, his dagger flashing. Satsuki can only watch in horror. Her attack was completely useless. A crushing thought settles over her. Against an opponent this fast, she might as well be invisible. All she can do is watch the whirlwind of steel and magic, feeling utterly powerless. From her perspective, the fight has completely flipped. Just moments ago, Ikoma was in control. She doesn't understand. When did the tables turn? Zaibi is having the time of his life, his face split in a bloody, ecstatic grin. Kill or be killed, this is the raw beauty of a real fight. "Let's have some more fun," he taunts, his voice manic as their blades clash. Ikoma twists, narrowly dodging another wild swing. Sweat drips from his brow. He's being pushed back, his energy draining with every move. Zaibi sidesteps a thrust from the crown blade with ease. "Oops, you missed," he sneers. He follows the taunt with a brutal kick to Ikoma's side, sending him stumbling. Another kick sends Ikoma sliding across the stone floor. Zaibi looms over him, his confidence swelling. "You really can't do anything, can you?" But Ikoma is still thinking, analyzing. He knows Zaibi has figured it out. He knows Ikoma is burning through his remaining mana just to stay alive. Zaibi's triumphant laughter confirms it. The assassin's eyes glow. He can see it clearly now. The purple light of Ikoma's skill is starting to flicker and fade. It clicks in his mind. It's a body enhancement skill, one with a time limit. And once that skill runs out of fuel, it's over. He leans in, his voice a low whisper. "You're almost at your limit, aren't you?" "I know you are." Ikoma braces himself, but the purple glow around his sword sputters, growing weaker by the second. And then it vanishes. A cold sweat breaks out across Ikoma's face. He's completely out of MP. With no other options, Ikoma pushes off the ground, launching himself high into the air. Zaibi watches, confused by the pointless jump. He can't reach him, but what's the plan? This was Ikoma's last resort. While airborne, he uses the last dregs of his power, increasing the gravity on his own body tenfold. His eyes gleam with fierce determination. He is putting everything he has left into this one final strike. As he plummets towards the ground, he roars out the name of his ultimate attack, Meteor Slash. The attack slams into the ground, creating a massive explosion of purple energy. Zaibi struggles against the immense force, shocked by its raw power. He grits his teeth, his body trembling as he holds his ground. With a final roar, he withstands the blast. He survived. Ikoma lands, completely spent. His status window is grim, MP 0. He has nothing left. Satsuki watches, her voice a mix of awe and concern. Ikoma. A brilliant, relieved smile spreads across her face. You won! But Ikoma can only look down, his expression bleak. Sorry. He turns to her, his voice strained. I messed up, Satsuki. Her smile vanishes as she sees Zaibe battered and bruised but still standing. A slow, bloody grin spreads across the assassin's face. Finally. Looks like your tank is empty. Ikoma's voice is urgent, desperate. Run away, he tells Satsuki, not daring to look at her. He grits his teeth, forcing the words out. Right now. He tries to reassure her, telling her Zaibe is too wounded to chase her. This is her only chance. Zaibe chuckles with twisted admiration. Wow, you sure are something. He mocks Ikoma's sacrifice, protecting the girl even after a grueling boss fight. Satsuki flinches at his words. Even while pulling around a hindrance, Zaibe continues, you still managed to fight me to a standstill. Man, I'm impressed, he says, looking down at the defeated Ikoma. His tone turns serious. Tell me your name, Ikoma. I want to remember the man who gave me such a good fight. But Satsuki isn't listening. That one word echoes in her mind, sending her spiraling. Hindrance. She trembles, taking a step back. I'm a hindrance, after all. The memory of her old party leader floods back, the shame and worthlessness washing over her. Tears well in her eyes. But another thought cuts through the despair. No, Ikoma would never lose to a man like this. A new light begins to glow around her. Please, she whispers. She remembers Ikoma's desperate plea when he recruited her, the look in his eyes when he said he needed her power. In that moment, something inside her snaps. Fear is burned away by a fierce resolve. Her expression hardens, her eyes shining with determination. Ikoma, still on the ground, spits back at Zaibe. I don't need to tell my name to someone like you. Zaibe just smiles. That's rude. You know, you're the first person I've ever respected. He raises his dagger for the final blow, lunging forward. I'll do you a favor and remember your face, Ikoma. But another shadow ball slams into him. He swats it aside, annoyed. Pointless. He feels another sharp pain in his side and turns to see Satsuki, no longer cowering, but standing firm. She had attacked him from his blind spot. Ikoma is shocked. Satsuki, what are you doing? She's running toward him, not away from the danger. She kneels beside him, her face filled with a resolve he's never seen. I told you to run, he says, his voice weak. Satsuki looks him dead in the eye, her voice unwavering. I won't run. A brilliant blue aura explodes around her, because the one who told me that even I can be useful was you. She places her hand on his back, her voice ringing with power. Mana drain, MP transfer. A torrent of pure mana flows from her into Ikoma. Zaibe is furious. What a pain. I'll kill you first. He lunges at Satsuki, unleashing his death thrust skill. Satsuki doesn't flinch. She just watches him come. Her eyes are cold, resolute. The fear is gone. A flash of purple light intercepts the attack. Ikoma is on his feet, his blade once again glowing with power. Thanks, Satsuki, he says, his voice low and firm. You saved me. The three of them stand in a tense standoff. Ikoma is back in the game, fully powered and ready to fight. Zaibe stares in disbelief at the light radiating from Ikoma's sword. The light of his skill. He regained his MP. That's cowardly, he stammers. Ikoma simply looks at him, Satsuki now standing confidently by his side. They face him down together, a united front. We were always fighting together. Zaibe glares back, his situation now hopeless. He is wounded and dying, while Ikoma is at full strength. Ikoma's gaze is like steel. Let's see who comes out on top, Zaibe Kaoru. Zaibe can only curse, his voice cracking with desperation. The battle reignites, but this time it's a slaughter. Ikoma's movements are faster, more powerful than before. A kick sends Zybe flying, and a clean strike slices across his body. But he's not done yet. Not yet, he growls, pushing himself up. With his remaining strength, he activates a final, desperate skill: Double Knife. Satsuki watches the ominous red light of his magic circle, her hand clenched nervously. All she can do is stand and watch as he prepares his final attack. But Ikoma is unimpressed. He raises a hand, a vortex of purple energy gathering around it. Gravity magic, Gurante. He channels the magic into his sword. That magic of yours is too slow. He looks down on Zybe with cold pity. The old, you could have used that much faster. With this blade. Zybe's eyes widen in terror as the attack comes. I won't make it! A final, devastating slash of gravity magic rips through him, and his world goes dark. With a final, crushing blow, Ikoma's gravity magic slams down. The fight is over. As his consciousness fades, Zybe can only feel disbelief. To be defeated by someone with a lower level, his pride is shattered in his final moments of awareness. Ikoma stands over the killer, the purple glow of his magic slowly fading. There's no triumph in his eyes, only cold calculation. He knows the reality of this world. The laws for what happens inside portals were never properly developed. Even the Demon Defense Agency, the official authority, implicitly understands this. Portals are a gray zone, where anything can happen. The agency itself is a symbol of a government struggling to keep up with a world forever changed by monsters. As a result, deaths inside portals are rarely investigated. But this time is different. He has Satsuki as a witness. Ikoma makes his decision. He'll keep Zybe alive and hand him over to the authorities. He won't be the executioner. He turns to Satsuki. Call the people from the Demon Defense Agency outside the portal. Startled, she quickly agrees. It's safe now. Once a portal's boss is defeated, all other monsters disappear. Satsuki runs off, determined to follow his orders. Ikoma turns back to the unconscious Zybe, his expression unreadable. Zybe had completely underestimated him, thinking he was just some kid to toy with. But as the fight went on, he realized the truth. Ikoma's flawless technique, the look in his eyes. It was as if he had decades more experience. Zybe's last conscious thought echoes in the silence. Just who is this guy? Sometime later, Ikoma and Satsuki sit in a quiet cafe, a moment of peace after the chaos. The news is already out. An article on Ikoma's phone shows a bandaged, handcuffed Zybe. The headline reads, "Serial Adventurer, Killer Captured." Ikoma lets out a quiet sigh of relief. "We managed to catch him safely," Satsuki smiles. "I thought we'd be questioned a lot more than we were." Ikoma explains that crimes inside portals are a sensitive topic. Unless the culprit is undeniably guilty, the agency usually drops investigations to avoid complications. His gaze grows distant as he reflects on how much the country has changed. On one hand, street crime has decreased as the government became more authoritarian. But on the other, these changes pushed many people into poverty, creating a desperate population willing to do anything to survive inside the lawless portals. Satsuki nods, processing the grim reality. "I knew portals were a lawless zone, but I never expected to run into a serial killer." Ikoma looks at her, his expression serious. "Are you scared? This kind of thing will be common if you continue as an adventurer." His golden eyes are intense. He's not trying to frighten her. He's telling her the simple truth of their world. He gives her an out, reminding her there are other ways to make a living. Satsuki's hands tighten around her cup. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared." But then a warm memory fills her mind, the memory of rushing to Ikoma's side, pouring her own mana into him when he had nothing left, and his grateful words, "You saved me." She looks at him, a small smile on her face. "At that moment, I felt like I truly became your partner." I was happy. Her eyes shine with newfound determination. I'm sure things will get tougher, but next to you, I want to try my best. Ikoma is taken aback for a moment, surprised by her heartfelt words. Then a small, genuine smile forms on his face. If that's the case, let's keep getting along. He extends his hand across the table, offering a formal acknowledgement of their partnership. Satsuki's face lights up with a brilliant, joyous laugh. Yes! They shake hands, sealing their bond. For the first time, they are truly equals. Satsuki finishes her drink with a happy sigh. Ikoma watches her, thinking to himself that she is definitely a good person. Flustered and happy, Satsuki starts rambling about how she's bad at getting to the point. Ikoma reflects that he's the same way, rarely acting for someone else's sake. He remembers his old hang-ups, but now he thinks that maybe, with her by his side, a memory from his past life flashes in his mind, a time when he was more open. Maybe with her, he can mature a bit. Satsuki finishes her thought with a bright, earnest smile. If I'm not a bother, I'd be happy to keep working with you. Ikoma can't help but smile back. I see, his internal monologue finishes. She's a good person, but a bit talkative. Satsuki is practically beaming, completely oblivious. Ikoma notes to himself how bright she is when she's in a good mood. Suddenly, their quiet moment is disturbed by whispers from a nearby table. Hey, isn't that them? The two from the rumors. The ones who cleared the portal in a day and caught a serial killer. Satsuki notices the stares. It's getting busy in here, Ikoma sighs. So much for staying anonymous. Just then, a familiar, arrogant voice cuts in. You guys have become quite the talk of the guild. It's Utsunomiya, leader of the Thunder Knights. He shoves his phone in their faces. They didn't reveal your names, but videos of you are everywhere. People are piecing it all together. He grins, his arrogance flaring up. I knew you had the potential to be a star, Ikoma. Before he can launch into another recruitment pitch, a new voice cuts him off. So this is where you were. A woman with long blonde hair shoves him aside. It's Aoi, Satsuki's former party leader. She ignores everyone else, her eyes locked on Satsuki. I've been looking for you. She takes Satsuki's hands, her voice dripping with false sincerity. I'm so sorry. I was too rough with my words before. She looks at Satsuki with wide, pleading eyes. I've rethought my decision. I need you. We're friends. We can't just split up like this. Satsuki can only whisper her name. Aoi smiles, thinking she's won. So, let's go conquer some dungeons together. Her smile turns sharp. You've leveled up quite a bit, haven't you? But Satsuki's expression is cold. She sees right through the act. Aoi turns to Ikoma, but Satsuki has already made her decision. She stands up, turning her back on her former leader. It's gotten noisy. Let's go, Ikoma. Ikoma simply replies, okay. Aoi and Utsunomiya can only watch in shock as Satsuki walks away without a second glance. Wait, Satsuki, Aoi calls out, but it's too late. The scene shifts to the city streets outside. Ikoma and Satsuki walk side by side, leaving their past behind them. Ikoma glances at her. Wasn't she your friend? Are you okay? Satsuki's gaze is hard as ice. If you look closely, she's just a stranger. The timid girl is gone, replaced by someone with unshakable resolve. Ikoma allows himself a small, proud smile. As they get in a car, Satsuki comments on how fast videos of them are spreading. Ikoma explains that some people make a living filming inside portals, streamers, guide makers, and more. They're not my favorite people, Ikoma admits, but they make good money. Satsuki gets flustered, realizing she follows some of them. Should I unsubscribe? Ikoma just shrugs. That's up to you. Elsewhere, in a dark, cave-like room, someone is watching a screen. A young woman with long blonde hair laughs maniacally. 1 million views this month again. She pumps a fist in the air, basking in her fans' praise. You're the best, Hoshinan! But then, her expression sours as she sees the video of Ikoma's fight. The mysterious new adventurer who caught a serial killer? Its view count has already surpassed hers. A subordinate tries to explain, but she's not having it. She glares at the screen, her pride wounded. How displeasing. She pouts, annoyed and jealous. A new rival has just entered the picture, the portal streamer, Fujiwara Hoshinan. Back in the cafe, their past acquaintances now gone, Ikoma's focus has already shifted to their next move. Satsuki senses his serious mood. "Is this about my weapon?" she asks cautiously. Ikoma's answer is simple and direct. Yeah. He explains that to make up for the weaknesses of her class, she needs a high-quality staff. Their next goal is to raid a portal where they can earn enough money to buy one. Satsuki looks down, flustered. "You're going this far just for me. I'm kind of sorry." But Ikoma cuts her off. "No need. It's good for me if my comrade has good equipment." That one word, comrade, makes Satsuki's breath catch in her throat. Her eyes light up, sparkling with pure joy. "Comrade," she whispers, completely smitten. Startled by her intense reaction, Ikoma confirms it. "Why, yeah, we're comrades." He watches her giddy reaction, a worried thought crossing his mind. She's so pure, he hopes she doesn't get attached to the wrong kind of person in the future. Shaking off the thought, he gets back to business. "I've already found a portal that can make us the money we need." He pulls out his tablet. The screen shows an image of a tomb guarded by imposing statues, the grave of the old king. He explains that it's a newly discovered portal, and his intel says its item drop rate is unusually high. That's because it's a special, rare portal. This is a secret only he knows, information he gained from his past life after spending years poring over every portal record he could find. Not only are the item drops worth a fortune, but they also have a chance of finding rare gear directly, like the very staff Satsuki needs. Ikoma's eyes glint with cunning. No one else knows the true value of this place yet. He can slowly and completely strip it clean. Satsuki sees the plotting, almost evil smile on his face and can't help but ask, "Ikoma, what's with that smile?" Soon after, they arrive. The air in the portal is heavy and ancient, the stone corridors lit by an eerie, dim light. A system window confirms their location, the grave of the old king. They venture cautiously down the dusty stone path, deeper into the tomb. Satsuki looks around nervously when a sudden clattering sound echoes through the hall. A skeleton warrior lunges at them, its jaw hanging open in a silent scream. Ikoma is already moving, his crown blade drawn. Gravity, moiety? In a flash of purple light, his blade slices through the skeleton, shattering it to pieces in a single swing. Satsuki watches, amazed. As expected, he's so good at this. But the pile of bones on the floor begins to rattle and reassemble. Ikoma notes that physical attacks aren't very effective against these monsters. He glances back at Satsuki. "Hurry, a magic attack!" she snaps out of her daze. "Got it!" A swirl of blue magic gathers around her. Just as Ikoma dodges the reformed skeleton swing, Satsuki unleashes her spell. Shadow Ball! The orb of dark energy strikes the monster dead on, obliterating it in a blast of force, leaving nothing but dust behind. A notification confirms their victory. Their teamwork is flawless. As the dust settles, Ikoma notices something glittering on the floor where the monster fell. Satsuki picks it up. It's a relic knife of ancient times. A D-class weapon. Ikoma tells her it can probably be sold for around 400,000 yen, and Satsuki's jaw drops. "Is it really worth that much?" she stammers. Ikoma explains that with demand so high, even basic weapons sell for a fortune. Satsuki is still trying to wrap her head around the numbers. "So, she finally asks, how much are we aiming for in this raid?" Ikoma doesn't hesitate. 3 million yen. That's what it will take to get her a truly strong weapon. Satsuki's mind short-circuits. 3 million yen, she shrieks, the number echoing in the tomb. Ikoma remains calm. Rare portals are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We need to capitalize on it. He lays out the full plan. They'll spend the next 3 days exploring this place and hauling out everything of value. Satsuki does the math, her face flushing. 3 days? That means 1 million yen a day? The sheer scale of it all is overwhelming. She feels like she's crossed over into a crazy new world. Just then, Ikoma's head snaps up. He raises a hand, silencing her. I hear a battle on the other side. Let's check it out, he whispers, and they carefully sneak towards the sound. A low groan echoes from around the corner. They see a hulking monster wrapped in ancient bandages, a mummy. Peeking out, they see who's fighting it, a woman in a flashy outfit flanked by 2 armored knights. One of the knights charges, but his blade barely scratches the mummy's tough hide. Hoshinan-sama, you can defeat it quickly, the knight says, but the woman ignores him, turning to her other companion. Manager, is the camera ready? The other figure gives a thumbs up. We're on standby. Quick spell, fire enchantment, Hoshinan declares, and her sword erupts in flames as a red wreck light blinks on. This is all for a show. She leaps into the air, striking a perfect action hero pose for her audience. With a series of flashy, spinning slashes, she engulfs the mummy in fire, then strikes a pose and winks at the camera. Howdy, it's Hoshinan. Today I'll be raiding an undiscovered portal. She struts past her crew, boasting to her viewers. I defeated it with 1 attack. Easier than expected. Ikoma watches with his arms crossed, his face a mask of annoyance. Satsuki, however, is completely starstruck. A portal streamer. That woman, she whispers excitedly. I've seen her videos. She turns to Ikoma, about to share her excitement, but stops short. He's giving her a dead-eyed, unimpressed stare that freezes the words in her throat. She immediately recalls his earlier words about how much he dislikes streamers. A cold sweat of pure panic runs down her face. Hoshinan, reviewing the footage, finally notices them standing on the ledge above. Her manager follows her gaze and nods. Hoshinan whips around, pointing a finger up at them. Hey, you there! She yells, her voice echoing in the chamber. Ikoma just glares down at her. Her face is twisted in annoyance. You're blocking the shot. I put a lot of effort into planning the camera angles. Step aside. You're brave, Ikoma retorts dryly, claiming you beat that monster in a single blow when it was already wounded. Hoshinan scoffs. It's called production. You need charisma to be a portal streamer. She turns to her manager. Is the footage usable? The armored man shakes his head. It'll be tough even with editing. Hoshinan groans in frustration, looking at the ruined screenshots. I guess it's impossible with other people in the shot. She turns her glare back to Ikoma. Hey you, don't call me you, she says, her eyes flashing with indignation. She strikes a dramatic pose, announcing her identity with all the flair of a celebrity. I am Fujiwara Hoshinan, the streamer Hoshinan. Ikoma gives a slight, almost mocking bow. Sorry, I'm Ichinose Ikoma. This is Kisaragi Satsuki. Satsuki gives a tiny, nervous nod beside him. Sorry you can't use the footage, he continues, his tone flat and unapologetic. Hoshinan huffs. Well, it's fine, I'll forgive you. But Ikoma isn't done. Why are you a portal streamer? He asks. She scoffs at the question. Isn't it obvious? She winks, making a money sign with her fingers. It's all about the money, babe. She explains that portals are exciting and sensational, an easy way to farm content and attract ad revenue. It's a way for adventurers to become famous, she says, imagining herself as an idol. But Ikoma cuts through her fantasy with a cold dose of reality. Being an adventurer is more than that. Get rid of your assistants before you start talking so big. Hoshinan is speechless, letting out an indignant, "What?" Ikoma turns his back on her. A portal of this level isn't a place for an idol like you. His eyes narrow, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. Those who come here without any conviction usually end up regretting it. His words hit her like a physical blow, her bravado vanishing in an instant. She clenches her fist, blushing with anger and humiliation. After ruining my video, you're just gonna say whatever you want? Satsuki leans in, whispering nervously, "Ikoma, that's too far." But he doesn't back down. "I'm just giving her genuine advice." Hoshinan stands there, trembling with rage. Her manager tries to calm her down, but she's already muttering to herself like a mantra. "Ignore the haters. Ignore the haters." But then her eyes snap open. She's had an idea. Her voice is dangerously calm. "Manager, give me the camera." "Hoshinan-sama?" her manager asks, confused. She walks toward Ikoma, a new fire in her eyes. "Ikoma, was it? If you have the guts to lecture me like that, you must have a lot of faith in your own abilities." She points a finger at him, issuing a direct challenge. "Let's have a competition. Whoever hunts the most monsters wins. If I win, you apologize and take back everything you said, all on camera." Ikoma just looks back, seeing a perfect opportunity to teach her a lesson. "If you win," she presses, "I'll agree to whatever you want." Ikoma's response is simple and immediate. "Sure." Satsuki lets out a panicked "Ikoma." A triumphant smile spreads across Hoshinan's face. "It's decided then. Let's meet back at the entrance in 3 hours. Don't you dare run away." She gives him a final, confident wink before turning to leave. As Hoshinan's party walks away, the hallway falls silent. Her manager asks why she did that. Hoshinan's grin is pure business. Defeating an adventurer that started a fight, isn't that great content? "This month's earnings are gonna be great," she says, practically seeing the yen signs. Then her expression darkens. "Besides, isn't it frustrating being told off like that?" She recalls Ikoma's words, his accusation that she has no conviction. Her eyes narrow with fury. "I'll make you take that back," she vows. Meanwhile, Ikoma and Satsuki encounter another mummy. It lunges forward with a guttural roar. Ikoma easily parries the attack, sending sparks flying. The mummy stumbles back, confused by his strength. Before it can recover, Satsuki calls out a warning. "Above you!" Ikoma is already in the air, bringing his sword down with immense force. Meteor slash. The beam of energy destroys the mummy instantly, leveling him up to 31. Ikoma remarks that undead monsters are usually slow. He explains his brutally effective tactic: float above them with inverse gravity, then crush them from above with double gravity. "Good," he says, picking up another drop. But Satsuki is still worried. "Ikoma, did you have to accept her challenge?" Ikoma's expression is serious. "I have no intention of losing," he then adds with a smirk. "Besides, if they lose in a flashy way, maybe she'll rethink her actions." He sighs, looking at their growing pile of loot. The only problem is carrying it all. Satsuki pulls out her own bag, showing she's prepared to help carry the load. They continue deeper into the tomb, heading towards a bright light. They emerge into a massive chamber dominated by a giant sphinx statue. What is this place, Satsuki wonders? A dead end? Suddenly, the stone statue begins to crack and crumble, dust falling away as it stirs to life. Its eyes glow with a brilliant blue light as the entire chamber begins to tremble. A massive stone gate slams shut behind them, blocking their path. "The exit!" Satsuki gasps. Ikoma, however, is unfazed. "A portal gimmick." He explains that these are special events that can occur in certain dungeons. Most are just traps, he says, but some bring great benefits. A confident smile plays on his lips. "Luckily, we're in a rare portal. This might be our chance." The Sphinx's voice booms through the chamber, ancient and powerful. "You shall take my trial." The Sphinx's ancient voice echoes, laying out the rules of its trial. "Answer my questions and show me your wisdom. The questions will continue until you make a mistake." The threat is absolute. If you can't answer more than 3, I will take your life. The stakes are suddenly life and death. Satsuki is terrified, hiding behind Ikoma. What is this? A monster? A gimmick, Ikoma explains calmly. One where we have to fight if we fail. It's a high level, so we should stay vigilant. No way, Satsuki panics. But Ikoma just gives her a confident grin, tapping his temple. Don't worry, I won't lose a battle of knowledge. The trial begins, the Sphinx's glowing eyes fixed on them. First question. What is the total EXP needed to go from level 1 to 10? Satsuki is stunned. How are we supposed to calculate that? But before she can finish, Ikoma answers instantly. 45. The Sphinx seems surprised. Correct. It reminds him he only needs 2 more to pass. But Ikoma knows better. In his past life, he researched every detail of this world. This is his territory. Time passes. The questions keep coming, one after another. The 19th question. What is the magic monster with 3 faces and 4 legs? Again, Ikoma answers without hesitation. Creepy doll. He leans back against a pillar, completely relaxed, while Satsuki sits anxiously beside him. At this rate, the quiz feels like it could go on forever, and he's in a hurry. Even the Sphinx itself is starting to look strained, letting out frustrated groans. Satsuki whispers, Ikoma, you should get one wrong soon. But the Sphinx, now desperate, roars out, Question 20. What is the monster that drops the mucus of the green slime? A trick question. Ikoma answers coolly. The portal that has green slimes in it doesn't exist yet. The Sphinx is stunned. It was an unfair question about a future monster. It can't believe he got all 20 right. Impossible. Brilliant, it declares. With a loud groan, the stone gate behind them rumbles open. The trial is over. Ikoma knows the statue was shaken. Half its questions were dirty tricks. He gives a small, apologetic bow. Sorry, but a man from the future knows all the answers. Just as they're about to leave, Satsuki points to the dormant statue. Ikoma, there's something inside. Ikoma reaches into a hidden compartment and pulls out a glowing, golden ring. His eyes go wide. A system window confirms it, a B-rank storage ring. An incredibly rare item that lets the user store things in another dimension. Is it really that valuable? Satsuki asks. Ikoma holds the ring, its glow illuminating his face. If you sell it, it could go for at least 10 million. Satsuki is so shocked she can barely speak. 10 million? Ikoma marvels at the reward. An item of this level shouldn't be here. He realizes the gimmick must give rewards based on the number of correct answers. By getting all 20 right, something the Sphinx thought was impossible, he triggered the ultimate prize. Satsuki, ever practical, asks, Do you think we can beat Hoshina now? Ikoma slips the ring on his finger. With this, we don't have to worry about carrying our loot anymore. A confident grin spreads across his face. If anything, this just made it easier. Now unburdened, they cleared the dungeon at a blistering pace. Ikoma's tactics are brutally efficient. He creates openings for Satsuki's magic, and the monsters fall one after another. On top of that, Satsuki's mana drain immobilizes enemies, making them easy targets. The loot piles up, and so does the EXP. Ikoma jumps to level 33 in no time. It's going well, he says with a satisfied smile. The drop rates here are great. With a simple command, storage, a pile of valuable items vanishes into the ring. That item is so convenient, Satsuki says in amazement. Ikoma checks their progress. They already have more than enough magic crystals to win. Now they can just focus on making money. A predatory grin spreads across his face. We have plenty of time to go undead hunting. Elsewhere in the tomb, Hoshinan's party is struggling. She pants, exhausted, having finally beaten a single monster. She slumps to the ground. These guys are tough. Her manager points out the obvious. We've only beaten 2. This isn't a great pace. He tries to comfort her, but Hoshinan is just pouting. Well, those two are probably struggling as well, she reassures herself. But her manager voices her inner fear. What will you do if we lose? Her solution is simple and dishonest. Just pay him to pretend he lost on camera. Her manager looks uncomfortable. Just then, a voice calls out from the shadows. It seems like you have time for a break. It's Ikoma and Satsuki, looking completely relaxed. Hoshinan quickly regains her composure. We have plenty of time. She asks, condescendingly, how his magic crystal collection is going. I'll still forgive you if you apologize now. Ikoma just smiles and holds up his hand, the storage ring glowing brightly. Storage release. With a massive thud, a huge pile of valuable items and magic crystals pours onto the floor. Hoshinan can only stare, her face a mask of utter shock. You must be kidding, she screams, completely losing it. What is with this amount? And what is that ring? Ikoma looks at her, his expression perfectly innocent. What's wrong? He throws her own words back at her. I'll forgive you if you apologize now. Hoshinan can only stammer, utterly humiliated. She grits her teeth and storms off. The match isn't over yet. Let's go, manager. As they leave, Satsuki looks at Ikoma with a worried expression. Ikoma, aren't you bullying her a bit? He casually stores the items, admitting, I just wanted to fan the flames. His eyes narrow slightly. I got a bit carried away. We see Hoshinan marching through the dungeon, her face a mask of pure fury. Ikoma watches her go. Hopefully, she doesn't do anything reckless. He's pushed her to the edge, and now he has to wait and see what happens next. For some, being an adventurer is a game. For others, it's a matter of life and death. As they walk, Satsuki asks Ikoma if he has a grudge against streamers. He explains it's not a grudge, but a fundamental difference. Being an adventurer isn't a hobby. If you lack real conviction, you'll eventually regret it. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tomb, Hoshinan is wrestling with that exact problem. She racks her brain, desperately trying to think of a way to beat Ikoma in one fell swoop. She lets out a frustrated groan. She knows just collecting crystals won't be enough, and the pressure is mounting with every second they waste. Her manager warns her they've gone too deep and are low on mana. But Hoshinan's pride is on the line. She snaps back that she can't just turn back now, not after being so thoroughly humiliated. Her eyes flash with determination. She clenches her teeth, telling herself that she isn't doing this with some half-hearted resolve. To her, this is serious. And to understand that resolve, we have to go back 8 years. The world was on fire. A massive portal disaster had ripped through the city, turning skyscrapers to torches and filling the air with ash. Grotesque monsters roamed the streets. In the middle of it all, a young, terrified Hoshinan heard someone screaming for help. Her family was attacked. As a monster grabbed her father, her mother made a heartbreaking decision, pushing her and her little brother forward, forcing them to run. She ran, gripping her crying brother's hand, the sounds of destruction chasing them through the rubble. All she could do was flee. A single tear traced a path through the grime on her face, a silent testament to the moment helplessness was burned into her memory forever. They ended up in a makeshift shelter, surrounded by other families sharing the same hollow-eyed look of loss. She hated that feeling of powerlessness. Then, on a phone, she saw a top-ranking adventurer on the news, a hero. Seeing him gave her an idea. Maybe she could become someone's courage in the face of tragedy, a symbol of hope. She wasn't arrogant enough to believe she could be as strong as a real hero, but she could still give courage to the people she could reach. And so, the portal streamer Hoshinan was born, built on a promise to never again be seen as someone who lacked conviction. Back in the present, her manager suggests a big monster would be good for the stream. Hoshinan's eyes light up with a manic grin. That's exactly what she needs. As if on cue, a deep roar echoes from down the corridor. Her eyes widen. Perfect timing. While her crew hesitates, Hoshinan is already charging ahead with a reckless purpose, hoping it's a monster she can actually handle. But what she finds is beyond anything she could have prepared for. A massive, sarcophagus-clad figure. The portal boss, Necromancer Pharaoh, level 40. The reality hits her like a ton of bricks. A level 40 boss. The power gap is enormous. Her manager tells her to run, but then the fallen adventurer on the floor begs her to save him. That desperate plea triggers the memory of that day. The fire, the fear, the shame of being powerless. In that moment, she understands why she was so drawn to that hero on the news. She remembers crying in the dark shelter, clutching a box of her family's remains, tired of running away and asking for help. Her manager screams her name, but her mind is made up. "Sorry," she tells her crew. "You two run." Without hesitation, she draws her sword and charges, putting herself between the pharaoh and the fallen adventurer. "I'll keep him busy," she yells. For the first time, she's not thinking about views or fame. She's just trying to save someone. The adventurer tearfully thanks her as the pharaoh brings its massive twin blades down. A deafening clang echoes through the chamber, but the blow never lands. Someone has blocked it. Hoshinen freezes as a figure declares, "I won't let you." It's her manager. Stunned, Hoshinen asks him why. He just looks at her. "I'm your #1 fan, after all." "How could I possibly run away now?" he asks from behind his helmet. He drops his camera. "I might not be good at fighting, but I can be a good decoy." With that, he charges forward, drawing the pharaoh's attention. Both of them are breathing hard, completely exhausted. The battle is taking a heavy toll. Hoshinen stands protectively over her fallen manager, her face a mask of strained determination. "Shield!" he yells. Hoshinen reacts instantly, projecting a magical barrier. But the pharaoh's strike is overwhelmingly powerful. The shield shatters. Hoshinen stumbles back, realizing she's lacking in every aspect. Power, speed, everything. Her hat falls to the ground, her body battered and bruised. She stands defenseless as her manager lies unconscious at her feet. She's lost. The necromancer pharaoh raises its weapon for the final blow. All Hoshinen can do is stare up in terror, her mind blank. But just as the blades are about to fall, a flash of purple energy erupts. A calm voice cuts through the tension. "You were too reckless." Ikoma appears, effortlessly blocking the attack. "Inverse gravity," he says. Suddenly, Hoshinen is weightless, floating into his arms. "Why?" she stammers. Ikoma just says he heard she was doing something stupid. His golden eyes are serious as he reminds her of what he said earlier, about what happens when you lack conviction. But then, an almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips. "I guess I lost the bet," he says softly. Looking down at the stunned streamer in his arms, he says, "I'll take back what I said. You don't lack resolve." In that moment, Hoshinen is speechless. She didn't win the fight, but she had just won his respect. With Hoshinen still in his arms, Ikoma leaps away as the necromancer pharaoh's massive weapon tears through the air right where they were a second ago. The attack smashes into the ground, sending a shockwave of force and debris outward. But Ikoma lands gracefully, completely unaffected. His eyes are sharp and focused. He's activated a skill, Gravity Moiety. The pharaoh immediately lunges for another strike, but Ikoma easily twists in midair, dodging with an almost weightless agility. This is the power of his skill. It lessens the pull of gravity, allowing him to evade the boss's powerful hits. At the same time, Satsuki provides cover from the back line. Shadow Ball. The orb of dark magic slams into the pharaoh's side, but it barely flinches, doing little more than annoying it. The attack had almost no effect. Hoshinen, now back on her feet, knows the situation is grim. They can't run, not with two injured people on the ground. Ikoma knows it too. Even with his crown blade, this opponent is on a completely different level. He can't just cheese this with a simple strategy. He glances at Hoshinen. She feels responsible for her crew and refuses to leave them behind. Ikoma grimaces. Their chances aren't great. But then his expression shifts. He tightens his grip on his blade. "Don't worry," he says. He prefers fights he can win, but a disadvantageous fight isn't something he hates. The challenge excites him. With that, Ikoma takes command. "Satsuki, restore Hoshinan's mana, please." He declares that he'll keep the boss's attention on him until they're ready. He's already figured out Hoshinan's class, a magic swordsman. That means she can heal. The plan is set. Hoshinan will heal her manager, Satsuki will drain the boss's mana, and Ikoma will increase the pharaoh's gravity to slow it down, making sure he's the only target. But there's a serious flaw. The level difference is huge. He's not sure how long he can hold the line by himself, tanking a boss that could crush him. Just then, a faint red light glows from behind him. A weak voice utters a single word: "Haste." Ikoma turns in surprise. It's Hoshinan's manager. Even though he can barely move, he's cast a support spell on Ikoma. With his last bit of strength, the manager asks him to please take care of Hoshinan. Ikoma gives him a confident, reassuring look. "Leave it to me." The haste magic surges through Ikoma's body. He bursts forward, his speed amplified to a whole new level, easily weaving around the pharaoh's attacks. The pharaoh roars in frustration, unable to land a single hit. Ikoma moves like a phantom, his blade flashing as he leaves shallow cuts in his wake. He knows from his past life this boss has a crazy, powerful ultimate attack. He has to stay on his toes and watch for when it comes. The manager slowly comes to, dazedly wondering if he's still alive. His first thought is for his streamer. "Where's Hoshinan-sama?" he groans. And then he sees it. Ikoma, a streak of violet light moving with impossible grace and speed. He can't believe his eyes. To the manager, watching through his camera, the fight is like a beautiful, deadly dance. "Beautiful," he whispers in awe. But Ikoma knows the truth. Even with all his skills, he's barely done any damage. He knows he can't win alone. But he wasn't planning on it. The time is right. Reverse mana drain. Satsuki redirects all the mana she's drained from the boss and channels it directly into Hoshinan. Hoshinan feels the surge of power. A vibrant pink aura explodes around her as she plunges her sword into the ground and casts Heal, restoring her own strength in a flash of brilliant light. She stands up, her eyes burning with renewed fire. With a wide, confident grin, she declares, "Looks like I can finally enter the fight." Satsuki steps forward as well, her staff glowing. "I'll also help out," she proclaims. Just like that, the situation has changed. They're no longer just trying to survive. They're ready to counterattack. But Ikoma knows one thing hasn't changed. A long fight is still out of the question. He gives his team a sharp, confident look. Let's beat it in one go. The battle is on. Ikoma becomes a whirlwind of motion, his blade clashing against the pharaoh's defenses as he weaves through a flurry of attacks from its 4 powerful arms. Despite his incredible speed, Ikoma's expression is grimly focused. He knows he's just buying time. The pharaoh's sheer size forces him back against a wall, the hulking boss looming over him. Satsuki watches from a distance, her heart pounding. Ikoma is cornered. The boss's glowing eyes fix on him, ready to crush the adventurer who's been such a nuisance. But this was all part of the plan. Ikoma extends a hand, using gravity moiety to throw one of the boss's Anubis statues off balance. The pharaoh is forced to turn, and in that split second, a gap is created. "Satsuki!" Ikoma yells. "Hit it in the face!" Satsuki snaps to attention. "Okay." She gathers dark energy into her staff. She unleashes a shadow ball which flies true and slams directly into the pharaoh's golden faceplate. The boss just takes the hit, turning its impassive gaze back towards them. It didn't have any effect, Satsuki says, dismayed, but Ikoma just gives a knowing smirk. That's good enough. His logic is simple. Hard armor implies something vulnerable underneath. And he was right. A tiny crack appears on the pharaoh's mask, right where the shadow ball hit. Hoshinan zips into the boss's blind spot, but one of its arms whips around and smacks her away. She grits her teeth in frustration. With 4 arms, the boss has basically no openings. Even 3-on-1, they can't get close. But Ikoma is thinking on another level. He sees the pharaoh attack and uses the impact to launch himself right into point-blank range. Hoshinan can't believe it. He wants to fight this thing up close. "Hoshinan!" Ikoma yells, now right in the monster's face. "I'll create an opening. You break its mask with a magic skill." He knows her. Magic Swordsman class has a skill called Break. It takes time to charge, but it has the power to shatter even the toughest armor. Hoshinan understands immediately. "Got it," she says, her sword beginning to glow. But how does he plan to create an opening against this thing? Ikoma knows the pharaoh's 4 arms are its strongest feature. But he also knows that if you take away that advantage, its movements are just like any other monster. A grin spreads across his face. It has a huge weakness. He gets right up against the boss's body, placing his hands on its torso. Gravity binding. Tendrils of dark purple energy shoot out, wrapping around the pharaoh's arms and pinning them to its sides. Normally, the boss could break free, but because of the awkward position pinned against its own large body, it can't generate enough force. This strategy is only possible because of its size. Ikoma's expression is one of pure satisfaction. He's turned the boss's greatest strength into its biggest liability. He's created the perfect, defenseless target. Hoshinan's eyes widen. The opening is clear. "I can hit it now." Her eyes narrow with deadly focus. "Break!" she screams, thrusting her sword forward. A brilliant, fiery explosion of power erupts from the tip of her blade, connecting with the boss's face. Satsuki looks on, her face a picture of pure amazement. With a loud crack, the pharaoh's golden mask shatters under the immense force of the attack. The mask falls away, revealing a hideous, monstrous face with 4 glowing yellow eyes. Its weak spot is now completely exposed. "Let's finish it while it's still restrained," Ikoma shouts, lunging forward. But the boss isn't done yet. It lets out a final, desperate roar, gathering all its remaining power. Ikoma leaps back, narrowly avoiding the shockwave. He lands gracefully, his eyes fixed on the boss. He's seen this stance before. It's an all-or-nothing attack. He knew it would resort to this if its arms were bound. Everything is going exactly as predicted. And this attack's weakness is that it has to lower its head to charge, exposing its 4 eyes completely. This is the moment. The one perfect opening he's been working towards this entire time. With this, it's over! Ikoma leaps high into the air, his body arcing over the boss as he raises his crown blade. Golden and purple energy swirls around him as he puts every ounce of his power into one final strike. Meteor slash. A massive, devastating beam of energy descends from the heavens, striking the necromancer pharaoh directly on its exposed face, sealing the monster's fate once and for all. The necromancer pharaoh crumbles into dust. Ikoma stands in the quiet aftermath, the battle finally over. Subjugation complete. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as system messages flood his vision. He's gained a massive amount of experience, jumping 3 whole levels to 36. As the dust settles, Hoshinan begins to cast Heal, tending to her injured crewmates. Her manager thanks her quietly. After the life-or-death battle, a moment of calm relief finally washes over them. As the boss's body fades, something clatters to the floor. "Ikoma, something dropped," Satsuki says, her eyes wide. It's a C-rank staff of the Cursed King. Ikoma picks up the powerful staff, examining it for a moment. He turns to Satsuki with a warm smile. "It's a perfect item for you." She looks up at him, stunned by the generous gift. Getting a perfect staff for his partner makes the whole dangerous detour worth it. Satsuki hesitates. Is it okay for me to have it? But Ikoma reminds her they should be splitting the loot with Hoshinan's crew too. But Hoshinan walks over, shaking her head. Don't worry about it. You saved us. Out of pride, she refuses the staff and instead offers up all her team's loot. That'll make us even, she says, her face flushed, avoiding his gaze. She refuses to be indebted to him. Ikoma sighs, but he understands her pride. I said it was my loss earlier, he reminds her. He keeps his promise. I'll take back what I said. You're an adventurer with resolve, Hoshinan stammers, completely flustered by the direct praise. But then Ikoma adds that if she wants to be an ideal adventurer, she should probably stop streaming. Her manager immediately jumps to her defense. Being an adventurer isn't very stable, he argues. Then he reveals the whole story. Hoshinan's mother was badly injured in a portal disaster, and she has 5 younger brothers to take care of. Her father is gone. The manager practically yells, asking Ikoma if he has any idea how hard it is to be an older sibling in this day and age. Hoshinan, mortified, tells him to stop. Ikoma is taken aback, genuinely apologetic. I'm sorry. I was acting like a know-it-all. Hoshinan's expression softens. She explains her real motivation. Everyone is scared of the portal disasters. I want to make people smile in the way that suits me best. She wants to be a source of entertainment, a distraction from the fear. Ikoma looks at her, and for the first time, he truly understands. It's a good goal, he says. With a genuine smile, one he rarely shows, he tells her, I'm rooting for you. Hoshinan is stunned into silence. She just stares, her cheeks tinged with pink, not knowing how to react to his sincere support. After exchanging contact information, they part ways. Sometime later, Hoshinan stands on a balcony overlooking the city. Her manager asks if her equipment is okay. She reassures him that she got incredible footage of Ikoma's fight. There's no way she would have let her camera break. But her manager worries. With so few magic crystals, making a good video will be tough. Financially, they're in a bind. He asks if she should have just accepted the loot. But Hoshinan's pride flares up. I don't want anything related to charity or pity. She shakes her manager, demanding to know if there's anything they can use from the footage. The manager thinks for a second, and then a light bulb goes off. He pulls up the camera, showing a crystal-clear shot of Ikoma in action. The footage is incredible. Later, at the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma notices people glancing his way. They're whispering and pointing as he walks by. He and Satsuki are trying to relax and go over their loot. Satsuki excitedly shoves her phone in his face. Ikoma, look! He starts to dismiss it until he sees the thumbnail. It's him, the appearance of the strongest unknown adventurer. The video is a massive hit on Hoshinan's channel, already racking up over 1 million views. The live chat is blowing up with comments about his insane speed and skill. Ikoma finally understands. He's gone viral. Satsuki is beaming with pride. It hasn't even been a day, as expected of you, Ikoma. Meanwhile, Hoshinan is celebrating her 1 million-view video. She pumps her fist in the air, cheering for herself. Just then, her phone buzzes. It's Ikoma. She smirks, feigning confidence. Well, you sure contacted me quickly. He gets straight to the point. You really uploaded a video of me, she teases back. Could it be you've become my fan? The line goes quiet, and Hoshinan's smug expression immediately melts into a nervous sweat. She starts stammering, We agreed that if I won, you would let me upload a video. If you really hate it, I'll delete it, but… She trails off, clearly not wanting to lose her viral hit. Ikoma's voice comes through, dry and emotionless. He just wanted to complain a little. Hoshinan lets out a sigh of relief. And then she gets a brilliant idea. Ikoma pulls a lot of attention. So we should make portal videos together, she proposes, her voice full of hearts and sparkles. He hung up. The dial tone is her only reply. She was trying to say something, wasn't she? Satsuki asks, puzzled. Ikoma just thinks, I'll act like I didn't hear it. However, a serious thought crosses his mind. The fame is an annoyance, but the power that comes with it is a tool. I might be able to make it at this pace, he thinks. He's thinking about a super rare item he gave up on in his previous life, the Ring of Wisdom. His eyes gleam with a new, powerful ambition. If he can get his hands on that, it might just change the fate of the world. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma gets his status officially updated. The receptionist confirms his level and his impressive record. With that, the system updates. His rank has been successfully raised to C. Ikoma stands there with a calm, satisfied look. Step 1, complete. Satsuki is beaming beside him. You're already a C-rank adventurer, as expected of you. Ikoma smiles, telling her she'll be able to rank up soon too. Satsuki adds that everyone at the guild is completely surprised. He's just become the fastest person in history to reach rank C. The guild receptionist is practically trembling, sweating over the unprecedented speed of his promotion. Satsuki is filled with admiration. I'll do my best to follow your example. But Ikoma is already looking ahead. He turns to Satsuki, his expression suddenly serious. I want to aim for B rank by the end of this month. Satsuki is floored. B rank, she yells in disbelief. That's impossible! Getting to B rank in a month is unheard of. But Ikoma's gaze is sharp. There's an item I need to obtain, he tells her. He explains that it's in a place you can't even enter unless you're B rank or higher, the high difficulty portal known as the Illusion Library. I want to get a drop from the boss of that portal, the Ring of Wisdom. Satsuki realizes he somehow knows about a specific drop from a boss that hasn't even been beaten yet. She connects the dots. Is this because of that rare item you mentioned before? Ikoma confirms her suspicion. The Ring of Wisdom. The name hangs in the air, full of significance. Ikoma reveals the true stakes of his mission. It might be related to the very origin of the portal phenomenon. Satsuki's mind is blown. The origin of the portals? This is bigger than just leveling up. This is about the fundamental mystery of their world. Ikoma explains that the ring is rumored to have a powerful, hidden effect, but it was lost in his previous life before it could be researched. He has to try and get it now, while he still can. He looks at Satsuki, knowing he's dragging her into his personal high-stakes quest. But Satsuki just beams. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'm really happy that you're relying on me. A rare, sincere smile touches Ikoma's lips. Thank you, Satsuki. But Satsuki quickly gets practical. She points out that for a B-rank promotion, achievements are more important than just levels. Ikoma's confidence doesn't waver. Don't worry about it, he says, already pulling out his phone. I've already got a plan. His plan is simple. Rack up achievements by clearing as many portals as possible. And so begins the grind, starting with a roaring level 32 red troll. Next, they dive into the Lake of the Mermaids, battling a level 30 siren. Finally, another meteor slash obliterates the level 36 arachnid ogre. In just 2 weeks, they've cleared 3 portals, and their levels have soared. Satsuki is amazed at how easy it seemed. Ikoma explains that at this level, the boss's movements are still very simple. He gives her a knowing smirk. This wasn't luck. I chose portals that we could clear with ease. He shows her his phone. I thoroughly researched all the portals in our level range. With this, they now have 5 portal achievements above level 30. Ikoma looks up at the guild building, his goal within reach. I should be able to get promoted to rank B. He walks up to the information desk once again. The receptionist smiles. It certainly seems like you can be promoted. She's shaking, amazed at their speed. Please promote me to rank B, Ikoma says with a determined look. The receptionist explains the strict inspection process for B rank, but as they turn to leave, a harsh voice echoes from behind them. I can't believe this. This little brat is B rank? Ikoma notices the insignia on the man's shoulder. A contracted adventurer for the guild. Contracted adventurers are the elite, handling the most important jobs. They have massive influence within the guild, and this man, the top dog of the branch, is looking at Ikoma like he's something he just stepped in. "There's no way," he scoffs, his voice dripping with contempt. The receptionist tries to explain Ikoma's achievements, but the man just barks at her. His mind is reeling with jealousy. It took him 7 long years to become this branch's first B-rank adventurer. And then this kid just appears and does it in a month? The man's face twists in a snarl of pure resentment. Ikoma feels the hostile stare. Looks like a troublesome person has their eye on them. Oga stands over Ikoma, his voice booming through the guild. "I can't accept it. How can a newbie with less than a year of experience become a B-rank adventurer?" Ikoma knows this is serious. Oga is a contracted B-rank adventurer. If he ignores him here, his promotion will never go through. And to make matters worse, he can't just apply at another guild branch. He can't avoid this confrontation. And he's already dragged Satsuki this far into his ambitious plans. He can't let a roadblock like this stop them now. Besides, he has information the guild simply can't afford to ignore. He has leverage. Ikoma looks up at the towering man, his expression calm. "Your name was Oga, right?" Oga grunts. Ikoma continues, his voice even and direct. "If you want to refute my application, I'd like to hear a proper reason." Oga is momentarily stunned by the kid's nerve. He gets right in Ikoma's face, trying to intimidate him. "Your time in portals is short. This isn't a place for little kids. B-rank isn't a title we should give away so easily." "Are you looking down on adventurers?" he accuses. Satsuki flinches, shocked by his aggressive tone. The commotion has drawn a crowd. Other adventurers whisper, feeling sorry for the kid who's caught Oga's attention. But Ikoma remains unfazed. "The minimum age to be an adventurer is 17, he begins, his voice cool as ice. "Do you know how many 17-year-olds have become B-rank?" "What are you talking about?" Oga demands. Ikoma continues, "It's been 15 years since the portals appeared, and in that time, 6 people in all of Japan have reached B-rank in less than a year." He looks Oga dead in the eye. "Are you saying all of their promotions were mistakes?" Ikoma presses his point. "As long as you can defeat higher-level monsters, rapid leveling is entirely possible. My level and achievements meet the requirements," Ikoma states flatly. "If you're going to use experience as a reason to reject me, you need a better explanation." Oga stumbles back, completely cornered by flawless logic. He can only stammer that the rules are still being worked on. He tries to recover, arguing that they should listen to those with experience. But Ikoma shuts him down again, arguing that rules are built on cold, hard facts, not feelings or instincts. At the very least, Ikoma finishes, that should be the guild's policy. The receptionist, sweating bullets, can only nod. "Yes, that's exactly right." Satsuki watches in awe. Even facing a veteran, Ikoma has more knowledge and charisma. The crowd is whispering again, but this time they're on Ikoma's side. Oga just lost that argument. How lame. Humiliated and enraged, Oga glares at Ikoma. This kid is making a fool of him. He demands to know Ikoma's level and class from the receptionist, level 38, gravity user. Gravity user? Oga's never heard of it. He assumes it's some weak magic class and that Ikoma was just carried by a strong vanguard. Oga turns back, a nasty grin on his face. "However, there are conditions. I'll see if you're fit to be a B-rank adventurer myself," he declares. "Come to the guild training ground if you have the resolve." He's challenging him to a fight, right here, right now. The crowd follows them down to the underground training area, the air thick with tension. Oga lays out his terms with a smug look. "Convince me in a mock battle, and I'll approve your promotion. If you can't, I'll reject it." The onlookers know this isn't a simple test. Oga has left people half dead in these mock battles before. This is just an excuse to beat Ikoma down. Satsuki clasps her hands together, her face pale with worry. Ikoma. Oga's thoughts are dark. It was your mistake making a fool of me. He's brimming with confidence. His level is 47, while Ikoma's is only 38. A massive gap. He pictures Ikoma being carried by some strong vanguard, getting levels he never earned himself. Oga's own class is Beast Warrior, a powerful physical class that harnesses the power of beasts, class, level, and experience. I win in all aspects, he thinks, a cruel smile spreading across his face. I'll make sure you can never be an adventurer again. But Ikoma just calmly opens his status window, completely ignoring the threat. He knows Oga's class is based on pure stats. This isn't an opponent he can take lightly. He decides to use the skill points he's been saving. He quickly allocates his points, pushing his gravity manipulation skill to level 4. His control over his own body should be much better now. For this fight, control is more important than raw power. Using your skill points before the match? Oga mocks. You're quite calm, aren't you? He gives a fake warning about accidents in mock battles. Ikoma just thanks him for the heads up and draws his crown blade. Ikoma's thoughts are cold and clear. He remembers being beaten down in his past life. Satsuki watches, her faith unwavering. He's going to show everyone here exactly what happens when you mess with him. Oga's face is a mask of fury. You'll learn what it's like to be on the verge of death. In the center of the training ground, Oga stands with a smug, condescending air. You can come at me whenever, he taunts, making it clear he won't be using any skills, but gives Ikoma full permission to try his best. Ikoma doesn't even bother with a reply. He just stares back, his silence more cutting than any insult. The crowd can feel the tension. They think they're here for an execution, a public shaming of the up-and-coming rookie, and Oga is loving every second of it, grinning like a predator about to enjoy his meal. With a quiet sigh, Ikoma decides it's time. A purple aura flares to life around him as he activates his gravity skill. Oga is supremely confident. A low-level magic user in a close-quarters fight? It's a joke. He plans to make an example out of this rookie, certain no half-baked attack could ever reach him. In a flash of purple light, Ikoma vanishes from his spot. Before Oga can even process what's happening, Ikoma is already on him, a blur of motion as he lands a clean, sharp blow. The impact sends a shock through Oga's body. He can't believe the speed. This rookie is moving way too fast for his level. He dodges another clumsy swing, moving with an impossible grace that leaves Oga completely bewildered. None of this makes any sense. Gritting his teeth, Oga dismisses it as a lucky first strike. He roars, swinging wildly, convinced that if he can just plant his feet, he'll crush this brat. But as his sword cuts through the air, his own body betrays him. He stumbles, his balance completely shot. He struggles to find his footing, but it's too late. Wreathed in a controlled, gravitic aura, Ikoma is already moving in. He closes the distance in an instant, smashing a brutal knee directly into Oga's face. Oga staggers back, blood flying from his mouth, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. He manages to get some distance, panting hard. He can only spit out that the kid has a few clever tricks. He's already breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his temple. This isn't how things were supposed to go. That fluid combo into a knee kick, those aren't the movements of a newbie. His confidence begins to crack as he wonders just what this guy really is. The spectators are just as shocked. One of them, filming the fight, can't believe what he's seeing. This newcomer is going toe-to-toe with their guild's strongest adventurer. His friend tries to rationalize it, saying Oga must be going easy on him since he isn't using any of his skills. But for Oga, his pride is in tatters. He can't accept this. He can't let this be the outcome. He remembers the years of hard work it took him to reach B rank, and his anger boils over. No matter how hard he tries, he can't land a single hit. Ikoma is a ghost, always just out of reach, his purple aura deflecting every desperate swing. This was supposed to be his stage, the moment he put an arrogant rookie back in his place. But now, in front of everyone, he's the one being made into a laughingstock by someone younger, weaker, and a lower level than him. It's a complete humiliation. And for the first time, Ikoma speaks, his voice chillingly calm. You were mistaken, Oga. The gravity user isn't weak, it's the strongest class there is. Floating slightly off the ground, he explains that he can manipulate gravity at will, and in a short burst fight like this, no other class can keep up. His eyes narrow, glowing with intensity. To fight without using his full abilities wasn't a handicap, it was just plain disrespectful. Ikoma thinks back to the adventurer killer, Zybe. Even that monster fought with more conviction. All he feels from Oga is pathetic, empty pride. It's time to end this. He dashes forward again, but this time, as his sword swings, he activates another skill. Double gravity. A massive wave of purple energy explodes on impact. Oga barely blocks the strike, his arms screaming in protest. The sword, it suddenly felt impossibly heavy. He realizes with dawning horror that Ikoma isn't just fast, he's controlling the weight of his attacks too. Thrown back by the force, Oga desperately scans the area for his opponent. But Ikoma is gone, leaving only phantom trails of purple light. A soft footstep lands on the ground behind him, and there's Ikoma holding his sword casually, his expression almost bored. Oga freezes, a cold sweat breaking out across his skin. His eyes are wide with sheer, unadulterated terror. Ikoma explains the trick. He lightened his own body at the moment of impact, using the recoil to leap into Oga's blind spot. From Oga's perspective, it looked like he simply vanished into thin air. The crowd is stunned into silence. He's completely overwhelming, a B-rank adventurer. Watching from the side, Satsuki clutches her chest, a relieved and proud smile on her face. Ikoma won. On the ground, Oga is shaking with a toxic mix of rage and humiliation. He can't believe he was made a fool of like this. He glares up, his face a mask of pure hatred, refusing to accept it. Ikoma stands over him, a pleasant smile on his face. With this, my promotion to B rank, but Oga isn't finished. A murderous red aura explodes from him as he lets out a guttural scream. Forgetting his own promise, he unleashes a forbidden skill, roaring as he lunges with his beast claw. A vicious, bloody slash tears through the air, aimed directly at Ikoma's unguarded back. But Ikoma is unharmed. He calmly lowers his crown blade, which took the full force of the blow. I let my guard down, he says, his tone almost disappointed. I actually thought the fight was over. Oga is completely thunderstruck. Even with a surprise attack, from behind he reacted to it. The crowd erupts. They can't believe the cowardice. Using a skill after he promised not to, and on a surprise attack no less. Oga can only stand there seething in shame as their accusations rain down on him. Ikoma's voice cuts through the noise, dripping with ice. What's wrong? Are we still continuing this promotion match? The utter contempt in his tone is unmistakable. His mind screams in defiance, refusing to accept the reality of what just happened. But it's no use. He's lost, utterly and completely. The duel is over, but the humiliation is just beginning. Ikoma looks down at the defeated Oga, stating that the test should be more than enough. But Oga is seething. He can't recognize him. Not after being cornered by a lower-level kid. If a rumor like this gets out, his reputation will be ruined. He forces himself to his feet, a twisted smile on his face. He admits there's no point in continuing, then makes his decision. Ichinose Ikoma, your promotion to B rank, is rejected. His voice echoes through the silent training ground, leaving the spectators in shock. Oga scrambles to save face, claiming that while Ikoma was a little clever, he never landed a truly decisive blow. He insists that flimsy fighting style wouldn't work on real monsters, even claiming he let Ikoma push him back on purpose. Ikoma's expression darkens. He points out that Oga was the one injured, and by his own illegal attack. It's obvious who has the better reaction time. The crowd mutters in disgust, seeing right through the pathetic excuse. Oga never planned on approving him in the first place. One of the adventurers lets out a disgusted sound, but his friend quickly shushes him. He whispers a warning not to be so loud. Even after that shameful display, Oga's authority is still something to be feared. But then, a loud, clear voice cuts through the tension from the viewing platform. "Aren't you embarrassed? You! It's the flashy, blonde-haired leader of the Thunder Knights, Utsunomiya Sho." Ikoma looks up, a little surprised. He didn't realize Utsunomiya was even here. Utsunomiya passionately argues in Ikoma's defense, pointing out that he was winning from start to finish, and the only reason he got hit was because Oga broke the rules. Oga glares up at him, infuriated that some twig of an adventurer is talking down to him. Ignoring him completely, Utsunomiya gives Ikoma a cheerful wink and a thumbs up. "Leave it to me, Ikoma-kun. I, your great friend, will make sure to spread the truth." Ikoma looks back, completely unamused. "I'm grateful, but please stop. Since when were they great friends?" The cold rejection stuns Utsunomiya into silence. Satsuki clenches her fist, her frustration boiling over. Ikoma so clearly won the fight. So why? Why isn't his strength being recognized? Ikoma watches the chaos unfold. Logically, there was no reason for Oga to deny him. He reflects on his strategy. He intended to show a clear difference in skill, but all it did was shatter Oga's fragile ego. Maybe he should have gone easier, saved him some face. But he quickly realizes that for a man like Oga, any further embarrassment would have only made things worse. And one look at the pure rage on Oga's face tells him he's absolutely right. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the noise, calm and authoritative. "What is all this ruckus?" Oga recognizes him instantly. It's the deputy chairman of the guild, Serizawa. He was looking for Oga and wants to know what's going on. Oga tries to play it off as a simple examination. Serizawa's gaze flicks from Oga to Ikoma's slightly damaged coat. He dismisses the excuse as a waste of time, reminding him that while accidents happen in mock battles, no one should be getting hurt. His gaze is sharp and disapproving. He sighs, clearly done with the situation. Well, fine. He tells Oga he has something urgent to discuss and to come upstairs immediately. As Serizawa leaves, he casually ends the promotion match. He throws a final jab over his shoulder, remarking that he's a busy person, unlike some people. Oga can only clench his fist in silent fury. Utsunomiya scoffs from the railing, amazed that a guy like that is at the top of their guild. With the path to B rank officially blocked, Satsuki asks Ikoma what they're supposed to do now. Ikoma just pinches the bridge of his nose, clearly annoyed. "We have no choice," he says. "We have to find another way." They head toward the elevator, the number 13 glowing ominously above the door. Upstairs, Serizawa asks why a mock battle was even necessary. Oga complains that some cocky brat needed to be taught a lesson about reality. Serizawa scans Oga's ID, letting them into a private office. As he sits, he remarks that he can see why Oga would hate someone like Ikoma. Then, he gets straight to business. "Now, about what I wanted to discuss," Serizawa's expression becomes grave. It's about the mausoleum of the Beastmen, the B-rank preserved portal here in Moraima. He explains that normally, having an unsupervised B-rank portal is a huge asset, letting them raise adventurer levels and collect magic crystals easily. "However," he says, his voice low, "it's been reported that the monster concentration has changed drastically. The numbers are dangerously high. This isn't about profit anymore, it's about preventing a disaster." Oga gets the picture. Serizawa wants him to go crush the mausoleum before something bad happens. He crumples the report in his hand dismissively. But Serizawa explains it's more complicated. The Demon Defense Agency and the guild itself are hesitant to destroy a valuable B-rank portal. They need an accomplished adventurer like Oga to go investigate and give his expert opinion. He tells him that his confident word is enough to sway the higher-ups. All he has to do is go in, assess the situation, and state his opinion. Oga just sighs, complaining that he always gets stuck with the most boring tasks. For a moment, Serizawa loses his patience, but quickly slumps back in his chair, rubbing his temples in frustration. Oga stands up, tossing the crumpled report aside. "I already told you there's no problem," he declares arrogantly. Serizawa pleads with him to at least look at the data. Oga scoffs. "What are you going to learn from staring at some numbers, Mr. Giase? Intelligent?" He boasts that his on-site experience is all that matters, and if something does happen, he'll handle it easily. But Serizawa knows better. If something happens, it will be too late. But Oga has already walked out. A shadow of frustration darkens Serizawa's face. He looks out the window at the city they are sworn to protect, a deep sense of dread settling over him. It would be great if nothing happens. But deep within the dark forest of the mausoleum, something ancient stirs, its sinister red eyes glowing in the darkness, watching and waiting. In a quiet cafe after the duel, the tension still hangs heavy in the air. Satsuki sighs, saying what they're both thinking. The whole thing was just unpleasant. It's hard to believe a guy with an attitude as rotten as Oga's is a contracted adventurer. Ikoma stares into his drink, his mind already calculating their next move. The problem is the guild rules. Rank-up applications are tied to your local branch, and as long as Oga is in charge, he's a wall Ikoma can't simply go around. And he needs that B rank. It's the only way to access the Illusion Library, the dungeon that holds the key to his entire plan. Satsuki could try ranking up at another branch, but her level is still too low. For now, they're stuck. Just as he's trying to figure out a new plan, a familiar, energetic voice cuts through the quiet. "I heard what happened, Ikoma." Hoshinen rushes up to their table, phone in hand, and gets right to the point. He really managed to get on the bad side of the guild's top B ranker. And she didn't just hear about it. She's already weaponized it. Hoshinen proudly shows them a video she edited and uploaded, exposing Oga's tyranny to her massive online following. The comments are already flooding in, calling Oga lame and talentless. Ikoma's first reaction is cynical. He asks if she's just doing this for the views. But Hoshinen gets surprisingly flustered, her face turning red as she insists that's not it. For a moment, she's the same person from the necromancer fight, admitting she just hoped she could finally be of some use to him. Her sudden sincerity catches Ikoma completely off guard. He quietly says her name, Hoshinan, actually considering her words as he looks at her genuine expression. But the moment is broken as Hoshinan snaps back to her usual self, puffing out her chest and adding that it also boosted her earnings, so she's happy about that too. Ikoma sighs, warning her not to push it too far. He explains that while the video might stir things up, the guild ultimately listens to those with real experience. A man as deep in his own ego as Oga isn't going to change just because of some online criticism. "You're just going to make him target you," he says, his voice serious. Satsuki looks on with concern, and Hoshinen's triumphant smile finally fades. She knows he's right. But she looks up, her expression softening into something more vulnerable. She asks, with a hint of hope in her voice, "You're worried about me, right?" Before Ikoma can answer, Satsuki leans in with a perfectly deadpan expression. Could it be that you're interested in Ikoma-san?" The question hangs in the air, cold and brutally direct. Hoshinan completely loses it, her face turning bright red as she stammers denials. She rants that Ikoma is blunt, inconsiderate, and arrogant, And besides being a little cool, he's not likable at all. She tries to backtrack, insisting she just wanted to repay the favor for him saving her life. And besides, she declares, I'm an idol-type streamer. I'm not allowed to have love affairs. But Satsuki just stares, her eyes full of quiet, unimpressed doubt. Hoshinan demands to know what's with the skeptical look. But before the argument can escalate, a piercing alert blares from everyone's phones. The playful mood shatters. It's an emergency alert. A B-rank monster disaster. The alert specifies the location, the northern district, a flood pouring out from the mausoleum of the Beastmen, the very same portal Oga was supposed to investigate. A flood? Is one of the worst-case scenarios for a portal, when monsters break containment and pour into the real world. There's only one way to stop it: find and subjugate the portal boss. But as this sinks in, a cold realization hits Ikoma. His eyes widen. This is wrong. In his previous life, this disaster never happened. His mind races. Is this just a coincidence? Or has something he's done, some choice he's made, changed the timeline this drastically? Hoshinan looks at her phone in disbelief. A preserved portal going rampant. She's frustrated. The guilds are supposed to be better at preventing these things by now. Fear begins to creep in. She's never even entered a B-rank portal. But then she remembers the defenseless people in town, and the memory of the disaster that took her own family flashes in her mind. Her resolve hardens. The fear on her face is replaced with fiery determination. I'm going, she declares, her voice ringing with conviction. Without hesitation, Ikoma gets up from his seat. I'll go too. With Satsuki and Hoshinan right behind him, he knows they have to move fast. The longer this disaster continues, the worse it could get. A flood might just be the beginning. Meanwhile, at the disaster site, chaos reigns. Oga is on the front lines, easily cleaving through a level 34 werewolf with his berserk skill. You're in my way, you small fry, he yells at the lower-ranked adventurers nearby, his arrogance on full display even now. But internally, he's panicking. He knows there's a limit to how many he can handle alone. His real fear isn't for the city, it's for his own reputation. He can already picture Serizawa's disappointment and imagine Ikoma laughing at him. Two agents watch from a distance, impressed by his power, but Oga just scoffs, demanding to know where the real high-rankers are. The agent calmly explains that there are only a few B-rank adventurers in the area. They've been contacted, but for now, Oga is on his own. He grits his teeth. He knows how bad this looks for him. But then, a flicker of confidence returns. He's fought this portal's boss before, a level 47 ghost fox. He can take it. A twisted, opportunistic idea forms in his mind. If he defeats the boss quickly and shoves all the blame onto Serizawa, he won't just avoid trouble. He'll become the hero of Moraima. All right then, he says, his confidence restored. Let's go defeat the boss as fast as possible. He charges into the ruined streets, but then a deep rumble shakes the ground. He freezes. The portal boss? From the swirling chaos, a monstrous form emerges. A massive fox wreathed in sinister flames, with multiple tails lashing out and eyes glowing with terrifying red light. The agents look on in horror. This is completely different from the information they had. This beast is far more menacing, its power radiating pure malice. And the system notification confirms their worst fears. This isn't the Ghost Fox. This is the new portal boss, Ouiji's Ghost Fox, level 55. The ground trembles as the true boss reveals itself, a monstrous two-headed fox wreathed in dark fire. Down below, Oga stands frozen, his bravado instantly shattered by the sheer, overwhelming presence of the beast. This is an evolution, a rare phenomenon where a monster's level, appearance, and skills all change drastically. This isn't just a stronger version of the old boss, it's a completely different and far more dangerous creature. These evolutions are usually born from a massive buildup of magic inside a portal and almost always appear alongside a major disaster like this flood. A perfect storm of bad luck. Oga can't believe it. Not just a flood, but an evolution too? The system confirms his worst fears. Ouija's ghost fox, level 55. A nearby guild agent panics, screaming about what they're supposed to do against a monster like that. The agent suggests the only logical plan: retreat and regroup. But Oga, his pride on the line, snaps at them. If he retreats now, his reputation is finished. He screams that he's a B-rank adventurer, as if the title alone can save him. He puffs out his chest, putting on a brave face and boasting that he's overcome dangers like this many times before. He tells the agents to get ready, claiming he'll crush the monster in one hit. But they know better, whispering that it's too rash. Oga glares at them, his face twisted in fury. He curses them for being useless cowards who refuse to listen. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. "Can't be helped," he mutters. "I'll just have to push you then." Oga unleashes his skill, shouting "Berserk!" as a wave of dark energy washes over his own men. The agents cry out, clutching their heads as the corrupting energy takes hold. It's a beast warrior skill that juices up a target's attack power, but at a terrible cost, stripping away their reason and turning them into mindless puppets. Oga thinks to himself how useful this skill has always been for creating a distraction, so he could run away. Without a shred of remorse, he points forward and shouts, "Go!" The now berserk agents charge mindlessly toward the giant fox, as Oga screams at them from behind to hurry up and attack. His plan is simple and cowardly. Use them as living shields to create an opening. Then, while the fox is distracted, he'll land a fatal blow with his own skill. He smirks, telling himself that a real adventurer knows how to end it with a clean hit. The hypocrisy is completely lost on him. The mind-controlled agents swing their swords wildly, their attacks completely ineffective. The Ouija fox lets out a low, guttural laugh, as if it's enjoying the pathetic display. Then, the monster reveals its true power. An orb of dark energy forms in the center of its chest. It unleashes a new skill, Poltergeist. The orb glows with immense power, pulsing like a malevolent heart. A wave of telekinetic force erupts from the fox. The ground shatters, and huge chunks of rubble are ripped from the street, hovering in the air around it. Oga stares in disbelief at the massive scale of the attack. The berserk agents are instantly crushed by the storm of debris. They never stood a chance. Just useless pieces of meat for the grinder. A massive boulder hurtles directly towards Oga. He barely has time to brace himself. He roars, unleashing his own ultimate skill, Beast King Slash, shattering the boulder just before it hits him. He pants, realizing he's up against a telekinesis skill. But the scale of that attack is just too big. This monster is on a completely different level. He admits to himself, this is the first time he's ever seen a level 55 monster. The Ouija fox grins, clearly not even trying yet, and leaps down from its perch. In a flash, it closes the distance. Oga knew it would be different, but he never imagined it would be this different. Fast is the only thought he can form. His confidence and pride are gone. There's only fear now. He realizes his mistake immediately. He should have run while he still had a distraction. He manages to dodge, the monster's claws carving deep gouges into the building behind him. He blocks another strike with his sword, the impact jarring his entire body as he grunts in pain. The fox is relentless. A powerful swipe sends him flying, and he screams as he slams into the ground. Lying in the dirt, all he can think is that this monster is unbeatable. Panic sets in. He has no idea what to do. But then he remembers one last trick, a skill called Play Dead. As a red light envelops him, he goes completely limp. The Ouija fox pauses, tilting its head as it inspects his corpse. The monster turns away, and Oga sees his chance. He has to run now, All thoughts of responsibility are gone. It's time to save his own skin. But as he runs, he hears a low growl. He glances back and sees the poltergeist orb glowing again. The fox was just playing with him. It was never fooled. A massive, invisible force slams into him, knocking the air from his lungs. He collapses, completely paralyzed. The fox's eyes saw right through his trick. True despair finally hits him. It's impossible. He can't run. The great Oga can't die in a place like this. Suddenly, the telekinetic force lifts him into the air, wrapping him in tendrils of dark energy as the fox savors his terror. The poltergeist orb glows brighter, pulling him closer. Oga can only watch, helpless, as his doom approaches. A choked scream is the last sound he ever makes before the energy consumes him completely. Elsewhere in the ruined city, Ikoma effortlessly slices through another monster, threatening a group of fleeing civilians. He glances at the experience points he gained, his expression grim. Nearby, Hoshinan uses a healing spell on an injured citizen, living up to her promise to be a symbol of courage. The man she healed looks at his hands in amazement, his wounds completely gone. Ikoma directs them to safety, telling them to run back the way they came. Hoshinan walks up beside him, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "Hey, Ikoma, we can't keep doing this forever," she says, stating the obvious. "If they don't stop the flood soon, the disaster will just keep spreading." Ikoma looks down, his eyes hard. "You're right." He checks his phone. "It's 2022 p.m. It's been over half an hour," he says grimly, "but it still hasn't been defeated." He thinks back to his original timeline. The normal boss of this portal should have been beaten by now, even by Oga. But too much time has passed. Something is terribly wrong. He looks up, his gaze sweeping over the smoke and destruction, his face a mask of grim certainty. This is probably the worst-case scenario. Just when they thought things couldn't get worse, a new threat emerges from the chaos. And this one wears a familiar face. A demon defense agent fights for her life against a warrior consumed by a red, malevolent aura. She parries a wild swing, the force jarring her entire body. This is no ordinary opponent. "Calm down," she yells, but it's pointless. She realizes he's lost his sanity, his mind twisted by a monster's skill. And the one responsible? Oga Sato. The system confirms it. The guild's B-rank beast warrior has been turned into an enemy. He's too strong, too fast. She's completely on the defensive, barely dodging his relentless attacks. Just as Oga is about to strike her down, her superior, Chief Kurosawa, steps in, blocking the blow. Oga doesn't even seem to recognize him. A twisted, manic grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing red. With a guttural roar, Oga unleashes a flurry of brutal, overwhelming attacks. Chief Kurosawa grits his teeth, struggling to hold his ground against the B-rank adventurer's onslaught. Oga lands a solid punch to Kurosawa's face, sending him stumbling back. The agent can only watch in horror. Oga roars, beast claw, and a wave of dark energy slashes across Kurosawa's body, sending him flying. Kurosawa glares back, his anger rising, and lunges forward to meet the next attack head-on. But the power difference is too great. Oga's blade slams into him, and Kurosawa cries out in pain as his opponent's crazed laughter echoes through the street. The agent screams her chief's name. Kurosawa realizes he's in a fight to the death with a B-rank adventurer. The real problem is Oga's condition. His body is clearly being controlled. Kurosawa wonders if this is some kind of byproduct of the monster disaster itself. One thing is clear, this disaster is far more dangerous than a simple flood. This isn't something that can be dealt with by the teams they have here alone. Oga lets out another crazed laugh, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. He brings his massive blade down in a clear killing stroke, aimed right at the defenseless man. But in a flash of purple light, the attack is stopped cold. Ikoma appears between them, his hand outstretched as his gravity skill halts Oga's sword just inches from its target. Ikoma calmly assesses the situation, a monster with mental interference skills. Oga is stunned, unable to move, while Kurosawa can only stare, recognizing that this is no average adventurer. Kurosawa is in utter disbelief. He's watching a rookie hold back a B-rank adventurer. To think there was someone with this kind of power in the area. Ikoma easily evades Oga's next attack, noting that his movements are much simpler now. It's definitely the effect of the mind control. Oga, now completely consumed by rage, tries to use Beast Claw again, but Ikoma is already one step ahead. Double gravity. An immense wave of purple energy slams Oga into the ground, pinning him under crushing force. With a clean, powerful slash, Ikoma strikes Oga, the blow seemingly snapping him out of the trance. "Are you awake now, Oga?" he asks coldly. For a brief moment, the red haze in Oga's eyes clears. He sees who's standing over him. He struggles to speak, his mind reeling. "Ikoma?" Ikoma's question hangs in the air. "Do you want to keep going?" Ikoma's gaze is sharp, unwavering, waiting for an answer. But all Oga can feel is the fresh wave of humiliation. He sees Ikoma standing over him again, looking down on him. The flicker of sanity vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. "I'll kill you!" he screams, unleashing berserk once again. Ikoma clicks his tongue. The mind interference is more potent than he expected. He doesn't have time for this. "Don't think wrong of me for this," Ikoma says, leaping into the air. He charges his blade with gravity, preparing a decisive attack. Using double gravity, he twists his body mid-air, building momentum for an impossibly powerful strike. Meteor slash. A blinding flash of purple and red light fills the screen as Ikoma's blade descends like a comet. The attack connects with brutal precision, and Oga lets out a final, agonizing scream. Ikoma's goal wasn't to kill, but to neutralize. He cleanly severs his right arm. Oga's arm hits the ground as he screams in pain. Ikoma follows up with another slash, taking out the strength from his legs. He lands softly as Oga collapses behind him. Now he should be powerless. Kurosawa and his agent look on, completely stunned into silence. How can it be? Kurosawa thinks, his mind reeling. He was fighting a B-rank adventurer while holding back? He comes to a staggering conclusion. This kid has no limits. Hoshinan and Satsuki finally catch up. "Ikoma, you went too far ahead," Hoshinan scolds, panting. He just apologizes, saying it was an emergency. Of course, there's a big difference in speed between a gravity user, a magic swordsman, and a shaman. He was bound to leave them behind. Satsuki looks at the injured agents. "In any case, let's take these guys somewhere safe." "No." Ikoma's voice cuts her off. His expression is dead serious as he stares into the smoke. "It doesn't look like we have time for that." From the fires, the Ouija's ghost fox emerges, radiating pure malice. The beast is covered in fresh blood, letting out a satisfied growl after finishing its meal. In a blur of red, it dashes across the ruined landscape, its speed terrifying. Ikoma and Hoshinan brace themselves as the monster closes the distance in an instant. The air crackles with tension. The true enemy has finally shown itself. Ikoma stands ready, his crown blade humming with power. The two-headed beast lets out a low, sinister growl, its many eyes locked on Ikoma. The real fight is about to begin. "The boss has appeared," Ikoma says grimly. Watching from a safe distance, Satsuki's voice is a frightened whisper. "What is that thing?" The sheer pressure of the beast is enough to paralyze even a seasoned adventurer. Elsewhere, an official's face goes pale as new data flashes across his screen, confirming their absolute worst fears. The portal boss, Ouija's Ghost Fox, level 55. But that's not the worst part. The original monster has evolved, its power level skyrocketing. The chilling realization sets in. They were far too slow to respond. Back on the battlefield, Ikoma knows exactly what an evolution means. In his own words, they're fighting blind now. There's no telling what kind of new, deadly skills the monster has acquired. But even against impossible odds, Ikoma's resolve is like steel. Standing with Hoshinan amidst the flames, he declares, "But as long as we take that thing down, this disaster is over." Hoshinan knows he's right, but beating it seems impossible. And as if to prove her point, the fox unleashes a new skill, Beast Spirit. From a dark, swirling energy, it summons wolf-like spirits. The system identifies them, Ghost Garmor, level 30. A whole pack of these spectral wolves pours from a vortex in the sky, their ghostly howls filling the air as they charge. Hoshinan watches in horror, her voice tight with panic. It's summoning more monsters. She realizes with a sinking feeling that the beast isn't even fighting seriously. It's just toying with them, overwhelming them with an endless tide of minions. But then, a fire lights in her eyes. The fear is still there, but it's being burned away by a fierce determination. Ikoma takes command, his voice calm and steady. He tells Satsuki and Hoshinan to deal with the summoned wolves and protect the injured members of the defense force. Hoshinan looks at him, the implication of his plan dawning on her. Then, "Ikoma, you're going to?" Ikoma's gaze never leaves the giant fox. "I'll hit him with everything I've got," he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. "And I'll end this monster flood myself. He's taking on the level 55 boss alone." For a moment, Hoshinan is just stunned. The sheer audacity of the plan leaves her speechless. A small, nervous laugh escapes her. It's an insane, suicidal plan. But then she looks at Ikoma, at the absolute, unshakable confidence in his eyes, and she thinks to herself, "You know, if it's you, it actually seems possible." Her fear vanishes, replaced by complete trust. With a confident smile, she says, "Got it. Leave the wolves and the injured to me." With his flank secure, Ikoma explodes forward, a blur of motion leaving his allies in his dust. Watching from the sidelines, Chief Kurosawa scoffs in disbelief. "It's pointless," he mutters. He knows the grim reality. Against a level 55 boss without backup from other regions, there is no hope. Ikoma glances back at him, his voice cutting through the noise. "You're in my way." He leaps into the air, soaring over the spectral wolves his allies are beginning to fight below. "I'm leaving them to you guys," he shouts. Satsuki looks up, her face filled with a new resolve. "Okay." Ikoma rockets through the air, closing the distance to the main boss in an instant. The Ouija fox's eye glows with a sinister red light as it unleashes another, even more terrifying skill, Poltergeist. The ground itself rips apart. Massive chunks of rubble and concrete float into the air, glowing with a menacing red aura. Ikoma stops, looking up at the storm of debris with a wry smile. "Well now, that's quite a show." Kurosawa can only stare, his jaw hanging open in shock. What is with the scale of that skill? The fox lets out a series of triumphant barks, as if mocking the tiny human before it. The massive rocks hurtle down towards Ikoma, a deadly barrage aimed at crushing him into dust. Satsuki watches, her face pale with worry. "Ikoma." Hoshinan grits her teeth, her knuckles white around her sword. There's no way he can handle all of that. The terrifying realization hits both of them. It's obvious the monster is just playing with him. Kurosawa looks on, a cold sweat beading on his forehead as he watches the overwhelming power. "We're just a toy to that thing," he thinks, his last sliver of hope draining away. The two-headed fox looks down, its expression one of pure, sadistic amusement as it watches its attack rain down. But then, in a flicker of purple energy, Ikoma moves. In an impossible display of speed, he weaves through the storm of falling debris. The rocks crash and shatter around him, but not a single one makes contact. Kurosawa's eyes widen. What? He can't comprehend what he's seeing. What is with that swift movement? In all his years, he's never seen an adventurer move like that. As Ikoma effortlessly dodges, his mind flashes back to his past life. He remembers the years spent fighting as a thief, a class that had only one advantage: speed. A small, confident smirk plays on his lips. Looks like that life wasn't so pointless after all, he thinks. Every moment of that painful past has led him here. The Ouija fox is stunned. It was so sure of its attack. A literal question mark appears over its head in confusion. Ikoma lands, taunting the beast. "What's wrong?" he calls out. "Are you panicking now that your absolute killing skill didn't work?" The fox growls, its frustration and anger palpable. Enraged, the monster lunges forward, aiming to tear Ikoma apart with its bare claws and fangs. But Ikoma is ready. "Gravity, moiety," he says, activating his skill. He effortlessly takes control of a giant piece of rubble, using it as a stepping stone to launch himself into the air. With a powerful kick, he slams his foot directly into the side of the fox's head, sending a shockwave through its massive body. He doesn't stop there. As the fox reels, he uses his gravity to slam another rock straight into its jaw, shattering its teeth. "You're full of openings," Ikoma says coolly, his movements fluid and precise. He raises his hand and unleashes his most devastating attack yet. Garand, a massive sphere of crushing gravity. A miniature black hole forms and slams directly into the Ouija fox, engulfing it in a vortex of raw power. Kurosawa is completely floored. He's seen Ikoma handle a B ranker, and now he's overwhelming a level 55 boss. Just who is this kid? An image flashes in his mind. Ikoma, not as an adventurer, but as a king on a throne. The conclusion is undeniable. There's no doubt he has the makings of a legend. Ikoma lands, a smudge of dirt on his cheek, but his resolve unshaken. He looks at the struggling beast. "When you fall, the portal closes and this flood ends," he states, his voice leaving no room for argument. "I don't have time to be going easy on you." Hoshinan and Satsuki can only watch in awe, their faces a mixture of pure shock and blossoming hope. Ikoma raises his crown blade, its edge glowing with power, his eyes narrowed in a final, deadly promise. "I'll end this right now." The Ouija fox lets out a low, menacing growl. It knows this lone human is the only real threat left. With another surge of power, it uses Poltergeist again, ripping chunks of a skyscraper from its foundation and sending them hurtling toward Ikoma. The monster roars, unleashing a hailstorm of deadly projectiles, an attack meant to crush any opponent through sheer force. But Ikoma weaves through the destruction, a blur of purple energy. The attacks are powerful, but they're too broad, too unfocused. And sorry, but he's quite good at dealing with things like that. All those years as a speed-based thief weren't for nothing. He plants his foot, changing direction in an instant. Using the monster's own attack as a smokescreen, he closes the distance in a flash, appearing right above its head. He unleashes his own power, using double gravity to add immense force to his falling strike, and follows it up with a devastating meteor slash, bringing his blade down hard on the monster's head. The attack lands, staggering the massive beast. But it's not a fatal blow. The fox just shakes its head, more annoyed than injured. Before it can counter, Ikoma is already moving, using his gravity skill to launch himself backward and create distance. The fox looks on, stunned. It probably thought he'd be defenseless after attacking mid-air, but Ikoma just smirks. "Sorry, but I'm a gravity user. He can fight from any angle." The monster's eyes narrow, its expression shifting to genuine anger. Ikoma feels it. "Huh, looks like you're finally going to get serious." The fox lets out a furious roar, its patience clearly worn thin. Ikoma surges forward again, his body wreathed in purple light. He plans to use the same technique, a rapid, gravity-assisted assault. Normally, this kind of precision attack is more effective on smaller, human-sized monsters. He lands another clean hit, but a quick check on the boss's status confirms his fear. Its health has barely budged. The damage is almost negligible. The level difference is just too big. He glances at his own status. His health is fine, but his magic is draining fast. With the monster's massive health pool and constant regeneration, this is a losing battle. So far, he hasn't taken a single direct hit. But he knows that won't last. Once his magic runs out, he'll be a sitting duck. He quickly calculates his options. At this rate, he won't be able to defeat it before he's completely exhausted. For a split second, he considers calling for help, but a quick glance over his shoulder tells him it's not an option. Satsuki and Hoshinan are busy holding off the other monsters still flooding the area. If they join this fight, they'd be leaving the injured demon defense agents to die. No, he's on his own. Thanks to his past life, he understands everything about this monster. Its attack patterns, its regeneration, all of it. But knowledge can't change the facts. If he keeps going like this, he'll lose the second his magic runs out. It's frustrating to be this cornered. For a moment, his feet stop moving. He thinks about the logical option. The best choice might be to withdraw. But he remembers Hoshinan's words. The longer this goes on, the worse the disaster gets. His eyes narrow. Running away, a bitter, self-mocking smirk crosses his face. The memory of his past self abandoned and left to die by his comrades flashes in his mind. The failure, the powerlessness. Like hell I'd do that. Not again. Never again. He explodes into motion, his entire demeanor changed. He's no longer just fighting, he's pushing past his limits. He tells himself to focus harder, to be more effective, to move with absolute precision. He has to do it all, just to catch up to the people from his past life, the ones who called him a hindrance. He feels himself getting sharper, more precise than ever. He dodges a swipe that should have been impossible to avoid, the monster's claws grazing nothing but air. Frustrated by his agility, the fox roars and summons more spectral wolves, filling the battlefield. It unleashes Poltergeist at the same time, a desperate, chaotic combination of attacks clearly burning through its massive magic reserves. Kurosawa watches in horror. Hoshinan cries out that not even Ikoma can deal with that many monsters at once. Satsuki clenches her fist. We need to help out too. But she hesitates, a strange thought occurring to her. Ikoma should be completely overwhelmed right now, but it's almost as if the monster is the one being intimidated by him. And she's right. The Ouija fox is gritting its teeth, its confidence shaken. This human just won't fall. Ikoma faces the incoming horde, his calm unwavering. He closes his eyes for a split second. Focus. Even more. His eyes snap open, and he becomes a whirlwind of purple light weaving through the spectral wolves, his blade a blur as he cuts them down one by one. Kurosawa can't believe it. What's with that movement? That's not a technique humans should be able to pull off. Even the fox seems stunned by his impossible speed, and in that moment of shock, Ikoma sees it. The monster's desperate, all-out attack has exposed its greatest vulnerability, its core. He uses gravity to flip upside down, dodging the final lunge and positioning himself directly above the glowing orb in the monster's chest. The orb cracks with energy. This is it. His one and only chance. It's now or never. With every last bit of his remaining strength, he puts all his power into his blade and unleashes his ultimate attack one last time. Meteor Slash. The Ouija fox lets out a final, agonized screech as the blade strikes true, a sound that rips through the battlefield. There's a blinding flash of light as the monster's core shatters. The beast dissolves into dust, its reign of terror finally over. Ikoma stands amidst the dissipating energy, his breath heavy. For a moment, the only sound is the wind. The battlefield falls silent. The disaster is over. A wave of light washes over Ikoma as a system notification appears. He looks at it, his eyes widening. That's an insane amount of experience, a full 680 experience points. He can hardly believe he leveled up 6 times in a single battle. He's jumped from level 38 all the way to 44. With the boss defeated, the summoned spirits and the flood of monsters all vanish along with it. He lets out a sigh of relief, a small, tired smile on his face. It was one close call after another. A quick look at his status shows the cost. His magic is completely gone. From the sidelines, Satsuki cheers, her face beaming with pure joy and pride. Ikoma-san won. She turns to Hoshinon, her smile wide. The flood disaster is over. Hoshinon looks out at the peaceful aftermath, her expression thoughtful. She wonders if maybe she's gotten a little closer to being able to protect people. The memory of her father and her promise flashes in her mind. This victory feels like a small step towards that goal. Chief Kurosawa stares in utter shock. The boss really was defeated by a single person. He watches Ikoma reunite with his party, a look of awe on his face. Just what is he, that kid? A few hours later, the team is at the Adventurers Guild for debriefing. The sky is clear now, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos. A guild staffer shakes her head in amazement. To think a C-rank adventurer was the one to end the entire disaster. Another staff member thanks them, explaining that because of their help, casualties were kept to a minimum. The receptionist bows deeply, thanking them for their cooperation. As they walk through the guild, the other adventurers can't stop staring and whispering. Satsuki puffs out her chest proudly, though she admits it feels strange since Ikoma did almost everything. Ikoma turns to them with a genuine smile. It was thanks to you two as well. He knows that if he'd been surrounded by all those summoned monsters, he would have run out of magic and been defeated. Their support was essential. Hoshinon flips her hair, striking a pose. We've basically risen to fame in one leap. Ikoma deadpans. Too bad the cameras weren't running. Hoshinon immediately snaps back that she would never do something so careless during a real disaster. Ikoma notes to himself that she's surprisingly serious when it counts. The quiet atmosphere of the guild is suddenly broken. Heavy footsteps approach. It's the deputy chairman, Serizawa. Serizawa's mind is racing. A disaster that should have been contained spiraled out of control, and it was a rookie who had to clean up the mess. What would have happened if Ikoma hadn't been there? Serizawa looks at Ikoma, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Ikoma feels it too, wondering where he's seen him before. Then it clicks for Serizawa, the duel with Oga. So this is the kid who defeated the boss. He remembers his initial impression of Ikoma, thinking he was just some arrogant kid who saw adventuring as an easy job. It looks like, I have a pretty bad eye for people. Ikoma finishes the thought internally. He had misjudged Serizawa, just as Serizawa had misjudged him. Meanwhile, in a nearby hospital, Oga slams his fist down in fury. He sits in his bed, his arm gone, seething as he recalls hazy memories of being controlled. That brat cut my arm off, he growls. And now he's being hailed as a hero? This is all garbage. He vows that Ikoma will pay. He'll use his status to make sure he's punished. Don't think this is the end, Ikoma. But a cold voice cuts him off. It's the opposite. Chief Kurosawa stands in the doorway. What? Oga growls. Kurosawa calmly states that not many people could subdue a rogue B-rank adventurer without killing them. If he wasn't there, Kurosawa continues, his voice like ice, you would have probably died. Oga erupts, refusing to believe it. He demands to know why they're all bothering him. Kurosawa just steps aside. Please enter. Oga's eyes go wide with shock. It's one of the defense members from that time, the same agent he used as a human shield. The agent remembers being forced to attack, Oga's berserk skill twisting his mind. He actually survived. The full weight of his actions crashes down on Oga. There's a living witness to his crime. Kurosawa crosses his arms. You used your skill to make him go rampant, didn't you? The agent speaks, his voice cold and hard. Using a skill that affects someone's mind without consent is a grave crime, especially when used to cover an escape. A contracted adventurer would know the laws regarding portal crimes, wouldn't they? Oga can only grunt in agony, his world collapsing. All he can do is curse. His career, his pride, his future, it's all over. Later, back at the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma resubmits his application for B rank, confident his recent achievements will clear the way. But the receptionist returns it with an apologetic look. "I can't submit an application?" Ikoma asks, confused. She explains that after being rejected once, you can't apply again for 3 months. "But I'm level 4 now," Ikoma argues. The receptionist agrees that if he waits, he'll pass without a doubt. But Ikoma doesn't have 3 months. He won't be able to conquer the illusion library in time. The image of the Ring of Wisdom flashes in his mind. His entire plan hinges on getting there soon. He grits his teeth in frustration. "You've really done it this time, Oga." Even from his hospital bed, Oga's spite is still causing problems. Satsuki tries to argue, saying that Ikoma is the hero of the city now, that he's beaten Oga twice. She points out that Oga was fired for his crimes, but the receptionist can only apologize. It's guild policy. Her hands are tied. "That's enough, Satsuki." Ikoma stops her. There's no point in arguing. He can't change the rules. His face is a mask of grim determination. He tells himself he'll just have to find another way to get the Ring of Wisdom. Just then, a voice comes from behind them. "I heard your conversation," the guild staffer gasps. It's the deputy chairman. Serizawa stands there, his expression serious, having overheard everything. Just as his path seems blocked, a voice cuts through the tension. "I heard your conversation," the receptionist gasps. "It's the deputy chairman." Ikoma is surprised. Why would a high-ranking official like him come out of his way to see them? Serizawa gets straight to the point. "You're Ichinose Ikoma, right?" he asks, then drops a bombshell. "With my authority, I'll give you special treatment and rank you up to B rank. Is that okay?" Ikoma stammers. The receptionist is just as shocked, knowing he's bypassing the rules. She voices her concern that other adventurers might complain, and the guild inspectors could get involved. Worse, she adds, the guild chief himself would not be happy. But Serizawa is unshaken. He explains that he researched Ikoma's case. He saw his heroic actions during the flood and his overwhelming victory against Oga. He's concluded that Oga only rejected the promotion because of his own fragile ego. Serizawa continues, saying that postponing Ikoma's rank up now would be the guild's failure, not Ikoma's. The 3-month waiting period isn't set in stone. He admits that the guild chief doesn't like special treatment. We see a glimpse of the chief, a stern, imposing man who prefers to let sleeping dogs lie. But Serizawa isn't deterred. He tells Ikoma that he'll handle convincing him, and it's not something an adventurer needs to worry about. Serizawa explains that his duty is to protect the country. "Thank you for ending the disaster," he says with genuine respect. "I wanted to express my gratitude as the deputy chairman." Ikoma reaches out his hand. They shake on it, a new alliance formed between the rising star and the man of authority. Moments later, Ikoma and Satsuki are back at the counter, their application in hand. This time, a large red approved stamp marks the page. His rank up is official. Satsuki beams, her joy overflowing. "Congratulations on ranking up to B rank, Ikoma-san." "B rank is amazing," she says, her eyes sparkling. With his new level, only a few people in the entire guild can top him now. He reflects on his journey. Even compared to his previous life, this speed is insane. He never thought he'd reach level 44 this quickly. Satsuki notices the thoughtful look on his face. "What's wrong? You look upset." "No," he replies, his expression turning serious. "I just had something on my mind." He's thinking about his regression, about the hourglass of time. A B-rank portal catastrophe is a huge deal. They just happened to be there to resolve it. But there's no way he wouldn't have known about it in his previous life. The conclusion is unavoidable. This incident never occurred in his original timeline. Was it a result of him going back in time? No, he thinks. He reasons that there are still too many unexplained things about the portals. It wouldn't be strange for something entirely different to happen. After all, he doesn't even know the true mechanics of his own time regression. Then there's the butterfly effect. However, he clutches his chest. What is this noise, this unease he feels? A strange, unsettling feeling lingers, like a puzzle piece that doesn't fit. He shakes it off. Thinking too negatively is one of his bad habits. In any case, he finally reached B rank. He pulls out his phone, and there it is, a breaking news alert. A new portal has appeared. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face. It's finally appeared. The illusion library. The news just broke. Thanks to the deputy chairman, he made it to B rank just in time. Satsuki peeks over his shoulder. "Is this the portal you were talking about?" "Yeah," he confirms, his eyes glued to the screen. He explains his goal. He's aiming for the Ring of Wisdom, an item dropped by the boss that he believes is the key to understanding the portal disasters. He turns to Satsuki with a confident grin. "I want to go fill out the application now. Any problem?" She mirrors his energy. "Let's go!" But far away, in a grand, imposing building, a lone figure sits in a dimly lit office. He's on a phone call, discussing a sinister plan. The voice on the phone says that the portal, the illusion library, will appear soon. The man in the office, the guild chief, listens intently. He states that the item dropped by this portal's boss is quite troublesome. He can't have anyone getting their hands on it. The voice on the phone suggests using his authority to monopolize the portal. "Don't be stupid," the chief snaps. He can't have the country begin to distrust him. He needs a pawn to do the dirty work. He looks over at a caged bird. He has a few obedient dogs, but he doesn't think it's time to use them yet. Exposing his own goals would not be forgiven. They need a disposable party who won't catch on. He gives a chilling order. As soon as the portal appears, get in touch with the Chimera's Fang. Their mission: subjugate the boss, destroy the item, and kill every adventurer that goes in there. He tells his subordinate to take care of the paperwork, to change their family registers. It's their specialty. There's no reason for him to get his own hands dirty. The message is sent, pinging across the network. The man who receives it is a scarred, dangerous-looking individual. "Enter," he says, and another subordinate comes into the room. The subordinate asks to consult about the preparation of the demon defense forces. The scarred man hangs up his call. The subordinate asks who was on the phone. "Why?" the scarred man asks, his voice low. "It wasn't a big deal," he says, but a predatory glint in his eyes says otherwise. "This is the Demon Defense Force Chief." A cruel smile plays on his lips. His eyes glow with a sinister yellow light. And we learn his name, Hoju Kurebi. The guild chief himself is making his move. Ikoma's goal is finally in sight. But the path to the illusion library is already proving to be more complicated than he ever expected. On a quiet train ride, Ikoma and Satsuki sit side by side. While he seems calm, the weight of the challenge ahead hangs in the air. Satsuki breaks the silence, asking what kind of place the illusion library is. He explains it's a massive, maze-like library full of magic-wielding enemies, with a formidable level 60 boss waiting at the end. This isn't a fight they can just walk into. A level 60 boss is not an opponent they can afford to be careless with. The number hangs in the air, and Satsuki's anxiety is obvious. "Level 60, can we really beat it?" But Ikoma doesn't hesitate. "We can." He's got that look in his eyes, the one that says he's already 10 steps ahead. He assures her he has a plan that will see them through to victory. They soon arrive at the Adventurers Guild in Urakura City, the location of the Illusion Library portal. But when Ikoma tries to register, he's met with an answer he wasn't expecting. His face twists in confusion. "What do you mean you won't accept it?" The receptionist gives him a polite, dismissive smile. "It's a decision from the guild's end. She can't allow them to enter." She explains that the Urakura Guild has been having a serious problem lately. Newspaper clippings on her desk tell the story. Management crisis. Rising accidental deaths. The guild is under pressure. Because of this, she says their branch is being extremely strict at the moment. Ikoma's frustration boils over. He knows if a portal like this is left alone for too long, it will become unstable and could lead to another disaster. He argues his point. Shouldn't they be letting B-rank adventurers in to clear it? But the receptionist just looks bored, completely unmoved. She dismisses his concern, saying the local forces can handle it for now. Then she lays out the real reason. She sees a freshly promoted B-rank adventurer and a C-rank shaman. To her, they're just not strong enough. "Sorry," she says, "but you won't get anywhere talking to me." Just as their path seems completely blocked, a new voice cuts in. A man in monk's robes looms over them with a shadowy smile. "You guys want to challenge the Illusion Library too?" Ikoma turns wary. The man leans in closer, his smile never leaving his face. He introduces himself as Jugoya Seiji, a level 43 monk. He's also a B-rank adventurer who wants to conquer the portal, but there just aren't enough high-rank adventurers available. A spark of an idea lights up in Ikoma's mind. This is a godsend. With Seiji and his party, the guild might finally grant them permission. His original plan was to level up with Satsuki inside the portal anyway. With another strong party, that worry disappears. But still, there's something about this guy. Ikoma's eyes narrow slightly, weighing the risks and rewards. He can't shake the feeling that this Seiji guy is a little shady. He's calculating. Can they really trust him? But Satsuki, ever trusting, is just relieved, thinking this means they'll finally be able to challenge the portal. Seiji turns his attention fully to Ikoma. "If you're a B-rank, I welcome you," he says, formally asking Ikoma to join his party, but his invitation is pointedly for Ikoma alone. Satsuki's hopeful expression falls. What about me?" she asks, her voice small. Seiji glances at her, his expression cold and dismissive for just a moment. He says he's trying to enter a dangerous portal, and he's already looked through her documents. He points out that she's a shaman, a class known for being difficult to use and often seen as weak. His smile returns, but it's condescending now. He says he can't have excess waste in his party. The words hit Satsuki like a punch, an echo of her past abuse. But before she can even process it, Ikoma steps in, his voice sharp and final. "Sorry, but if you're excluding her, count me out." Satsuki looks up at him, stunned. Seiji's friendly mask slips. He wasn't expecting this rejection. He quickly tries to backtrack, insisting he's not trying to use them for profit. He claims it's just that his party already has superb members. He just needs a strong team to conquer the portal. Ikoma cuts him off. He explains that the shaman class can use mana drain to restore the entire party's magic. For high-level fighters who burn through their energy, Satsuki isn't just useful, she's essential. Seiji pauses, considering this. I guess it's fine. He finally concedes, though he doesn't sound convinced. With his plan back on track, he puts his charming persona back on, gesturing for them to join him. He suggests they exchange contact info, but he still needs to get permission from his other party members first. He waves goodbye, telling them they'll register as a party together and meet up in front of the portal. Ikoma and Satsuki are left waiting in the lobby, the awkward encounter hanging between them. Satsuki turns to him, her worry plain on her face. "Is it really okay? It seemed like he looked at me as if I was a nuisance." Ikoma looks at his phone. He admits Seiji came off as a bit calculating, but he believes they can trust him for now. He explains it's better that Seiji was upfront about his dissatisfaction. He thinks Seiji, as the face of his party, just has to be sociable to avoid disputes. He figures Seiji probably won't do anything that could harm his own reputation. But there's another, more important reason. Ikoma knows they aren't in a position to be picky. The more members they have, the easier it will be to get the Ring of Wisdom. If they can't even get into the portal, they have no hope at all. Meanwhile, Seiji stands with his party members, thinking about the new additions. With Ikoma and Satsuki on board, he believes their worries about conquering the portal are gone. Elsewhere, in a quiet corridor, the rest of Seiji's party waits. Seiji approaches, and one of his members, a woman with a giant scythe, immediately confronts him. "This is completely different from what we planned, Seiji. She's Inoue Shion, level 40. She scolds him for pulling in 2 people with weird classes right before they go in. "Don't do such embarrassing things," she snaps. Seiji just shrugs it off. He reminds her that the guild's restrictions are gone now and they didn't have enough members. She fires back that she wanted a strong frontliner, not this. Seiji smiles, revealing his true intentions. He tells her they had the perfect number of people. Ikoma's level is high, and as for Satsuki, she's insurance. In his mind, they are just tools. A little while later, the 2 parties meet. Satsuki thinks it's good they all grouped up, but the atmosphere is incredibly awkward. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Satsuki leans closer to Ikoma, whispering, "Ikoma-san, is this okay?" Ikoma was already suspicious of Seiji, but his other party members are even more so. The woman with the scythe radiates hostility. Shion speaks up, her voice cold. "I'll say this now." She points the blade of her scythe directly at them. "If you end up being useless and take away a share of the profits, I'll kill you myself." Ikoma, however, is completely unfazed. "A system where only those with achievements profit," he says with a slight smirk. "Better for me, I guess." Shion clicks her tongue in annoyance, then turns to her other companion. "What do you think, Kasai?" The masked man, Kasai Hiru, crosses his arms. "I don't care, as long as they can enter the portal," he says flatly. "And as long as they don't hold me back." Ikoma observes the group. It's true their levels are high. He decides they'll just have to ignore everything else for now. And so a makeshift party is created. For most adventurers, the merits of going into an unexplored portal are high. You can sell the information you gather to the guild. It's also a chance to get rare items, which can be sold for a high price. But Kasai and Shion aren't thinking about that. They're both looking at their leader, clearly displeased. But Ikoma wasn't really in a position to be picky either. He and Satsuki stand there, both thoroughly unimpressed with their new teammates. This is far from ideal. Seiji, however, claps his hands, trying to smooth over the tension with a fake smile. In a party built on a whim, there are bound to be complaints. But being able to gather adventurers at this high level is quite the miracle. With that, he turns and leads the way. Now, let's head to the Illusion Library. The newly formed party follows, a collection of clashing personalities and hidden agendas. But beneath the surface, the real feelings are much darker. Greed, pride, and pure, unfiltered arrogance. Satsuki glances back, worried. She can feel the animosity from their new allies. Ikoma looks forward, his face a neutral mask, but his mind is racing. It'll be nice if nothing troublesome happens, he thinks, but he already knows that's a long shot. Trouble is exactly what's waiting for them. Inside the Illusion Library, alliances are fragile, and every shadow hides a threat you can't see coming. The makeshift party steps into the portal, finding themselves in a vast, ancient library. The air is still and heavy, and the tension between the 5 of them is just as thick. Seiji looks around, a gleam in his eyes. He notes that this is a difficult portal, even among B ranks. He's not just looking at the architecture, he's looking at an opportunity. He thinks to himself that it's rare for a portal of this caliber to appear. If they can conquer it, a greedy smile spreads across his face. They'll become famous in no time. For Seiji, this is just a stepping stone to glory. But his teammates are less interested in the scenery. Shion's sharp voice cuts through the silence, addressing Ikoma and Satsuki. They both turn to face her, already bracing for the hostility they know is coming. Seiji already said it, she sneers. But you guys are only here so we have enough people to enter, so don't do anything that will get in our way. Satsuki clenches her teeth, annoyed. But Ikoma just smiles coolly. Sorry, but we came all this way to explore this portal. I don't plan on leaving empty-handed. Shion's eyes flash with anger. Are you talking back to me? She snarls. Ikoma's smile doesn't waver. He tells her he just wants her to understand their feelings, too. He's being diplomatic, but there's an edge to his words. Shion huffs and turns away. As long as you understand, she mutters before adding under her breath, I don't think we'll be needing you guys anyways. Satsuki whispers to Ikoma, worried that they'll never get the boss item. But Ikoma is calm. He tells her for now they need to focus on conquering the portal. Ikoma knows a B-rank portal can't be conquered just by a group of high-level adventurers. His future knowledge tells him something is different here. There's no way this ends with them doing nothing. As he thinks this, Seiji finds an ancient book. He opens it, but the text is completely alien. He mutters that he can't understand the language at all. But Ikoma knows the truth about objects found inside portals. Anything other than items and magic crystals gets erased the moment you leave. He recalls that in the future, research on portals advanced significantly. The conclusion they came to was grim. The language found inside portals is most likely just a random string of characters, completely meaningless. These places weren't the remnants of a lost ancient civilization. While some counter-theories existed, most were dismissed as delusions. But there was one exception, the Ring of Wisdom from the Illusion Library. That one rare item was said to be the key that could unravel the entire mystery of the portals, and that's why Ikoma is here. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening. He will not allow that ring to be lost this time. Suddenly, a volley of fireballs streaks through the air, aimed right at Seiji. He yells, "Shield!" without a moment's hesitation. A barrier of blue light erupts from his hand, just in time. The fireballs crash against the shield, exploding harmlessly. The attacker reveals itself, a librarian goblin. But as it prepares its next move, Kasai explodes into motion, teleporting behind the goblin. Before the monster can even turn, Kasai strikes. His execute skill is swift and brutal, and the goblin is decapitated in a single, clean strike. Its body slumps to the ground. The fight was over before it even began. Seiji fawns over his teammate. As expected of Kasai-kun. Amazing. Kasai just scoffs, telling him he doesn't need the flattery. He then turns to Ikoma and Satsuki, his tone utterly dismissive. Brats, go collect the magic crystals. That's your job. Shion smirks. Do you get it now, Ikoma? You have no job here. She then turns on Satsuki. And it doesn't seem like you did much yourself either. Satsuki bristles, firing back. It's just not my turn yet, before shrinking back meekly. The constant antagonism is wearing her down. Ikoma watches Kasai and Shion. He admits their decision-making is quick and their strength is real. But after seeing Kasai's skills, he's now sure of something. His gaze locks onto Kasai, a plan forming in his mind. That guy. Ikoma steps forward, startling Kasai. You said your name was Kasai Hiru? Kasai turns, his eye narrowing with irritation. You're being a bit too familiar, he warns. Satsuki watches, confused. Why is Ikoma trying to talk to that moody guy? But Ikoma ignores the warning, his mind racing as he identifies the skills Kasai used. Shadow step, execute. Ikoma's entire demeanor shifts. A bright, almost manic grin spreads across his face. You're a thief class, aren't you? Camaraderie. Satsuki is completely baffled. He gets right in Kasai's personal space, patting his shoulder like they're old friends and giving unsolicited advice about his build. If you're aiming for the top, Ikoma says with a sparkling intensity, I recommend you narrow down your skill point usage. Kasai is stunned into silence. What is up with this kid? He stammers internally. Ikoma continues, suggesting that Kasai should focus on becoming either a tank or a support class. This advice comes from a place of deep, personal experience. Kasai finally snaps. A brat is giving me advice, he roars, shoving Ikoma away. He cuts him off with a chilling threat. If you say anything more meaningless, I'm going to cut your head off. Satsuki rushes to his side, asking what's wrong with him. Ikoma just apologizes. My bad. I'm just quite knowledgeable about the thief class. But his true reason is far more painful. He knows that thief classes become useless at higher levels if they don't specialize. I don't want him to go down the same path I did, he thinks, a wave of empathy washing over him. Shion interrupts, scoffing at his claim. She boasts that Kasai is a top-class adventurer. How many people do you think know more than him? A bitter memory flashes through Ikoma's mind of a time before, in another life, when he was crouched in the darkness, alone and betrayed. Because in that life, he was originally the country's best thief class user. He catches himself, a small, sad smile on his face. But I guess I can't say something like that, he thinks. Elsewhere, Kasai is complaining. He heard this was a rare, high-grade portal, but it doesn't seem like it. Seiji, ever the sycophant, rushes to his side. I'm pretty sure you're just too strong, Kasai-kun, he gushes. Suddenly, Kasai freezes. His senses scream at him. Something is coming. Peeking from behind a bookshelf is a new monster, a clock rabbit, level 45. Kasai notes its stupid face. But Ikoma's blood runs cold. He recognizes it instantly. Clock rabbits. He knows this creature is a nightmare, infamous for annihilating entire parties. It's not an enemy you should fight without thinking. Ikoma immediately takes charge. The clock rabbit won't attack unless you get within range, he explains urgently. Let's go around it. But Kasai, still seething, shoves past him. You've been annoying since earlier. Don't tell me what to do, kid. He stalks directly towards the rabbit. Ikoma yells after him, panic rising in his chest. Kasai stands before the motionless, toy-like rabbit, completely ignoring Ikoma's warning. He thinks to himself that it would be too difficult to fight this thing while protecting everyone. His arrogance has sealed their fate. The clock rabbit's head turns slowly. Its button eye glints with malice as it pulls a small, sharp blade from its side. The toy is about to become a killer. Pride is a dangerous thing, and in a place like this, it can get you killed faster than any monster. The clock rabbit is dangerous, Ikoma screams, his voice filled with urgency. Come back, Hiru. But his warning comes too late. Kasai lunges, his blade slicing through the air. But the rabbit is already gone, easily hopping over his head with a mocking little sound. The attack misses completely. The rabbit lands behind him without a scratch. Kasai is shocked. He wonders if it's the type of monster that excels at evasion. It may be small, but its high level means you never know what it's going to do. Before he can plan his next move, the rabbit uses a skill, dash, and zips away with incredible speed. An evasion skill, how annoying, Kasai mutters, watching it retreat. But this special movement pattern, could it be a rare monster? The thought sparks a flicker of greed in Kasai's eyes. If it's a rare monster, he can look forward to the drops. His pride is already blinding him to the danger. Seiji looks on nervously. Now that it's been cornered, it won't just ignore them. They have no choice but to defeat it. But Ikoma knows better. The look on his face is grim. This isn't just a fight, it's a trap. He shouts out a warning to the others. It's going to use its skill. Cover for each other. Seiji looks at him, completely bewildered. Hey, "What are you saying, Ikoma-kun?" He scoffs at the warning. "That rabbit is only level 45. The 5 of us should be able to defeat it easily." But then a flicker of dread crosses his face. A horrible thought occurs to him. Is it that rabbit skill? The one he's only heard rumors about. But Kasai is still lost in his own arrogance. "I don't take orders from a lower-level brat. I think I already warned you not to say anything more meaningless." The clock rabbit ignores them all. It pulls out a small golden pocket watch. With a brilliant flash of light, the entire area begins to warp. A massive bookshelf tilts, crashing down between Kasai and the rest of the party. Another follows, boxing him in. His escape route is gone. A system window announces the skill's name, Ars Magica. Kasai looks around, trapped and confused. What is this? The books around him begin to tremble, strange sigils glowing on their covers. They burst open, transforming into monstrous flying grimoires. Seiji panics, finally realizing how wrong he was. The clock rabbit floats happily, its trap sprung perfectly. Seiji yells for Hiru to get back, warning him that he's trapped. "I told you not to order me around," Kasai roars back, but his defiance is laced with fear as a grimoire lunges at him. He twists through the air, narrowly dodging the monster's attack. But he's completely surrounded. Another grimoire snaps at him, its teeth inches from his face. With a furious cry, he fights back, but he's outnumbered and outmatched. Seiji can only watch in horror. "Kasai-kun," Shion screams a warning. "There's one more in your blind spot." While Kasai is distracted, the clock rabbit has teleported directly above him. Its button eyes are gone, replaced with a wide, toothy grin. The cute toy is now a terrifying predator. Kasai finally understands. This rabbit doesn't just run away. He looks up, and pure terror fills his eyes. He knows with sickening certainty, "I can't avoid it." But just as the rabbit's fangs are about to sink into him, a flash of purple light erupts. Ikoma appears out of nowhere, his blade intercepting the attack. "I made it in time," he thinks, grim relief on his face. The rabbit squeals, its attack foiled. Ikoma grabs the rabbit with his gravity-infused hand, holding it fast. He spins and delivers a powerful kick, sending the monster flying with a pained squeal. He stands there, surrounded by a purple aura. As long as he has gravity manipulation, far ahead, he won't lose any fight in the air. The rabbit floats nearby, its cheeks puffed out in an angry pout. Ikoma just smirks. "You're not cute even if you pout, you garbage rabbit." Kasai scrambles back to safety, his heart pounding in his chest. "That was close. I almost died." He pants, sweat beading on his forehead. He looks over at Ikoma, a new understanding dawning on him. That brat. He anticipated the rabbit's surprise attack and covered for me? Ikoma dashes past the rabbit, putting himself between the party and the danger. He explains the monster's strategy. The clock rabbit won't come at you directly. It only uses hit-and-run surprise attacks. Then he gives an order that shocks everyone. "I'll take on 3 of the grimoires. The 4 of you take on the last one." CG immediately protests. "That's far too reckless." He tries to defend his own incompetence, but his words carry no weight. Ikoma's voice cuts through the panic, sharp and absolute. "Stand down!" His command is so powerful that it silences both Seiji and the prideful Kasai. He lays out the harsh reality. The clock rabbit's movements are fast. On top of that, it's extremely cunning. While they're fighting multiple enemies, they have to constantly be on guard for its surprise attacks. Even the most reliable one here, Kasai, was almost killed by it. Shion was also panicked by the attack, her tough exterior cracking. He explains that support classes need protection to fight properly. Shion sees his point, but still can't believe his plan. "You're going to fight 3 of these things at the same time? That's impossible!" But Satsuki stands firm, her trust in Ikoma absolute. If it's what Ikoma-san has decided, then I trust him. That's probably the best way to win. She turns to the others, her voice filled with a new fire. Let's hurry and defeat this one monster and help Ikoma-san as soon as possible. Ikoma turns his back on them, facing his impossible challenge. A grimoire swoops toward him. He dodges effortlessly, his eyes already tracking the other enemies. 3 flying grimoires that can attack from long range, plus the fast and cunning clock rabbit waiting for any opening. A deadly combination. He lets out a small sigh. This was a monster combination that was quite troublesome even in his previous life. But a slight smile touches his lips. He doesn't dislike fights that test his limits. His eyes narrow with focus and determination. He looks at the monsters with a confident smirk. Come on, you waste of paper. I'll shred you all at once. The clock rabbit seems to understand, letting out a cheerful squeal as if to say, how fun. The stage is set for a battle against overwhelming odds. The battle for the library begins, and Ikoma is already surrounded, facing impossible odds he chose for himself. Meanwhile, the other 4 face their single opponent. Seiji, finally realizing the danger, yells, "Shield!" A barrier of light erupts just in time, absorbing a powerful blast from the grimoire. Shion refuses to just stand by. "Don't underestimate me," she roars, leaping into the fray. But her wild swing misses as the grimoire easily dodges, its movements quick and erratic. She realizes this monster is the complete package, high attack power, magic, and incredible speed. She lands, frustrated, knowing this won't be an easy fight. And all the while, she knows she has to keep an eye on that tricky rabbit. It's just watching from a distance, looking deceptively harmless, and the sight of it fills her with rage. Fighting 3 of them in this situation is just, she thinks, her anger directed at Ikoma. What the hell are you thinking, you moron? But Ikoma isn't thinking, he's acting. He meets a grimoire head-on, his blade clashing against its monstrous form. While he holds one back, the other 2 prepare to attack from below, magic circles glowing on the floor. He unleashes a new skill, Gravity Moiety. With a surge of power, he pins one of the grimoires to the ground, its magic attack fizzling out against the intense gravitational force. Then, he redirects his momentum, launching himself at the pinned monster. "Meteor Slash!" he roars, plunging his sword straight through the grimoire in a massive explosion of energy. The monster shatters. 1 down. But there's no time to rest. The fight is far from over. On the other side of the battlefield, Satsuki creates an opening, launching a shadow ball at their grimoire. Kasai seizes the opportunity, cutting down the distracted monster with a clean wind slash. "Nice," Shion stammers, a grin spreading across her face. "That's 2 down. For a fleeting moment it feels like they have the upper hand, but their victory is short-lived. The clock rabbit raises its pocket watch again. It activates Ars Magica, and 2 more books fly off the shelves, transforming into new grimoires. Ikoma's expression is grim. He knows the clock rabbit can control up to 4 monsters at once. It's just getting replacements for the 2 they've already defeated. Satsuki cries out in despair, "This is never ending!" The 2 new grimoires immediately close in on Shion. Her confidence turns to fury. "Don't underestimate me. I'll kill you," she screams. "Get back, Shion," Ikoma yells. "Get behind Seiji's shield and reposition." He's giving a direct order, taking control of the chaos. But Shion's pride won't let her listen. That boy, he's pretty good, but the idea of taking orders from him is infuriating. "He dares to order me around like a puppet?" she fumes. Her recklessness overrules her fear. She unleashes her powerful skill, Reap. But as she attacks, her eyes widen in horror. She hears a faint sound behind her. "It's coming to me?" The clock rabbit has made its move, its face twisted into a terrifying grin as it ambushes her. But then it stops, its expression almost confused. It lets out a pitiful squeak, collapses, and seemingly faints. "Don't let it get away, Shion," Seiji shouts, but it was all a feint. The moment Shion lowers her guard, one of the grimoires lunges, sinking its sharp teeth deep into her side. "Crap!" she cries out. The force of the attack sends her crashing to the ground, blood splattering from the wound. She writhes in pain, the monster's jaws clamped firmly onto her. "I can't get this thing off." A wave of sheer terror washes over her. "I'm gonna die at this rate." Panic sets in as she struggles helplessly. Just as she's about to lose hope, Ikoma appears above her. "I'm gonna have to take it off with force. Clench your teeth." His eyes glow with intense purple energy. "Garand!" he shouts, unleashing a concentrated blast of pure gravity. The force rips the grimoire off of Shion, sending it flying. Shion collapses to the floor, breathing heavily, saved from the brink of death. Her entire body hurts, but she's alive. The realization hits her hard. Her arrogance is gone, replaced by the chilling reality of her own weakness. The grimoire she was fighting shrieks and flies back towards her, but Ikoma is already there, pinning it to the ground with his sword. He turns to Seiji and barks an order. "Seiji, heal her with white magic!" The panicking monk stammers. "Got it!" Satsuki watches as the situation collapses. At this rate, they'll all be overwhelmed. "No," Ikoma says, his voice steady. "We can still make a stand. Ars Magica uses a lot of magic. He has a plan. As long as we keep defeating the grimoires, we can win." He glances at the clock rabbit. That thing realizes that too. Its impatience shows in its actions. The rabbit is twitching, getting anxious. Ikoma unleashes double gravity, slamming two grimoires together with immense force. He shouts his analysis to the others. The spines of the grimoires have high defense, and their mouths are protected by their fangs. In that case, he uses one grimoire as a weapon, smashing it into another. "Garand!" he yells, finishing the stunned monster with another blast of gravity. The grimoire explodes, and the force sends a gravity sphere into the one behind it. Another kill. He stands tall amidst the debris, a small smile on his face. "Good." Satsuki cheers. "We defeated another one. If we keep it up at this pace." But Seiji is still panicking. "You're too far up, and there are too many of them." Ikoma ignores him. He knows this is exactly what the enemy wants, to lure him into a trap. He senses the rabbit moving in the shadows, taking the bait. It's stalking him, preparing for another surprise attack. Ikoma stands with his back to the monster, a knowing look on his face. "I knew you would come." He stomps his foot, unleashing inverse gravity. The floor erupts, and the clock rabbit is thrown off balance, pulled towards him against its will. The rabbit lets out a surprised squeak as it loses control, its own plan backfiring. Ikoma now stands between the rabbit and its minions. It doesn't matter if he beats one or two of them. To defeat all of them at once, he has to kill their commander. His mind flashes through the strategy. Getting cornered was actually helping them. It created a bottleneck, making it difficult for the rabbit to launch surprise attacks. This was his plan all along. "I knew if I got too deep, you'd come after me head on." He taunts the creature. "You've failed in your own plans, you garbage rabbit." The rabbit puffs out its cheeks in rage, realizing it's been completely outplayed. Ikoma's eyes are locked on his target, a fierce determination burning within them. He raises his sword, channeling his gravity power, ready to end this fight once and for all. The clock rabbit screeches, all traces of its cute act gone, replaced by pure killing intent as it lunges forward. But it's not a clean hit. Sweat drips down his face. This thing is just too fast. He'd planned to use his gravity momentum for a perfect slice, but the rabbit's speed was beyond his expectations. All he managed was a shallow cut on its side. Its small frame and incredible agility make it a nightmare to fight. Across the room, Kasai desperately fights off a grimoire, while Seiji groans, his shield the only thing holding back a torrent of magic. He glances over at the injured Shion, her life in Satsuki's hands. He knows they can't last much longer. But Ikoma knows the key. Take out the clock rabbit, and the summoned grimoires will vanish along with its Ars Magica skill. He has to end this, and he has to do it now. The rabbit senses his killing intent, letting out a nervous squeak before zipping away to create more distance. Ikoma grits his teeth. Chasing it is pointless. He needs a new plan. The rabbit expects him to leap and use his gravity skills. But Ikoma doesn't move. Instead, he shouts, "Garand!" and unleashes his attack, not at the rabbit, but at the empty space right in front of him. The rabbit activates its dash skill, rocketing forward in a straight, predictable line, so confident in its speed that it even flashes a perfect score, completely unaware it's flying right into a trap. The blast hits it head-on, slamming the creature into the ground in a vortex of dark energy. Ikoma stands over it, his voice cold. "Did you really think you dodged that? I read your skill's movement." He explains the fatal flaw he saw. The dash skill seems invincible, but its fixed straight-line path creates a huge opening. If you can predict the timing, the user becomes an easy target. The rabbit lets out one last scream, realizing it was completely outplayed. With one final decisive swing of his sword, Ikoma ends it. A wave of experience flows through him, and a system window confirms his victory. He's leveled up from 44 to 45. With their commander dead, the remaining grimoires flicker and fade into nothing. As silence falls over the battlefield, the rest of the party can only stare, completely stunned. Ikoma turns to Satsuki with a faint smile.
"We made it just in time."
"Ars Magica is over." Satsuki lets out a huge sigh of relief. "That's great." Shion looks on, her eyes wide as the shock and relief wash over her, and tears begin to well up. "It's over?" Satsuki notices she's crying and opens her mouth to say her name. But Shion whips around, furiously wiping her eyes. "I'm not crying! Just got some dust in my eye." Satsuki just blinks, confused. "But I didn't say anything." Seiji approaches Ikoma, his head bowed low. "Thank you," he says, his voice filled with a gratitude that's all too real. "I honestly underestimated you." He admits he only recruited them to fill the party slots, never expecting this. If they had faced that monster alone, they would have been annihilated. The arrogant monk is gone, replaced by a humbled survivor. Just then, Seiji spots something glinting on the floor where the rabbit fell. What's that?" Ikoma stoops to pick it up. A magic crystal and a rare item drop. A system window identifies it as a B-rank item, the Clock Rabbit's skill book. With this, someone could learn the dash skill. It's not a bad find, but its usefulness really depends on a person's class. Seiji, however, only sees money. "This could sell at the guild for over 10 million, he exclaims, his eyes lighting up with greed. He's already calculating their cut, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he imagines the 2 million each of them will get. But the near-death experience has shattered his nerve. He looks around at the wreckage and asks, "I'd like to head back for now. Is that all right?" He admits he misjudged the illusion library's difficulty. His mana is nearly gone, and Shion, despite her tough act, is clearly shaken. Normally, Ikoma might agree. But he can't let anyone else get their hands on the Ring of Wisdom. Retreat is not an option. His expression hardens. He's not stopping now. He tells Seiji that the rabbit was the most dangerous monster in this entire portal. "From now on, if we see one, we just run. Your healing skills can keep us topped off. And, besides, I have a good way to recover our MP." Seiji stares at him, completely confused. "A way to recover MP?" Satsuki realizes what he's planning, and her face goes pale. "Ikoma, you don't mean that again?" The memory of using her mana drain skill flashes in her mind, a moment of pure trauma. Ikoma's voice is gentle but firm. Goblins are simple-minded and give a ton of MP. They're the perfect targets for mana drain. Saiji considers it. Well, I'm fine with following your lead, Ikoma, but... He glances at his teammates. Kasai crosses his arms. I don't mind. I'm not turning back after coming this far. He's made his decision. Following this guy is his best shot at success. Shion explodes. Really? After we almost just died? You're saying that? Seiji tries to talk some sense into her, reminding her how close she came to death. But her pride flares up. Shut up! I'm not scared of anything, Seiji sighs, defeated. Fine then, just don't overdo it. And just like that, the party has a new, undisputed leader. But elsewhere, at the entrance to the portal, two new figures appear, dressed in the uniform of the Demon Defense Agency. A guild guard stops them, confused, but the man simply flashes a card. It's a classified mission, he says, his voice flat. From Government HQ. The authority is undeniable. The guard immediately snaps to attention, apologizing for his rudeness as he lets them pass. As they walk, the woman, Arisu, checks a device while her partner questions their methods. He flips a small, square object in his hand. Portal management rules are so strict, it's inconvenient. Arisu, your skills would have made this much simpler. She just flashes a special ID card, one that grants them access anywhere, no questions asked. Our mission is to subjugate the boss and collect the item, she muses. But I wonder why they want an item completely deleted. Her partner is stoic. It's not our place to question the mission. We just have to carry out Chimera Fang's duty. He tells her to drop the illusion magic she's using, calling it a waste of mana. She just stretches lazily. You're so stiff. But his expression is dead serious. This is an order from the head of Chimera's Fang. We cannot afford to fail. A cold, confident smile spreads across Arisu's face. There's no way I'd mess up in a portal like this. The illusion around them shatters, revealing their true forms and their terrifying levels. Chugoku Kikyu, level 54. And Yumakawa Arisu, a monstrous level 57. A sadistic smile spreads across her face. It's fine if we kill everyone inside, right? I haven't been able to go all out in a while. I'm so excited. Inside the illusion library, every corner holds a new threat. A hulking book demon roars, its red eyes glowing with malice as it crashes into the fight. Shion lets out a small yelp, her usual bravado crumbling into a flash of genuine fear. In a burst of reckless courage, she charges forward, but the demon's arm stretches unnaturally, slamming its fist into her and sending her flying. Ikoma's sharp voice cuts through the chaos. Shion, get back and reposition. He saw her fatal mistake, a head-on charge against a monster she didn't understand. She scrambles back, shaken. Her pride took as much of a beating as her body. The book demon lets out a low growl, its glowing eyes still locked on her, readying its next attack. But Ikoma already knows this monster's secret. His memories from the future tell him it's an attack type that can stretch its body, a terrible matchup for a first-timer. And he's noticed something else. From her panic during the last fight, he can tell Shion's mental fortitude is brittle. She's all talk until things get real, and right now, she's about to break. Before the demon can strike, Satsuki steps forward, her voice calm but firm. Shadow Hand. Dark tendrils erupt from the ground, wrapping around the book demon and yanking it backward. The monster cries out in confusion, completely immobilized. Satsuki watches with a steady, confident gaze. The timid girl she used to be is nowhere to be seen. Her skill has created the perfect opening, leaving the demon completely vulnerable. Shion seizes the opportunity, leaping in and bringing her scythe down hard, ending the fight with one clean, powerful slice. As the demon dissolves, experience flows into Satsuki. Her support, was the key to their victory. Ikoma looks at Satsuki, filled with pride. The new skill she unlocked is already proving invaluable. He knows a versatile ability like that will have plenty of uses later on. Still, using it on a regular monster feels like a waste of mana. They need to conserve their energy. He walks over to praise her but stops. Satsuki is staring past him, a chillingly sweet smile on her face, her eyes locked on Shion. "Could you please step away from Ikoma?" she asks, her voice dripping with poison. Shion, who had unconsciously moved close to Ikoma, freezes. She jumps back, waving her arms frantically. "It's not what you think," she insists. She wasn't scared and wasn't grabbing onto him. Ikoma just watches, deadpan. "You're the only one saying that." "I just slipped and grabbed him, that's all," Shion blurts out, her excuses getting weaker by the second. Satsuki's expression darkens. "Oh!" The single word is filled with so much menace that Shion flinches, wondering why her eyes suddenly look so terrifying. Suddenly, Shion pivots, pointing at Ikoma. "I'm grateful you saved me," she declares. For a second, Ikoma is surprised by her honesty. "But," she continues, not quite finished, "this is the last time I'll act like this. You hear me?" she yells, desperately trying to regain some pride. While that drama unfolds, CG is busy with his own fight, shouting "Shield" as he raises his staff. A barrier of light erupts just in time to block a monster's attack. At the same time, Kasai takes a nasty hit, crying out as blood splatters from a wound on his side. Ikoma surveys the battlefield. Things are wrapping up. Just one more monster left. Ignoring the pain, Kasai lunges forward, a blur of motion as he closes in on the last goblin. CG panics. "Kasai!" Ikoma said not to kill the last one, but Kasai's blade is already swinging in a clean arc towards the goblin's neck. He stops just short. He lands lightly, not even looking back. "You don't have to tell me." His blade rests at the goblin's throat, a silent promise. He hasn't killed it, just perfectly followed Ikoma's orders. Ikoma watches, impressed. These goblins have a high mana pool, making them the perfect fuel for Satsuki's mana drain. He re-evaluates Kasai. Of Seiji's original crew, he's the only one really using his head. Despite his prickly personality, the guy is a smart, hard worker. It's a wonder, Ikoma thinks, how someone so competent ended up with Seiji in the first place. With the battle over, they approach the captured goblin. It's time to refuel. Satsuki raises her staff. Mana drain. Transfer. MP. A stream of blue energy flows from the terrified goblin through Satsuki and directly into Seiji. Seiji clenches his fists as his magic reserves replenish. "Ooh, with this I can use Barrier 2. Shion grumbles that they could explore forever at this rate, but Ikoma calmly shuts them down. Even with full mana, their bodies and minds get tired. This tactic is a last resort, not a long-term solution. Seiji's excitement fades, but he nods obediently. "If you say so, Ikoma." He even claps an uncomfortable Ikoma on the shoulder, grinning. "Man, you sure are reliable." The power dynamic has officially shifted. They press deeper into the library until they stand before a massive, glowing doorway. The air crackles with power. "We're pretty deep in," Ikoma says. "So, about our plan." He turns, his golden eyes serious. "Will you challenge the portal's boss with me?" Kasai watches from behind his mask, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Shion, however, is aghast. "Are you serious? You don't just challenge a boss on a whim." Ikoma gives her a knowing smirk. "Are you scared?" Her face flushes red. "That's impossible." Satsuki thinks to herself that Ikoma has already figured out exactly how to handle Shion. Seiji, however, is lost in thought. He used to be the one making these decisions. His original goal was to beat the boss, but the fights so far have been a humbling experience. He admits to himself he was overconfident. At this point, just farming experience seems like a much safer bet. He voices his concern. Don't you think fighting the boss today is too risky? Actually, Ikoma says, cutting through the doubt, I have some information about the item in this portal. He looks at each of them, his confidence unwavering. With the members we have here, I think we can easily defeat the boss. The gears in Seiji's mind start turning. He's thinking about the glory, the fame, the achievement of beating a B-rank boss. He imagines high-level parties begging him to join them. The vision is intoxicating. Ikoma interrupts his daydream. That said, there's something we need to discuss. I'll be taking the item dropped from the boss. It's the only reason I came here. In exchange, he continues, his gaze intense, you can have all the magic crystals and any other items we find. Ikoma adds one last detail. Satsuki already agreed to this. She nods in confirmation. And if that's not enough, Ikoma says, I'll throw in some of my own money. Seiji strokes his chin. What kind of item would be worth so much? But then his greed takes over. He remembers the loot from the clock rabbit was a fortune, and this offer is even better. The thought of 10 million yen flashes in his mind, and his decision is made. I'll do it, he shouts, his eyes sparkling. Shion looks at him, disgusted. Are you serious, Seiji? Kasai turns to Shion, his voice flat. Everyone else is in. Are you going home alone? She glares back, realizing she's been cornered. You too, Kasai. Her face twists in frustration. She's been completely outmaneuvered. With a heavy sigh, she gives in. Fine, I'll go along with it. But this is just me paying you back for saving me, she declares, trying to save face. Ikoma just finds her stubbornness amusing. They push open the massive doors and step into a vast cathedral-like chamber bathed in a starry, ethereal light. Before them stands a solitary, elegant figure. A pale white hand with long, metallic fingers clicks together with an unsettling sound. This is no human. The figure turns, revealing a woman in a veiled hat, her lips curved into a cold smile. The system identifies the threat. Akasha, the Illusion Library portal boss. Level 60. The real fight is about to begin. The moment of truth. The party stands before a massive set of doors, the air heavy with anticipation. Behind them lies the portal boss, the final obstacle. Ikoma goes over the plan one last time. The boss has low mobility and its attacks are big, telegraphed moves. He assures them that as long as they don't rush in blindly, they can win this without any problems. The others listen, their expressions a mix of tension and focus. CG is already imagining their victory, a smug look on his face. If Ikoma's information is right, clearing a B-rank portal is in the bag. But Shion breaks the mood, ever the skeptic. Hey, do you guys really believe all this? She asks. Is there really an item that gives you intel on a boss? Satsuki glares at her, pointing out she seemed convinced a minute ago. Shion gets flustered, yelling that it's just strange they'd believe him so easily. The others aren't having it. Seiji tells her strength isn't just about recklessness, and even Kasai chimes in, reminding her she can go home as she's scared. Ikoma calmly adds to the pressure. Adventurers risk their lives, he says, but if she's that worried they can always turn back. He knows she's too proud to take the out. As expected, she panics. I told you, I'm not scared, she stammers. Kasai sighs and explains the plan again. He and Ikoma will draw aggro while Seiji guards her. That just makes her angrier. So you are looking down on me, she shouts. Kasai just says she seemed worried. He watches her, thinking that while she's a pain, she'll ultimately go with the flow. For him, this is good. His goal has always been to get stronger, and he has an ace up his sleeve. If things go wrong, as the highest level member here, he's confident he can escape alone. Just then, Ikoma interrupts. I want to use my skill points before we go in. He pulls up his status window, ready for a last-minute upgrade. He has 29 skill points saved. He was planning to save them, but his instincts are screaming at him to power up now. Before a major boss fight, strengthening your core abilities is always the smart play. Without hesitation, he makes his choice. A system notification flashes. 15 skill points consumed. Gravity magic is now level 3. But then a second notification appears, one he wasn't expecting. You have unlocked Gravity Field. A new skill. This changes everything. He quickly checks the description. It's an area of effect ability that covers a zone in his gravity magic, a powerful new tool in his arsenal. A confident smirk spreads across Ikoma's face. His options have just increased right before the most important fight. Now he's more than ready. With new power secured, Ikoma pushes open the giant doors, leading his party into the darkness. The team emerges into the boss chamber, their expressions set and serious. The final battle is about to begin. Ikoma looks ahead, his gaze fixed on their target. At the far end of the magnificent, starlit hall, a lone figure waits. The boss, Akasha, turns slowly, her strange mechanical presence filling the room with a silent dread. A whirlwind of purple energy and clockwork gears surrounds her as her title appears. Illusion. Library portal boss, Akasha, level 60, Shion murmurs. So that's the portal boss. Kasai calmly notes that, just as Ikoma said, it doesn't seem very mobile. According to plan, Seiji shouts, and the party springs into action. Ikoma and Kasai charge forward to draw her fire. Akasha responds instantly, unleashing a powerful thunder break. Lightning erupts from the ground, chasing after them. This is exactly what Ikoma expected. Her most common attack is quick cast lightning. The information from the future was flawless. He knows its power changes with range, which is why she's targeting the front line. But they were prepared for this. Ikoma uses his gravity skills to boost his own speed, becoming a blue blur, effortlessly weaving between the bolts of electricity. And Kasai is a thief, a class that specializes in pure speed. He moves like a phantom, the lightning strikes always one step behind. Akasha glows with a faint red aura of frustration. Immobile, she has no way of hitting them. They just have to keep dodging and wait for the opening right after she casts her spell. From the backline, Satsuki sees her chance and unleashes a shadow ball. At the same time, Shion sends a powerful slash of energy right at the boss. Both attacks land squarely on Akasha, exploding on impact. The boss lowers her head as if gathering power. And then, a chilling voice echoes through the chamber, directed at Satsuki. Apologize. Satsuki stares in shock. The monster is talking? Ikoma knows what this is. A large-scale area of effect spell aimed at the entire back line. Kasai, fall back to Seiji now, Ikoma yells. Kasai grumbles but immediately follows the order. Akasha unleashes her attack, a massive fire wave that roars across the chamber, leaving no room to escape. Shion cries out in panic. There's no way we can dodge this, but Ikoma is completely unfazed. Then you just defend against it. The party groups up behind Seiji. Leave it to me, he says with newfound confidence. Shield, he roars, and a blue barrier materializes just as the inferno crashes into them. Seiji holds firm, grinning. Since it's an area attack, a simple magic barrier is enough to block it. Everything is just as Ikoma calculated. His confidence is through the roof. He shouts that they can handle anything she throws at them. Akasha's greatest power is also her greatest weakness. Her massive attacks leave her immobile and predictable, a fairly easy boss to fight if you know her patterns. We're going to win this, just like this, Ikoma shouts, his voice filled with determination. Akasha silently prepares her next move, and the party readies their counter. For the first time, Shion has a genuine smile on her face. We might actually be able to do this, she says, a flicker of real hope in her eyes. But Kasai watches from behind his mask, his expression unreadable. This is going far too smoothly. He almost wishes a few of them had been crushed. His gaze drifts to Ikoma's back. Ichinose Ikoma. He's just a little too outstanding. The perfect plans, the flawless execution, the unwavering confidence, it's too much. And in that moment, Kasai makes a silent vow, his eyes narrowing with cold intent. To break this party, he has to start with its leader. The battle against Akasha rages on. Ikoma and Kasai weave across the floor, their speed keeping them just ahead of the boss's relentless magic. Akasha raises her metallic hands, gathering a swirling ball of raw energy as the air begins to crackle. With a roar of power, she unleashes the Sword of Zeus, a massive beam of pure lightning that slams into the ground, threatening to vaporize everything it touches. She floats above the chaos, the lingering energy washing over the arena. But Ikoma is already moving, a blur dodging to the side as the beam misses him by inches. He closes the distance in an instant, appearing right beside her before she can even react. "How slow," he thinks, a confident smirk on his lips. "As I thought." "You're weak up close," he taunts her, asking what happened to all those powerful ranged attacks. His theory is confirmed. If he stays in her face, her best spells are useless. Watching from the back, Shion is grinning. This is easy. As long as the two speedsters keep pulling aggro, this will be over fast. Satsuki just watches her, remembering how terrified she was just a few minutes ago. Seiji watches Ikoma with a new sense of awe. At first, he thought Ikoma was just being optimistic, but now he sees how flawless his predictions were. He understands the enemy perfectly, and he's choosing the safest path to victory. And on top of that, his skill and courage are on another level entirely. Seiji knows that Sword of Zeus was pure, overwhelming power. A single hit would have taken Ikoma out of the fight completely, but he charged in without a second thought. That's the kind of move you can only make with years of experience and unshakable confidence. Just as the party finds its rhythm, Akasha slams her hands down, and massive rock pillars erupt from the floor, changing the battlefield in an instant. The entire dynamic of the fight has just been flipped on its head. The pillars now stand between Akasha and the party's backline. This new cover protects them from her ranged attacks, but it also restricts their movement. Ikoma adapts instantly, yelling for the rear guard to pull back and reposition. Seiji immediately follows the order. Kasai continues his assault, slamming into the pillars to keep Akasha's attention locked on him. Akasha turns, her gaze fixed on the relentless thief. She launches another attack, but Kasai is too quick, dodging behind the newly formed cover. Shion sees this and grins wickedly. "How nice of it to give us a shield to attack from!" Getting cocky, she rushes out from behind the pillar. "Bad move, you puppet." Ikoma sees her break formation. She's too far forward, completely exposed. But in that same instant, a plan forms in his mind. Her reckless positioning is actually perfect. "Sorry, Shion," he yells as he dashes past her. She looks back, confused for a split second. "Huh?" Before she can react, Ikoma plants a foot squarely on her back, launching himself into the air as she grunts, driven face first into the ground. He uses her as a stepping stone, landing perfectly on top of the rock pillar. Shion scrambles up, furious. "Hey! How dare you use me as a stepping stone?" High above the battlefield, Ikoma sees his opening. Akasha was watching him too closely on the ground, but from up here he can launch a surprise attack. "Meteor slash!" he shouts, diving down with his blade glowing and slamming it directly onto Akasha's head. "Did he get her?" Shion asks, watching with wide eyes. But Ikoma knows better. "It's not over yet." Akasha stumbles back, wounded, but still standing. Her health is critical, with only 42 HP left. Ikoma can feel it. The fight will be over soon, one way or another. Hiding behind a pillar, Kasai watches with cold, calculating eyes. "Ichinose Ikoma," he mutters. "You're just a little too good." His eyes narrow with malice. "I think it's time you took a wound." The decision is made. Pushed to her limit, Akasha's body convulses as she gathers the last of her power. She raises her arms to the sky, pulling in a massive amount of ambient mana. Ikoma recognizes it instantly. Ruin Burst. A spell with a long casting time, but once it goes off, it's unstoppable. He knows some bosses enter a crazed state when cornered, and in this case, it's Ruin Burst. He has to stop her before she can release it. He breaks into a sprint, dashing towards the charging boss. With Kasai on the opposite side, the party is perfectly positioned to attack. It should be easy to defeat the immobile boss before she finishes casting. But just as Ikoma is about to strike, a dagger comes flying out of nowhere. His instincts scream, and he's forced to change trajectory, whipping his sword around to parry the dagger just in time. Kasai watches. An immediate reaction. Incredible reflexes. He steps out from behind the pillar with a lazy wave. "Oh, sorry, my mistake." The pieces click in Ikoma's mind. The timing, the angle, the fake apology. It was no mistake. He did it on purpose. But there's no time for that now. The large-scale attack is coming. "Do your best to avoid it," he screams to his party as Akasha finally unleashes Ruin Burst. Kasai stares, frozen. "What is that?" Shion looks up in pure terror. "You're kidding me!" A massive, swirling orb of destructive blue energy forms above Akasha, crackling with unimaginable power. Ikoma grabs Satsuki, pulling her behind him as they brace for the unstoppable wave. He grits his teeth. Ruin Burst. A super powerful magic bullet that won't stop until the caster burns through every last drop of their mana. But if they can just get through this, the rest will be easy. He steels himself, his eyes locked on the prize. This is it. The last hurdle to get his hands on the Ring of Wisdom. Akasha's Ruin Burst fills the chamber with an unrelenting storm of magic. Ikoma is forced to dodge frantically, pinned down by the sheer pressure of the attack. He knows she has only a sliver of health left, but he can't get close enough to land the final blow. The endless barrage keeps him at a distance. He grits his teeth. The spell isn't random. It's marking him, focusing all its power directly on him. He uses a pillar for cover, but the magic bullets just keep coming, a relentless, homing assault. From his own hiding spot, Kasai watches, stunned. He had no idea the spell would be this powerful, but he feels safe. As long as he has this pillar, he can just sit back and enjoy the show. Then, a magic bullet breaks off from the storm and rockets directly towards him. "What?" he cries out as his cover is instantly obliterated. The speed, the power. It's more than he can handle. He's forced to flee, scrambling for his life. He knows he can't keep dodging this forever. In his panic, he blames Ikoma, cursing that brat for getting him into this mess. Ikoma knows this stalemate can't last. Sooner or later, the others are going to get hit. He has to force an opening, even if it means taking a direct hit himself. He charges back into the storm. "Hey, that guy went in again," Shion screams from the back. "What are you thinking?" she yells, horrified. But Satsuki just whispers his name, her faith in him unwavering. Her resolve hardens. "Seiji, let's go in too," she declares. Shion is floored. "What?" But Satsuki presses on, saying the boss's health has to be at its limit. "Besides," she adds, "it's only focusing on Ikoma." "So what?" Shion protests, but Satsuki cuts her off. "No, we're going." It's Seiji who silences the argument. "We have a job to do as a party," he says, his voice firm. He clenches his fist, a look of determination on his face. "They's been relying on Ikoma too much. We can't just push all the risks onto him. I need to put my body on the line too." In that moment, the cowardly monk becomes a true tank. With their leader stepping up, the party charges forward, running right into the face of death. Akasha registers the new threats, her lips curling into a cruel smirk. The storm of magic splits apart, two massive beams swerving to intercept them. There's nowhere to run. Seiji's face is pale with fear, but he doesn't waver. "We can't avoid it." "Get behind me," he yells, stepping in front of the two girls. "Shield," he screams, bracing as the twin beams of destruction slam into his barrier. The force is immense. The shield cracks. "I can't take it," he yells through gritted teeth. "You two, go! Thank you!" they shout, dashing past as he takes the full force of the blast. The magic overwhelms him. He collapses to his knees, his duty done. He manages a wry smile. "Geez, it's been a while since a portal pushed me this hard." With his last bit of strength, he looks towards his party. "I'm leaving the rest to you." Seiji's sacrifice worked. The boss's focus on Ikoma has let up, just for a moment. The party created the opening he needed. This is his chance. He'll finish it with one attack. If he can just land Garand, it's over. "Gravity field," he roars, unleashing his new skill. A sphere of swirling purple energy envelops Akasha, warping the space around her. The intense gravity crushes down, trying to pull her from the sky. Ikoma knows his plan. Ruin Burst is hard to aim from up high. Under these conditions, precise magic control should be impossible. "I'll have you drop that magic sphere of yours," he yells, pouring all his energy into the field. But Satsuki sees his magic is already losing power. He can't maintain it alone. Without a word, she casts her own spell. "Shadow Hand!" Dark tendrils erupt from the field, wrapping around Akasha, adding their strength to hold her down. He sees her help, but knows it's still not enough. At this rate, Akasha will just regenerate mana, and they'll be trapped in a losing battle. A wild cry cuts through the chaos. "Like I'll let you." Shion comes flying in, wreathed in purple energy. "Hell's thrust!" She slams her scythe deep into Akasha's side in a final desperate attack. Akasha cries out, and again. The combined assault finally overwhelms her. The party watches, holding their breath. Their combined power was the final push they needed. Akasha's hands go limp. The Ruin Burst collapses, and her body goes slack, falling from the sky. "Good job, Satsuki!" "Shion!" Ikoma yells. This is the moment. He raises his blade for the finishing blow. He unleashes Garand, and a massive wave of purple energy surges forward, completely engulfing the falling boss. She disintegrates into particles of light. The battle is finally over. A flood of system notifications appears. He levels up from 45 all the way to 49. "We did it!" Satsuki cheers. "We finally defeated it!" A drained Shion slumps beside her. Seiji, battered but alive, gives a weak thumbs up. "Well done, Ikoma." A huge weight lifts off Ikoma's shoulders. He turns to a beaming Satsuki, a triumphant smile on his face. "Now I can finally discover the secrets I never knew in my previous life." He can finally learn the secrets of the portals with the item that was lost in his past. A shimmering, ornate ring materializes in the air before him, the Ring of Wisdom, retrieved. But as Ikoma and Satsuki celebrate their hard-won victory, Kasai emerges from the shadows. His face is hidden, but his eyes are burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. The greatest threat was never the boss. Amidst the lingering energy of the defeated boss, Ikoma finally stands over his prize. "Got it." He holds up the delicate, ornate ring that dropped from Akasha. After all the struggle, it's finally his. A system window confirms its identity, the Ring of Wisdom. This is what he came for. Satsuki approaches, her eyes wide. "Is that the item that's connected to the portals?" Ikoma nods grimly. "That's what I think." "Then shouldn't we give it to the agency?" she wonders. But Ikoma shakes his head. "There's a reason we can't do that." He explains that there are 3 reasons he has to keep it. "To start," he says, "in my previous life, the ones who lost this ring in the first place was the Demon Defense Agency. He won't make that same mistake. Unless he finds someone he can trust completely, he refuses to hand over the Ring of Wisdom. Second," he continues, a memory of his past power flashing in his mind, To unlock this ring's true potential, you need to be a high level. It's much more convenient for a former S-rank like myself to hold it. And lastly, he clenches his fist, a sly grin on his face. What adventurer would just give up a rare item they worked this hard for? Satsuki giggles. You seem pretty happy, Ikoma. She gets serious again, asking what the ring actually does. Before he can answer, Seiji claps him on the back, beaming. You did well defeating Akasha. We're gonna be famous for this. Ikoma asks Seiji if he's okay after taking that hit. Seiji just flexes proudly, saying he's already healed himself and offers to heal Ikoma too. Ikoma admits he didn't really get hit by anything, but since you're offering just a light heal, please, he accepts, mostly to humor the newly confident monk. As a warm light flows into him, a moment of peace settles over them. But as Seiji heals him, he looks at Ikoma with profound respect. This guy, he's the real deal. He's the first adventurer he's ever seen with this much raw potential. A memory of the battle flashes in his mind, of himself screaming at the girls to keep going as he took the blast. A faint, genuine smile crosses Seiji's face. He always saw portals as just a business. To think Ikoma could make him risk everything for his party. I'm glad I met someone like you, he says quietly. Nearby, Kasai sighs dramatically as Shion slumps against him, completely exhausted. He groans about how many times he thought he was going to die, but inside, his thoughts are cold. He got the items and experience he wanted. He grips his dagger, his eyes narrowing. I guess it's time to stop playing friends. He knows that after a challenge like that, people let their guard down, and Ikoma is kneeling, completely relaxed. I'll take this opening. He activates his skill, becoming a silent, invisible blur. The thief class is one of the fastest, and his skill lets him move without a sound. Just try and react to this, he thinks, rocketing towards the unsuspecting Ikoma. He unleashes his special move, Rouge Attack. But in a flash, Ikoma spins around, his hand shooting out to block the strike. Kasai is stunned. Hey now, do you have eyes in the back of your head? Ikoma shoves him back, a surge of purple energy flowing from his hand. The blow sends Kasai stumbling backwards. He lets out a grunt of pain. He lands, shaken but not seriously hurt. Kasai? Ikoma? What are you guys doing? Seiji shouts. But Ikoma's voice is sharp. He betrayed us. Get ready, the battle's not over. Ikoma glares. He always knew Kasai was shady, but a direct attack like this? He tells him that while he was just running around, Ikoma still has plenty of mana left. There's no way you can win 4 against 1, he scoffs, but then a chilling realization hits him. No, that's not right. Kasai just smirks. I already got what I wanted. In that one split second you defended yourself. Ikoma's eyes widen in horror. The Ring of Wisdom, Kasai holds up his arm, revealing the stolen ring now safely tucked away in his storage bracelet. Ikoma realizes with a jolt. In that one attack, Kasai managed to steal the ring. Seiji explains in horror that a storage bracelet puts items in a different dimension. It's a valuable item on its own, Bal, and inside it is now all of their loot, including the ring. How could you? I'll kill you. Shion and Satsuki scream in fury. Kasai just laughs. Try to catch me if you can, he taunts, already dashing away. He scoffs at them, calling them slowpokes. Think you can beat me at my own game? He sneers. Ikoma and Satsuki can only watch him go. He grits his teeth. It's infuriating, but Kasai is right. They can't catch him. He sighs. He was wrong to think a B-rank party would be safe from this kind of betrayal. Kasai, meanwhile, reflects on his history. He originally ranked up by stealing and blackmailing, but his reputation got so bad he couldn't find anyone to party with. So he came here, but the rumors followed him. He had planned for this to be his last score in the area. But to think a party leader so desperate for a rare item would just fall into his lap. It was the perfect setup. His eyes gleam with malice. The plan was perfect. CG stares, realizing there's 10 million yen worth of items in Kasai's storage. It was my mistake, Ikoma apologizes. But he knows he can't just let him go. He knows Kasai is a thief, not a murderer, and promises made in a portal are just words. He couldn't be sure the agency would even bother chasing him down. It's frustrating, but one thing is clear. I have to get the Ring of Wisdom back no matter what. Suddenly, a calm, feminine voice cuts through the air.
Oh.
It seems it's already over. Two figures emerge from the shadows.
Looks like we were late, Kiki,
the woman sighs. Satsuki shouts a warning, knowing the other adventurers are in danger now. Run, she yells, as Kasai sprints towards them, hoping to just blow past and escape. But the bald man, Kikue, doesn't flinch. His eyes are cold as steel. You're in the way. Get out. Arisu just pleads, Kiki, please, but it's too late. Kasai clicks his tongue. This idiot. He's confident in his speed. He's level 48, high level even for a B rank. He sneers, thinking this guy can't possibly. But in a blur, Kiku is on him, so fast, and the blow is so heavy. The impact sends him flying, slamming him into a wall with bone-shattering force. He collapses, unconscious, defeated in a single hit. The party stares in absolute shock. Ikoma is speechless. They took out the high-level Kasai in one hit. Who are these two? And then, a flicker of recognition. Where has he seen them before? Could it be? His face drains of all color as the memory hits him. It's them, the assassins from his past life. The real danger has finally arrived. Kiku stands over the unconscious bodies of the two adventurers. He sighs. How boring. Arisu pokes the knocked-out Kasai, a look of pure disinterest on her face. This is no fun at all, she complains. Xian stares in disbelief. Kasai was a high-level adventurer, yet he was taken down in a single hit. In the background, Arisu finds the Ring of Wisdom. Wow, it's so pretty, she exclaims. She playfully puts it on, dancing around. Hey, Kiki, it suits me, right? Kiku pulls up his mission tablet. That's the target, Arisu. She pouts. What? We have to break it? She argues they won't notice if she takes it home, but he shuts her down. Going against the mission means execution, even for her. Seiji steps forward cautiously. You guys saved us. That guy was a traitor, he says, offering his thanks. But, he gestures to the broken form of Kasai, didn't you go a little overboard? Arisu tilts her head, feigning confusion. Oh, a wicked, sharp-toothed grin spreads across her face. He seems to have a misunderstanding. She pulls out a knife, her eyes glowing with bloodlust. We can kill all of them, right? Kiku confirms with cold professionalism. Of course. Orders are to eliminate anyone present. The party freezes. What? CG stammers, the friendly atmosphere instantly shattering. But Ikoma's eyes are locked on the assassins. Their dark outfits, that overwhelming power, Chimera's fang, he whispers, a curse from his past life. Arisu's grin widens. Oh, you know us. She finds it surprising that anyone here would know their name. Satsuki asks if he knows them, while Xion realizes with dawning dread that Chimera's fang isn't just some internet rumor. Ikoma knows the truth. A dark organization that used the portal phenomenon to climb the ranks of the underworld. They expanded their influence, severing all political ties, until they became a terrifying urban legend. He remembers fighting one of them in his past life, a battle he barely survived. At this point in time, they shouldn't have their future weapons and abilities, but that doesn't change the fact that they are formidable. He grips his sword, his mind racing. He doesn't know why Chimera's fang is here in an unknown B-rank portal, but he knows they aren't the kind of people who reveal themselves easily. They are professionals, killers, and they always uphold their word, especially when it comes to eliminating all witnesses. They're really coming to kill us, Seiji cries out in terror. We have to fight them. He tries to rally them, suggesting they use their numbers. But Ikoma cuts him off, his voice grim. "They're on a different level. I'm sorry, but even 2 against 1, we stand no chance." Across the room, Arisu asks Kikyu who he wants to kill. "I think I want that boy," she says, her eyes locked on Ikoma. The ring of wisdom flashes on her finger. Satsuki realizes they can't let them have it, and just then, Ikoma charges. "Ikoma!" Sound of clashing blades. He clashes with Arisu in a blur of motion. "I'll handle this one," he yells. "You 3 take care of the other one." The party is stunned. A 3-on-1, leaving Ikoma to fight alone? Seiji realizes it's the right call. He understands the logic. "Satsuki and I are support," he thinks. "We can't fight on the front lines. The burden falls to Shion. She's the only other one who can act as a damage dealer. It's a huge burden on Ikoma, but they have to trust him." Ikoma holds Arisu's blade back, his face a mask of concentration. Seiji continues his analysis. "That man, Kikyo, took out Kasai in a single hit. But considering Ikoma's skill, this is their most effective strategy." Kikyu just scoffs. "He's underestimating Arisu, isn't he?" He glances at Seiji. "That girl has always been stronger than me." Seiji's blood runs cold. "What?" Arisu pushes Ikoma back, a pleased smile on her face. "I'm glad we seem so compatible." "But it looks like you made a miscalculation," she purrs. She presses her advantage, her strength far greater than his. Ikoma struggles. Even with his gravity enhanced, he's losing in raw power. The difference in their strength is just too great. Arisu decides to let him in on the secret. "Just so you know, Kiki's level 54, and I am level 57. She mocks him, saying a level 50 like him could never defeat her. But Ikoma's response is calm, almost chilling. "I already assumed your level was higher than mine." She's taken aback. "You're bluffing. As long as you can defeat high-level monsters," Ikoma explains, "your own level can be raised quickly." He continues, saying that reckless battle maniacs can gain power rapidly. Most of them just end up losing their lives. "The reason self-centered young people like you are valued," he says, his eyes boring into hers, "is because of your combat abilities." Arisu finds his all-knowing tone annoying. She asks why he chose to fight her. He explains, "Dealing with a class that uses short daggers is tricky. They're good at harassing multiple opponents, but a class with a long-reach weapon is better in a one-on-one fight. It's easier to find an opening against them. Battles between tricky classes often lead to unexpected outcomes," he finishes, a confident smile on his face. Arisu's expression darkens. "After I quickly dispose of you, I'll go support the others." Ikoma knows this is his only chance, the only way to win in this situation. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. The pressure is immense. Watching from the back, Seiji is in awe. "Ikoma, you figured all that out in a second and charged in?" A wild laugh escapes Arisu's lips, a delighted, almost crazed laugh. "Interesting provocation," she declares, her eyes wide with excitement. "Fine, I'm in." She raises her hand, summoning a storm of glowing red daggers that hover around her. Illusion knife. She gives him a predatory grin. "Please try your best to entertain me. It'll be disappointing if you're all talk." The battle begins. With a wicked smile, Arisu unleashes her first attack, surrounding herself in a storm of phantom blades born from pure, malevolent energy. This is her illusion knife, a magic skill that hurls phantom blades at her enemy. But as the magic gathers, Ikoma watches with a cold, analytical gaze. He's not panicking, he's processing. A memory from his past life clicks into place. He knows this energy, so that's her class. He thinks to himself that this is a very rare and troublesome class to fight. He knew she was strong, but this is worse than he expected. Ecstatic scream. Arisu lunges. "Dance for me," she yells, sending the storm of blades directly at him. But Ikoma is already moving, bursting to the side as the knives crash into the floor right where he stood a second ago. Arisu's eyes widen. He's fast, but this is more than just speed. He must be using a skill to enhance his physical abilities. Even so, she can't believe it. To weave through her blade storm without a hint of fear. Who is this guy? A slow, sharp-toothed grin spreads across her face. The shock gives way to excitement. Very good, she thinks. Her interest is fully captured. As Ikoma gets into his stance, ready for the next move, Arisu's thoughts turn dark. The sight of a brave opponent ready to fight to the death is something she loves more than anything. This is exactly the kind of entertainment she was hoping for. He lunges, and their weapons meet in a deafening clash, a shockwave of red and purple energy exploding from the impact. The power difference is painfully clear. An 8-level gap at this stage is almost insurmountable. Ikoma feels the immense pressure through his blade. He's pushing his gravity magic to its limits, but he's still being overpowered, completely on the defensive. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees his teammates engaging the other assassin. His resolve hardens. He has to end this quickly and go support them. He glares at her, a silent challenge. No matter how many magic shots she fires, they won't hit him. He knows he can't win a battle of attrition. If she controls the fight, he'll never find an opening. It's a huge risk, but he knows what he has to do. He has to abandon his defense and go on the offensive. Arisu smirks, as if reading his mind. "Let's see the true abilities of an illusionist then," she says, taunting him. She lets out a laugh. "You sure know a lot," she says, amused. "The illusionist class is so rare. I've never met another person who uses it. It's a fearsome class that blurs the line between what's real and what isn't, creating a chaotic and deadly fighting style." "Okay then," Arisu says, her eyes glowing. "I guess I'll answer your demands." She raises her hands, and a massive magic circle materializes above her, summoning a literal rain of dozens of phantom blades. Ikoma looks up at the terrifying barrage, but his mind is already working. It's a huge number of knives, but he realizes half of them are just illusions. Arisu is completely confident. No one could possibly dodge them all. "Let's start by wiping that composed look off your face," she shouts. Using his gravity magic, Ikoma launches himself right into the heart of the deadly storm. "Oh, you sure can move," Arisu sneers, "but you can't avoid all of them." She knows the true power of this attack is the psychological toll it takes, the constant fear of not knowing which blade is real. As the blades converge, Arisu screams with delight, "Show me your face contorted with fear." But there's no fear in Ikoma's eyes, only intense focus. Amidst the chaos, his gaze locks onto a single one. It's this one. With impossible grace, he twists and weaves through the storm, parrying only the blades that are real and letting the illusions pass harmlessly through him. A single, confused sound escapes Arisu's lips. "Huh?" Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. It's impossible. He's seeing right through her ultimate technique. Ikoma knows they're just illusions. By observing the subtle differences in their light and shadow, he can pick out the real ones. He casually kicks a real blade aside. Arisu can't comprehend it. Even if he can see through it, this is ridiculous, she thinks frantically. No one should be able to react with such confidence. She lets out a frustrated grunt as Ikoma effortlessly carves a path through her attack. For the first time, Arisu is forced onto the back foot, batting away the shrapnel of her own destroyed blades. In a flash, Ikoma is past her, leaving her standing alone as her grand attack dissipates into nothing. He completely dismantled it. The realization hits her hard. This man is not some common adventurer. His guts, his technical knowledge, his sheer experience. He's on a completely different level. She's fought high-level assassins and elite monster hunting teams, but even compared to them, this guy is different. Who the hell is he? The question screams in her mind. Ikoma slides into position behind her, his sword raised for a decisive strike. but a small, amused smile touches her lips. "I guess I got a little careless," she admits. She turns to face him, her shock replaced by a strange curiosity. "You surprised me. I never thought anyone could avoid my attack the first time they saw it. Are you even human?" Ikoma curses inwardly. He had hoped to land a finishing blow while he had the advantage. He looks down and sees his attack only barely grazed her cheek, drawing a single drop of blood. Arisu touches the cut, her eyes wide as she lets out a sharp, "Huh!" And then something in her snaps. A wild, manic laugh erupts from her, echoing with pure, unhinged joy. "Amazing!" Her face is flushed, her eyes wide with a terrifying mix of pain and pleasure. "Amazing, amazing, amazing!" The thrill of a real fight, the possibility of death, floods her senses. "If it's you," she thinks ecstatically, "you might actually be able to kill me." For the first time, she's feeling a genuine chill run down her spine. "I'm really, really grateful to you," she says, her voice trembling with excitement. Her entire demeanor shifts. "There's this one skill," she begins, a dark energy swirling around her. "I hate it. It makes battles too one-sided and boring. But if it's you, maybe you'll be able to withstand it." The name of her next skill appears, Doppelganger. Ikoma's blood runs cold. He knows this skill. Of course she has this one too. From his memories of the future, he knows exactly what this is. The most broken skill in an illusionist's arsenal, allowing them to create tangible, physical phantoms of themselves. And he knows a high-level user like Arisu can create 3 of them at once. The air shimmers, and suddenly Ikoma is facing not 1, but 3 identical assassins, all wearing the same sadistic, blood-splattered grin. He knows if he lets his guard down for even a second, he'll be tormented and killed by a team of them. These aren't just illusions. They're tangible copies with the same abilities as the original. Suddenly, Ikoma isn't just fighting 1 person, he's fighting 3. The 3 Arisas move in terrifying sync. A whirlwind of blades comes at him from all sides, a coordinated assault that gives him no room to breathe, let alone fight back. He's completely overwhelmed. There's no time to think about a counterattack. All he can do is defend. A bead of sweat traces down his face. The pressure is immense, pushing him to the absolute brink. The clones mock him. One compliments his movements, her eyes filled with sadistic glee. "But I wonder if you can dodge me now." Ikoma barely manages to block a strike, the impact rattling him to his core. He's being forced back, step by agonizing step. He knows Doppelganger isn't invincible, but defeating even one of her clones is a monumental task. As they close in, a clone coos, "We're not finished yet. Show me some better footwork." But while Ikoma is trapped in his own personal hell, his team is facing a monster of their own. Seiji, Shion, and Satsuki stand before Kikyu, a grim understanding passing between them. Seiji knows Kikyu defeated the high-level Kasai with pure strength, but now they have the numbers advantage. Their enemy is aware that if he attacks one, the other 2 can strike. He's forced to be cautious. Seiji sees their chance. "We'll use our numbers to create an opening," he yells. "Satsuki, Shion, now!" They unleash a coordinated attack. But Kikyo is unfazed. He raises a hand and unleashes flaming fangs. A torrent of fire erupts from his palm, easily swallowing their attacks and blasting towards them. Shion grunts as she grabs Satsuki, pulling her out of the way just in time. They land in a heap, the attack narrowly missing them. "Thank you," Satsuki murmurs. Shion just clicks her tongue in frustration over being a rear guard class. Seiji stares in disbelief, his hands trembling. "What is that power?" he thinks, horrified. A direct hit would have completely obliterated them. Kikyu sighs, clearly bored. He knows Arisu has a bad habit of dragging things out when she's having fun. "I don't care anymore," he decides. "Let's just get this over with." A dark, oppressive aura flares around him. His eyes glow red. Vajra Sambhogakaya, he says, his voice low and menacing. I'm tired of these futile feints. Shion's voice trembles. What's with that guy? He's a monster. CG recognizes the skill, a technique that drastically increases the user's physical capabilities. It also makes their body incredibly sturdy. The terrible realization dawns on him. He's planning to just charge in, tank their damage, and crush them with raw power. He's going to end this in one go. Kikyo lunges, a blur of motion, his massive polearm raised to strike them down. He's too fast! CG screams, throwing up his only defense. Shield! Kikyo's attack slams into CG's staff. He grunts in pain but holds his ground. You bastard! Don't look down on us! Shion feels a shiver run down her spine. That feeling, his body, is it actually as hard as the mythical indestructible Vajra? With a single brutal backhand, Kikyo sends Shion flying, her scythe knocked from her hands. CG collapses, utterly defeated. What is this monster? He's too overwhelming. The question echoes in his mind, is he even human? Kikyo stands over them, a silent, menacing figure radiating pure power, and a chilling thought strikes Seiji. Kikyo said that Arisu, the girl fighting Ikoma, is even stronger than him. The thought is too horrifying to comprehend. A wild laugh echoes from across the hall. It's Arisu, thoroughly enjoying Ikoma's struggle. So you're on defense now, are you? She taunts. Her face is a mask of pure ecstasy. More, get me more excited. Kikyo glances over. He sees she's using doppelganger and realizes Ikoma must be strong. But with this, he thinks, it won't take much more time now. Back with the others, Shion grits her teeth. Damn it! Satsuki's heart sinks. No matter what we do, he's just too strong. But even in her despair, a flicker of hope remains. But if we hang in there, she whispers, I'm sure he'll come to save us. Then something changes. She clenches her fist. No, she thinks, that's not right. A memory flashes in her mind, her promise to Ikoma. I'm not going to be a liability who waits to be saved, she tells herself. I swore I would become a partner he would recognize. The thought of just waiting while he puts his life on the line, she can't accept it. She turns to her battered allies. Shion, CG, you still have some fight left in you, right? They stare at her, shocked by the sudden fire in her eyes. Satsuki raises her staff, her voice ringing with newfound strength. Let's defeat him with the three of us, and go help Ikoma. For the first time, it's not Ikoma or CG leading the charge. It's Satsuki, ready to fight her own battle. Kikyo watches their moment of defiance, his expression unchanged. You can still say that kind of thing? He scoffs, completely unimpressed. A flicker of respect crosses Kikyo's face. It's admirable that you can still confront me, he says, his voice low and cold, even after knowing the difference in our power. Come now, I will give you a warrior's death. But this time, they don't flinch. Satsuki, Shion, and CG stand together, their expressions a mixture of fear and hardened determination. They are no longer a dysfunctional group, they are a team. Seiji knows the odds are impossible. Kikuo's body-strengthening skill makes him a walking fortress. They don't have a single technique that can actually damage him. Satsuki understands this too. With their current power, beating him is a long shot. They can't even drag the fight out long enough for his mana to run dry. She closes her eyes for a split second, her mind racing. And in that moment, she asks herself one simple question. What would Ikoma do? The answer comes to her instantly. If this becomes a drawn-out battle, they will lose because of the gap in their strength. They can't wear him down. They have to create one perfect opening and go all out at once. But finding an opening big enough to defeat someone this strong seems impossible. A new idea sparks in her mind. Even if we can't defeat him, she thinks, we might be able to neutralize him. Just then, Kikyu charges, a blur of motion closing the distance. "That monster, he's coming!" Shion cries out. Panic sets in. Shion knows they can't beat him head-on. "What are we going to do?" she yells. Satsuki takes command, her voice sharp and clear. "I'll use my skill to hinder his movement." She turns to Shion with an insane order. "In that opening, throw your scythe at his right side." Kikyu overhears, confused. "Throw it?" Shion is horrified. Her best skill is a melee attack. If she misses, she'll be weaponless against a monster. But Satsuki has already turned to Seiji, telling him to coordinate his own attack with Shion's. Seiji looks at Satsuki, seeing the unwavering confidence in her eyes. "Understood," he says without hesitation. "Let's try it." Shion is stunned that he agreed to such a reckless plan, but Seiji knows they don't have time to second-guess. "If we don't synchronize our attacks, we don't stand a chance." His gaze hardens. He's putting his life on the line for a plan laid out by his new commander. "My bet is on you, Satsuki." Shion sighs in frustration, but she's in. The plan is in motion. Satsuki slams her staff into the ground. Shadow Hand! Inky black tendrils erupt, wrapping around Kikyu's legs. With his enhanced strength, he powers through them, but it does its job. It slows him down for just a fraction of a second. "Not a bad skill," he grunts. Seeing her chance, Shion takes a deep breath. "He's not stopping, but we have to go now." She hurls her scythe with all her might. Hell's thrust. The scythe flies wide, completely missing. Kikyu easily bats it aside with his polearm. "That was useless." Shion screams in despair. "I threw away my weapon for nothing, but that was just the first part of the plan." "I'll bash your body with my shield," Shiji roars. He surrounds himself in a protective barrier and charges forward. Kikyu meets him head-on, ready to shatter the shield and the man behind it. "I'll break through that flimsy barrier," he growls. But just as he raises his arm to strike, the real attack hits. The scythe, ricocheting off the wall, comes flying back, its spinning blade aimed perfectly at his exposed right hand. Kikyu's eyes widen in shock. "What?" A tiny heart appears in his pupil, a sign of his vulnerability. The blade slices cleanly through his hand, severing his grip on his weapon. Seiji's shield slams into him a moment later, staggering the powerful assassin. The plan worked. With Kikyu stunned, Seiji follows through with a powerful punch right to the jaw. Satsuki stands amidst the swirling dust, the mastermind of their victory. And then, in the heat of the moment, she trips over her own feet with a comical, "Ow!" She stumbles across the floor, crashing right next to Shion's fallen scythe. She and Seiji regroup, looking at their handiwork. Seiji looks at the disarmed assassin. His weapon required both hands. He's lost his main way of attacking. He looks over at Satsuki, completely blown away. This kid, she came up with that plan in a second. He realizes she has serious guts. Blast, he thinks. I underestimated her. He had always thought she only survived because she was fighting alongside a genius like Ikoma. Satsuki's strategy was brilliant. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they could get rid of his weapon. With his polearm gone, Kikyu can no longer fight. Or so they think. Kikyo looks at his severed hand, replaying the last few seconds. He realizes the shadow hand was just a decoy to hide the ricocheting scythe. I was beaten by pure strategy, he admits to himself, genuinely impressed. Shion retrieves her weapon, a smirk on her face. That was one heck of a reversal, right, spear guy? She taunts. Just surrender already. But Kikyo doesn't surrender. He simply cracks his knuckles and slams his fist into the ground, shattering the stone beneath it. A grim determination settles on his face. I'm on a mission too, he says, his eyes glowing. Don't think it's over just because I only have my hands. The trio's brief moment of triumph vanishes. The fight is far from over. Meanwhile, across the hall, Ikoma is losing. He's being pushed back by a relentless assault from Arisu's clones. The real Arisu watches from a distance, a mocking smile on her face. "Your movements are getting sloppy," she calls out. "Without skills, you can't really handle my attacks, can you?" The clones join in. "The situation is only gonna get worse." "Hey, what are you gonna do? Tell me." Ikoma knows the weakness of her doppelganger skill is its high mana cost, but he also knows drawing out the battle any longer is impossible for him. The clones can be damaged, but he doesn't have the stamina to take them out one by one, and trying to attack the main body is suicide. The cold, hard truth settles in. Right now, he has no cards left to play. There is no way for him to win. But defeat is not an option. A fire ignites in his eyes. "I'll prepare my hand until I do." If a winning strategy doesn't exist, he'll just have to invent one. With their enemy disarmed, Satsuki's team presses the attack, hoping to capitalize on their small victory. But Kikyo is a monster. Weapon or not, he charges forward, dodging their magic with ease. Satsuki watches him, a grim realization dawning on her. This person, even after they took his weapon, he has absolutely no intention of backing down. The fight devolves into a brutal close-quarters brawl, Kikyo's physical power still overwhelming. Xian comes in with a flying kick, yelling, "Get lost," and forcing him back for a moment. She lands, sweat on her face. They're holding him off, but it's taking everything they have. Kikyo hisses in frustration, cuts and bruises marking his body. He can't believe he's struggling to fight 3 people with just his bare hands. CG sees their path to victory. Without his weapon, Kikyo's reach is short, and his strengthening skill will eventually run out of mana. On paper, their victory should be obvious. But even as he's being beaten down, Kikyo's fighting spirit hasn't faded. His mental fortitude is as monstrous as his strength. He grits his teeth. These 3 are far more difficult than he ever imagined. He knows the guy fighting Arisu is on another level. He can't let this team join that fight. He makes his decision. For the sake of the mission, he will hold them here until Arisu is done. He settles into a hand-to-hand combat stance, his eyes burning with cold resolve. He will not let them pass. Meanwhile, across the hall, Arisu's clones move in for the kill. One of them slashes deep into Ikoma's side. The blade sinks into his flesh, a seemingly fatal blow. Arisu watches, her victory seemingly assured. "You've been persistent," she says, "but I guess that's as far as you go." A grin spreads across her face. "I had a lot of fun." "Thanks for playing with me," she says, as her clones prepare to finish him off. They lunge, a flurry of coordinated strikes meant to end him. But in her arrogance, the real Arisu can't resist dealing the final blow herself. "Bye-bye," she whispers, her dagger plunging towards his heart. But the fatal strike never lands. In a flash, Ikoma's hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist with an iron grip. Arisu is stunned. "Whoa, you can still use that skill?" "I knew it," Ikoma says, his voice cold and steady. "Given your personality, your last attack would come from your real body. The trap is sprung. I deliberately created a situation with no way out," Ikoma explains, his eyes gleaming, "and exposed a fatal opening, all to lure you." Arisu laughs, even now. "I got lured in, just as you planned." She tries to pull her dagger free. "But, it's pointless," she screams, trying to overpower him. But Ikoma is one step ahead. There. Using her own momentum against her, he twists her arm, disarming her and landing a solid blow to her side with the hilt of his sword. Arisu stumbles back. She admits it wasn't a bad plan, but calls him naive for thinking it was enough. But Ikoma just smirks. "I don't make a plan if there's no chance of success." Moreover, he holds up his hand, a triumphant grin on his face. "I've won the gamble." And there, shining on his finger, is the ring of wisdom. Arisu's eyes go wide. She remembers snatching the ring earlier. She can't believe it. "He stole the ring in that instant?" she whispers, her own mocking words about sticky fingers coming back to haunt her. Ikoma thinks to himself that his old experience as a thief really came in handy. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The entire battle was never about defeating her. It was about this single moment, the Ring of Wisdom, its power to summon the great mage from the library. Ikoma explains his master plan. He knew her doppelganger skill was powerful, but he didn't have a skill to counter it. Now he has this. This was why he was so desperately conserving his mana. Arisu's mind is reeling. He was reluctant to use a skill, so I thought he was out of mana. Her face is a mask of pure shock. But his goal was to save up his mana to use the ring's ability. When did he even start planning this? He knew about doppelganger. Don't tell me, from the very beginning. From the moment he said, "I'll handle this one on my own." No, that can't be it, she thinks, trying to find a flaw. That item was just dropped. There's no way he could use it instantly. But Ikoma's knowledge runs deeper. In his previous life, he researched this very item. He raises his hand, the ring glowing with power. Come. Great mage of the library. A massive pillar of light erupts from the ring, blinding Arisu. A swirling vortex of pure magical energy gathers in front of Ikoma. The energy coalesces, taking a new form. And from the light emerges a small, chibi-like figure, the former boss of this very portal, Akasha. She blinks, looking around in confusion, and then lets out an annoyed huff, as if she's been summoned against her will. Arisu stares, her mind finally catching up. A summoning magic from the item. Ikoma looks at his new ally, his path forward now crystal clear. My path to victory is set. He stands beside the powerful mage, no longer the prey, but the hunter. Let's end this in one shot. With the tiny mage Akasha at his side, the tide of battle has turned. Ikoma's defensive posture is gone, replaced by a predatory grin. His voice is low, confident. Let's end this now. Arisu freezes. A summoning item? Those are legendarily rare. Her mind races, trying to analyze this impossible new variable. Her clones are ready, but for the first time, she hesitates. A single bead of sweat traces a path down her cheek. She's seen magic like this before, but something feels off. Normally, a user has to pour their own magic into a summon, a terribly inefficient process. And the summons themselves are notoriously picky. They don't just obey anyone. More than that, he just got the ring. There's no way he's had time to practice with it, to understand its power. She comes to a conclusion. It has to be a bluff. He's injured, low on mana, and this is just a desperate last-ditch effort to scare her. But she's wrong. From the moment he saw her doppelganger skill, Ikoma knew the Ring of Wisdom was his only path to victory. Everything has gone exactly according to his plan. Arisu's brief moment of fear melts away, replaced by that familiar manic excitement. A sharp, toothy grin spreads across her face. "Fine, then," she screams, sending her clones charging forward. "Show me what you've got!" Ikoma knows his new ally is weakened. As a summon, Akasha is a shadow of the powerful boss she once was. But she still possesses all of her original skills. And by feeding her his own mana, he can unleash that devastating power. He points a single finger, his command sharp and absolute. "Akasha, do it." In an instant, the tiny mage responds, unleashing a massive wall of fire that roars across the room. It's a colossal area of effect attack, leaving no room to escape. Arisu screams, caught completely by surprise as the inferno closes in around her. There's nowhere to run. She braces for the impact, gritting her teeth as the wave of flames washes over her and her clones. She realizes the heat isn't as intense as she expected. For an attack of this size, the power is surprisingly low. She and her clones endure the scorch, wounded but not fatally. It seems they've weathered the storm, but then she remembers the fatal weakness of her skill. Her clones are fragile. They can't withstand sustained damage. Her eyes widen in horror as she watches them flicker and dissolve into nothingness. Akasha floats proudly beside Ikoma. The plan was a resounding success. The firewall was intentionally weak, costing very little mana. Ikoma knew that channeling magic through a summon was inefficient. The extra steps of him giving the order and Akasha casting the spell consumed more energy than a normal cast. But it was the perfect counter. Her doppelgangers, so vulnerable to any area attack, were completely erased by the low-power, wide-range spell. To survive a firewall, you need powerful evasion or defensive skills. But as an illusionist, Arisu has neither. Her greatest strength just became her most glaring weakness. This is the true power of a summoning item. It doesn't just add an ally, it multiplies a user's strategic options tenfold. Ikoma allows himself a small, satisfied smirk, a flawless victory. "I've dealt with your clones," he says, his voice dripping with condescending victory. "And you must be running on fumes after maintaining them for so long. Now, it's my turn to attack." Arisu is stunned into silence. It wasn't a reckless gamble. Her mind reels. Could he really have planned this far ahead from the very beginning? She struggles to grasp the sheer depth of his strategy. To have a plan this intricate against a much higher-level opponent, it seemed impossible. And then she begins to laugh, a wild, unhinged cackle of pure adrenaline-fueled joy. "Amazing!" she cries out, her eyes gleaming. "You're truly amazing! To think you could corner me like this. It's been so long since I've had this much fun. But," she says, a terrifying new energy flaring around her, "I haven't shown you my trump card yet." A swirling vortex of magenta light and illusory blades explodes from her. This is her ultimate skill, kaleidoscope illusion. Her eyes burn with ecstatic madness. Let's make this a real final showdown. Ikoma finds himself at the center of a disorienting storm of attacks. It's a high-level skill, a chaotic mix of real blades and illusions. She must be betting all her remaining mana on this one move. He knows he could probably dodge the real attacks if he focused hard enough. But that's what she's counting on. While he's distracted by the illusions, she'll find an opening and land the decisive blow. Completely avoiding the onslaught seems impossible. The blades swirl around him in a deadly, chaotic dance. Ikoma smirks. "That's only if I play by the rules." And in a flash of dark energy, he's gone. Arisu spots a flicker of movement, an opening. "There you are!" she screams, lunging forward with her dagger. Her blade hits nothing but air. The ground where he stood is empty, cracked from the force of his sudden departure. "No way, he vanished? How?" she whispers, frantically scanning the chaotic storm for any sign of him. And then she sees it. High above, stuck to the ceiling, held in place by a vortex of his own gravity magic. It's another new skill, one she never could have predicted. Inverse gravity. Her eyes snap upward. "Above!" But it's too late. He pushes off the ceiling, plummeting towards her like a human meteor, his sword crackling with raw power. This is his true finishing move. Meteor Slash. Arisu shoves her dagger up in a desperate block, her face twisted in a snarl of disbelief. The sheer force bearing down on her is immense. "I can't stop this." The impact is catastrophic. His blade shatters her weapon and slams her into the stone floor. As she lies there, defeated, Ikoma's voice is quiet. "You said this was the final showdown." He looks down at the broken pieces of her dagger scattered on the ground. He stares down at her, his expression unreadable. "Turns out you weren't the only one holding back." While Ikoma's duel reached its climax, the battle across the hall was a grinding war of attrition. Shion unleashes a relentless flurry of attacks against the mountain of a man before them. She grits her teeth, frustration mounting with every strike. They're hitting him with everything they have. But it's like he refuses to fall. Kikyu stands firm, bloodied and battered, but his will is as unyielding as his body. Seiji watches, wondering if their attacks are even having an effect. But he knows that's not it. He understands what's happening. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as the terrifying truth of the situation sinks in. Kikue's skill, his Vajra Sambhogakaya, doesn't just harden his body. It numbs him to pain, turning him into a living fortress. He's a true berserker, a monster who will keep fighting until his limbs are literally torn from his body. Seiji shouts a new plan. There's no need to take risks. If they just keep their distance and chip away at him, they can wear him down safely. Kikyu hears them, a grim understanding in his eyes. He knows it's a good strategy. But all he needs to do is buy time. He just has to hold them off until Arisu finishes her fight. Once she's free, these three will be no match for her. Just as that thought crosses his mind, a massive explosion of purple energy rips through the hall. Satsuki whips her head around, her heart pounding in her chest, terrified for Ikoma. The dust settles, and standing over the defeated form of Arisu is Ikoma, victorious. Satsuki's face breaks into a brilliant, tearful smile of pure relief. He won. Kikyo just stares, his mind refusing to process the impossible sight before him. The thought echoes in his head, a mantra of pure disbelief. Arisu, defeated, his mind flashes back 4 years, to a different time. He remembers joining Chimera's Fang, a guild of outcasts and misfits, people who knew nothing but how to fight. He remembers the day he met her. Even among that den of monsters, Arisu was a genius, a prodigy of violence, born for the battlefield. And now, that same genius was defeated by some lower-level adventurer? The question burns in his mind, sharp and urgent. Who is this guy? Ikoma stands over the unconscious assassin, his intent clear. They're too dangerous to be left alive. Don't take it personally, he says, raising his blade to deliver the final blow. Kikyu's eyes narrow. The mission has failed. Killing everyone is no longer an option. In that split second, he knows there's only one thing left to do. Seiji sees the shift in his stance. He's gathering his strength for one final, desperate attack. "Strengthen your defenses," he yells, but it's already too late. With an explosive burst of speed, Kikyu charges forward, but he doesn't attack them. He blows right past the party, a blur of crimson and desperation. Ikoma's eyes widen. He sees the assassin hurtling towards him. Seiji realizes their mistake. He wasn't aiming for them. He was aiming for Ikoma. Or so it seemed. The charge was just a distraction. Ikoma moves to intercept, their paths crossing for a fraction of a second. But it was another feint. Kikye uses the momentum to pivot, leaping back towards his fallen partner. In one fluid, practiced motion, he scoops Arisu's unconscious body from the floor. "You're running away?" Ikoma asks, his voice laced with exhaustion. Kikyu looks back at him, his body battered, but his eyes are as cold as steel. "This time, we lost, but I've memorized your face. The next time we meet will be your last." Ikoma presses, trying to get information. "Someone sent you here. Who was it?" Kikyu ignores the question, hoisting his partner over his shoulder. He speaks softly to her. "Arisu, conceal us." A faint shimmer of illusion magic washes over them. As they fade, Arisu, barely conscious, whispers a final, eerie farewell. "Bye-bye, mister." That was fun. And then they're gone. The moment the threat vanishes, the adrenaline leaves Ikoma's body in a rush. He collapses to his knees, utterly spent. The fight took everything he had. "I'm so sorry, Ikoma-san." Satsuki rushes to his side, apologizing for not being able to help him sooner. But Ikoma just shakes his head. "No, you all did great." He admits his original plan was to beat Arisu quickly and then help them. He never imagined they could actually disarm a monster like Kikyu on their own. He looks at Satsuki, a genuine pride in his eyes. He knew she had grown, but he never expected her to become so strong, so reliable. He pushes himself to his feet. This was a huge victory. The feared Chimera's Fang was defeated by a group of adventurers. The news alone will set their organization back years. The party regroups. No casualties. For now, it's a complete success. And on top of that, Ikoma thinks to himself, he managed to get this back. He glances at the ring of wisdom on his finger. This was the true prize, an item that could hold the secrets to the portals themselves. The assassin's attack only deepens the mystery. He needs to find out what this ring can do, and fast. He recalls his past life. The ring was found, but Chimera's Fang was never involved. Someone new was pulling the strings, intentionally sending these killers after him. A weak voice cuts through the quiet hall. "Hey, you all." They turn to see the traitor Kasai, finally waking up. "It's going to be too late for me," he groans. "Heal me. Take me outside." Shion explodes with rage. "You dared to speak? How about we send you to the afterlife instead?" Seiji calmly holds her back. His life isn't worth taking. Ikoma agrees. With his injuries, the traitor isn't a threat to anyone. They'll simply hand him over to the demon defense forces and let them handle it. Far away, the two assassins make their escape. Kiki lets out a long sigh. "I was in such a good mood. I wouldn't have minded dying back there." Arisu pouts. "Mama is going to scold me, isn't she?" "Kiki, you should have just let me fight. I could have killed him with a sneak attack if you hadn't saved me," she mutters. Kikyu's voice is firm. "That man will become a serious problem. He wasn't an opponent you could kill that way," he states plainly. "Losing hurts, but bringing back information is more important." He looks toward the horizon. "As long as we know who has the ring, getting it back will be simple. Besides, we still have that former A-rank adventurer on our side." The mention of another powerful ally hangs in the air, a hidden threat waiting in the shadows. Arisu's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold possessiveness. "I don't want some scumbag taking Mr. away from me." For her, this is no longer just a mission. It's become personal. The sun sets on their hard-won victory, but a new, more dangerous shadow has already begun to fall. After a battle that pushed them to their absolute limits, Ikoma's party finally emerges from the portal. The guild staff waiting outside can only stare in disbelief, one of them shouting that they actually defeated the Illusion Library's boss. Seiji slings an arm around the traitor, Kasai, a smug grin plastered on his face. He's soaking in the attention, knowing that clearing a B-rank portal comes with a whole new level of fame and respect. As Seiji celebrates, Ikoma looks on, completely unfazed. He's always been about the money. Beside him, Satsuki and Shion are exhausted, but visibly relieved. Shion mutters that she's had enough of high-level portals for a while, but their moment of peace is cut short by a sharp voice. "Are you the ones who cleared the portal?" Ikoma turns, his expression hardening as he sees the friendly guild staff have been replaced by a much more imposing group. Before them stands a squad from the Demon Defense Force, led by a man named Mayumi Toya. With a massive demonic weapon slung over his back, he scoffs, saying they were here to train, but now it's just a waste of time. His eyes are filled with disdain as he mutters about how nice it must be for civilians to do whatever they please, with no real planning. Shion immediately bristles at his condescending tone. "You!" she snaps, clenching her fist. "Are you serious? We just risked our lives in there." Before she can start a fight, Seiji grabs her shoulder, whispering for her to calm down. Making enemies of the Demon Defense Force is the last thing they need. Tuya just smirks, explaining that most of the force believes adventurers are just a temporary, messy solution to a problem the higher-ups created. He warns them not to take their frustrations out on his squad. Ikoma listens silently. In his past life, he learned that the DDF's policies would eventually prove effective, but that was a decade away. He glances at Tuya, whose face is a mask of arrogant pride. Right now, this man is completely ignorant. unaware that he's speaking to someone who has already lived the future he's so certain about. Just as the tension is about to break, a green-haired girl from the squad steps forward, gently telling her superior that this isn't the time or place. This is Urakazi Sumuji. With a much kinder expression, she suggests that clearing a high-level portal early is something to be celebrated. Ikoma seizes the opportunity. He gestures to the captive Kasai, calmly telling the defense force to take custody of the man who tried to steal from them inside the portal. Toya turns, his arrogance replaced by genuine surprise. He had clearly misjudged the entire situation. Kasai panics, claiming it was just a misunderstanding, a simple party dispute. But Shion grabs him by the collar, yelling that the thieving bastard isn't getting away with it. Ikoma simply tells them to check with the guild, adding that Kasai likely has a record with other branches. Kasai freezes, his face a mask of shock, wondering how Ikoma could possibly know that. Ikoma's logic was simple. A skilled adventurer would never attempt something so risky for so little reward. He'd seen this exact pattern play out countless times before in both of his lives. It was only natural to assume that Kasai was already a known problem, likely wanted for similar betrayals elsewhere. Convinced, a DDF member grabs Kasai and begins dragging him away, taking the traitor into official custody. With that handled, Ikoma turns back to Tuya and drops another bombshell. He calmly states they were attacked by Chimera's fang inside the portal, describing a blonde girl and a bald man. Toya's eyes widen in disbelief. He leans in, his voice suddenly low and serious. "Are you absolutely sure? Chimera's Fang isn't a name you throw around lightly. They're a top-tier, infamous organization. The mere mention of them changes everything." Ikoma doesn't flinch. He says he'll give a full report back at the guild and suggests Tuya send a squad to the location immediately. Tuya stares at him. For someone who just fought through a B-rank portal and a team of elite assassins, Ikoma is far too calm. He can't help but think that this kid is seriously creepy. Ikoma just turns back to Setsuki with a faint, confident smile, as if he's handled situations like this 1,000 times, which, in a way, he has. Completely flustered, Tuya realizes he can't ignore a report this serious. He clutches his head and yells at Sumuji to contact the garrison immediately. The scene shifts to the guild building against a clear sky. The immediate crisis is over. Inside, Ikoma and Satsuki give their official report to a guild official. In another room, Seiji and Shion recount the brutal details of their own fight. An official diligently types up their statements, logging every detail of the harrowing adventure. As time passes, the sun begins to set, casting a warm orange glow over the city. Finally, the four of them walk out of the guild building, the long debriefing finally over. Seiji sighs in relief, asking if they're finally free. Ikoma reflects on the ordeal. It would have been a lot smoother if that thief hadn't caused so much trouble. He feels a strange pang of responsibility, a reminder of his own past. The word theft echoes in his mind. An act that only benefits the enemy and provokes powerful opponents. The experience has soured him on his own class. He's so lost in thought. He barely hears Shion comment that a class doesn't define a person's character. Still caught up in his past, he just snaps back, asking why she's being so fussy. Seiji just laughs it off. "Well, it's all over now," he says cheerfully, pointing out that despite everything, they all made it out in one piece. "And," he adds, with golden coins practically sparkling in his eyes, "we get to keep Kasai's share of the reward." Ikoma gives him a sidelong glance. Seiji is a difficult bastard in his own right. Seiji turns to Ikoma and Satsuki, confirming if they're really okay with taking just the one item as their reward. Ikoma nods. That was the deal. As they walk, Ikoma glances at the Ring of Wisdom. In terms of sheer potential, he knows he got far more than his fair share. So much more that he almost feels guilty. Seiji points them towards the station. It's time to part ways. He bows his head slightly, genuinely thanking them. He admits he only came for the money at first, but this whole insane ordeal has given him a new perspective. Next time, he vows, he'll conquer a portal with his own power, without relying on anyone. Shion then steps forward, giving a small nod.
I'm sorry,
she says, looking away with a faint blush. I underestimated you. If you ever need help, she tells him, just call. If I'm free, I'll be there. Coming from the prideful Shion, it's a massive admission of respect. Ikoma smiles and thanks her. He tells her he'll definitely take her up on that offer someday. And with that, their temporary party disbands, not as rivals, but as true allies. As the sun sets, Ikoma and Satsuki walk down the street alone, the chaos of the day finally behind them. Satsuki breaks the quiet. So, what kind of item is the Ring of Wisdom anyway? Ikoma turns to her and explains that it's a summoning item, but rather than just telling her, he decides it would be faster to show her. They arrive at a deserted children's park under a dark blue sky, the air quiet and still. Ikoma raises his hand, the ring glowing faintly. He focuses his power and speaks a single word, emerge. A brilliant explosion of blue light erupts, and from it, Akasha appears. No longer a towering boss, but a tiny, chibi-like summon. Satsuki stares in utter amazement, gasping her name. Ikoma looks from the small floating figure to Satsuki. He asks with a small smile. She's smaller and cuter than her boss form, right? As Akasha floats gently in the air, Ikoma explains that she's essentially a weakened version of her former self. The ring allows the wearer to exchange their own mana to use Akasha's skills. It's inefficient, but having even one powerful new card in his hand makes it easier to exploit an enemy's weaknesses. But Satsuki still has one question. Is this ring really the key to solving the mystery of the portals? Ikoma confirms it. Akasha, he explains, possesses the most unique attribute of any monster. She can understand the language of this world. This is the true, hidden value of the Ring of Wisdom, the ability to communicate with a being from another dimension. Satsuki's mind flashes back to her old party, to being called useless. But now, looking at this incredible sight, she knows she's part of something world-changing.
Ikoma continues.
A summons level matches its owners. Since he's level 49, so is Akasha. Certain monsters, he adds, have unique parameters that grow as they level up. And in his previous life, it was said that Akasha's unique parameter was wisdom. The tiny figure floats before them, a faint image of her powerful original form shimmering behind her. Ikoma concludes that there's a real possibility that, as she levels up with him, she'll regain the ability to speak. If that happens, he'll hold the key to understanding the portals and the very secret of monsters themselves. Just then, Akasha starts babbling, making small gestures. Satsuki points, excited. Ikoma-san, I think she's trying to say something. Ikoma glances over, dismissive. No, that's not possible at her current level. But a single, garbled word escapes Akasha's lips. End. She struggles, her small voice filled with a strange urgency. Floating in a strange, cosmic void, she pieces together a fragmented warning. Soon, this world will end. It is settled. Ikoma and Satsuki just stare, confused. They heard the words, but the terrifying meaning hasn't fully sunk in. The night grows darker, a lone streetlight casting a pale glow. The quiet moment is over. The scene shifts to an opulent, towering building, the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Inside a dark office, a phone is thrown against the wall, shattering into pieces. A wave of pure rage radiates from the figure in the room. It's Hoju Kurebi, the guild chief. He glares at the broken phone, his voice a venomous whisper. Those idiots from Chimera's Fang, how could they fail? He sits at his desk, his face illuminated only by his laptop screen, a mask of cold, calculating fury. He reviews Ikoma's file. The list of achievements is impossible. Multiple boss kills. the fastest promotion to B rank in history, fending off the Chimera's fang, and, to top it all off, obtaining the Ring of Wisdom. Kurebi grits his teeth. It's all too perfect. The image of the ring glows in his mind. The very object he sent his best assassins to destroy is now in the hands of this upstart. Its power is now working directly against him. Kurebi comes to a single chilling conclusion. Ikoma isn't just skilled or lucky. He's an anomaly. A dark suspicion forms in his mind, an impossible question that is the only thing that makes any sense. "Adventurer, this is your second time, isn't it?" He stares at the photo on the screen, at the name and class displayed below it. Gravity user Ichinose Ikoma. A terrifying, predatory glint enters Kurebi's eye. He leans forward, his hand clenching into a fist as he makes a silent, deadly vow. "Don't you ever think you can escape from my grasp?" Inside the rugged cave, a bull-like monster roars. But before it can even move, Ikoma slams his hand to the ground. Gravity field. A wave of purple energy crushes the beast, pinning it in place. A system notification flashes, and the fight is over in an instant. Satsuki sighs in relief. "We were surrounded, but we managed to pull through." Beside her, the streamer Hoshinan winks and cheers. "Well, that's Ikoma for you." Hoshinan gets a dreamy look in her eyes, muttering that if her manager were here, they could have gotten some great footage for her channel. Ikoma gives her a deadpan look, reminding her he wouldn't have allowed it anyway. Ikoma thinks back on his reasoning for bringing Hoshinan along. They came here for some simple leveling and maintenance. But he knew from experience that after level 40, the monsters become far more cunning and dangerous. He was uneasy about facing them with just himself and Satsuki. So, they invited Hoshinan. Her manager was on vacation and her schedule was wide open, making her the perfect temporary ally. After clearing the portal, the scene shifts to a modern high-rise, where the trio has gone to rest and debrief. Sitting in a cafe, Ikoma thanks Hoshinan, telling her she was a huge help. She just waves it off, saying it was nothing. She flashes a cheerful, cat-like grin, adding that she earned some easy experience points. For her, it was a win-win. But then her expression shifts, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous sparkle. "But," she says, leaning forward, "if you're really feeling indebted to me," she gestures to Akasha, who is happily munching on a pastry. "Could I maybe take a short video of this cute little girl?" Hoshinan is already picturing the views. A cute familiar like Akasha would absolutely go viral. Ikoma shuts her down immediately. "I'm sorry, but no." Hoshinan's shoulders slump in disappointment. "Too bad." Ikoma's expression is dead serious. Akasha isn't some cute pet to be shared on the internet. She is a being who might one day be able to speak with anyone. Her very existence is a secret of monumental importance. And after the attack by Chimera's fang, he knows someone powerful is trying to eliminate her. Exposing her would be painting a giant target on her back. Her cryptic warning still echoes in his mind. Soon, this world will end. He can't just dismiss those words as nonsense. She hasn't spoken since, but she remains the only key to understanding the portals. The stakes are simply too high. Later, sitting on the train with Satsuki and a sleeping Akasha, Ikoma reflects that no one would take the topic of portal development lightly. But still, the end of the world? He admits to himself that he might have been underestimating the gravity of Akasha's prophecy. Satsuki gently wipes Akasha's face with a handkerchief, a quiet moment of peace amidst Ikoma's heavy thoughts. Ikoma remembers the future he came from. Even as the number of portals decreased, global inflation skyrocketed, leading to chaos and collapse. Humanity was losing control. If an apocalypse is truly on the horizon, then as a former S-rank adventurer and the only person who knows the future, he is the only one who can stop it. The weight of the world is on his shoulders. To do that, he needs to get stronger and fast. and taking on high-level portals with just the two of them is becoming too dangerous. He turns to Satsuki, a thoughtful look on his face. I think we need a third permanent member. Satsuki looks up, surprised. Another member? Ikoma nods, explaining they need a class with high damage output, but also someone trustworthy, with a strong moral compass. He lays out their weakness. His gravity user class is versatile, but its damage is low. Satsuki's shaman class excels from the back lines. The conclusion is simple. They lack raw offensive power. He runs through their options. Hoshinan is a streamer first and foremost, so she can't join permanently. Shion's class provides stable damage, not the overwhelming burst they need. And they can't just poach someone from a famous guild like the Thunder Knights. Besides, Ikoma wasn't too sure about that guy's personality anyway. Hoshinan chimes in again. Ikoma, you're a B-rank adventurer now, right? Ikoma confirms, taking a sip of his drink. Hoshinan points out the obvious flaw. It's incredibly rare to find a solo adventurer at his rank. To also filter for personality and class, the odds are next to zero. The requirements are steep, a talented, high-damage solo adventurer who is also a good person. But as Ikoma listens, a memory rises to the surface, his expression growing distant. In his past life, he knew someone who fit the description perfectly. He remembered a day near the end. On a battlefield of desolate red rock, a younger, wounded Ikoma was being shielded by a woman with a massive red greatsword. She had asked him why he'd protected someone like her. He was on the ground, bleeding but relieved. "You're safe," he'd managed to say. "Thank God." He remembers holding her hand as she died, his face a mask of grief. He had apologized, unable to accept her final offer. "Become a good adventurer," she had told him. Her name was Kagurazaka Mio. Her great sword lay on the broken ground beside her. He knows she should still be alive in this timeline. Satsuki's voice pulls him from his thoughts. "Ikoma-san, are you okay?" He snaps back to reality. "It's nothing," he says with a forced smile. "Just remembered something from my past." He muses to himself about the confusing nature of time travel. Was that 3 years in the future or in the past? Back at the guild hall, they head towards the quest board. A woman with long, light purple hair and a giant red sword on her back is staring at the board. "Already captured," she mutters, her tone bored and dismissive. "What a waste of time." Satsuki notices her first. "That person," she says quietly to Ikoma. "I've never seen her around here before." Ikoma's eyes go wide with recognition. It can't be. That great sword, that powerful, intimidating aura. He knows her instantly. Flashes of the future that was, her bloodied face, her final words, "Don't tell me." Without a second thought, he starts walking towards her. Satsuki calls after him, confused by his sudden intensity. He stops right in front of her and says her name without hesitation. "You're Kagurazaka Mio, right?" She turns slowly, her cold eyes sizing him up, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. With an expression of pure irritation, she snaps, "What the hell do you want?" Satsuki rushes to catch up, asking Ikoma if he knows her. Ikoma can't exactly say he knows her from a future that hasn't happened. "I've just heard rumors," he says vaguely. He looks directly at Mio. "They say there's a super-skilled solo adventurer who carries a bright red greatsword." Then he gets straight to the point. "We're looking for a new party member. Would you like to team up with us?" Mio looks him up and down, a condescending smirk playing on her lips. "A party member, huh? It's not uncommon for newbies like you to ask," she scoffs, her answer sharp and immediate. But the answer is obviously no. There's just no way. She glares at them, her voice dripping with contempt. "What obligation do I have to look after useless, foolish people like you?" Satsuki watches the exchange. The fact that Ikoma is interested means this woman must be incredibly skilled. Her hostile posture and complete dismissal of them sends a shiver down Satsuki's spine. But she concludes with an internal sigh. She definitely has a difficult personality. Ikoma is left speechless for a moment. But his expression isn't one of disappointment. It's one of renewed determination. He knew this wasn't going to be easy. Being called useless stings. But for Ikoma, this isn't just an insult. It's a race against a death he's already witnessed. Satsuki is furious, puffing her cheeks and yelling, "Did you really have to be so rude about it?" Mio doesn't even flinch. She looks back with cold, dismissive eyes. "I don't want to be bothered by you anymore. I was just making that perfectly clear." Satsuki tries to reason with her, pointing out that they're both high-level adventurers who have already cleared a B-rank portal. From their perspective, it's a good deal. They're offering a spot in a proven, capable party. But Mio looks completely unimpressed, as if their achievements mean nothing. She just lets out a short, sharp huff of air. "High levels don't make you useful," she says with disdain. Ikoma cuts right to the heart of it. "You just hate being dragged down, don't you? He's hit a nerve." Mio falls silent, her face shadowed. Her arrogance isn't just pride, it's a deep-seated fear of being held back by others. Ikoma presses his advantage. "If that's the case, then let us prove we won't be a burden." He throws down a challenge, a mock battle, right here at the guild. He looks her straight in the eye. "If you can only trust a reliable partner, then let us prove our strength is real." Mio's patience finally snaps. "What a stupid provocation," she spits, swatting his hand away. "I have no interest in either of you," she declares, turning her back on them. And with that, she walks away, leaving them standing there, rejected once again. Satsuki turns to Ikoma, concerned. "Were you serious about a mock battle? Fights between adventurers can be deadly." She explains that sparring with a guild instructor is one thing, but for the guild to allow two unknown parties to fight is almost unheard of. Ikoma reassures her. He wasn't planning a real fight. He just wanted to understand why she despises parties so much. She claims she doesn't like being dragged down, but as Ikoma watches her walk away, completely ignoring the other adventurers, he sees the emptiness in her eyes. He knows what's really driving her. All around them, adventurers chat excitedly, a stark contrast to Mio's solitary, isolated path. Ikoma knows there's more to her story than a simple dislike of teamwork. He sees the profound loneliness in her posture, the way she walls herself off from everyone. Satsuki is still skeptical. Do we really need that person? That badly? Ikoma watches Mio's retreating form and finally reveals the truth. Kagurazaka Mio is the owner of the rare class, Shinigami. Shinigami, the death god. It's a class that governs the power of darkness, specializing in relentless, overwhelming offense. Even among other damage dealers, its power is unmatched. It's exactly what they need. But it's more than that. In the future, he knows, she becomes one of the country's top adventurers. But there's a dark twist to his knowledge. That's only if she survives long enough. Satsuki gently reminds him, "Ikoma-san, you said it was important to find someone we can trust, right?" "I'm a little worried about her," she admits. Ikoma's response is simple and firm. "It's okay, we can trust her. I can vouch for it." Hearing the conviction in his voice, Satsuki nods. Her faith in him is absolute. Later that night, back in his apartment, Ikoma gets to work. He sits at his desk, typing away at his laptop, formulating a new plan. Akasha sits beside him, curiously watching his hand move the mouse. He thinks about Kagurazaka Mio. He pulls up all the information he can find, searching for an angle. Even in his previous life, she was a reckless adventurer, only ever exploring uncharted portals. She was aggressive, misanthropic, and always worked alone, rejecting every offer she received. And then, she lost her life. The memory of her dying in his arms flashes through his mind, sharp and painful. Attempting to solo a high-level portal was a reckless gamble she couldn't win. His hand clenches. He knows that if she stays on this path, even if the future has changed slightly, she will meet that same tragic end. This isn't just about building a stronger party anymore. This is about saving her life. She needs a companion, someone to watch her back. He leans back, turning to his tiny summon, Akasha. Any ideas on how to convince that stubborn girl? He waits for a response, but gets only silence. Akasha? Suddenly, Akasha's eyes glow with a strange cosmic light. A fragmented image appears in Ikoma's mind. A hand. Akasha manages to utter a few cryptic words. Watch his hand. Meta. Ikoma is puzzled. A watch? The moment passes, leaving him more confused than before. Akasha just looks up at him and tilts her head, back to her usual quiet self. Ikoma sighs. He'll need to raise her level more before she can communicate properly. He's back at square one. But then, a new idea begins to form, a memory of how he, or rather the other him, succeeded in the past. He knows this is as far as he and Satsuki can go alone. They need more information. In his mind, he plays out a scenario, a memory of a life that was. The Ikoma of his past life explains the situation to an information broker. The broker smirks. I have someone in mind, he says, though she's a stubborn one. Just give me a little time. In the memory, the broker waves goodbye to Mio at the Guildhall. She completely ignores him. He turns back, a confident look on his face. He's got a plan. It starts with a trip to a bookstore. He emerges with a gift-wrapped book, a limited edition from her favorite author. A calculated gesture. Then a coincidental meeting at the station. This time, he has tickets to a special event. He's slowly, methodically breaking down her walls. But the memory shifts. A portal warning sign, rain pouring down. The mood darkens. The broker and Mio stand in the rain.
You again,
she says, her voice low. Don't tell me this is another coincidence. The memory is interrupted by the chatter of other adventurers. And then, the real Ikoma's voice cuts through. He's standing in the rain, facing Mio. Many parties have tried to clear the cursed poison abysses, he says with a grin. This is the perfect opportunity to convince you of our abilities. Inside the hellish red portal, glowing eyes appear in the darkness as a creature surges from the toxic ground. The memory returns to the two of them, fighting back to back, wounded but alive, as a massive bloody slash rips through the darkness. Ikoma wakes with a jolt. He's back at his desk, Akasha looking at him with concern. It was just a dream. He shakes his head, trying to clear the fog. Of all the times to dream of that moment. He turns back to his laptop and sees an emergency alert blinking on the guild website. A small portal disaster. Monsters have escaped, he reads the details. 2 high-level monsters have leaked out. Security is on high alert, and an emergency raid is being formed. He knows from his past life that anomalous portals like this are prone to strange incidents. This is serious. He scrolls down, looking for the portal's name, and his blood runs cold. Cursed poison abyss, he shouts, jumping from his chair. Impossible. That portal shouldn't appear for another 3 years. It's the same place, the same cursed ground where Kagurazaka Mio died. His eye reflects the screen's terrifying glow. What is happening? The timeline is unraveling faster than he could have ever imagined. The future is unraveling. A crisis that should be years away is happening right now, forcing Ikoma to make a desperate choice that could change everything. At the Guildhall, Satsuki admires their new adventuring outfits. She gushes that he looks great and imagines their shopping trip was almost like a date. She eagerly suggests they go again sometime, but Ikoma isn't listening. He's staring at his phone, his expression grim. Satsuki's cheerful mood vanishes. Ikoma-san. On his screen is the emergency alert for the cursed poison abyss. The words echo in his mind. The portal is here. 3 years too soon. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face. The timeline is broken, and all his careful plans are dissolving into chaos. He knows exactly what this means. This is the portal that killed Kagurazaka Mio, and since it manifested near her home, he's certain she'll try to conquer it again, walking straight into her own grave. He beat this boss in his past life, but he was a much higher level then. He's strong, but not strong enough, and he knows Mio won't listen to a warning. She's too arrogant, too convinced of her own strength to accept help. He clenches his fist, making a decision. It's reckless, but he has no other choice. He has to join the raid. The memory of Mio dying to protect him flashes in his mind. This is too dangerous. He can't involve Satsuki. He's lost in thought, but Satsuki is watching him, her expression etched with concern. She knows something is deeply wrong. "Is something bothering you?" she asks. He tries to brush it off with a weak smile, but he can't hide the worry in his eyes. But Satsuki sees right through him. Her gaze is sharp and perceptive. She's not the timid girl she used to be. She takes a step forward, her voice firm. "Ikoma-san." She grabs his hands, her eyes pleading. "Please, tell me what's wrong." He's taken aback by her intensity. Satsuki, she reminds him of the day they formed their party when he told her he needed her strength. Those words meant everything to her. With tears welling in her eyes, she tells him she can't stand by and do nothing when he's in trouble. They stare at each other, the air thick with unspoken emotion. With all her courage, Satsuki makes her plea. "Please, rely on me before anyone else." Her absolute faith breaks through his defenses. A wave of gratitude washes over him. "Thanks, Satsuki." They find a quiet cafe booth to talk. Ikoma takes a deep breath and shows her the emergency raid alert. "I'm thinking about participating in this." Satsuki is confused. The portal in Saitama? Why? He asks if she remembers the girl they met yesterday. He lays the grim truth on the table. Kagurazaka Mio will join this raid, and she will die inside that portal. Satsuki gasps, her eyes wide with shock. "She'll die?" Ikoma explains that Mio is too stubborn to be persuaded. The only way to save her is to join the raid himself. Satsuki is still reeling. "Mio-san will really die?" It sounds impossible. Ikoma knows he can't hold back any longer. He has to tell her everything. He explains that knowing about portals isn't from an item's power, it's because he roughly knows what the future holds. He looks down, unable to meet her eyes as he makes his confession. "I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth." Satsuki is stunned silent. How is that possible? She looks out the window, her mind trying to process the impossible revelation. Ikoma braces himself for disbelief, for questions, for accusations. But Satsuki just looks at him and with quiet resolve says, "No, I believe you." She explains that he predicted the appearance of 2 other unopened portals, and he was right both times. More than that, he trusted her enough to tell her something so unbelievable. With a radiant, trusting smile, she declares, "I would believe you, even if you told me the sky was going to fall tomorrow." Ikoma is floored. A genuine, warm smile spreads across his face, touched to his core by her unwavering faith. He's happy she believes him, but at the same time, this knowledge is a dangerous burden. But Satsuki's mind is made up. If Ikoma-san says it, then it must be true. The decision is made. They board a high-speed train, heading straight into the crisis. On the train, the mood is tense. The weight of their mission hangs heavy in the air. Satsuki looks out the window. "This raid might be the most dangerous battle we've faced yet." Ikoma agrees, telling her to be extremely careful. Satsuki checks the raid info. The official estimate for the boss is level 65. But Ikoma delivers another piece of terrible news. The boss has evolved. Its true level is 80. A direct fight is suicide. Satsuki is shocked. Level 80? That's far beyond what anyone in the raid will be prepared for. Ikoma lays out their new mission. They must avoid the boss at all costs. they will enter the portal, find Mio, and convince her to leave before it's too late. Since it's a multi-party raid, he's hoping an opportunity to persuade her will present itself. As the train speeds along, Satsuki looks at Ikoma, a thought troubling her. I understand you want to help Mio-san because she's in danger, but I feel like you're strangely concerned about her. Ikoma looks away, knowing she's right. He decides to tell her the final piece of the story. She probably doesn't remember it, but he flashes back to that terrible day, to Mio, bloody but smiling as she saved him. She saved my life. He turns back to Satsuki, his face a mask of grim determination. This is a debt he must repay. Satsuki is speechless. She can only try to process the new information. This arrogant girl saved Ikoma's life. The train speeds on, carrying them toward their fated encounter. They arrive at the raid's temporary headquarters, where a guild staffer thanks them for coming. The staffer seems relieved, admitting they're short on manpower. Ikoma asks how many people are joining. Only 5 others, 7 people in total, a dangerously small number for a portal this deadly. A cold voice cuts in from behind them. Hey you two, it's Mio. Why are you here? She demands. Don't tell me you followed me. Ikoma plays it cool. It's common for adventurers to stumble upon each other at a raid. Mio isn't buying it, telling him to stay out of her territory. Satsuki thinks to herself that she'll never get along with this person. She still can't wrap her head around the idea that this girl saved Ikoma. Satsuki glances at Mio, a mix of apprehension and curiosity in her eyes. Mio catches her staring. What's your problem? She snaps. Satsuki quickly stammers that it's nothing. A new voice interrupts. A man with sunglasses walks up. Hey, is this everyone? He looks them over. 3 seemingly useless kids, huh? The man, Hanagasaki, scoffs. I wasn't expecting much, but to think the lineup is this bad. Satsuki notices that his whole party is dressed in matching uniforms. Her brow furrows. They don't look like guild adventurers or members of the Demon Defense Force. Ikoma spots a crest on the man's sleeve, an N logo. He recognizes it instantly. A corporate-sponsored adventurer squad. His eyes narrow. This complicates things. He knows about them from his past life. Kuromine Constructions, a corporation that trained adventurers for PR and national security contributions. At this point in time, they were still in their experimental stage. A small-scale operation staffed by a mishmash of people. Another man with white hair approaches. Hanagasaki, please refrain from lowering the dignity of Next Power. He apologizes for his subordinate's rudeness. He bows politely to Satsuki. My apologies, I didn't teach him well. Satsuki quickly tells him it's fine. Satsuki is relieved. Thank God the leader seems trustworthy. But Mio just watches with suspicion. The leader, Shiraki, turns to the group. We look forward to working with everyone today. He hands Ikoma a business card. My name is Shiraki Ryo of Kuromine Construction's Next Power Adventurer Team. Ikoma takes the card, but his mind is racing. After 10 years as an adventurer, his instincts are screaming. His eyes sharpen. Something is very wrong with this man. He thinks to himself, we better be careful. Shiraki puts a hand to his chest, his expression one of pure admiration. I really admire all of you. He gives a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. I hope we can get along. The raid is about to begin. With a hostile genius and a suspicious new party, the cursed poison abyss just got a lot more dangerous. The raid begins. As they step into the cursed poison abyss, the air becomes thick and toxic, a swirling purple nightmare that promises a brutal fight ahead. The portal wastes no time. A massive, insect-like monster, a level 44 life-sucker, shrieks as it and a horde of others burst from the ground. Hanagasaki, the man with the sunglasses, is the first to react, swinging his giant axe with a grin. A big horde right at the start? Give me a break. Shiraki, the leader of Next Power, calmly assesses the situation. He notes that with the portal's previous anomalies, a simultaneous monster outbreak was always a possibility. He rallies the group with a confident shout. "With the 7 of us here, we are more than strong enough." Shiraki immediately takes command, ordering everyone to stay calm and coordinate. His team responds instantly, a clear testament to their training. The next power team springs into action. One member shatters a monster's defense, while another strikes its vital point, sending the creature screeching in pain. Ikoma watches them work. Their teamwork is surprisingly good. He analyzes their formation with a practiced eye. This isn't just random fighting, this is a coordinated unit. Their 2 heaviest hitters are focusing purely on offense, rapidly thinning the horde's numbers. The other 2 are working in perfect tandem. One member is drawing enemy attention, creating openings for the attackers. And their leader, Shiraki, is positioned perfectly, ready to support anyone the second they need it. Ikoma looks over at Shiraki, his suspicion mixing with a grudging respect for his tactical skill. What's most impressive is that they form that battle line without a single word. That level of coordination is impossible without exceptional leadership. Ikoma and Satsuki jump into the fray. Satsuki unleashes a shadow ball, a blast of dark energy that slams into a lifesucker. The monster screeches as the spell connects. Ikoma follows up with a powerful sword strike, finishing it off. The lifesucker collapses, but something feels off. Satsuki checks its stats, her brow furrowed. This monster's HP is really high for a mob. These are no ordinary creatures. She suggests they use a gravity attack to wipe them out, but Ikoma shakes his head. He tells her they have the numbers advantage and no blind spots. It's better to conserve their energy. Mio overhears him. His reasoning is sound. In a portal this dangerous, saving energy is key. For a moment, a flicker of acknowledgement crosses her face. Just then, Mio decides to show them how it's done. She leaps forward, her great sword glowing with furious red energy as she unleashes Crimson Blade. A massive explosion of crimson power erupts from her sword, incinerating multiple monsters in a single, devastating blast. Ikoma is stunned. She's just as amazing as he remembers. Even at this early stage, she can completely overwhelm monsters of this level. He doesn't know her current rank, but he's certain her true capabilities far exceed it. She's in a league of her own. A monster, barely clinging to life after her attack, lets out a weak cry. Hanagasaki laughs. Besides their high HP, these things are nothing to worry about. Ikoma turns to Satsuki, telling her to restore their mana from the fallen monsters. She nods, preparing to act. But before she can, Hanagasaki shoves her roughly aside. "Get out of my way, woman!" He brings his axe down with a roar, shouting "Brain Splitter" and stealing the kill right from under her. He smirks at his leader, bragging that he took down 4 of them. Shiraki just smiles back. "Yup." Ikoma's eyes narrow. He confronts Hanagasaki, asking if his level just went up. Hanagasaki plays dumb, but Ikoma calls him out. It's a clear breach of etiquette to interfere after a fight is decided. He accuses him of intentionally stealing experience points. Hanagasaki just scoffs, claiming they were being too cautious. He finishes by sneering at Ikoma. "Your level might be high, but you act like a brat." Satsuki, sensing the rising tension, suggests they let it go for now. But Ikoma isn't backing down. He knows exactly what Hanagasaki is doing. For some adventurers, their level is all that matters. Stealing experience is an efficient, if selfish way to get stronger. It's a short-sighted strategy, but Ikoma knows one thing for sure. He can't have someone like that watching his back. Hanagasaki just smirks, thinking that exposing untrustworthy allies is an advantage in itself. Shiraki steps between them, asking if there's a problem. Hanagasaki immediately plays the victim. "This brat just falsely accused me, Chief Shiraki. He complains that the others are slowing them down and that they should at least thank him for providing the portal map." Shiraki puts a hand on Ikoma's shoulder, his voice smooth and apologetic. I'm sorry, Ichinose-san. It seems our Hanagasaki has caused a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ikoma knows better, but he plays along, apologizing for snapping. Now is not the time for infighting. Shiraki then launches into a grand speech about his vision, about how Next Power will become the #1 adventurer group in the world. He claims the current systems are flawed, and that his team will become a new model for efficient and safe portal management. It's a speech filled with passion and ambition, a performance designed to inspire. Satsuki is impressed, whispering that his goals are incredible. The reality, however, is much less grand. Hanagasaki complains about how hard it is to level up. Ikoma thinks to himself that if it were easy, the official forces wouldn't be struggling. Shiraki sighs dramatically, saying his subordinates don't listen to him, and apologizes again for Hanagasaki's behavior. That's so rough, Satsuki says, completely buying his act. Please do your best. Shiraki points down a dark, unexplored fork in the path. Mapping is also part of our mission, he says, so let's head this way. He leads the group down the ominous corridor, the rest of the party following behind. But Ikoma is watching him closely. This whole act is far too suspicious. Something doesn't add up. Shiraki clearly possesses a high level of leadership. You can't command a team that effectively without understanding your subordinates, which means the excuse that Hanagasaki doesn't listen is a complete and utter lie. As they venture deeper into the darkness, Shiraki leads his team forward. He glances back over his shoulder, and for a split second, the friendly mask drops. It's replaced by a cold, sinister smile. Ikoma's instincts were right. This man is a predator. Inside the ominous glow of the cursed poison abyss, some see only death. But for others, it's just another day at the office, another chance to climb the corporate ladder. The three groups stand in the eerie silence. Ikoma and Satsuki watch from a distance. Mio stands alone, defiant as ever. And the corporate team, Next Power, looks far too relaxed for a place like this. For one of Next Power's members, this is all about the performance report. Conquering this portal will force the higher-ups who look down on them to finally take them seriously. Their leader, Shiraki, gives a soft, reassuring laugh. He tells his subordinate that's a good thought, but their safety comes first. His smile is calm, but it feels like a practiced mask. Shiraki turns to the others, reminding his team that, since this is a raid, they'll need to consider everyone's opinions. It sounds collaborative, but it carries the subtle weight of control. Satsuki whispers to Ikoma. She's noticed the real leader isn't the loudmouth with the sunglasses, but the charismatic Shiraki. Ikoma stays silent, a deep unease settling over him. He knows this is no ordinary raid. The constant portal anomalies are a sign of something terrible. In a place like this, even small changes can be fatal. He remembers the grim truth from his past life. In this very portal, the boss evolved into something far more monstrous. A shiver runs down his spine as he recalls Mio's death. There's a high chance the exact same thing is about to happen 3 years ahead of schedule. That's why his real goal is twofold: explore the portal for information, and most importantly, make sure Mio never encounters the final boss. They need to wrap this up fast, file a report, and force the guild to raise the portal's risk level before more lives are lost. To do that, he needs to take the lead. But Shiraki's team holds the majority, and they won't give up control easily. And then there's Mio. He needs her cooperation, but she's impossibly stubborn. This is a very tough spot. Looking at her stiff posture, he can feel the hostility. Their first impression was not a good one, and that's putting it mildly. Just then, Shiraki makes his move, approaching Mio with a smooth, friendly voice. He begins his pitch, saying that as a fellow adventurer from the area, he understands her situation. He's laying the groundwork, trying to build a connection. He showers her with praise, noting that while she's only C rank, She has the strength of a B-rank adventurer. His eyes are sharp, analyzing her every reaction. With a grand gesture, he declares her talent is incredible. "I've been paying attention to you for a while now," he exclaims, trying to win her over with flattery. Mio, however, is completely unfazed. "That's quite a compliment," she says, her voice flat. She cuts right through his act. "But what do you really want?" A faint, knowing smirk plays on Shiraki's lips. The pleasantries are over. He extends a hand, his eyes blazing with ambition. "I want you to become my right hand and lead Next Power with me. I believe you have what it takes." He leans in, his voice full of passion, convinced that with her help, they can become the strongest team in the country. Satsuki watches, stunned by his passionate recruitment. She worries that this guy might just steal Mio away, but Mio's response is instant and brutal. "Waste of time. Not interested." She declined him without a moment of hesitation. Shiraki keeps his smile, though it seems a little strained. He tells her he knows she dislikes being dragged down by others. "But you don't have to worry about that with us," he proclaims, promising to gather adventurers whose talents can match her own. He adds that he's a B-rank adventurer himself, as if that's the final selling point. "I'm sure I won't let you down," he insists, a bit desperately. But Mio just glares back, telling him he's just repeating himself. She's had enough. "I don't want to team up. Don't talk to me anymore," she says, turning away. She was more than enough to handle this place on her own. As she walks away, she mutters about how persistent people are. She only joined this raid to get inside the portal. She has no interest in teamwork. That's when Ikoma steps in. He approaches her, his tone completely different. He acknowledges her skill but warns her, "Don't you think you might lose your life at this rate?" Mio stops, turning with an expression of pure disdain. "You can celebrate when that happens," she snaps back, her words like ice. Ikoma falls silent. Satsuki watches, wondering why Mio always has to speak in a way that makes enemies. Before anyone can say more, a large shadow falls over them. It's the subordinate from Next Power. "Hey, you brats," he growls. He looks down at them with a smug grin. "I'm not as kind as Chief Shiraki. Get in my way and you might just get hurt." Ikoma and Satsuki just stare back, their expressions unreadable. Ikoma sees right through the transparent threat. He calmly lists their true intentions: build a reputation in a high-profile raid and recruit any promising adventurers they find. He then looks the subordinate dead in the eye. "You seem to be having a hard time showing the company how useful you are." The man's face contorts in shock. The subordinate explodes. "Bastard! You talk as if you know everything," he roars as Shiraki watches from the side, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Satsuki tugs on Ikoma's sleeve, whispering for him to back off, that maybe they should just let Shiraki handle his own man. Satsuki's face is etched with worry, while Ikoma's remains a mask of calm calculation. But Ikoma just shakes his head slightly. It's no use. He's already figured out their game. He understands their tactic perfectly. The subordinate acts as the intimidator, while the chief, Shiraki, plays the role of the appeaser. It's a common, manipulative tactic. Shiraki watches this unfold, his charming facade finally cracking. His gaze is sharp, intense. Satsuki, still confused, asks what he means. Ikoma explains it simply. The subordinate acts aggressively to pressure a target. Then the kind leader steps in to calm things down and win them over. That's their entire plan. Ikoma then turns his attention directly to Shiraki. "The battle earlier was very well led," he says, his voice laced with irony. "So good. It's hard to believe your own subordinates don't listen to you." He looks at both Mio and Shiraki, his eyes hard as steel. It's fine to play negotiation games, but doing so in a portal can cost you your life. "I'm not so different when it comes to personal feelings," he admits, "but I hope you're prepared to risk your life over these stupid games." Shiraki's smile returns, but it's cold now. "I guess you ended up hating me," he says smoothly. Ikoma smirks back. If you don't do anything unnecessary, we can get along just fine. But I don't intend to risk danger for your achievements. The two leaders face each other, a silent battle of wills playing out in the toxic air. A line has been drawn. With the warning delivered, Ikoma turns and walks away, Satsuki following close behind. Shiraki watches them go, his expression unreadable as his subordinate fumes beside him. As they walk, Satsuki looks at Ikoma with concern. You didn't have to be so hostile. It would be a problem if they thought they could get away with anything, Ikoma replies. I had to give him a warning and gauge his response. He notes that Shiraki kept his hot-headed subordinate in check, but the situation is far from resolved. Meanwhile, the subordinate is still reeling, shocked that someone so young could project such a commanding aura. Shiraki remains silent, his golden eyes narrowed in thought. He realizes, with dawning certainty, that this kid, Ikoma, has been through far more battles than he lets on. He's not just some rookie, he's a veteran in a young man's body. Ikoma continues his analysis for Satsuki. The next power team is a wild card. They may be a minor class, but being B rank still carries significant weight. He tells her they were clearly holding back before, so their full power is unknown. But one thing is certain, Shiraki has an ulterior motive. The subordinate glares at his poor performance report. For them, this B-class portal is a golden opportunity for fame, and he won't let a bunch of kids mess that up. Ikoma sighs. This is tough. In a place this dangerous, the last thing they can afford is infighting. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air. Ikoma, Mio, and Shiraki all snap to attention, their rivalries instantly forgotten. A new wave of monsters emerges from the shadows. A swarm of large, insect-like creatures with sharp pincers and glowing red eyes. But where others see a threat, Shiraki sees an opening. A dark, predatory smile spreads across his face. This is perfect, he thinks. Let me help you understand your position, Ichinose Ikoma. Let me show you how good I am at breaking people's spirits. The uneasy truce is shattered. As a swarm of monsters descends, the real battle isn't just for survival, it's for control. A high-pitched screech echoes as the level 47 killer mantis monsters make their presence known. The subordinate from Next Power just scoffs. Another stupid bug infestation? Let's clean it up right away. His overconfidence is practically radiating off him. But Ikoma sees the real threat. Level 47. These creatures are not to be underestimated. His face is grim, his mind already calculating the odds. He knows these are completely different from the weaker mobs they fought before. It's their massive exoskeletons and two vicious, blade-like arms that make them so dangerous. His experience tells him something crucial. Monsters, this large and slow, almost always have a skill to compensate for their weakness. They have a trick up their sleeve. A direct melee fight will be draining. This is going to be an intense, drawn-out battle. With a plan forming, he calls out to the one person who he knows won't listen, Mio. He tries to warn her, telling her it's too dangerous to fight alone, that they need to form a proper, but he doesn't even finish the sentence. Don't make me repeat myself, Mio snaps, already charging forward. I don't plan on being dragged down. Before Ikoma can shout after her, she's gone, a blur of motion heading straight for the swarm. In a flash of red energy, she crashes into the first mantis, her greatsword meeting its shell with a deafening clang. She spins through the air, her blade a whirlwind of destruction, diving deep into the enemy horde without a shred of hesitation. Ikoma clenches his fist in frustration. Why do you always go straight to the most dangerous place? He mutters. Her reckless pride is going to get her killed. Can't be helped, he says, turning to Satsuki. Plan B. We have to work together to keep Mio from getting trapped. Satsuki nods, her expression determined. Across the cavern, Shiraki watches this unfold. This fight won't be as easy as the last one. And in the chaos, he sees his chance to seize control. Ikoma's words from earlier echo in his mind. I hope you're prepared to risk your life over these stupid games. A cold, calculating smile touches Shiraki's lips. He's more than prepared. A flashback. A corporate training area. The sickening thud of a fist hitting flesh. The sunglasses-wearing subordinate is on the ground, beaten and bloodied. The other members of Next Power watch in terror. I didn't think he'd go that far, one whispers. He's a scary individual. Shiraki explains his method. Their line of work attracts rough characters. The subordinate begs for forgiveness. To Shiraki, the first step to control is always fear. Back in the present, Shiraki stares at Ikoma's back. Ichinose Ikoma, he thinks. I've always risked my life playing the stupidest of games. For him, this isn't a game. It's war. Shiraki barks out orders, his voice sharp and commanding. The three of you handle the ones on the right. I'll control the field and provide support. His subordinate responds with a sharp, yes, Chief Shiraki. Fear is a powerful motivator. Shiraki glances at Mio, who is already locked in combat. He's making his move. Mio analyzes the monsters. They're strong and troublesome. She wonders if she should wait for an opening before diving in. But the mantis gives her no choice, shrieking as it lunges at her. She grits her teeth, bracing for the impact. Just before the mantis's blade connects, a figure appears before her, blocking the attack. It's Shiraki. He gives her his signature charming smile. Kagurazaka-san, please don't run off by yourself. I'm here to assist. Mio is annoyed. I hate being interrupted, she growls. But Shiraki's expression is unyielding. He's not asking for permission. With this single move, Shiraki has inserted himself into the center of the action. He can now control the flow of the battle. Meanwhile, Ikoma deals with his own set of monsters, his blade glowing with purple energy as he parries a heavy blow. Satsuki provides support from a distance. Shadow Ball, she cries, unleashing a blast of dark energy that makes a mantis stagger. Shiraki watches them, a thought flashing through his mind. Now both of them have their hands full. Nice one, Satsuki, Ikoma yells, seizing the opening she created and lunging at the off-balance monster. He unleashes a devastating combo, shouting, "Inverse gravity," as the monster is lifted helplessly into the air. He follows instantly with Meteor Slash, crashing down on the suspended creature. Satsuki watches with worry. He's using more mana than usual. He wants to end this fight as quickly as possible. She understands why. The situation is too volatile. Ikoma can't trust Next Power, and he can't stop Mio's recklessness. He has no choice but to overdo it and end this himself, right now. His attack connects, but the mantis, though damaged, is still moving. Ikoma clicks his tongue in annoyance. Tough monsters, Shiraki observes from afar, his analysis of Ikoma growing sharper. He's a gravity user, but it's not the class that's impressive. It's the man using it. Ikoma's movements are intricate and perfectly paced. He's a master of his craft. The stakes become crystal clear in Shiraki's mind. This single raid could determine the future of his entire project. Another flashback. A corporate superior asking why they should continue funding his adventurer project. The man reminds him that not everyone is as optimistic as he is. He even throws Shiraki's own complaints back at him, reminding him how he was just lamenting his subordinate's lack of growth. They aren't canceling the project, the man says with a condescending laugh. Not yet. Back in the portal, the pressure weighs heavily on Shiraki. An anomalous B-rank portal. This is his one shot. He has to leave his mark here. And he refuses to let some brat take the leadership away from him. He turns to his other subordinate, the girl with the ponytail, Emamiya. He watches Ikoma and Satsuki fighting seamlessly. At this rate, their part of the battle will be over soon. He can't let that happen. Shiraki makes a subtle hand gesture, his eyes cold as flint. He gives the order, injure him, make it look like an accident. Amamiya's face drains of color. She's horrified. Shiraki's plan is cruel and simple. An attack from a blind spot will instill pure fear. Once Ikoma realizes the consequences of standing in his way, he will become obedient. Amamiya looks at her leader, her body trembling. He's serious, she thinks, her stomach twisting into a knot. She turns toward Ikoma. Ikoma, completely unaware, finishes off another mantis with a clean strike. "All right, let's finish this," he says, turning to find his next target. In the background, Amamiya draws her weapon. She steels herself, pleading internally. "Please don't think poorly of me. She has to do this. If she disobeys, Shiraki might kill her later." She rationalizes the action. "He won't die if I just hit his shoulder," she tells herself, justifying the betrayal. As she moves into position behind him, Ikoma's senses, honed by countless battles, suddenly scream. A prickle of danger on the back of his neck. He turns his head. At that exact moment, Amamiya lunges, her weapon glowing with bright energy as she unleashes her skill. Point shot. But in that split second, Ikoma's instincts scream. This isn't a stray shot. He sees the grim determination in her eyes. She's not aiming at a monster, she's targeting him. A killer mantis closes in from the front. He's caught in a pincer, defenseless against one attacker if he focuses on the other. But a faint, confident smirk appears on his face. He's not trapped. He has a partner he can trust completely. He pivots, ignoring the attack from behind and focusing entirely on the monster in front of him. And just as he knew she would, Satsuki is already in motion. A spectral shadow hand rises from the ground, intercepting Amamiya's attack just inches from Ikoma's body. Amamiya is in complete shock. He blocked it. How could he have countered an attack he didn't even see? Ikoma glances back with a calm smile. The trust between them is absolute. "Thanks, Satsuki." Satsuki's gentle demeanor is gone, replaced by a cold fury. "I believed you were defending us," she says, her voice laced with anger. "Amamiya-san, what is the meaning of this?" she demands. Amamiya stammers an excuse, but her panicked expression says it all. Shiraki watches, his mind reeling. The perfect coordination, the absolute trust, it's something he can't comprehend. How is this possible? They responded perfectly to a blindside attack, with no fear or hesitation. He can't help but wonder what kind of hell those kids went through to forge a bond like that. But there's no time to ponder. The killer mantis shrieks, reminding them the fight is far from over. Ikoma shouts at the frozen Amamiya, "Hey, don't let your guard down in a fight!" As if on cue, the mantis glows with an icy blue light, revealing the hidden skill Ikoma predicted. It unleashes a barrage of ice needles. Amamiya, still distracted, takes the full force of the volley. Shiraki's face twists in fury. His plan has backfired spectacularly. He never knew these monsters could use magic. Sending Amamiya to attack Ikoma was a massive blunder, and now she's bleeding out on the cavern floor. He barks orders, trying to regain control, yelling for a healer and for Hanagasaki to provide support. But Hanagasaki is busy with his own monsters. Just as Hanagasaki is about to be overwhelmed, a flash of blue and black appears beside him. It's Ikoma, effortlessly blocking a blow that would have killed him. "Save your surprise attacks for later," Ikoma says coldly. "I'll handle this. You, go!" Hanagasaki can only stammer a "yeah" before scrambling away. He looks back in disbelief. Shiraki's face is a mask of pure frustration. Ikoma didn't just foil his plan, he saved his man, making Shiraki look completely incompetent. Shiraki grits his teeth, his perfect composure finally shattering. The next power healer rushes to Amamiya's side, but her injuries are severe. With his opponent distracted, Ikoma finishes the job. A system notification confirms he's leveled up to 50. "It's all clear over here," he says calmly. On the other side of the cavern, Mio finishes her own fight. With one final powerful slash, she takes down her last opponent. Satsuki watches Ikoma with concern. "You didn't have to save people like them." She's still furious. One wrong move and Ikoma could have been seriously injured. Her thoughts darken. No, he could have lost his life. The remaining members of Next Power stand there, defeated and ashamed, saved by the very person they were meant to outshine. Shiraki quickly puts his mask back on, approaching Ikoma with a friendly smile. "Looks like we have a misunderstanding." Ikoma cuts him off. "You can stop with the bad acting." Shiraki's smile vanishes. "Do you seriously think you're fooling anyone?" Ikoma asks, his eyes cold and sharp. He glances at the defeated Next Power members. "It seems your subordinates aren't as thick-skinned as you are." Satsuki analyzes the situation. The corporate team has lost all credibility. Now, Ikoma can guide the raid and get them home safely. That's Ikoma's exact plan. Once they file a report, the guild will have to reassess the portal's difficulty, and Mio will no longer be allowed to enter alone. Mission complete. Ikoma turns to Shiraki, his voice flat. "Her injuries are severe, and I had to waste a lot of my own power because of your idiotic instructions." He looks Shiraki dead in the eye. "You're desperate for a track record, but that has nothing to do with us. This is as far as we go." "What a waste," Shiraki mutters. But Mio finally speaks up. "I don't care about your infighting. I'm continuing on even if I have to go alone." Ikoma's expression hardens. He's not letting her. His patience has finally run out. He knows she doesn't shy away from danger. But he also knows that if he doesn't convince her right now, she will go alone and walk straight to her death. "I don't need spineless people with me," Mio interrupts. "I plan to go alone anyway." Ikoma decides to change his approach. He's done reasoning with her. It's time to hit her where it hurts. He asks her a single, pointed question. "The reason you don't like working in groups is it because you lost your friends?" For the first time, Mio's arrogant expression shatters, replaced by one of pure shock. Satsuki looks on, stunned by the sudden, brutal turn. In an instant, Mio is in front of him, the tip of her greatsword pressed against his throat, the air crackling with killing intent. "You!" she seethes, her voice dangerously low. "Where did you hear that?" Ikoma just stares back, unflinching. She clicks her tongue in frustration, the threat having no effect on him. She pulls her sword back. "Just go back if you want to," she says coldly. "I'll do as I please. This play about being allies ends here." She begins to walk away, but Ikoma moves to follow. "Hey," she barks without looking back. Shiraki watches, exasperated. She's going solo even though their forces are already crippled. Ikoma remembers a rumor he heard long after she died. That's how he knows her secret. He knows he can't reason with her, but he has to look out for her. He has to change her fate. "Satsuki, we're following her," he shouts, and they both start to run. As they run, a sense of dread fills Ikoma. Is the past going to repeat itself? Is she going to die again? Just then, Shiraki steps into their path. "Wait, both of you. What is this?" Ikoma asks, annoyed. Shiraki explains that with Amamiya down, they can't afford to be divided. If they split up now, the entire raid will collapse. But Ikoma's expression is resolute. As long as he can keep Shiraki's team here, he still has a chance to save Mio. Shiraki's patience snaps. "That suicidal girl can go die if she wants," he snarls, his friendly mask completely gone. This is the breaking point. Ikoma needs to save Mio. Shiraki needs the raid to succeed for his own ambitions. Their interests are now in total conflict, a tense standoff. On one side, Ikoma and Satsuki, determined to save a life. On the other, Shiraki, a man willing to sacrifice anyone for his own ambition. Shiraki knows his position is weak. His subordinate, Amamiya, is down. If he abandons her, he'll lose the trust of his remaining men. He has to wait. And he absolutely cannot let Ikoma and Satsuki leave. If they go after Mio, his raid team will be divided and the entire mission will be a failure. To please his corporate backers, he has to get results. But his team is exhausted and demoralized. He looks at Ikoma, his resolve hardening. I cannot allow you to chase after her. He tries to sound reasonable, claiming it's Mio's own fault for leaving. He argues they shouldn't risk the whole team for her selfishness. Ikoma isn't buying it. Those aren't the words of someone who set up an ambush during combat, he says with contempt. Just move aside. Shiraki throws his hands up in a gesture of fake innocence, sighing about the misunderstanding. Then he switches tactics. With a greasy smile, he holds up 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 million. Let's forget what happened and work together. Ikoma is taken aback by the blatant bribe. Shiraki even offers a half-hearted apology for his foolish antics. But the apology is just a lead-in. He insists they need to achieve something exceptional in this raid, his ambition practically radiating from him. He tries to sow discord. You don't even know that arrogant girl. Why are you backing her? His own men are stunned. 2 million. They realize just how desperate their chief is to secure Ikoma's cooperation. Shiraki's eyes are sharp, calculating. The stakes are everything. For a corporation, an adventurer unit is private military strength, a path to immense power. His company, Kuramine, is his source of funds. He can't afford to fail here. If he has to spend a little of his own money to secure victory, it's a small price to pay. He turns his full charm on Ikoma. Ichinose Ikoma-kun, I'm intrigued by your battle skills. With a grand, manic gesture, he extends an incredible offer. Join me in building a national organization. He promises double remuneration now, 10 times that in the future. His eyes gleam. But before he can finish, Ikoma cuts him off with 2 simple words. I refuse. He looks Shiraki straight in the eye. I have no interest in a corporate squad. Or you. Shiraki is speechless. He can't comprehend being turned down so completely. Step aside, Ikoma repeats firmly. I'm going after Mio. You guys can retreat after she recovers. Shiraki grabs his arm, his charm cracking into raw frustration. You'll get 2 million just to obey me for this raid. He loses his composure completely, shouting, Are you not happy with the amount? I can give you 5 million. 6 million. Ikoma's expression doesn't change. I have no interest in money or corporations. I just want to test how far I can go on my own. He pushes Shiraki's hand away. I don't want to waste my time. Any more of this, and I'll have to use force. A dark, predatory grin spreads across Shiraki's face. This is what he was hoping for. He glances at Satsuki. This rear guard girl, can she stop me? He's confident he can take them both. He makes one final, twisted offer. Why don't you go alone, if you're not worried about leaving her with me? It's a blatant threat against Satsuki. He runs a hand over his face, a theatrical gesture of weariness. Ichinose-kun, let's stop this useless strife. Ikoma just stares at him, disgusted by the act. Shiraki continues his monologue, claiming he doesn't want to force anyone, that his real motivation is protecting the city. Satsuki glares at him, seeing right through the performance. This person is nothing but lies. Shiraki drops all pretense. Ichinose-kun, what's your level? It's 50, why? Ikoma answers, confused by the sudden shift. Shiraki's smile returns, wide and triumphant. What a coincidence! It's the same as mine! A status window confirms it. Shiraki Ryo, level 50. He throws out his hand, making a grand proposal to decide the raid's leadership with a duel. Hanagasaki protests that a duel here is a terrible idea. Ikoma agrees internally. But he also knows their lack of unity is the most dangerous thing of all. Shiraki ignores his subordinate, focusing on Ikoma. We should find a solution that's acceptable to both parties, don't you think? Satsuki has had enough. Please stop messing around, she yells. What if you get seriously injured? Fine, Ikoma says simply. Satsuki is shocked. Ikoma-san. Ikoma looks at Shiraki, his eyes narrowed. He knows this is the fastest way to solve the problem. It's quick and easy. I'll do it your way. Hanagasaki watches with dread. He can't imagine his chief losing, but this Ikoma guy is unusually strong. Even if Shiraki wins, he could get seriously injured if he's not careful. Surely the chief must be aware of the risk. But he seems determined. Shiraki turns to his two remaining men. Hanagasaki, Sawai, I need support magic from both of you. They cry out in shock. Hurry up, Shiraki commands, his voice leaving no room for argument. Understood, they stammer, immediately complying. They begin casting, buffing Shiraki's stats. Power, quick, armor, magic plus, layer upon layer of support. Magic envelops him. A powerful aura surrounds Shiraki. He feels the surge of borrowed power and lets out a satisfied sigh. This feels really good. He turns to Ikoma, his smile utterly predatory. Now then, let's get started. It's a fair duel, okay? Satsuki is outraged. Are you kidding me? There's no way we can accept this. Shiraki just smirks. You already agreed. Did I ever say support magic was forbidden? I can't accept you saying no now. He lays out his twisted logic. The head count was always 4-2 in his favor. He claims that, since it's only support magic, he's actually showing mercy. He points out the time limit on the buffs. There's no backing off now. At most, the buffs will last a couple of minutes. He's supremely confident. If you surrender now, I'm willing to accept it. He thinks to himself that no one would be stupid enough to duel an opponent at the same level who's been stacked with buffs. His plan is to use the pressure of his buffed state to rob Ikoma of his ability to think, forcing an unconditional surrender. Ikoma knows it's a trap. It's just a verbal promise, but humans are often bound by their words. If he surrenders, it will make it that much easier for Shiraki to control him later. He sees the entire scheme laid bare. Just as Shiraki's grin reaches its peak, Ikoma looks up, his own gravity restraints dissipating from his body. Is that enough for your handicap? He asks calmly. Shiraki's eyes go wide. Huh? Ikoma's expression is deadly serious. A powerful aura, completely his own, begins to radiate from him. I'm in a hurry, he says, his voice low and dangerous. Let's get this stupid dueling game over with. Shiraki can barely contain his rage. The sheer arrogance on this kid's face is almost more insulting than his power. From the sidelines, Hanagasaki can't believe what he's seeing. Does this guy really think he can win with sheer confidence alone? He vividly remembers the brutal beating their chief gave his own teammate. He knows firsthand that looking down on Shiraki is a fatal mistake. But Ikoma isn't just posturing. He's already analyzed his opponent's every move. He's a paladin, a class built for a commander, perfectly balanced for both offense and defense with a wide range of skills. But none of that matters right now. Shiraki is running on borrowed power, his stats artificially jacked up by a cocktail of buffs from his subordinates. Shiraki offers him one last chance, his voice dripping with condescension. He smirks, convinced of his victory, telling Ikoma to just surrender now and save himself the pain. Ikoma just taunts him right back, wondering aloud if Shiraki is getting nervous about his support magic running out. His expression turns dead serious. He wants to hear no excuses after this is all over. Shiraki just scoffs. Idiot. And then he moves. A blur of motion, he surges forward, fueled by the power of his team. Satsuki gasps. He's even faster than she'd anticipated. Shiraki brings his sword down in a massive arc, aiming to end this in a single, crushing blow. The impact sends a shock wave of dust and energy blasting through the cavern. Ikoma is thrown backward, skidding hard across the stone floor. Hanagasaki is stunned. To block a direct hit from the chief's enhanced attack is insane. The toll on his body must be immense. Still, he has to admit, just being able to keep up with that speed is impressive in itself. He knows how strong their chief is even without enhancements. But right now, he has 4 active buffs stacked on him. He thinks to himself that if anyone could actually compete with the captain in this state, they would have to be an absolute monster. But Satsuki sees the truth. With a knowing glance, she realizes Ikoma manipulated gravity at the last second. He used it to deflect the force of the blow. He might have flown far, but he took almost no damage at all. Shiraki stands there, a little puzzled. The hit didn't feel solid. He has to admit, Ikoma dispersed the impact with surprising skill. He lets out a mocking laugh, accusing Ikoma of just trying to stall until his buffs run out. He preaches his core belief that with support from two others, there's no way a single individual can win. A lone fighter can never surpass the power of a group. In his mind, this is an absolute truth. For Shiraki, power in numbers is everything. A flashback reveals where this obsession began. In his school days, he was the perfect student, excelling at everything with little effort. He walked the halls with a natural air of superiority. But his perfection earned him the jealousy of the school's delinquents. One day, they cornered him, pushing him to the ground, sneering that he looked down on them just because he was good at his studies. They taunted him, demanding an answer from Mr. Student Council President. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, beaten by thugs he could have easily taken down one-on-one. Stumbling into the bathroom, broken and bruised, he learned a brutal lesson. Even a genius is helpless against the power of sheer numbers. That single event shaped his entire life. From that day on, he focused on honing his skills in manipulating people. He devoured books on management theory, believing that the strongest skill was understanding and controlling others. Anticipating the future, he gained experience as an adventurer and pitched his concept of a corporate unit to a construction company. His goal became clear. He would control this chaotic new era and acquire absolute power, so he would never be helpless again. Back in the present, that bitter memory fuels his rage. He lunges forward, screaming that they'll end it with this one strike, but Ikoma stands perfectly still. "You're too careless." In a flash of purple light, Ikoma moves. He's not just fast, he's impossibly fast, sidestepping the lunge and delivering a counter in one fluid motion. The blow lands squarely in Shiraki's gut, doubling him over with a strangled gasp of pain. He collapses to his knees, utterly bewildered. How was he even hit? Ikoma stands over him, his sword resting casually on his shoulder. "Don't worry," he says calmly. "It was the blunt side of the blade. Hanagasaki can't process what he just saw. No way, that's impossible. He was clearly lagging behind just a second ago. What kind of sorcery is this?" On the ground, Shiraki's mind reels. How could he, with all of these enhancements, fall behind an opponent of the same level? Ikoma explains it to him plainly. Shiraki couldn't handle his own over-enhanced body. Raw power means nothing when your movements are that sloppy. Ikoma tells him he saw this weakness from the very first attack. All he had to do was wait for the right moment and use Shiraki's excessive power against him. Satsuki lets out a proud, quiet giggle. Hanagasaki is speechless. To analyze his movements and predict the outcome so easily? It can't be that simple. He realizes with dawning horror that the chief had completely lost control of his own body. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes widen in terror. There's no way someone that fast isn't a threat to him. A nervous, broken laugh escapes Shiraki's lips. Staggering to his feet, he clutches his side, admitting he was a little unprepared. But he reminds Ikoma that his defenses are still enhanced. He glares, his eyes burning with desperation and fury. "Not cutting me with the blade was a mistake. You missed your last opportunity." He tells himself that he needs Ikoma's strength for this raid. Perhaps he's been too lax in his thinking. Ikoma just sighs. "I didn't expect things to escalate to this extent." Shiraki grits his teeth, trying to force himself to calm down. He can still win this. He has to. He checks the time on his support magic. It should last another 3 minutes. He points his sword at Ikoma. "From here on out, no more mercy." I'm gonna make the most of my advantage and go for the kill this time. Ikoma just looks at him with a hint of pity. I'm sorry, but our battle experience is way different. What? Shiraki asks, confused. Let me tell you something. I'm fine with continuing the fight, but from here on out, your attacks won't even graze me. Shiraki stares back, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. What did you say? Hanagasaki and the other subordinate can only watch, completely lost. What in the world is happening? Why is their chief, stacked with layers of powerful support magic, being so utterly dominated? Shiraki desperately tries to make sense of it. The buffs must have messed with his dexterity. But no, that's not it. He's forced to accept the humiliating truth. There is a massive, undeniable skill gap between them. He scrambles for a new plan. He'll use his enhanced speed to create distance, then bombard Ikoma with magic from afar. A brilliant blue aura erupts around him as he gathers his magic. He's going all out, unleashing his enhanced power at maximum scale, screaming for Ikoma to survive this if he can. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Holy Punish. A massive, blinding blast of sacred energy floods the entire cavern. Hanagasaki stares in awe. It's a huge, overwhelming attack backed by immense power. There's nowhere to run, no way to dodge. Ikoma knows he could evade it with his gravity skills, but he can't afford to waste the energy. He has to save his strength for the real fight ahead. So he tries something else. With a flick of his wrist, a massive piece of a dead monster's armor lifts from the ground. He braces himself behind the makeshift shield as the holy light crashes against it in a deafening, brilliant explosion. Shiraki is dumbfounded. He used the monster's armor as a shield. Ikoma was 10 steps ahead the entire time. He knew that after losing in close combat, Shiraki would fall back on magic. That's why he fought near the monster corpses, preparing for this exact moment. Panicked, Shiraki screams for him to stay back, but Ikoma is already on him, a blur of purple energy. He closes the distance in an instant before Shiraki can even think to react. With a simple tap of his finger to Shiraki's forehead, he channels his magic directly into him. Gravity moiety, Shiraki yells, stumbling back and clutching his head. What is this? He stammers, a wave of sickening vertigo washing over him. I feel weird. He staggers, his balance completely gone, and realizes with horror what just happened. This guy, he used gravity manipulation on me. Ikoma's plan was flawless. Thanks to the buffs, Shiraki was already struggling to control his own body. By suddenly making him lighter, Ikoma completely destroyed his sense of equilibrium. Shiraki screams as his body is racked with disorientation, unable to move properly. He can only wonder in absolute terror, who in the hell is this guy? He collapses to the ground, utterly helpless, humiliated that he's being toyed with like this. Ikoma looks down at him, his expression cold. This should be enough. We're wasting our time. Shiraki's entire worldview shatters. He had support from 2 people. He was the power of a collective, and yet here was someone who could surpass it. A true genius. Hanagasaki is just as floored. The difference in skill is absurd. How can 2 people in the same B class be this far apart? This guy can't be a normal person. But for Shiraki, this raid was everything. It was the key to expanding his team's power. With a desperate roar, he tries to force himself back to his feet. Stop right there, Ikoma says, his voice cutting through the noise. 500 seconds have passed. Shiraki freezes, his face paling in horror. What? In that instant, the glow of the support magic around him flickers and dies. He's powerless again. Ikoma casually tosses his sword into the air and catches it by the blade. And with a single, swift motion, he brings the pommel down on Shiraki's head. There's no way, Shiraki thinks, as his vision fades to black. I can lose. He collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. Ikoma stands over him, the victor. He explains it simply. Support magic only lasts about 500 seconds. He can't believe Shiraki himself lost track of the time. Hanagasaki defensively retorts that it's hard to keep track of anything while fighting a monster like him. Ikoma just cuts him off, his tone sharp. Now, I'm the leader of this raid. He gives his first order: stand by and stay hidden. As soon as everyone can move, withdraw from the portal. Humbled, Hanagasaki can only stammer out, "Oh, yeah." Satsuki walks up, a dark, menacing aura around her and a chillingly sweet smile. "You made Ikoma waste a lot of his energy," she says. She turns to the downed Shiraki. "So, let's do a mana drain on your chief, shall we?" She sweetly asks Hanagasaki to push him closer. Terrified, Hanagasaki tries to object, but Satsuki's icy glare silences him immediately. He nervously pushes the unconscious Shiraki toward Satsuki, who proceeds to drain his remaining mana with vengeful glee. With the duel finally over, Satsuki places a hand on Ikoma's chest to replenish his energy. He tells her that took too long. They need to find Mio now. But a weak voice calls out from behind them. "Please, don't go. It's Shiraki, conscious again and desperate." He begs Ikoma to stay, promising him power and success. But Ikoma cuts him off. "Don't make me repeat myself. I'm not interested. Not in a corporate force, and not in you." Ikoma decides to crush his delusions once and for all, revealing that he knows what happens in the future. In 10 years, your company makes no significant leap. What you want isn't an ally, it's a convenient tool. He delivers the final blow, showing Shiraki an image of his own betrayed party from that future. That approach will only lead to your group collapsing. In relationships built on lies, no one will be there to help you when you need it most. He looks down at the broken man one last time. "You're going to have to change your ways." A purple bruise marks Shiraki's forehead, a permanent symbol of his utter defeat. As they walk away, Satsuki remarks that after he ordered a sneak attack, she doesn't see why Ikoma would waste his breath trying to teach him anything. "Moreover," Ikoma begins, a thoughtful look on his face, a memory from his past. His old party complaining that it's too dangerous to go on, that they don't have the energy to retreat. A younger Ikoma insists that he can cover them, that they can definitely make it. But he was the only one not gaining experience. Soon, he wasn't contributing at all. He realized that if things continued, there would be no reason for him to be on the team. Back in the present, Ikoma reflects. "I've also rushed ahead without thinking about others, and felt abandoned. Maybe I couldn't see it as someone else's problem." Satsuki senses the change in his mood. "Ikoma," she grabs his arm, her smile bright and determined. "No matter what happens, I won't leave your side, okay?" He's a little taken aback, but manages a small, "Oh, right, thanks." His resolve hardens. If the future is the same, the boss here is about to evolve. It's not something they can fight at their level. If Mio won't listen, he'll drag her back by force, even if it makes her his enemy. They finally arrive at a massive cavern, just in time to see Mio facing a hulking, shadowy figure. Mio, at level 46, knows she's in trouble. She's fought bosses at higher levels before, but this one feels different. Still, she charges forward, her greatsword held high, determined to fight. But as the beast emerges from the shadows, its true form is revealed. A monstrous, queen-like insect with glowing red eyes. The portal boss of the cursed poison abyss, the Curse Queen, level 80. A terrifying roar shakes the very foundations of the cavern. Deep inside the cursed poison abyss, the air is heavy with dread. Mio is somewhere up ahead, walking straight into her grave, and the only two people who can save her are racing against the clock. Ikoma stops, his eyes catching something on the ground. He kneels, picking up a glowing pink crystal. His face turns grim. He knows exactly what this is, a magic stone. He looks around at the signs of a recent, brutal battle. Monster remains are scattered everywhere, confirming his worst fear. Mio passed through here and, not long ago. Satsuki watches him, her brow furrowed. It's just strange for an adventurer to leave valuable magic stones behind. She asks if Mio simply isn't interested in them, and she's right to be confused. These stones are a fortune, the condensed hearts of demons. To just leave them on the ground means something is very, very wrong. Satsuki's sharp intuition connects the dots. She quietly recalls what Ikoma told her earlier about how Mio's friend lost her life. As they press on through the eerie cavern, Ikoma admits that even he doesn't know all the details. He only knows the basics. It happened a long time ago, when Mio was just starting out. Her friend was killed inside a portal. Satsuki immediately understands. Is that why she works alone? Ikoma can only guess, probably, but in his mind, he's certain. Mio's aggressive independence, her immediate rejection of his offer to team up, it wasn't just arrogance. It was a scar left by trauma. Satsuki is still curious. She asks him how he found out about Mio's friend. He gives her a partial truth, saying he gathered info from the guild she uses as a base. She's genuinely surprised. You went that far just to invite her? Ikoma gets a little flustered, quickly trying to deny it. His mind flashes back to the real reason he knows so much, a painful memory from his first life. It was only after Mio lost her life defending him that he looked into her past, desperate to understand the person who had made such a sacrifice. Satsuki sees the complicated look on his face, the averted eyes, and her imagination immediately jumps to the wrong conclusion. Don't tell me. Do you like Mio? Her question hangs in the air, filled with genuine shock. Ikoma freezes, realizing this is a huge misunderstanding. He has absolutely no time to fix. Pushing the awkwardness aside, he focuses back on the mission. Mio is incredibly fast, and just keeping up with her trail is hard enough. His expression hardens. At this rate, she might really reach the boss. The time for talking is over. Let's hurry. Just then, a deep, guttural roar echoes through the cavern, so powerful it shakes the very ground beneath their feet. The scene shifts. There she is. Kagurazaka Mio, level 46, stands frozen before a gigantic insectoid monster crackling with a poisonous aura. Her usual confidence is gone, replaced by pure shock. She never expected it to be at this level. In an instant, the monster lunges, a blur of black and purple energy. Mio barely has time to register the attack. It's stupidly fast and powerful. The reality of her situation crashes down on her. A level 80 portal boss. The level gap is just too big. The beast must have evolved. She knows this is critical information that needs to be reported, but can she even get away? If she runs, it will just chase her down. Worse, it might go after the others, even Ikoma and Satsuki. She grits her teeth. They're an annoying bunch, but she can't be the reason they get killed. She won't involve them. Her resolve hardens. She's come this far. Her Shinigami class was made for this, sacrificing defense for overwhelming attack power. She has to stay and fight. But even as she steels herself, a cold sweat breaks out on her forehead. A sliver of doubt cuts through her pride. Can she really win with a level difference this massive? For a fleeting moment, a vision appears before her. Her friend, lost so long ago, standing in a soft light, her hand outstretched, asking if Mio is finally coming to join her. But Mio turns away from the comforting peace. She shuts the memory out, locking her eyes on her target. Right now, I can only concentrate on the enemy in front of me. As if, in response, the Curse Queen forms two swirling orbs of deadly poison. With a loud crackle, the boss fires a volley of toxic projectiles, lighting up the dark cavern. She moves with practiced grace, dodging and weaving between the blasts. The attack is powerful, but she notices it's not that fast. A spark of hope ignites within her. I can do this. And then she sees it. A small gap in the monster's assault. An opening! She lunges, her massive greatsword glowing with red energy. Her blade connects with a heavy thud and bounces right off the monster's hide. Her eyes widen in disbelief. It didn't even go through. Panic sets in. Her class is specialized entirely in attack power. A hit like that should have at least left a mark. She looks from her sword to the unbothered monster, and then the horrifying realization dawns. It wasn't an opening. The monster was toying with her. It didn't even bother to defend itself, knowing she was no threat at all. Rage consumes her fear. "Don't you dare underestimate me, you monster!" Fueled by pure fury, she throws herself into the air, charging straight at the beast. She uses its own body as a springboard, launching herself high above it. "Let me show you the real power of the Shinigami class," she screams, activating her ultimate skill, Inferno Break, converting her own life force into one devastating slash. Her attack crashes down in a massive explosion. The boss is forced to block, and for a split second, she holds it back. "I'm stubborn," she thinks. "You won't kill me that easily." She knew it was reckless, throwing her HP away like this, but if she hadn't, she would have never pierced its armor. A glance at her stats confirms the heavy cost. Her health has been cut nearly in half. But the monster is barely phased. It recovers instantly, its scythe-like arm glowing as it readies a counter. In a flash of blinding yellow light, its arm whips around, moving faster than anything she's seen before. The blow sends her flying. She grimly realizes that her special move, one she can normally use twice, is now completely out of the question. The monster lets out a triumphant roar. Its speed doubles. The time for toying with her is over. It's serious now. It lunges forward. Mio's eyes widen in terror, but there's no time to react. A sickening squelch cuts through the air. The monster's claw impales her, piercing straight through her chest as a strangled gasp escapes her lips. The force of the blow sends her flying backward, completely helpless. Her greatsword, the symbol of her pride, slips from her grasp and clatters uselessly to the ground. Mio's body hits the ground with a sickening thud. This is it. The moment she's been running from her entire life has finally caught up to her. She slumps against the cavern wall, her body completely still, cast in the deathly purple glow of the dungeon. She knows the wound in her chest is fatal. She should be in unbearable pain, but there's nothing, just a cold, creeping numbness. Her consciousness is fading. She can't feel her limbs anymore. The world is dissolving around her. She thinks to herself that given the massive level difference, the fact she's even still breathing is a miracle. Her vision blurs. The status window is hard to read. Her health is critical. 6 HP left. Through her fading sight, she sees the monster looming over her, almost as if it's confused why she's still alive. As darkness closes in, a memory floods her mind. A younger Mio running frantically through the pouring rain. She's running towards her home, a place that should be safe. But when she arrives, the entrance is cordoned off, blocked by officials. Her face is pale with dread, rain and tears mixing as she stares at the scene. She tries to push past them, her voice trembling. A guard stops her, his voice sharp. "Why are you here? There are probably still monsters in there." But Mio ignores him, begging to be let in. "That's my home." Her desperate plea stuns him into silence. She pushes past his arm, her heart pounding with terror. The guard shouts after her, "Wait!" His voice is frantic now. "You shouldn't see that." But it's too late. Her mind screams in denial. No way. Inside, she finds the source of her lifelong pain. The bodies of her parents, lifeless on the floor. Mom, Dad, this is the moment her world broke. Back in the present, that memory ignites a firestorm of pure rage. "You monsters," she snarls, "you are always taking what's precious to me." A storm of red and black energy erupts from her body. The Curse Queen senses the sudden surge of power and attacks, trying to finish her off. But Mio is gone. She reappears behind the monster, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light. The boss is stunned. It let its guard down. This is the true power of her class, a skill called Shinigami's Aura, activating only when her health is critical. It massively boosts her attack, burning her mana as a substitute for life. All her limiters are gone. This is her last resort. With this power, she can keep fighting as long as she has fuel. "I told you," she says, her voice echoing with strength. "I'm stubborn." All her pain, her grief, her rage boils down to a single thought: I hate you. She lunges forward, a blur of red energy. "Even if this is the end," she vows, "I'll take one of your limbs with me." She meets the monster's claw head-on, her sword glowing brightly. Her blade scrapes against its hardened exoskeleton, pushing it back. She pours everything she has into her blade, but just maintaining this state is draining her mana at an alarming rate. Her eyes are wild. She has to keep attacking, no matter what. The monster switches tactics, firing another volley of poison balls. But Mio is too fast now, weaving through the attack with her eyes locked on her target. As a shadowy tentacle whips towards her, she sidesteps it with ease. She brings her sword down in a powerful arc. "I won't lose until my MP runs out," she screams, slamming her blade against the monster's arm. She can feel it. The claws are hard, but the joints connecting them, "I can break it." With a final desperate roar, she puts every last ounce of her remaining energy into the attack. A sickening crack echoes through the cave. For a split second, there's silence. The monster recoils, its severed limb flying through the air. But in the same motion, it swings its other arm, catching her with a devastating blow. She's thrown back, the red aura around her flickering and dying. "Ah," she thinks, the strength draining from her body. "Did I run out of MP?" She looks at her status. HP 3, MP 0. She's completely empty. The cold, hard truth settles in. "I see. I'm going to die now." All the fight leaves her. "This is the end, huh?" As her vision blurs, another memory surfaces. This one hurts even more. It's her friend, the one she lost, her voice pleading. "Mio, wait!" But Mio's own voice, cold and harsh, cuts her off. "Don't drag me down." Her friend smiles weakly. "Mio, let's take a break. My legs are hurting." But Mio was relentless, consumed by her crusade. "I hate monsters. I'll kill them all," she says, turning away. "I'll go alone from now on if you're going to be a hindrance." Her friend calls out her name, but Mio just snaps back. "What?" The memory twists into a nightmare. Her friend's face becomes a ghostly mask streaked with blood. "Even though I died because of you, why are you still alive?" The ghostly figure leans in, its voice a poisonous whisper. "Are you finally coming to this side?" Mio closes her eyes, defeated. "Yeah," she whispers, a single tear escaping. "I'm coming." The Curse Queen roars, lunging with its claw aimed for her heart. But just before it connects, a strange dark blue tendril of energy whips out of nowhere. It wraps around the monster's arm, stopping the fatal blow just inches from Mio's face. We see Satsuki, her hand outstretched, pouring all her strength into the spell. She grits her teeth, shouting, "Ikoma, I can't hold it for much longer." From behind her, Ikoma's voice is calm and steady. "Good job, Satsuki." Mio opens her eyes, confused. Standing over her, bathed in a brilliant purple aura, is Ikoma. He looks down at her for a split second, then up at the monster, and unleashes his power with a single word: Garand. A massive wave of gravitational force erupts from him, slamming into the Curse Queen with unstoppable power. History is not repeating itself tonight. History was about to repeat itself, but one man's arrival shattered the timeline. With a single, overwhelming blast of gravity, Ikoma has turned the tables, and for the first time, the Curse Queen is on the defensive. With a burst of power, Ikoma grabs the injured Mio and pulls back, regrouping with Satsuki behind the safety of some rocks. They find cover, and Satsuki lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. She tells Ikoma that the rescue went well, all thanks to the monster's blind spots. But her relief turns to worry as she looks at Mio. She's unconscious, pale, and completely battered. They have to get her to a healer or she won't make it. The Curse Queen lets out an enraged groan. Ikoma watches it, realizing that while they can hide for a moment, escaping is another story. The monster is too powerful and too agile. And there's another problem. The monster is smart. It's already moved its massive body to block the only exit. A quick look at the dungeon map confirms it. They are completely trapped. Mio stirs, her voice weak. "Why did you come for me?" she asks. "This boss is not an opponent you can handle." Ikoma just sighs, running a hand through his hair. "That's our line," he says. "We wanted to stop you before you even got in here." He tells her plainly that she was out of health and mana. The fact that they made it in time at all was a miracle. He lays out the grim reality. The level difference is massive. The boss is level 80, he's only 50, and its defenses are absurdly high. Defeating it is simply impossible. Ikoma suggests a desperate plan. He'll act as a distraction while Satsuki escapes with Mio. But even in her weakened state, Mio refuses. "No way, I won't use you as bait." "Don't do it," she pleads. She tells him she has no family, no one who will be sad if she dies. But she refuses to let anyone else die because of her. Her eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering resolve. She will prevent that, no matter the cost. Ikoma sees it clearly. Her impressive willpower, her extreme resolve, it's all driven by the same deep-seated trauma. He looks at her, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself that he's sorry, but for now, he has to take advantage of that broken heart. "Understood," he says. Mio gives a faint, sad smile, thinking he's agreed. "That's good," she begins. "I'll take." But Ikoma cuts her off. His face is dead serious. "We kill it together." Mio's eyes snap open, stunned. He tells her it's the only option they have left. Satsuki is shocked. "What are you saying?" she protests. "She's seriously injured. She can't fight." But Ikoma already has a plan. He gives Satsuki a clear order. Use mana drain to fully restore Mio's energy. Satsuki argues that she can't heal her body, and it will take time. Ikoma's response is simple and chilling. "I will buy time." He turns his back to them, his shoulders set with grim determination, and prepares to face the beast alone. Mio shakes her head. "It's useless. You don't know how scary that thing is." But Ikoma just looks back over his shoulder, a strange certainty in his voice. "Oh, I know it. I know it all too well." And with that, the strategy meeting is over. The Curse Queen roars, launching a volley of poison balls to end this. As Satsuki pulls Mio back and begins the healing ritual, Ikoma moves. He steps out from behind their cover, leaving the two of them behind. He stands on a jutting rock spire, looking down at the beast. "Don't worry," he calls out, a taunting edge to his voice. "I'm not running away." His eyes glow with a faint purple light. "I'll be your opponent, you pest." Behind him, Satsuki places her hands on Mio, and a brilliant blue light envelops them. Watching Ikoma step forward alone, Mio is horrified. She tells Satsuki that he's completely underestimating the Curse Queen. "That thing is not something one person can take on," she says, her voice full of certainty. "He's going to die." The boss unleashes a storm of attacks, filling the cavern with deadly energy, trying to overwhelm him. Ikoma is forced back, but he's not panicking. He sees the monster trying to drive him into a corner. With a smirk, he activates his skill, inverse gravity. He shoots forward like a bullet, dodging with impossible grace. He zips right past the monster's snapping jaws, completely untouchable. A blur of purple energy, he moves faster than the eye can follow. In a breathtaking display of agility, he lands right on the monster's head, standing over it with casual confidence. Mio is absolutely speechless. The Curse Queen, a monster 30 levels higher, is lagging behind him. She can't believe what she's seeing. Satsuki is just as stunned. Amazing. I knew Ikoma was strong, but his movements are on another level right now. For Mio, this shouldn't be possible. Her mind races, trying to process what's happening. And then the only possible, yet impossible explanation hits her. His movements, it's as if he can see the future. The boss roars in frustration, swiping wildly with its remaining claw. But Ikoma is untouchable, riding its arm like a surfer to avoid the attack with ease. He effortlessly dodges every single swipe and lunge. The Curse Queen can only roar in impotent fury. As he fights, Ikoma's mind flashes back to his first timeline, to the trauma that has defined his second life. He's dreamed of this horrible day over and over again. He remembers holding Mio's dying body, the moment that burned this monster into his very soul. The battle is etched into his mind. He doesn't need to see the future. He's lived this nightmare so many times, he knows exactly what its next move will be. He anticipates a lunge and counters with a brutal kick to the monster's mangled arm, sending green blood flying. He stands over the limb he just destroyed, his voice dripping with mockery. "What happened, Mr. Level 80? Is that all you've got?" Satsuki watches, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but Mio knows better. That's impossible. She explains that even though he's strong, with the massive level difference, he can't deal any real damage. The more energy he uses to keep this up, the faster he'll run out of fuel. It's a losing battle. And then, her eyes widen. She's sure he knows this too. He knows he can't win alone. Then it all clicks into place. He's having Satsuki restore her mana. Could it be that he's planning for her to use that skill, the one that requires her full power? Just how far ahead has he planned this? Ikoma looks at the enraged beast, a hint of a smile on his face. He didn't want his revenge to come this early, but he's still happy about it. This is more than a boss fight. This is the end of his nightmares. His eyes glow with purple energy as he raises his blade, his voice cold and filled with a decade of repressed hatred. "This time, I'll kill you without letting you kill anyone." Enraged, the Curse Queen unleashes its deadliest attack, filling the air with a massive barrage of poison balls. Watching from the sidelines, Mio can't believe it. "There are so many," she gasps. This is a level of intensity the monster never used against her. It's as if before it wasn't even fighting her seriously. And in that moment, she understands the terrifying truth. That monster recognizes Ikoma, a man 30 levels below it, as a genuine threat. But Ikoma is unfazed. "Don't think you can just throw them around and hit me," he shouts, darting forward in a blur. Satsuki watches in horror, grabbing Mio's arm. "Idiot! Why aren't you retreating?" she cries out. "Is he crazy?" He leaps directly into the storm of explosions, a whirlwind of purple energy, as the cavern floor erupts around him. With inhuman agility, he weaves through the chaos, using the explosions themselves as cover and the monster's own body as a platform, staying one step ahead of its rampage. He ducks under a wild swing, so close he can feel the wind from the blow. Satsuki and Mio can only stare in disbelief. "What a guy," Satsuki whispers. Is he really just a B-rank adventurer? But Mio sees the grim reality. The Curse Queen's health is still high. Its defenses and regeneration are too strong. Chipping away at it is pointless. They need a single, devastating blow. Her resolve hardens. "I'll go help him now." Satsuki tries to stop her. "He'll reach his limit soon, but I haven't fully restored your mana yet. Besides, in your condition—" But Mio cuts her off, her eyes blazing with a new fire. "I know what I have to do. I have enough. Don't worry about my body," she says, as a torrent of red and black energy erupts around her once more. She reactivates her Shinigami's aura. Satsuki is stunned. Mio explains that as long as she has mana, she can fight by exceeding her physical limits. And then it clicks for her. She looks at Ikoma, still locked in his deadly dance. He made you restore my MP because he was counting on this skill. His planning was flawless, but it's a double-edged sword. She needs mana to maintain the aura, but her ultimate skill will drain it completely. The timing has to be perfect. A single second will decide everything. As she gathers her power, she hears a familiar, gentle voice. "Hey, Mio." A vision of her lost friend Mamone appears before her. "You haven't relied on your friend since I died, have you? Will you be okay?" The question cuts right to the heart of her guilt. Tears well up in Mio's eyes, but this time, she doesn't turn away. She faces the memory. "I'm sorry, Mamone." The vision of her friend fades, replaced by the image of Satsuki and Ikoma, people who believe in her, who are putting their lives on the line for her. For them, for herself, she cannot lose this fight. With a deafening roar, the battle enters its final stage. Mio joins the fray, unleashing a shadow ball while Ikoma counters with his crimson blade, moving in perfect sync. As they fight side by side, she says she's impressed. "You seem to know a lot about the Shinigami class. To think you knew I could move as long as I have mana." "Yeah," Ikoma replies with a grin, dodging another attack. "I also know about the Shinigami's trump card." Mio's face falls. "He's right, but that skill is too slow. I can't hit that thing with it." Ikoma's eyes narrow. "I'll buy you 5 seconds, he says, his voice unwavering. "Believe in me. You can't do that against a monster like this," she protests. But it's too late. Ikoma is already in motion, grabbing her and pulling her into a spin. As the monster bears down on them, leaving no room to dodge, Ikoma wraps his arm around her waist. He activates inverse gravity, and in a flash of purple light, they are thrown through the air, completely reversing their trajectory. The world turns upside down as they rocket through the air, an impossible maneuver that leaves the Curse Queen completely bewildered. Mio is stunned, weightless, and spinning. What is this skill? As they hurtle towards the ceiling, Ikoma pushes off her, giving the final command. "Mio, I'll leave the finishing blow to you." That's Satsuki's cue. She slams her staff down, activating Shadowbind. Dark tendrils erupt from the floor, ensnaring the monster and locking it in place. Satsuki watches as Mio, now free-falling towards the trapped boss, becomes a glowing specter of vengeance. Ikoma adds one more attack for good measure, a meteor slash that crashes down, ensuring the boss can't move. Mio sees it. The perfect 5-second window Ikoma promised. The Curse Queen is completely locked in. "I can hit it!" she screams, pouring every last drop of her power into her blade. This is the Shinigami's trump card, a skill that grows more powerful the lower her health. With her HP at a critical 3 points, this will be her absolute strongest attack. Normally, using it would immobilize her. But Ikoma's brilliant maneuver turned that weakness into a strength. She's already falling right towards the enemy. The monster struggles, but it's too late. Ikoma yells, "Do it, Amio!" And with a final, vengeful cry, she unleashes her ultimate skill. Bloody Revenger. A massive explosion of crimson energy engulfs the Curse Queen, shaking the cavern to its foundations. The monster shrieks in agony as the attack tears through its hardened armor. The force of the blast throws Mio back, and she collapses to the ground, utterly spent. She looks up, her body trembling. "I can't move," she whispers. "I used up everything." Through the smoke, she sees the massive form of the Curse Queen, slumped over and unmoving. It's down. Did we win? But just as relief sets in, the monster's eye flashes with a final, malevolent red light. Ikoma knows this is coming. The Curse Queen has one last trump card. It's a last-ditch counter. Use the moment an opponent lowers their guard. From the tip of its tail, in complete silence, it fires a high-speed, sure-kill beam of energy called Deadshot, aimed directly at the defenseless Mio. Mio's eyes widen in terror. The beam screams toward her. It's coming, I'm dead. But Ikoma is already moving. I've been waiting for that. He positions himself directly in the path of the attack, shielding Mio with his own body. The two beams collide in a blinding flash of light. Ikoma's gravity-infused sword against the monster's final, desperate attack. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into his blade, deflecting the lethal blow. The monster lets out a confused gurgle, shocked that its final gambit failed. Ikoma glares at it, his voice filled with rage. That stupid skill is seared into my memory. It was the very move that killed him in his past life. This is the end, he roars, unleashing one final massive wave of gravity. The purple vortex completely obliterates what's left of the Curse Queen. A flood of experience points fills his vision. He's leveled up 8 times in one go. Satsuki beams with pure joy. We did it. We really beat it. The idea of defeating such a high-level monster feels unreal. Ikoma lets out a long, shaky breath. Thank God, he mutters, his shoulders slumping. He genuinely thought they wouldn't have enough power. He looks over at Mio, still sitting on the ground in shock, and thinks with deep satisfaction, "This time I didn't let you die." He walks over to her, his expression serious. Mio's death was one of his biggest regrets. Her sacrifice was the very thing that drove him to aim for the top. Mio looks down at her own hands, still trembling. She can't believe it. Was I protected? A single tear traces a path down her cheek. After all her recklessness, she somehow managed to survive again. Ikoma stands over her, the spectral image of her lost friend Momone appearing beside him. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through Mio's head as her body finally gives out. A memory flashes in her mind. A dark forest, a full moon. "Momone?" she calls out. The memory shifts, the pain in her head growing more intense. Satsuki rushes to her side. "Are you okay? Your body is completely broken." Mio pushes her away weakly, pleading, "Please, don't stand there." She's staring at the ghostly image of Momone, standing right behind Ikoma. He says calmly, "I remember that girl." Mio clings to Satsuki, her voice trembling. "I feel like that girl who resents me still watches me." A different memory plays. Momone, a ghostly figure in a sea of blue light. "Even today, Mio, you didn't come to my place." Ikoma had a suspicion about this all along. He'd always wondered why she took so many risks. Now it all connects. "If that girl resents you, Haswell, why do you remember her when you're protected like this?" he asks, his question cutting through her delusion. Mio stammers, but Ikoma presses on, laying the truth bare. "She didn't die by accident. She died protecting you, didn't she?" The memory flashes again, Momone pushing her out of the way of a fatal blow. Satsuki tries to intervene, but Ikoma continues. "You have a self-punishing nature. It was easier for you to feel resented, wasn't it?" Mio falls silent, the truth of his words hitting her like a physical blow. A new memory emerges, clearer this time. A younger Momone confronts her at school. "Mio, are you quitting?" Momone asks if she's aware of the monster disaster. Mio explains she has no relatives, and the relief money never reaches the people who need it. So she's decided to become an adventurer. She can't afford high school anyway, but Momone declares with fierce determination, "Then I'll become an adventurer too." She grabs Mio's arm, refusing to let her go alone. "I won't let go of you." Mio is completely taken by surprise. "What did you say?" The memory shifts. Momone's pleading with her. "Mio, wait, we should go back now." But Mio, driven by her anger, refuses to listen. She snaps at her friend, telling her to cut it out. She tries to leave, but Momone grabs her hand. "No, Mio. You're being reckless because you lost your family. I can't leave you like that." Mio looks back at her friend, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Suddenly, a monster lunges from the trees. Momone screams, "Get a hold of yourself!" She shoves Mio out of the way, taking the blow herself. As Momone lies dying in her arms, her last words aren't of resentment, but of relief. "Mio, I'm glad. You're okay." In the present, Mio whispers, "That can't be." She collapses, clutching her head. The guilt has twisted the memory into a lie. "Momone, she resents me." Ikoma's voice is sharp. "You shouldn't distort the feelings of the dead, even if it makes you feel better." A true, radiant vision of Momone appears, smiling. "She gave her life to save yours, and now you're using her as an excuse to throw it away. Don't you think she'd be sad seeing this?" Ikoma sits down beside her. "You said no one would grieve for you if you died. Even if I say I would, it won't resonate with you, but—" He gestures to the vision. "I'm sure that Momone would be very sad. Don't you think so?" The weight of it all finally hits Mio. The truth she's been running from for years. She remembers her friend's real last words. "I'm glad you're okay." She remembers her constant worry. "I'm worried if you're doing well." She falls to her knees before the vision of her friend. Momone smiles down at her. "I know you're no good without me. Mio, don't die, okay? Please live well and be happy for the both of us." The dam finally breaks. Mio cries out her friend's name, tears of grief, guilt, and finally, release streaming down her face. The vision of Momone dissolves into a single, pure white feather, floating on a pool of light, her spirit finally at peace. The battle is won, but the war inside Mio's heart has just reached its turning point. As she looks at the fallen beast, the weight of her past finally begins to lift. Ikoma's voice cuts through her thoughts, gentle but firm. He tells her that fighting recklessly won't serve as an atonement for her friend's death. If she keeps this up, she'll eventually die for real. He slowly kneels before her, a gesture of deep respect. "Mio," he says, his voice now serious and full of purpose, "I'd like to ask you again. Please join our party." The air hangs heavy with the weight of his words. This is an invitation to a new beginning. Mio is stunned into silence, asked to choose a future for the first time. Her gaze softens. "Give me some time," she says, her voice quiet but clear. "I want to think about it." Ikoma nods with a small, understanding smile. "Yeah, that's fine." The fact that she's even considering it is a victory in itself. He knows that until now, they've just been three individuals thrown together by fate. But finally, it feels like they're seeing land. With Mio too weak to walk, Ikoma lifts her onto his back, carrying her through the winding paths of the portal. Mio apologizes quietly, but Ikoma just tells her not to worry about it. For a moment, we shift to Satsuki's point of view. She watches them, and her mind immediately imagines a romantic scene, complete with sparkling roses. She gets flustered, thinking maybe she should be the one to carry Mio. Ikoma, confused, just asks her what's wrong. His mind, however, is on more practical matters. He knows if they had a way to restore health, their situation would be much more stable. This raid was a harsh reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. There have been too many irregularities. He realizes they desperately need a party member with healing skills. Without one, a fight like this could easily be their last. As he carries her, Mio rests her head on his shoulder, a fragile look on her face. She thinks to herself that it's been a long, long time since she relied on someone like this, and she has to admit, it felt really nice. Leaning in closer, she whispers a genuine, heartfelt, "Thank you." A faint smile touches Ikoma's lips. He feels like he was finally able to repay the favor from his past life. In his mind's eye, his current self stands before the ghost of his past self, the man who was saved by Mio. He has finally honored her sacrifice. With this, a painful chapter of his past is finally closed. A new bond has been forged. The next day, the scene shifts to the city. Ikoma, Satsuki, and Akasha are sitting at a table in the Adventurers Guild, waiting. Satsuki asks the question on both their minds. "Did Mio contact you?" Ikoma just sighs, a tired look on his face. "Yeah, about that." He slides his phone across the table. He sent her a simple message asking her to let him know her decision. The message was seen, but there was no reply. Hours later, another message. This morning, a call. Nothing. Satsuki looks crestfallen. She's completely leaving you on read. I think she's not joining. Ikoma slumps over the table, a cloud of gloom over him. I knew she was stubborn, but I never thought I'd fail after all that. Satsuki quickly tries to cheer him up. Beside them, Akasha, oblivious to the drama, happily sips her iced coffee. She lets out a happy little sigh. Satsuki glares at her, annoyed by her carefree attitude. Ikoma sighs again. I hope that's the case, he says, as Akasha complains that her coffee now tastes bitter under Satsuki's glare. He looks out the window, lost in thought. He knows Mio is one of the adventurers with the highest potential. She was able to hold her own against the Curse Queen. He knows his weaker, past life self would have died instantly. He's just glad he was able to save her. It's a little unfortunate she's not joining, but he tells himself he's happy with just that. He watches the elevator doors, resigning himself to the outcome, and just then, a calm voice says, "So you were here." Ikoma looks up, his eyes widening in surprise. "It's Mio!" Satsuki jumps up, asking if her injuries are all right. Mio gives a small, confident smile. "I'm used to injuries like this. Looks like you were worried." Ikoma, still stunned, asks what brought her all the way here. She looks away, a little embarrassed. "I'm bad at using that app," she admits, thinking to herself. "Oh no, I left it on read again." She explains that she felt it was best to speak with him directly. And, she adds, she had a question for him. She puts her hand on her heart, her expression open and sincere for the first time. "Can I join your party?" Satsuki's face breaks into a huge smile, and Ikoma looks at her, a wave of relief and happiness washing over him. "Mio!" he grins, his voice warm and welcoming. "Of course! Welcome to the team." A new alliance has been forged, but as one team is formed, a sinister plot is set in motion. In a shadowy room, the assassins of Chimera's Fang are being briefed. Their mission: to assassinate an adventurer during an expected monster flood. The blonde assassin, Arisu, looks annoyed. "Are you asking me to clean up after these kids?" But their handler is insistent. "We've been hiding you. You should do something for us once in a while." They know this client is dangerous. They can't afford to mess up again. Another assassin scoffs, questioning if a flood will even happen. Then we see him, a new face, a bald, arrogant-looking man. On top of that, the opponent is a B-ranker? He sneers. "I'm not interested in weak people." He glares at his companions. "Why do I have to clean up after a weakling like Kikyu?" The insult makes Kikyu flinch with rage. "Listen," the bald man declares, "I'm not like you losers. I'm a former top-of-the-line adventurer." He grumbles that if he hadn't messed up during his training, he would have been hailed as a hero by now. He believes what this chaotic era needs isn't 100 fools, but one overwhelming individual. Arisu thinks to herself, disgusted, so inefficient and foolish. "I think I actually hate him." The bald man continues, "I have my own aesthetics. I'm not like you gutter rats. If you're going to leave it to me," he warns them, "I don't want you interfering." With a sharp flick, he stabs a knife through a photo on the table. It's a picture of Ikoma. This guy, first I'll confirm if he's really someone I can take on alone. He smirks, his eyes cold and empty. The killing comes after that. For someone who was once abandoned and called useless, this moment was everything. Inside the Adventurers Guild, an official looks at Satsuki with a warm smile. She hands over the evaluation results, and the words Satsuki has worked so hard to hear are finally spoken. Her promotion to B class has been approved. Satsuki is absolutely beaming, her eyes wide with joy. "I got promoted?" she exclaims, her voice filled with excitement. "This is a huge deal." B-class adventurers make up only 1% of the total population. It's a rank reserved for the best of the best, and now she's one of them. She clenches her fists, a proud, happy smile on her face. Ikoma looks at her, his own smile full of genuine pride. "Congratulations, Satsuki," he says warmly. "You did well." For Satsuki, this feels like she's finally catching up. Ikoma and Mio have always seemed so far ahead, but this promotion makes her feel like she's closed the distance. A fire of determination lights up in her eyes. She sees Mio as a rival, but in a good way. She tells herself she needs to work even harder now. Mio, however, just closes her eyes with a dismissive sigh.
Obviously, you were promoted,
she says bluntly. No need to make a fuss. She points out that Satsuki's level, 48, has been above the standard for B class for a long time. Mio continues, explaining that the promotion exam was just hunting weaklings. For someone of Satsuki's skill, failing would have been harder than passing. Satsuki deflates a little, blushing with embarrassment. "Why, yes, I'm sorry. I got carried away." Ikoma steps in, chiding Mio gently. "You don't have to put her down like that." Mio just shrugs, saying she's only stating facts. But then her expression softens slightly. She lets out a small sigh and admits that it's still a well-defined milestone. "Come with me," she says, leaving a confused Satsuki and Ikoma to follow. She leads them to the guild's locker room. Ikoma asks if she really prepared a commemorative gift for Satsuki. Mio places her hand on a locker door. Ikoma is a little impressed she went to the trouble of hiding it. Mio just says that celebrating a friend's milestone is important. Ikoma feels a little bad, realizing he didn't prepare anything himself. Mio tells him not to worry. For her, this is also a way of saying thanks for saving her life. "Despite how I look," she says quietly, "I did want to thank you." Satsuki is touched. She remembers Mio talking about her friend Momone, and seeing this side of her makes Satsuki's heart soften. Mio opens the locker. "It's nothing fancy," she says, "but it's something you can never have too much of." Satsuki is overcome with emotion, realizing she's been one-sidedly seeing Mio as a rival. With a bright smile, she bows her head. "Thank you very much, Mio." She thinks that maybe she misunderstood her. Ikoma looks at the huge locker, curious. Since it's Mio, he wonders, is it a spare weapon or something? But what comes out of the locker is the last thing anyone expected, a massive, gift-wrapped pink teddy bear. Mio looks at it with a proud smile, explaining it's a limited edition item. Satsuki is just speechless. So big. Satsuki's brain short-circuits. All her ideas about Mio being cool and ruthless are shattered. She really might have misunderstood her. Ikoma is just as confused. He remembers Mio saying, "It's something you can never have too much of," and can't help but wonder how many of these she has at home. Satsuki hugs the giant bear, a mix of joy and bewilderment in her voice. "Thank you, Mio. How do I carry it home?" But their celebration is cut short. Ikoma's phone buzzes violently. An emergency alert flashes across his screen. A Class C monster disaster. Ikoma's expression darkens. Another monster disaster nearby. There have been a lot recently. Mio reads the details. The source is Mizunagi Town. "It's not too far away," she says, her tone all business now. "Let's head there right away." Ikoma agrees. A Class C portal should be easy, but a troubling thought crosses his mind. He doesn't remember this happening in his past life. He pulls out his phone to check the database, and that's when a second alert hits. His eyes go wide with shock. What? A flood? A flood from the Class C portal, Spirit Garden. This changes everything. Satsuki asks if he knows it. "Yeah," he says grimly. Recommended level 40, a portal with a lot of plant-type monsters. What's problematic, he continues, is its boss, the life tree Gaokarena. As a boss, it's not that strong, he explains, but no matter what, we can't allow it to leave the portal. His face is set with grim determination. We shouldn't underestimate this. Let's stop this flood as fast as possible. But he knows better than to go in unprepared. He thinks, I should have some insurance in place. He quickly opens his contacts and finds a familiar name, Hoshinan. He shoots her a quick text, I have a favor to ask. With that, the newly formed team mobilizes, sprinting towards the danger zone. But they're not alone. Watching from a rooftop, hidden in the shadows, is the new assassin from Chimera's Fang. He leans against a wall, his posture casual, but his eyes are locked on his prey. His phone buzzes with the alert confirming the flood. Whoa, crazy. I doubted him, but a flood actually occurred, he says, impressed by his client's intel. He leans against the railing, a smug grin on his face. He muses that predicting disasters could make someone a billionaire, then his tone shifts to annoyance. What are they thinking, having me tail some second-rate adventurers? His handler on the other end of the line tells him the adventurers are already on their way. Just send me their location, the assassin says, hanging up. He looks out over the city, a chilling excitement in his eyes. Now then, I hope you can entertain me. He stretches his hand out, as if reaching for his target. Ichinose Ikoma. On their very first mission as a new team, they hit the ground running. Mio is a whirlwind of red energy, unleashing her crimson blade and slicing through the plant-like monsters flooding the streets. Ikoma stands back, observing the chaos. The monsters are low-level, but their sheer numbers are a problem. But Ikoma has a trump card for crowd control. Do it, Akasha, he commands, and his summon appears in a brilliant flash of blue light. Akasha unleashes a devastating fire web, blanketing the street in a storm of flames and incinerating the monsters in an instant. Nearby, Satsuki finds a more creative use for the monsters. She holds up a cute, radish-like creature, staring at it intently. The little monster has tears in its eyes, knowing exactly what's coming. Satsuki gives it a bright, cheerful smile. Then she activates Mana Drain. I found some suitable monsters, she announces happily, so I've replenished my MP. I'll restore both of yours too. The poor little radish monster goes limp, its soul literally floating out of its body. With the immediate threat handled, we see Mio standing protectively over a small child they rescued. Satsuki and Ikoma join her, and for a moment it seems like everything is fine. Satsuki is optimistic. She comments that compared to the last flood, these monsters are weak. She thinks since the Demon Defense Squad is here, it'll be settled soon. But Ikoma's expression is grim. No, he says, it's worse than the previous flood. He explains the real problem. The portal boss, the life tree Gaukarina, has the ability to flee at high speed while endlessly spawning more monsters. Satsuki is shocked. Fleeing? But what happens then? The implication sends a chill down her spine. Ikoma lays out the terrifying reality. Inside its boss room, the monster is easy. But out here, in the open city, it's a completely different story. If they can't defeat it, the damage will just keep increasing. They cannot, under any circumstances, allow it to escape deeper into the city. Satsuki gasps. No way. Mio overhears and asks a practical question. Can this monster be found easily? Ikoma explains that it's small for a boss, and worse, it actively avoids anyone with a higher level. Chasing a cowardly, fast-moving boss without a strategy is going to be tough. He glances at his phone. The insurance, he called, for still hasn't replied. He makes a tough call. We don't have a choice. We have to disperse. Mio agrees. They're each strong enough to fight the boss alone, so splitting up lets them cover more ground. Plus, she needs to get the child to safety. Ikoma and Satsuki both know it's the only real option. But as they prepare to separate, Ikoma can't shake a deep sense of dread. I have a bad feeling about this flood. This is a disaster that definitely didn't happen in his past life. A flood and a mobile boss is the worst possible combination. It feels like someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Chasing the boss alone is risky, but staying together isn't an option. Understood, he says, finalizing the plan. Let's move in 3 directions, centered around the damaged area. The 3 of them stand together one last time, a new team about to face their first true test alone. If anything unusual happens, Ikoma commands, share the information immediately. With that, they scatter. Elsewhere, in a quiet cafe, the assassin Saotome Akira is casually enjoying a meal. Suddenly, the window beside him explodes inward in a shower of glass. He reacts instantly, jumping back as his plate is knocked to the floor. Standing in the shattered window is a man in dark armor. "Saotome Akira," he calls out, aka the Collector. "You're a robber who targets high-level hunters, right?" Saotome just looks at his ruined meal with annoyance. "No manners," he complains. "You ruined the precious Asahi special. If you're here to execute me, at least wait until I'm done eating." The bounty hunter is already planning his attack, but Saotome seems completely unconcerned, almost bored. The bounty hunter scoffs. "They say there's a guy going around with jingling masks and rings." He introduces himself with a smug grin. "I've been killing trash like you to gain levels and fame. I'm an A-class bounty hunter, Kamoro Kaina." Saotome just sighs. "Man, I'm so not in the mood." "How about you go take out some monsters like a hero?" Kaina laughs. "Killing a Class C boss gives no experience or fame. Killing a trash criminal like you would be much better." Saotome waves a dismissive hand. "I'm really not in the mood. Killing you isn't interesting. There's no meaning to it. My hands would get dirty." His voice is laced with condescending generosity. "Because I'm super generous, I'll forgive your shitty surprise attack and for ruining my meal." "Seriously, can you please back down?" Enraged, Kaina lunges forward. "You criminal scum! Don't you dare speak to me with such disrespect!" Kaina thinks he has the upper hand. Familiars, which Saotome uses, consume a lot of MP. He needs to be cautious of the battle dragging on. His plan is simple: go on the offensive, make Saotome waste his energy, then bait an opening and take him down. But just as he commits to his attack, Saotome gives him a chilling smirk. "Let me teach you what a surprise attack really is." Kaina freezes. "What?" A searing pain erupts from his back. He's been impaled. Blood splatters everywhere as he stumbles forward. He looks back in horror. Through the broken window stands a creepy, stitched-up doll, one of Saotome's familiars. From behind, impossible. When? His mind reels. It shouldn't be possible to deploy 2 familiars at the same time. What the hell did he do? Saotome reveals his simple, brilliant trap with a smug grin. "I had that familiar on guard outside from the beginning." He looks down at the bleeding bounty hunter and delivers the final insult, "Idiot." The bounty hunter, Kaina, is on his knees. Saotome looks down, almost impressed. As expected of a sorcerer, sturdy. Anyone else would have been shredded. Kaina's arrogance is gone, replaced by pure terror. "Please don't kill me," he begs. "I have a lot of money." But that was the worst possible thing he could have said. Saotome grins, a twisted look on his face. "I've always been sort of the contrarian, you know," he says, his voice dripping with playful menace. "When someone says something like that, it really gets under my skin." He spreads his arms wide. It's also quite offensive to be thought of as a scumbag who flips at the sight of money. I just super hate that. Just then, another explosion rocks the building. More monsters are drawn to the chaos. Saotome glances out the window, annoyed. More pests. This idiot's flashy magic drew them here. He sees a massive, brutish monster smash through the flames, charging right at him. But before it can reach him, the monster is vaporized in a blast of red energy. Saotome flinches, a bead of sweat running down his face. A ghoul, specializing in durability, got one shot from a distance. Standing in the street is a unit from the Demon Defense Squad, led by a sharp-eyed officer with a fiery spear. The officer looks disappointed. I was hoping to get him in one shot, but that thing protected him. Another member of the squad unleashes a powerful gust of wind. "Spread wind," she shouts, pushing back the flames. Saotome is caught in the fiery vortex, forced to brace himself. He yells out in frustration, "Idiots! What are you doing to a perfectly fine store?" He thinks to himself. After the adventurer, now it's the demon defense squad. The news spread fast. I took my eyes off them for a bit, and this is what I get. The bounty hunter, Kaina, groans, still lying on the floor. The squad leader moves in a blur, knocking Kaina out with a swift chop to the neck. Saotome realizes what happened. They pushed me back and rescued the sorcerer. He grits his teeth. These aren't just some ordinary grunts. They're experienced. And their leader, he looks familiar. Mayumi Toya, a second-class demon defense officer. Toya knows that while the defense squad's training produces reliable soldiers, it rarely fosters unique talents like adventurers. However, that man, Saotome, is one of the few exceptions, one of the best to ever come out of the squad. Saotome grins, a crazed look in his eye. I don't need to gauge your abilities, my man. You pass. I can't help myself, he says, his voice filled with a twisted desire. I always end up wanting to kill miserable, righteous big shots like you. But he's a pragmatist. He knows if he fights Toya head-on, his chances of winning are 50-50 at best. And there are 3 other squad members with him. On top of that, his hyper-defensive familiar is on cooldown. He clenches his fist, weighing his options. This is a bad matchup. He's a mid-range fighter with limited close-range techniques. If he spends too much time and mana here, his main mission-killing Ikoma will be at risk. A drop of sweat rolls down his face. The decision is made. I'll let it go this time, he decides, clutching a magic stone. He's the type who saves his favorite food for later. Toya sees him move. The class. A criminal, collector, has shown himself. He draws back his spear, preparing a massive fire attack. He unleashes a powerful flame strike. His subordinate cheers, "We did it!" But Toya knows better. No. Where Saotome was standing, there's only a puddle of goo. It's a slime familiar, Toya says, his voice tight. He used it as a decoy and escaped. They spot him on a nearby roof. One of the squad members asks if they should give chase. But Toya shakes his head. Right now, suppressing the monster disaster is our top priority. This isn't a situation where we should be chasing after just one person. He orders his team to extinguish the fire. They'll deal with the bounty hunter later. First, the flood. Meanwhile, Mio is racing through the city, closing in on her target, the portal boss, Galcarena. Her eyes are wide with surprise. I didn't think I'd be the one to find it. The monster unleashes its own skill, causing the surrounding plants to grow wildly and attack her. The newly spawned monsters get in her way. "You're in the way!" she yells, unleashing her crimson blade to clear a path. She leaps through the chaos, her eyes locked on the fleeing boss. There's no way she's letting it get away. She activates her high-risk skill, Inferno Break, converting her own life force into one devastating attack. She launches herself through the air. I can catch up. I'll end it with this one strike. Her attack connects with a massive explosion of red energy. But just as her blade is about to hit the boss, it creates another monster to use as a shield. Her attack is blocked. She lands, frustrated. Her attack slams into the pavement, carving a huge trench in the road. She's panting, her powerful attack having taken its toll. And now she's surrounded. This many monsters might be a little problematic, she admits, realizing she's in a bad spot. "Damn it, you stupid slug!" she curses as the boss continues to flee. Elsewhere, Ikoma is running through the streets, searching desperately. I can't seem to find it. He decides he should try looking from a higher place. He scans the city skyline from a rooftop, but he knows he doesn't have time for this. Just then, his phone pings. It's a message from Mio, and her profile picture is now a cute little teddy bear. "I'm sorry," The message reads, "I found it, but it got away." She sends him a map with the boss's last known location. Ikoma takes off immediately, sprinting towards the coordinates. He finds Mio standing over the remains of her battle. He sends her a quick reply. "Good job. Mark the area and reset our search." Mio looks up as he arrives, a small, confident smile on her face. She raises her sword, ready for round 2. "We're not done just yet, are we? The hunt is on." Across the disaster zone, monsters screech and scurry, but they're no match for adventurers of this caliber. Ikoma moves like a phantom, his gravity powers crushing the weak creatures underfoot. But the EXP gain is pathetic. Another beast, much larger, roars and prepares to attack. It unleashes a searing beam of energy that scorches the pavement. Ikoma sidesteps the attack with ease. He uses a traffic light as a springboard, launching himself into the air, and brings his sword down in a clean, powerful strike, slicing the monster in two. 56 experience points. He lands with a frustrated sigh. "I knew it, but still, this is just awful." The problem is the massive level difference. At level 58, fighting a level 25 monster yields almost nothing. He looks out over the city. No matter how many monsters he kills, it feels endless. And he knows why. The source, Gauchirena, is still out there, spreading monsters like seeds. They have to hurry up and kill it. Suddenly, an overly enthusiastic voice cuts through the chaos. "I saw it! I saw it all!" Ikoma flinches, turning to see a young man with two-toned hair and glasses staring at him with wide, star-struck eyes. The stranger throws his arms wide. "The way you swept away those monsters was so flawless." "No, really, it was amazing." Ikoma gives him a tired, sideways glance. "Are you an adventurer here to help?" The kid strikes a dramatic pose. "It's the duty of powerful adventurers to put their lives on the line for helpless civilians." Ikoma just thinks to himself, "He's a peculiar one." The stranger laughs sheepishly. "That being said, I'm an E-class hunter, and my class is villager, so I'm hesitant to say I'm powerful." Ikoma's eyes widen slightly. "Villager class? That's rare." He knows exactly what that means. When you reach level 10, you're offered a choice of classes. But villager is what you get stuck with if you don't meet the requirements for anything else. It's the weakest option. It happens if your stats are too low, or if you don't invest in any traditional skills. Your options become so limited that you're forced to pick it. The guild specifically advises new adventurers how to avoid this. The kid rubs the back of his neck, embarrassed. "I wanted a cooler class, but this was the only option." Ikoma understands. His initial stats must have been really low. The fanboy gets right up in his face, his eyes sparkling. "You're Ichinose Ikoma, right? The one with the rare gravity class." Ikoma is taken aback. "You know me?" The kid nods excitedly. "Of course. Anyone active in a Tokyo guild would hear about you. Your achievements are legendary. Moreover," he says, pulling out his phone, "you showed up in Hoshinan's stream." He proudly shows off her channel. Ikoma realizes, so he's one of her viewers. The fanboy blushes. "My female friends love her so much. I knew you'd be good, but the real thing is even more incredible," he gushes. "Man, I wish I was a cool gravity user like you." Ikoma has heard enough. He turns to leave. "Sorry, I don't have time for small talk." But the kid shouts, "Please wait. I really do respect you," he pleads. "If you don't mind, can we do this together?" Ikoma stops. "You're E-class. It'll be tough for you even against these monsters." "I'm chasing the portal boss," Ikoma tells him flatly. "It would be better if you focused on rescuing civilians." But the kid isn't giving up. He pulls out a large glowing crystal. "Enhancement item," he declares, as the crystal glows with a brilliant golden light. "Heal crystal," he shouts, offering it to Ikoma. He explains with a proud grin, "Villager is the only class with the skill to enhance items. If you'll let me assist you, I won't drag you down." Ikoma hesitates. The kid clearly won't back down, but he doesn't think he needs any help right now. He has to find Gaukarina as soon as possible. He can't afford to waste time. Just then, his phone pings. His face lights up. A message from Hoshinan. It's the reply to the favor he asked for. He wanted her to use her fame to track the boss. She replied with a cute, "Okay" sticker and a link. The link leads to her social media page, where she's put out a call to her 100,000 followers. She's posted a video. In it, she announces, "Portal streamer Hoshinan here. Right now, the Moriyama district is in a terrible state. If anyone sees the boss, please tweet your location," she asks, holding up a danger sign and creating a special hashtag. And it's working. Replies are flooding in with photos. "This thing is crazy," one user tweets. Another posts, "It ran away at a ridiculous speed." Hoshinan thanks them for the intel. Since it's disaster information, her tweet has been shared over 10,000 times. 12,000 retweets and nearly 7,000 likes. Thanks to this, the location of the boss is being continuously updated in real time. A grin spreads across Ikoma's face. We can track its movements with this. With this data, he might even be able to get ahead of it. He sees a new photo. This is from a place very close to us. If my hypothesis is correct, I might be able to corner it. But he knows Gaukarina is fast. Can he really catch it and finish it off by himself? Satsuki and Mio are far away. He doesn't have time to wait. He'll have to go it alone. But as he turns, he sees the fanboy has multiplied. There are 3 of him, all with the same eager expression. Ikoma sighs, annoyed but intrigued. "What's your name?" The kid snaps to attention. "Wajima Aki, sir." Ikoma makes his decision. "Aki, I'm going to subjugate the portal boss right now. It's dangerous, but would you still like to help me?" Aki clenches his fist, his face lit up with pure joy. He's in. For an E-class adventurer like Wajima Aki, getting a mission from his personal hero, Ichinose Ikoma, is a dream come true. He can barely contain his excitement, promising Ikoma he'll do anything he's asked. Ikoma, on the other hand, seems a little overwhelmed by the sheer energy coming off the guy. Noticing Ikoma glued to his phone, Aki asks what he's looking at. Ikoma gets straight to the point, explaining it's a map tracking the portal boss, Gaukarina. He shows Aki the screen, where a dotted line snakes across a city map. Ikoma explains he's compiling sightings from a streamer's network. The monster is taking some strange turns, but it's generally heading north. Ikoma points out that it seems to be moving through the shadows cast by buildings. Aki listens intently, trying to piece it all together. The theory is that the creature is avoiding sunlight. Being a slimy, slug-like monster, it probably doesn't want its body to dry out. As long as it's not directly attacked, Ikoma explains, the boss isn't very fast. This gives them an opening. If they can corner it in a narrow alley, they can take it down. And just like that, it clicks for Aki. He points to himself, finally understanding his role in this grand strategy. He's just in complete awe, realizing that Ikoma is managing a city-wide disaster, processing real-time data, and forming a perfect plan all at once. His eyes are sparkling with admiration as he gushes about how amazing Ikoma is. But Ikoma just shuts him down, bluntly telling him it's getting creepy. Aki isn't fazed. He admits that even though Ikoma looks younger, he's so reliable that it makes him a little jealous. Ikoma keeps his thoughts to himself. It's no surprise, really. Mentally, he's 28 years old, and his past life gave him more experience with portal disasters than anyone could imagine. Aki continues, saying that Ikoma reminds him of his older brother, who he describes as a clever genius with a strong sense of justice. But his expression darkens as the memory turns sour. He admits that while he admired his brother, being constantly compared to him was agonizing. For a moment, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. Can he really trust someone who reminds him so much of that painful pressure? Ikoma says nothing, his face an unreadable mask as he walks on, his mind already 3 steps ahead. The silence is broken by a sudden ping from his phone. He glances at the screen. It's a message from Hoshinan's network, but it's not about the boss. It's a warning about a killer named Saotome Akira, who's been causing trouble for the Demon Defense Squad. The name hits Ikoma like ice. Saotome Akira, also known as the Collector. He remembers the file, a notorious criminal who hunts high-level adventurers, kills them, and steals their gear. He recalls that Akira uses a rare combat style with familiars. There was so little information on him that even in his past life, Ikoma never fully understood his abilities. A chilling memory surfaces. A report from his previous timeline detailed an assault on Akira's hideout. The Demon Defense Squad sent 20 members, and more than half of them became casualties. Is it just a coincidence that this monster is in the same district as the killer's hunting ground? He thinks back to all the other coincidences lately. The dark organization, Chimera's Fang, appearing out of nowhere at the Illusion Library. Their target, then, was the Ring of Wisdom, the very same ring now bound to Akasha. A dark thought begins to form. Is there someone else out there? Someone who knows even more about portals than he does, pulling strings from the shadows? Aki notices the sudden tension in Ikoma's posture and asks, "What's wrong? Why he suddenly looks so serious?" Ikoma shakes his head, pushing the theory aside for now. He tells Aki it's nothing, just him overthinking things. There's no proof yet. Changing the subject, he tells Aki that a murderer was spotted nearby. Aki's eyes widen in panic. A murderer? Ikoma points out that the family restaurant where the killer was last seen isn't far from them, and they need to avoid him at all costs. He gives Aki a deadly serious warning. This killer is not someone an E-class adventurer can handle. If Aki sees him, he is to run for his life, no questions asked. Aki nervously agrees. Just as the tension sinks in, another ping comes from Ikoma's phone. A killer on the loose. The timing feels far too convenient. But this notification is different. It's more eyewitness reports of Gaoshirina. The hunt is back on. A new sighting places the monster close by. The witness was too shocked to get a picture, but they saw a giant slug on the move. Ikoma's eyes narrow. It's near. They can get ahead of it now. He quickly forwards the info to his other teammates, just in case. But Aki is still spiraling, terrified about running into the killer. Ikoma's voice cuts through his panic, sharp and focused. "Aki, I have a plan to corner the boss." His face is set with fierce determination as he declares, "We'll split up and ambush it from both sides. Let's kill that thing." Aki flinches, startled by Ikoma's sudden intensity. But that shock quickly hardens into resolve. He clenches his fist, his fear giving way to focus. "Yes," he shouts, a surge of adrenaline washing away his anxiety. "He's ready." Ikoma calmly explains that it won't be hard to herd the monster, since they can use its weakness to sunlight against it. He brings up the map again, pointing to their target location. He'll take a wide route to drive Gaokarena into a specific alley. His instructions are simple. "When it reaches the other end," he says, "I need you to block its path." He looks Aki straight in the eye, a silent challenge in his gaze. He can scare the creature enough to keep it from turning back, but can Aki hold his side of the trap? Aki grins, his confidence restored. He gives a thumbs up, boasting that as a villager class, he has plenty of items and tricks up his sleeve. "Leave it to me," he says, his voice ringing with conviction. "I'll make sure that Gaokarena monster can't get past." With a nod, Ikoma gives the order. "Okay, let's split up." But as they turn to go, Ikoma stops him with one last, serious command. "If anything unexpected happens, forget about me and run." Aki hesitates. There's something he has to ask. Before we go, can I ask you something? The sounds of the city seem to fade away as he looks at Ikoma and finally voices the question that's been bothering him. Ikoma-san, why did you become an adventurer? He quickly clarifies, explaining that this portal boss isn't particularly high-ranked. For a top adventurer like you, he says nervously, isn't this just a thankless job with no real reward? Ikoma turns away, telling him not to ask weird questions. Aki immediately starts to apologize, thinking he's crossed a line. But you're right, Ikoma says, cutting him off. The reason I'm an adventurer, he turns back, his golden eyes filled with a deep, almost painful weight. It's to find out just how much my power can be of use to people. That's the main reason. The air grows heavy with his conviction as he looks toward the sky. I'm even willing to die for it. A memory flashes in his mind, the face of the man who betrayed him and the pure rage he felt. It's just, he continues, right now there are some things that only I can do. Another memory. Mio, bloody and broken on the ground just before he intervened. I believe there are things that only I can save. I see it as more of a responsibility than just some vague desire to stop monsters. Aki is completely stunned, silenced by the sheer depth of that answer. Ikoma scratches the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. Did that answer your question? It's not something you can just tell everyone, you know. Aki closes his eyes, taking in the weight of Ikoma's words. No, he says quietly, that's more than enough. He takes a deep breath, a new kind of resolve settling over him. I have to say, a huge, genuine smile spreads across his face. Thank you very much, Ichinose Ikoma-san. He throws his arms up, his admiration overflowing again. I'd love you even more now. Ikoma cuts him off, his focus snapping back to the mission. We don't have time. Let's go. Yes, of course, Aki replies, now fully committed. Suddenly, a huge, slimy form drops from a building above, landing with a wet, heavy thud on the street below. It's Gaukurina. The creature immediately barrels down the road, smashing through cars and tearing a path of destruction through the empty street. From a side alley, a figure glowing with purple energy emerges. It's Ikoma. His eyes lock onto his target. I found you, Gaukurina. His gaze hardens, his aura flaring as he prepares to act. With a surge of power, he unleashes his gravity magic, shouting the name of his skill. Garand! A massive shockwave of purple energy erupts, cracking the earth beneath him. The blast slams into Gaukurina, forcing it back with a deafening screech as chunks of pavement are ripped from the ground. It works perfectly. The monster stumbles, scrambling away from the attack and directly into the narrow alleyway they chose for their trap. Ikoma watches it flee, his plan falling perfectly into place. He's driven it right where he wanted it. He stands amidst the dust and debris, his expression cold and calculating. Phase 1 is complete. Looking down the alley where his partner waits, he knows the trap is set. Now, he says to himself, it's your turn, Aki. At the other end of the street, Aki stands ready. His face is set with grim determination, his eyes locked on the approaching threat. It's his turn to act. The trap is sprung. With a crushing wave of gravity, Ikoma slams the monster into the alleyway, immediately giving chase as the terrified beast scrambles to escape. He pours on the speed, closing the distance in seconds. He knows he can catch it. But the cornered boss roars, unleashing a dark energy that twists the very air around them. It's casting its Nightmare Garden spell. From the shadows, small, lizard-like minions claw their way out of the ground, their red eyes locking onto Ikoma. They're a living obstacle course designed to buy their master time. Ikoma doesn't even slow down. His eyes are fixed on the real prize. Just as a minion lunges, a purple aura flares to life around him. Reversing gravity itself, he launches into the air, soaring effortlessly over the monster's head. Gaukurena lets out a confused shriek, its tiny brain unable to process how its prey is now flying. A smirk touches Ikoma's lips. Did it really think a few ground troops could stop a gravity user? One of the minions leaps from below, trying to swat him out of the sky. It soars through the air, thinking it has the advantage against an opponent who can't dodge. But this was all part of the plan. Just as his intel suggested, Ikoma uses the minion's own body as a springboard, landing lightly on its back before pushing off again. It's a fatal mistake. Against a master of gravity, the air is his domain. He closes the gap in an instant, his blade singing through the air as he lands a deep gash on Gaukurena's flank. The boss screams in pain, stumbling from the blow. Panicked and bleeding, it triggers its last resort, a skill called Flight Instincts. It's a desperate move, burning through its remaining magic to get a massive, exponential burst of speed. Ikoma just watches it go, his expression perfectly calm. He knew this would happen. It's a troublesome skill, designed for one thing and one thing only: escape. But it has a critical weakness. Once used, it has a 1-hour cooldown, meaning this is the last time it can run. And now, it's sprinting down a one-way street, right into the second phase of his trap, right towards Aki. At the other end of the alley, Aki waits, his heart pounding in his chest. The plan is working perfectly. Every single step has been calculated. The monster, tasting freedom, lets out a happy little gurgle, but as it rounds the final corner, it skids to a halt, sensing a presence blocking its path. It's Aki, standing his ground at the very end of the alley. Aki can hardly believe it. It's all going exactly as Ikoma said it would. His mind is reeling. To predict a monster's movements so precisely, to herd it down a specific path like this, he doubts even a full squad of elite hunters could pull this off so flawlessly. Shaking off his awe, Aki focuses. He has a job to do. He pulls a small vial from his pouch. He channels his energy, activating his unique skill, Item Enhancement. With a determined shout, he hurls the enhanced vial of red slime's mucus. It explodes on impact, erupting into a roaring wall of fire that seals the alley completely. Gaukurena screeches, recoiling from the intense heat. A brilliant smile breaks across Aki's face. It worked. Ikoma's words echo in his mind. The Gaukurena is timid and weak to fire. It would never charge headfirst into open flames. The monster whimpers, trapped between the fire and the hunter chasing it. There's nowhere left to run. Aki throws his hands in the air, overcome with joy. "I did it, Ikoma-san." From the other end of the alley, Ikoma gives him a quick thumbs up. "Nice work, Aki." He turns back to the monster, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "You're cornered. There's no more running." The beast lets out a weak cry. Ikoma lays out its grim reality. It's low on health, nearly out of magic, and its only escape skill is on cooldown. He taunts it. "What will you do now?" "You think you can get past me?" Pushed to the absolute limit, the monster roars in fury, summoning its minions one last time. But this time is different. It activates a new skill, Fighting Instincts. The tree on its back comes alive, thick wooden roots twisting around its body like a suit of armor. The timid runner has transformed into a war machine. Ikoma watches, unfazed. It's just reconfigured its stats, trading all of its speed for raw power. Aki starts to panic. "I thought it could only run." "Ikoma-san, maybe we should fall back." As he speaks, a minion lunges at Ikoma with a loud hiss, but Ikoma just smirks. "Looks to me like it's just getting desperate." He moves like a blur of purple light, his blade cutting through the minions before they can even react. In a single, fluid motion, he carves a clean path straight to the boss. Aki can only stare, his hand covering his mouth in shock. Amazing. Gaukurena swings a massive, root-covered arm, aiming to crush him into paste, but Ikoma is already gone, dodging the blow with ease and reappearing right in its face. What's wrong? I'm right here. He leaps onto the monster's head, planting his feet firmly on its makeshift helmet. With a final, furious cry, he unleashes his ultimate skill, Igorand. A massive pillar of pure, concentrated gravity magic erupts from his sword. The creature shudders violently, its armored body cracking and splintering under the impossible pressure. With one last explosive burst of purple energy, the boss disintegrates and a wave of experience points washes over Aki. The battle is over. The remaining minions dissolve into dust. Aki clenches his fists, a huge grin on his face as he lets out a victorious shout. "All right!" Ikoma turns to face him, his expression calm and assessing. He gives Aki a slight nod. "You've passed. The entire hunt, the intricate plan, it was all a test." But unknown to them, they weren't alone. On a nearby rooftop, a cloaked figure watched the entire battle unfold. The assassin, Saotome Akira. A cold, calculating thought crosses his mind. As a target, Ichinose Ikoma had just earned a perfect score. The hunter has finally found his true prey. The dust settles. The monster is gone. And for a moment, Aki is lost in pure victory, throwing his fists in the air with a triumphant shout. Ikoma stands calmly in the aftermath, a faint look of relief on his face. The mission was a success. Gaukurena was defeated. He pulls out his phone, letting the rest of his team know it's over and that they can regroup soon. Putting his phone away, he turns to Aki with genuine gratitude. He tells him that, without his help, the boss would have surely escaped. They only won because Aki was there. Aki gets flustered, laughing with embarrassment as he scratches the back of his head. To be praised by the man he admires most? It's almost too much. His expression turns serious as he looks down at his hands. He confesses that he was worried his villager class would just hold Ikoma back, but this victory has given him a new sense of purpose. A fire ignites in his eyes. He strikes a determined pose, declaring that even a villager can become cool, can become someone who helps people. Ikoma listens, then begins to explain that a class is just a label. Fundamentals are what truly matter. Every role has strengths and weaknesses like pieces on a chessboard. A villager, he continues, has incredible versatility if they prepare properly. That cleverness is the real reason they managed to corner Gaukurena. He gives Aki a piece of advice that lands with incredible weight. He tells him to never lose sight of that strength and reminds him, "You're a man who just took down a boss twice your level." The words leave Aki speechless, his eyes wide with emotion. He's deeply moved. After a moment, he looks up. "By the way, Ikoma-san," he asks, "what do you think is the strongest part of being a gravity user?" Ikoma's eyes gleam with a chilling ambition. The true strength of his class, he says, is that it has no limits. It's a path to the absolute peak of power. That answer strikes Aki like a lightning bolt. He realizes Ikoma isn't just trying to be a strong adventurer. He's aiming for a completely different plane of existence, a level of power beyond anyone's imagination. Filled with excitement, Aki gets right in Ikoma's face, promising to cheer him on all the way. Ikoma just gives a slightly awkward, yeah, thanks." Shifting back to the present danger, Ikoma looks around the empty street. They need to leave. There have been reports of a murderer in this area. He scans the rooftops, musing that he doubts the killer would be brazen enough to show himself out in the open. The words have barely left his mouth when his instincts scream. A dark, cloaked shape lunges from the rooftops. The killer was waiting for the monster hunt to be over. Ikoma reacts in a flash, spinning to block the attack with his blade. He knows who this is. The Collector. As he parries, he sees the attacker's true form, a grotesque puppet, controlled by glowing red threads. His mind races. That's no monster, it's a familiar. A murder puppet, a familiar built for one purpose, assassination. This is a very troublesome opponent. The puppet unleashes a storm of dark tendrils trying to ensnare him. Ikoma dodges back, his eyes sharp and focused. But it was a feint. The real assassin, cloaked and silent, materializes directly behind him, sword raised for the kill. With inhuman reflexes, Ikoma twists, bringing his blade around to intercept the strike. The blades should have met with a sharp clang, but there's no impact. He feels nothing. The cloaked figure dissolves into a puddle of goo, a slime. Another substitution trick. Then, a chillingly familiar voice speaks from behind him. "I've observed you for long enough, Ichinose Ikoma." The camera pans down to a pair of glasses crushed underfoot. They belong to Aki. The man who was just playing the part of a loyal friend now wears a sinister grin. "You're a man that is worth my time killing." He dashes forward, moving with the speed that is anything but human, a blur of motion. Pure, terrifying speed. Aki attacks, knife in hand, forcing Ikoma onto the defensive once again. Ikoma retaliates with a sharp kick, sending the assassin flying backward. The man lands with a playful pout, rubbing his side. "You kicked me for real. If I was the weak little Aki, I would have died from that, you idiot." Ikoma's face is grim, his voice cold as ice. "You're the collector. Saotome Akira." Akira's mind is buzzing with excitement. A familiar to distract, a puppet for the blind spot, and a surprise attack from arm's length, and Ikoma dealt with it all as if it were nothing. This prize, this man, is beyond his wildest dreams. He chuckles, a low, dark sound. "I know you're panicking deep down, even if you're pretending to be calm." But Ikoma's reply shatters his smugness. "I already accounted for the possibility of you being Saotome Akira." The assassin's grin vanishes. "What?" Ikoma begins his explanation. Even in his first life, information on Akira was almost non-existent. The only photo was from his student days, and his class was a total mystery. But Ikoma knew one thing: no class could viably use items as a main weapon. The magic cost is simply too high, with one exception, a special skill only available to the villager class. It's called Item Holder, an ability that drastically reduces the magic cost of using items. So, Ikoma theorized, if a villager invested everything into that one skill, they could become a powerful item-based fighter. Akira's mind reels. So that's why Ikoma was observing him so closely. It was never a test for Aki. It was a test for him. Ikoma admits it would have been nearly impossible to corner Gaukerina alone. So, he made a bet. He gambled that the assassin hiding in plain sight would play along, using the mission to get closer for an eventual betrayal. It was a massive risk. The worst-case scenario was being forced to fight both the boss and a top-tier assassin at the same time. A fight he might not have survived. Akira's face breaks into a look of pure manic joy. Instead of prioritizing his own safety, Ikoma chose the most efficient, most ruthless path to victory. "As expected," he cackles, "you really are the best." He spreads his arms wide, his power flaring around him. "I still have a ton of familiars left. Show me how you're going to overcome this. Ichinose Ikoma." The mask is off. The friendly Aki is gone, replaced by the sadistic assassin, Saotome Akira. He lunges, knife flashing, a crazed look in his eyes. "Let's enjoy this, Ichinose Ikoma." Ikoma parries, his face grim. This man is abnormal, and worse, he's a veteran of fighting other people. Even though his class is just a villager, Ikoma knows Akira's level must be far higher than his own. He sizes up his opponent. In a straight-up fight, even with his superior stats, gaining an advantage will be nearly impossible. To make matters worse, his magic is dangerously low after the boss fight, and he still has to contend with Akira's powerful familiars. He can't force his way through this. not without more information. He knows Akira will use every dirty trick in the book. There's only one logical move. He turns and runs. Akira stops dead in his tracks, utterly stunned. What? He can't believe it. After all that bravado, Ikoma is just running away? He must be trying to reach a crowded area to escape. There's no way I'm letting you go, Akira roars, sending his murder puppets speeding after him. But Ikoma doesn't slow down, keeping his back turned to his pursuer. He swats away the puppet's attack without even breaking stride. Not even a glance back, not a single wasted motion. A flicker of doubt crosses Akira's mind. Is this for real? His executioner puppet is a stealth weapon designed for silent, unseen takedowns. There's no way someone should be able to deal with it so effortlessly. A terrifying thought forms in his mind. Are you even human, Ichinose Ikoma? A manic grin returns to his face as he gives chase. You think you can get away? A fine jewel like you! But in a flash, Ikoma vanishes around a corner. Akira stops, looking around. He's gone. He listens intently, but there's no sound. Did he just hide? No, that's a terrible move, not without knowing what other familiars his opponent has. Ikoma isn't that naive, which means the only other possibility is he scans the area, his senses on high alert. And then he looks up. Above. Ikoma is dropping down on him from the rooftop. A powerful red aura surrounds his fist as he unleashes a skill from his gauntlets. Akira barely manages to block the blow, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through him. Ikoma's eyes narrow. He blocked it. Akira just smiles. I see. A good decision. He had figured it out. Ikoma was baiting him into a narrow alley, hoping to use the blind spots to his advantage. Surrounded by his puppets and slime, Akira smirks. But that's not enough to kill me, is it? Ikoma's expression is serious. Akira is already controlling 3 familiars at once, and there might be more. He's piecing it together. Akira must have poured all his skill points into item-based abilities. A true min-max build. But with a build like that, he should have been incredibly weak while leveling up. How did he get this strong? The onslaught is relentless. Ikoma is forced back, parrying and dodging across the rooftop. He can't figure it out. How could such an extreme, specialized build even function? Akira's grin just grows wider. This is so fun, he thinks, a look of pure, twisted bliss on his face. A memory flashes through his mind. A young kendo student on the ground coughing as his instructor looms over him. The instructor's angry words echo. You did that on purpose, he yells, accusing him of striking between the gaps in his armor. Another memory. Him standing in his armor, and behind the mask, a chilling smile. This is so fun! His philosophy is laid bare. To take someone talented, someone who lived life on the right path, and to utterly destroy them with underhanded tactics, that is what brings him joy. Ikoma's voice cuts through his thoughts. Are you working with Chimera's Fang? Akira looks genuinely confused. Huh? Ikoma presses him. You knew the flood was going to happen. Why are you coming after me? Akira looks thoughtful. So he even figured that out. He leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. He admits he has no real interest in helping that old hag, Kurebi, but it would be a lie to say no one was pulling his strings. But just as he's about to say more, a massive, demonic hand with a single red eye lunges at Ikoma, another familiar. Akira pulls back, his grin returning. I'll tell you everything if you manage to win, but I doubt that's possible. The murder puppet's strings begin to glow. The threads lash out, no longer simple strings, but whips of solid rock. Ikoma is forced back again. The rock whips are far faster and stronger than before. Akira watches, frustrated. He feels like he should have a clear advantage, but he can't even seem to scratch him. He snaps his fingers. I'll finish this now. A fourth familiar emerges, a monstrous red beast called the Cursed Demon Rogue. Ikoma's situation grows more desperate by the second. But Akira isn't done. "I'll finish all of this in one go." He summons his ultimate weapon. The fifth, the cursed god Zophie. A monstrous roar rips through the air as a massive spectral creature with glowing purple eyes materializes above them. Ikoma takes it all in. 5 familiars at once. It's more than he expected. This new one, the cursed god, is clearly a support type, meant to control the area. But in this overwhelming storm, he's found exactly what he was looking for. A small, confident smile touches his lips. "I finally see your limit. Time to counterattack." The cursed god Zophie looms over them, a spectral horror poisoning the air. Ikoma knows this thing is trouble, but there's no time to figure out its weakness. Not while the cursed demon rogue is bearing down on him. He parries a vicious strike, the impact rattling him to the bone. And then they all attack at once. The brute strength of the rogue, the sneaky lunge of the devil's hand, and the defensive wall of the slime. From above, the murder puppet's razor-sharp strings slice down, trying to box him in. Ikoma is a blur of motion, weaving through a perfectly synchronized web of death. Even the slime morphs its body into a weapon. The coordination is flawless. His eyes dart everywhere, tracking every single threat at once. In a split second, Akira is on him, knife flashing right for his throat. The assassin's face is a mask of pure ecstasy. "This is so fun," he screams. "You're the first person to ever survive this." He's utterly confident in his victory. His strategies are impeccable. As if to prove it, a massive blast of energy from Zophie's aura rips through the street. He taunts Ikoma, who's being forced back, constantly dodging. "What's wrong? Are you going to stay on the defensive the whole time?" Ikoma analyzes the situation. He can use his gravity to parry the attacks, but Zophie's aura is constantly chipping away at his health. The damage is adding up. Akira's build is insane. By investing everything into his familiars, his magic consumption is manageable. At this rate, Ikoma knows he'll be the first to run out of steam. He has to give the man credit. Akira is a splendid commander, coordinating his familiars so they never get in each other's way. He might be a battle maniac, but he's careful, he's adaptable. And through it all, Ikoma has been gathering data, learning the strengths and weaknesses of every piece on the board. A confident smile touches his lips. It doesn't matter how sturdy a fortress is, if there's a hole in its walls. He knows what he has to do. He needs to shatter their formation before Akira can fix it. The entire battle will be decided in that one moment. His eyes narrow, his focus absolute. Akira sees it. That look. Despite being completely cornered, this man hasn't lost an ounce of hope. He looks almost excited. A thrill runs down Akira's spine. Is he going to entertain him even more? Ikoma kicks a piece of rubble off the rooftop, sending it falling towards the street below. Zophie seems to track the falling stone, confused. What is he trying to do? The small stone hits a metal railing with a faint clink, and the massive, cursed god, drawn by the sound, follows it. Ikoma lands, facing Akira directly. "I see," he says calmly. "I finally have all the information I need." Akira's grin is predatory. "So you've decided to fight me head-on?" he points. "Crush him, rogue!" The massive demon roars and charges. The rogue slams its fists together, unleashing a powerful shockwave. But Ikoma is already gone, using the monster's own head as a stepping stone. Another step, right on the beast's face. He vaults high into the air, landing gracefully on a narrow railing, perfectly balanced. Akira watches, amused. How fascinating. However, he thinks, a position like that is a perfect target for the murder puppet. A web of red strings materializes, aimed right at Ikoma's exposed body. The strings, along with Zophie's cursed aura, rush towards him. This is the moment Ikoma was waiting for. Akira's strategy is clear. Use the immune Zophie for area denial and the puppet strings for precision strikes. But Ikoma has other plans. He slams his hand on the railing, unleashing his gravity, not as an attack, but as a manipulation. The cursed god Zophie lets out a deafening shriek as the puppet's nearly invisible strings are suddenly weighed down by immense gravity, pulling taut and slicing right through its own master's spectral body. Akira is horrified. Ikoma redirected the strings, turning them into a weapon to crush Zophie. That stone he threw, it wasn't a distraction. It was a test, to see what kind of attack Zophie would register. The feedback from the friendly fire surges through the puppet's strings, igniting a massive explosion of purple and red energy. Akira cries out as the blast engulfs the entire area. Ikoma's gamble paid off. The puppet's nearly invisible strings were its greatest asset, and because of that, their greatest weakness was friendly fire. Akira is reeling, blinded by the explosion. He knows he has to fix his formation, but it's too late. Ikoma stands in the swirling dust, untouched. Had made an opening in the fortress. His eyes gleam with a predator's light. Now, it's time to take down the castle in one fell swoop. The cursed god, Zophie, shrieks one last time as it's torn apart by its own ally, a victim of Ikoma's flawless strategy. The cursed demon rogue stumbles, stunned by the feedback from its master's destroyed familiar. The battlefield is in chaos. Ikoma assesses the situation. 2 of Akira's 5 familiars are now completely paralyzed. Even the troublesome murder puppet is frozen, its strings now a liability. It hangs limply in the air, useless. This is his chance. Ikoma clutches his ring, a green light flaring to life. He will use this opening to destroy the rest. This is the decisive moment. Akira knows his familiars have been acting mostly on their own. He grits his teeth. He has no choice. He has to pin Ikoma down himself and try to regroup. He thought he had his opponent figured out, but he misjudged him completely. Now he understands why Kurebi wanted this man eliminated so badly. But then, a flash of blue light erupts from Ikoma's ring, and Akira can only stare in disbelief. Huh? A massive beam of pure energy erupts from the light as a voice calls out, "Zeus sword!" It's Akasha, Ikoma's own familiar, finally joining the battle. With a pout, she unleashes her power. Akira's eyes widen in fury. He realizes Ikoma had another familiar this whole time, hidden away, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But Akira tells himself, it's okay, he can still do this. The devil's hand is still positioned right above Ikoma, ready to crush him at the first opening. But as he turns, he sees Akasha floating right in front of him, giving him a smug little look. She sticks her tongue out playfully. Akira snaps. All his plans are falling apart. "I'll kill you, you brat," he snarls. He lunges, but Ikoma intercepts, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. At the same time, Akira's slime familiar tries to attack Ikoma's flank. But Akasha is ready, blasting the slime with a bolt of pure magic. Physical attacks are useless against the slime, but magic is another story. Meanwhile, the demon rogue swings at Ikoma's back. Ikoma spins, landing a powerful kick on the rogue's head. It's impressively sturdy, but the tide has turned. The explosion kicks up a huge cloud of dust. Akasha only has about 30 seconds on the field. Ikoma has to destroy the rest of the familiars before the dust settles. He grins. That's more than enough time. He activates his gravity boots, preparing his assault. The devil's hand lunges down from above. Ikoma shoots upwards to meet it, combining inverse gravity with a powerful meteor slash. He smashes right through the demonic hand, his sword glowing with power. The familiar lets out a pained shriek. With the devil's hand disabled, he lands on top of it, using it as a foothold. From his new vantage point, he looks down at the demon rogue, still lost in the dust below. He dives, wreathed in dark energy, unleashing another meteor slash. The attack slams into the robe just as the slime familiar is finally obliterated by Akasha's magic. With 2 more down, it's now a one-on-one fight. Or so it seems. Akasha unleashes one final, massive spell. And the cursed demon rogue is completely vaporized in the blast.
You're persistent,
Akira yells as Akasha's magic distorts the very air around them. Her job done, Akasha fades away with a frustrated pout. Akira is left standing amidst the shattered remains of his army. "What?" he stammers, staring at the broken pieces of his murder puppet. But then, he sees another Ikoma standing right next to him, shrouded in a purple aura. An illusion. The real Ikoma appears from behind, his blade slicing clean through Akira's chest. "Unbelievable," Akira whispers, blood spilling from the wound. The cursed demon rogue, the crusher Iblis, the murder puppet, and the cursed god Zophi. Akira stares in disbelief. They all got taken out. Ikoma stands over him, his expression grim. "Looks like we're done with the familiars. Let's settle this, Akira."
You monster,
Akira spits, clutching his wound. He knows the rules. Defeated familiars can't be summoned again for some time. He collapses to his knees. With his main forces crushed, he has no chance. He's out of magic. But he has one last move. The rings on his hands begin to glow. A serene, angelic figure with massive wings appears behind him, bathing the area in a holy light. His final summon, the purity of Adoraline. Ikoma watches, wondering if this is his final trump card. No, he realizes, it doesn't look like an attack familiar. Akira confirms it. A familiar that specializes in healing and buffs. He could heal himself and escape. With his skills and items, he knows he could get away. He makes his choice. "Adoraline," he commands, "heal me." But as the healing light washes over him, a dark realization sets in. If I run now, I will never be able to defeat him again. The fear and humiliation of this moment would become a permanent scar on his soul. His specialty is deception, and now his every trick has been exposed. Next time, Ikoma would counter him even more easily. This wouldn't be a retreat, it would be a complete and utter defeat. He looks at Ikoma, who seems calm, but he knows his opponent must be drained of magic as well. This is it. This is his last chance to kill Ichinose Ikoma. He clutches his knife, his knuckles turning white. He throws his head back and screams, "Adoraline, strengthen me!" The familiar unleashes its power, enveloping him in a brilliant golden aura. Akira rises, his wounds healed, his body overflowing with new power. "I won't run anymore," he says, his gaze filled with pure hatred. "It pisses me off," he seethes. Someone who gets results purely through talent, who lives spouting their twisted ideals without a shred of guilt. He points his knife at Ikoma, his voice dripping with venom. "Come, Ichinose Ikoma. I'm going to give a genius like you the taste of true defeat. This is it." After all the strategy, it comes down to a raw, brutal fight. With a sharp crack, Akira's blade connects, landing a solid hit on Ikoma. In his mind, he calculates his advantage. In terms of raw level, he should be winning this. A confident, predatory smirk spreads across his face. He's sure of his superiority now. On top of that, his body is overflowing with power from his familiar's buff. But even as he thinks this, a seed of doubt takes root. Ikoma's sword feels faster and heavier than it should. As their hands clash, purple energy crackles between them. Akira can feel an immense power radiating from Ikoma's grip, a force that defies all logic. The feeling is infuriating. It's a physical reminder that somehow he's still lagging behind. He glares at Ikoma, whose face remains frustratingly calm. The question burns in his mind. Why is he so strong? The force of Ikoma's blow sends him staggering back, a grunt of effort escaping his lips. He tells himself to calm down. Ikoma has to be showing signs of exhaustion too, and he can sense it, just faintly. A quiet desperation to end this fight quickly. He concludes that Ikoma's gravity-based strength must be reaching its absolute limit. Across from him, Ikoma's eyes narrow. He thought that last move should have ended it. Something isn't right. He analyzes his opponent. He expected Akira to fight dirty, using sneak attacks. That's his style. But instead, he's fighting head-on, with the skill of a trained swordsman. Akira narrows his eyes, telling himself to focus, to read Ikoma's movements and move faster. Ikoma notes the precision in Akira's form. It's the movement of someone with real martial arts experience. But as the fight drags on, something changes. Akira's movements are getting sharper, faster. The thrill of battle has pushed him into the zone. The zone. A state of inhuman concentration where a fighter's senses are heightened to their absolute peak. Ikoma knows it's rare to see someone enter this state in a real fight. But despite this, Akira is still just a villager. Ikoma tells himself there's no way he can lose. And that single thought consumes Akira. I need nothing but victory. His face twists with conviction. He doesn't need praise or for anyone to understand him. All that matters is that he wins. No rules, no restrictions. He thinks of the people he despises most, those with natural talent who walk the right path, spouting superficial nonsense about honor. His teeth grit in a silent snarl. He despises their arrogance, their effortless success. With a surge of pure will, he screams in his mind, I will not lose to them. And the world dissolves into memory. A voice asks, Akira, are you quitting soccer? We see a younger Akira, withdrawn and quiet. His twin brother Yu approaches, mentioning he was about to become a regular player. Akira turns away, dismissing it as just a habit. Their father appears, beaming with pride, gushing about Yu's 3 goals in the last match. Akira is completely ignored. The praise continues. Yu is top of his class. Excellent in academics and sports, their father says. That phrase is perfect for you, Yu. He then asks Yu what he wants for his birthday. Yu looks at his silent brother. My birthday is also Akira's birthday. But it's useless. Akira just walks away, muttering that it only makes him feel more miserable. In his mind, Yu was a true genius, someone who achieved incredible things with no effort. After quitting soccer, Akira had a lot of free time, but he felt empty, with no desire to do anything. One day, a classmate begged him to join the kendo club, which was in danger of being shut down. Looking for anything to fill the void, Akira agreed, his name on the membership application. And in the dojo, the sharp crack of a bamboo sword. Surprisingly, he discovered he had a natural talent for it. He found a place where he could finally excel, away from his brother's shadow. For a while, he felt like he belonged. He dedicated his entire middle school life to kendo. After graduation, his parents began treating him as if he didn't exist, but he told himself he was fine with it. The incident that changed everything happened in his 2nd year of high school. One day, his brother Yu approached him. Smiling brightly, Yu announced he'd quit soccer and was thinking of trying kendo, just to know more about Akira. A shadow fell over Akira's face. His brother had once again invaded his world. The memory shifts to the final match of the high school kendo tournament. And ironically, it came down to a final match between the 2 captains, Akira versus his own brother, Yu. The score was tied. With the hopes of his entire team on his shoulders, Akira knew he absolutely could not lose. Another sharp crack of a bamboo sword. A face hit. But this time, Akira was on the receiving end. He knew he stood no chance against Yu's natural genius. The thought was crushing. Yu, he thinks, do you know how miserable it feels to have my life's work crushed by someone who only started to please me? The resentment boiled over into pure hatred. I always hated you. With a furious roar, he charged. A heavy thud echoed through the dojo. Yu was on the floor, clutching his neck. Akira's strike had gone through a gap in the armor. It was deliberate. Akira calls it an accident. A desperate thrust that just happened to hit his brother's neck. The referee rushed over, but Yu, the perfect hero, insisted he was fine. He begged to continue the match, but Akira knew the truth. He could see his brother struggling to breathe. And so, that day, Akira beat Yu for the first time. The final call rings out. Face hit. That was the moment Akira learned his most important lesson. As long as he focused only on victory, he wouldn't lose. Especially not to those burdened by things like honor. A twisted, triumphant smile spreads across his face. This was the birth of his new philosophy. A year later, at the Adventurers Guild, the registration officer tells him the only class he can choose is Villager. She explains that it's useless, a class no one can use for real combat. But Akira didn't see it as a curse. He saw it as a sign. No, he thinks, this is fine. He heads to the library, already forming a plan. He pores over research, discovering the true strength of his class. The ability to summon familiars using special rings. A manic grin appears, a purely theoretical concept. If he collects enough familiar rings, he can turn the weakest class into the most powerful one. But for that, he needed money and items. The possibilities were endless, and so he turned to crime, ambushing and robbing other adventurers. As he holds a knife over a fallen adventurer, a moment of doubt flickers. Why am I getting so worked up over this? He crushes the feeling. He has to move forward. In the darkness, he makes a vow. I'll become a hero and show them all. The flashback ends, snapping back to the present. Akira stands over the broken form of Ikoma's familiar. What am I thinking? He turns away. There's no turning back now. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a grand, temple-like building. A cloaked figure arrives, asking if a trap has been set. The cloaked man reassures him he's alone, but the other man is skeptical. The cloaked figure pulls back his hood. It's Saotome Yu, Akira's twin. He draws his sword. You don't plan to surrender, do you? His status screen appears. Demon Squad, Saotome Yu. Class, Swordsman. We see Akira's face from the past, eyes wild with manic glee. This is a perfect stage, he thinks, his voice dripping with venom. I'll beat you down, you damn brother. We're back in Akira's memory, in the fated duel with his brother. A hulking, red-skinned familiar roars as it looms over him. Yu, calm and collected, swings his blade, commanding his forces with expert precision. Akira is completely overwhelmed, barely fending off the chaotic, desperate assault. He sees the bodies of his own defeated familiars. Yu is fighting him 3-on-1, and it's completely unfair. There isn't a single opening. His face is a mask of crazed disbelief. How strong have you gotten, you idiot brother? Yu stands over him, radiating a cold aura. Out of pity, he says, do you have any last words? Akira drops to his knees, his sword pointed at his own throat. I'll go to prison, he pleads. Just give me a chance to atone. Tears stream down his face as his expression crumples. I just wanted you to acknowledge me, he sobs. That's all. Yu stares at the pathetic display, seemingly caught off guard. But then, a shadow falls over Akira's face. His desperate sobs morph into a low, sinister grin. You're still as soft as ever. With blinding speed, his hand shoots forward in a final, treacherous attack. Yu's eyes widen in shock. He's been completely deceived. A brutal, slashing sound cuts through the air. It was all an act. A perfectly timed deception for the moment his brother would finally let his guard down. He stands over his brother's fallen body, a look of cold triumph on his face. He scoffs at the memory. To think he had to put on such a pathetic act just to win. He looks down at his brother's corpse. You could have won if only he'd been willing to do things his way. The flashback ends, and we're back in the present. Akira faces Ikoma, frustration boiling inside him. He's leveled up since then. He has more experience, more familiars. He parries a blow, his arm shaking from the force. So why am I being pushed to this point? He screams in his mind. His face contorts with rage. There's no way I'm losing to you! He tries to refocus, to anticipate Ikoma's next move. Ikoma stands ready. Akira has taken a tricky defensive stance. Attacking recklessly now would be a mistake. Akira takes a quick step back, trying to create distance. But Ikoma is already moving, his blade a red blur aimed right for him. Akira dodges back just in time. He read my movement, he thinks, stunned. He knew Ikoma's reflexes were good, but not this good. Ikoma glances at his hand. Akira's blade had managed to graze him. A grin spreads across Akira's face. A graze! He can still fight. Ikoma looks on, unimpressed. It's just a desperate struggle at this point. He knows the buff from Akira's familiar is about to fade. He stands his ground calmly. There's no need to force an attack. He considers his options. He could wait for the buff to wear off. He scans the empty street, calculating. But the main concern is Akira's class. A villager is good at escaping. If Akira realizes he's truly lost, he'll definitely try to run. And Ikoma can't let that happen. Letting him escape now would be the worst possible outcome. No, he decides. A small, predatory smile touches his lips. It's his same old bad habit kicking in. Seeing a strong opponent makes his heart race. He wants to test his own limits. He thinks, I'll read through that stance next time. His eyes gleam with the thrill of the fight. Akira sees the look on his face. How cool, he says. I appreciate you stepping into the ring with me. However, Akira declares, lunging forward, those who choose how to win lack the true hunger for victory. And that's your fatal flaw. But as he attacks, Ikoma moves in a blur. A swift, clean slash, and Akira's sword hand, severed at the wrist, falls to the pavement. The realization hits him like a physical blow. I lost. He collapses to the street, completely spent. I gave it everything I had. This is it for me. But as he lies there, a strange feeling comes over him. He doesn't feel bad. He feels refreshed. I see now. The gray, desolate street fades away, replaced by a bright blue sky. He remembers being on a soccer field, a cocky smile on his face. His brother Yu is there, watching from the sidelines. He realizes now that he just wanted to believe that even if he strayed from the proper path, he could still make it. And he wanted his older brother, the one he admired, to be the one to crush that delusion. Looking back, he thinks, maybe, back then. He lies on the cold pavement, a small, peaceful smile on his face. He wanted to lose like this. I'm sorry, he whispers. In his mind's eye, he sees himself and Ikoma, two sides of the same coin. The final memory is a happy one. He and Yu, running together on the soccer field, smiling. Ikoma stands over him, his blade pressed lightly against Akira's throat. The battle is finally over. His voice is cold. You'll talk. Akira looks up as Ikoma continues. About Chimera's fang, a bee, and the person behind it all. He needs answers. But on a nearby overpass, the air shimmers. A voice thinks, I'm surprised. To think Saotome Akira actually lost. A young woman with dark blue hair materializes from thin air. She had been watching the entire fight, hidden by a camouflage skill. She thinks her boss was right to keep an eye on Saotome. She had the perfect opportunity. Ikoma is completely exhausted, his entire focus on the defeated assassin at his feet. Missing this chance would be harder than taking it. She raises a magic rifle, her expression cold and determined. I'll kill you with a single shot. Her name, Ruka Amakatsu. Class, magic gunner. The battle is over, but the truth is just starting to surface. Ikoma stands over the defeated Akira, his mind racing. This man knew about the labyrinth overflow in advance. He connects the dots. The other assassins he fought also knew about his ring of wisdom. This isn't a coincidence. The conclusion is chilling. Behind the assassin group, Chimera's Fang, is someone with deep knowledge of portals, someone who is actively changing the future he once knew. Akira coughs, a weak sneer on his face. He says the old hag in charge never deals with them directly. But I have a lead, he rasps. I'm not one to ignore my instincts. Ikoma demands to know who it is. Akira lets out a dry laugh. If you hear this, there's no turning back, he warns. He adds that for someone like Ikoma, who's already a target, it doesn't really matter. Ikoma waits, his expression hardening, braced for the truth. Akira finally talks. He reveals the demon suppression squad is involved, and not just some low-level grunt. The confirmation still sends a jolt through Ikoma. He'd considered it. No, he suspected it from the very beginning. He remembers his past life. It was the Bureau's own research division that lost the Ring of Wisdom in the first place. They are the single most knowledgeable organization about portals in the country. A grim smile touches his lips. The connection is all too credible. If it's true, the scale of his enemy is enormous. It explains how Chimera's Fang gained so much power. But their long conversation has left them exposed. High above, the assassin Ruka Amakatsu watches patiently. Her objective is clear. Ikoma is the target. Letting him escape now would endanger everything. She raises her magic rifle. A blue light glows as she activates her skill, Sorcerer's Shot. Down below, Ikoma presses for a final answer. Do you have any proof? Akira's eyes focus, ready to finally give up the name. That guy. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupts from the overpass. The sniper shot. Akira's eye widens in alarm. In a shocking burst of speed, Akira lunges at Ikoma with his dagger. Ikoma reacts on pure instinct, screaming in his mind. He can still move? He thrusts his own sword forward just as the beam of energy slices through the air, and his blade impales Akira through the chest. Akira collapses, his momentum gone. The realization dawns on Ikoma. A magic gun! Was I the target? He understands. Did he threaten me just to get me out of the line of fire? Akira lets out a final, bitter laugh. Covering all bases, huh? What a dull old hag. With his dying breath, he glares up at the distant figure. I told you, stay out of it! And with that, Saotome Akira falls silent. A system notification appears. Ikoma has gained over 17,000 experience points, jumping all the way to level 61. He looks down at the body of the man who just saved his life, a complicated expression on his face as he mutters his name. Akira. He knows what gaining experience means, a death notice, but he shakes it off. That's not the issue right now. A magic gunner, a class that specializes in long-range combat. His situation is dire. He's out in the open with no cover and no magic left. This is incredibly dangerous. Turning to run would just make him an easy target. There's only one option. It's all or nothing. He breaks into a dead sprint, charging directly at the enemy. From her perch, Ruka is stunned. He's coming this way? Does he still have magic to spare? No, it must be a bluff, she thinks. I'll just shoot him down. But as she takes aim, dark shadows swirl at her feet. Before she can react, a hand grabs her from behind. What? A cheerful voice rings out. Caught you! It's Satsuki, appearing from nowhere, throwing Ruka completely off balance. Ruka grits her teeth in frustration. She fires a wild shot, the blast going wide as she tries to break free. Satsuki watches the missed shot, unimpressed. Ruka's eyes are wide with disbelief. I missed, she analyzes the newcomer. Kisaragi Satsuki, not a major threat on her own. Her plan is simple, eliminate this nuisance quickly. But a sudden sharp pain makes her cry out. She whirls around, her eyes widening in shock. It's too late! Crimson Blade! Kagurazaka Mio is there, her massive greatsword blazing with pink energy as it slams into Ruka with terrifying force. Down on the street, relief floods Ikoma's face. Satsuki and Mio, you came to help. He had called them earlier, a contingency plan in case Akira had backup. It had worked perfectly. Ruka strains against the immense pressure. What brute strength, this gorilla of a woman, I can't handle it. The clash results in a massive explosion. The smoke clears from the overpass. Satsuki recognizes the uniform. That outfit, it's Chimera's Fang. Mio asks if they got her, but Satsuki shakes her head. No, there wasn't any impact. Ikoma understands. She escaped. And frankly, that's for the best. He knows his team is pushed to their absolute limits. Satsuki and Mio must be exhausted, and his own magic is gone. If they fought now, even if they won, it would likely cost them their lives. He looks at his partners, his voice filled with gratitude. You two saved me. Satsuki's expression is full of worry. Ikoma-san, what is going on? Ikoma's eyes narrow. This road is a shooting gallery. For now, let's move. They disappear from the quiet, snow-dusted street. Nearby, in a dark alley, a shadow coalesces on the ground. Ruka emerges, clutching a bleeding shoulder. She used a skill called Shadow Swimmer to escape. She glares in their direction, her face twisted in a snarl. That damn woman, I'll repay this debt one day. But more importantly, she knows this is bad. She can't pursue them any further. She slumps against the wall. The mission is a complete failure. A flicker of fear appears in her eyes. She has to report back and explain Akira's failure. She thinks about her boss. Failure is not an option. Our client isn't very patient. She remembers their last words, their face shrouded in shadow. If we fail this time, it could be the end for us as well. Ruka sits alone in the darkness, injured and defeated, the weight of her failure pressing down on her. After a battle that pushed them all to the brink, a moment of peace feels almost unreal. Fujiwara Hoshinen, or Sina, raises a glass with a brilliant smile. The labyrinth overflow is resolved, she cheers. Everyone did a great job. A week has passed since the incident that threw the city into chaos. The volunteer work is done, and things are slowly getting back to normal. It was Senna's idea to have this celebratory gathering, a much-needed break for them all. Sina immediately turns her energetic attention to Mio. You're Mio, right? She asks, leaning in close. She gushes, I've heard about you, but wow, you're really beautiful. Mio, ever the stoic, just gives her a deadpan look, completely unimpressed. But Sina is relentless, asking if Mio wants to appear in one of her videos. Mio simply sips her drink and bluntly replies, I'm not interested. Sina is shut down, but Mio seems to be thinking about something else. A slight blush dusts her cheeks as she asks quietly, Tell me, was it Ikoma who said I was beautiful? Sina's eyes light up, while Satsuki looks on in disbelief. Mio-san, Satsuki teases, you really do like Ikoma-san? Earning a sharp retort from a flustered Mio who yells, Stop linking everything to romance! All the while, Ikoma just keeps eating. The restaurant is bustling, the atmosphere lively and hopeful. Senna jumps up, announcing she's going to grab another serving. Satsuki observes that Senna seems more cheerful than usual. Ikoma explains that she was recognized for her contributions during the crisis and even received an award from the guild. Satsuki turns to him, asking why he declined the same invitation. Ikoma just glances away, not wanting the attention. Satsuki mentally recaps his incredible achievements, clearing 2 high-difficulty portals, taking down heinous criminals, and resolving 2 labyrinth overflows. On top of all that, he collaborated with Hoshinen. She's blown away by how strong he's become. Ikoma tells her that if she'd wanted to go, he would have accompanied her, but Satsuki quickly shakes her head. The conversation shifts back to Senna, who used her fame to organize information and assist with evacuations. The incident was widely covered online, with headlines praising the heroic portal streamer. Sina had always wanted to inspire people, and seeing her efforts recognized made her genuinely happy. And that public recognition came with other perks. Her subscriber count has skyrocketed. She tells them that even her old videos have started getting tons of views. And with views comes money. She celebrates her newfound financial stability. Sena returns to the table and Ikoma teases her. "You sure took your time," she beams, presenting a mountain of fried chicken. Akasha looks at the massive pile in awe. Sina explains that for a buffet you have to stock up. Ikoma points out that she should have some financial breathing room now, but Sena is pragmatic, arguing that this kind of fame is always temporary. With her cheeks full, she declares that once today is over, she needs to tighten her belt and save more. Ikoma thinks to himself that the eldest of 6 siblings sure is tough. Sina stuffs her face while Satsuki looks on, a little concerned. But while his friends enjoy the moment, Ikoma's mind is elsewhere. He touches the back of his neck, the phantom feeling of the battle still lingering. He replays Akira's dying words. The demon suppression squad is involved and at a high level. Even though he's leveling up at an insane rate, there's no room for complacency. He knows that even if he were to quit, they wouldn't let him go. Not that he intends to run. He thinks about Saotome Akira. He was a man who deserved to pay for his crimes. That fact doesn't change. But it's also a fact that in the end, Akira saved his life. His resolve hardens. If he has to fight these people anyway, he'll do it for another reason. He'll avenge the real Wajima Aki, the innocent boy whose life was ruined. He knows this will be an even more dangerous battle than anything he's faced before. His expression is grim and determined. Sina's voice cuts through his thoughts. "Hey, Ikoma!" She holds up her phone. "I was useful in gathering information, right? So in recognition of that," she declares, "let's record a portal date video." Ikoma surprises everyone with a slight smile. He acknowledges that she was a big help. "If it's something that helps," he says, "I'll cooperate a little." Satsuki is so shocked she can barely speak. "Ikoma-san." Ikoma asks why Sena is so quiet. She's covering her face, speechless. She looks up, her face bright red, and stammers that she never actually thought he'd agree. She asks if it's fine, even if it's begrudgingly. Ikoma is just confused. The team huddles together, their mood shifting back to business. The next targets are Chimera's Fang, and then the Demon Suppression Squad. Ikoma's plan is simple. It doesn't matter who the enemy is. He'll level up and defeat them. He'll expose their identities and drag every last one of them into the light. Meanwhile, in a dark office, Guild Chief Hoju Kurebi is on the phone. He states coldly that Chimera's Fang was a failure. He muses that they were a good pawn, but a useless weapon is nothing but a hindrance. He gets another call. He reassures the person on the other end. "I'll crush them soon enough." He was prepared to discard them from the very beginning. None of it will trace back to him. His mistake, he reflects, was trying to minimize his own risks. An incomplete obstacle only makes the enemy stronger. It seems he'll need to get his own hands dirty. He looks at his phone, revealing his true goal, the forgotten portal, the labyrinth of time, and its ruler, the temporal dragon, Kronos. He then looks at a photo of a young girl with gray hair. "At least it wasn't wasted," he says. "Olivia." His eyes glow with a menacing red light, his voice dripping with contempt. "Your pathetic struggles have managed to irritate me more than I expected." After the chaos, Ikoma is back in his room, hunched over his laptop. He's deep in research, trying to make sense of everything. He taps his fingers on the desk, a feeling of unease settling over him. He suspected something was wrong, and the data is proving him right. By comparing public records, he's found a disturbing trend. The average level of portals is rising much faster than it did in his first timeline. He pulls up a graph. The threat indicator, which should have been rising gradually, suddenly spiked last September. His eyes widen in shock as he checks the date. September 2030. It's the exact month he regressed. The evidence is undeniable. The more he looks at the numbers, the more it feels deliberate. An unknown force is manipulating the portals. But who and why? As he's lost in thought, Akasha starts muttering in her sleep. He leans forward, trying to hear, when an idea suddenly strikes him. He quickly grabs a notepad, scribbling something down with a strange look on his face. Akasha, now awake, stares at him with wide, hopeful eyes, repeatedly asking for pudding. Ikoma sighs, covering his face in weary resignation. "Fine, I'll get it for you." We see his memo. It's a bizarre checklist. Confirm mirror recognition. Call Satsuki by name. Request pudding. He heads to the fridge, the realization hitting him. He's been trying to figure out if his summon has been replaced by some kind of AI. His expression is one of pure exhaustion. The stress is clearly getting to him. He looks over at Akasha, who is bowing to him like a god. He finally understands. She's not an AI. She's just obsessed with games and sweets. A sweat drop rolls down his face. He's been overthinking things. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild. It's time to put his new resolve into practice. The team needs to get stronger. In the underground training area, Satsuki unleashes a shadow ball, but Ikoma easily dodges the vortex of dark energy. Mio follows up, her massive blade cutting through the air, but Ikoma deftly sidesteps her attack as well. He weaves between them, his movements fluid and precise. He counters with his own skill, creating a dark, ethereal blade to block Satsuki's next move. He explains his strategy. He was guiding Mio's attacks, pushing her directly into a trap set by Satsuki. He easily disarms Mio, knocking her greatsword aside as she clicks her tongue in frustration. Satsuki's shadow weapon lashes out like a whip, but Ikoma is already moving, his blade a blur of purple light as he parries the blow. Satsuki knows she has to buy time, to wait for an opening. She summons a massive shadow wall to block his path, but Mio's blade flashes, tearing through the wall in an instant. Satsuki looks on in shock as Ikoma appears right behind her, completely unharmed. "What?" she cries out, stunned by his speed. Ikoma's hand reaches out, a purple aura swirling around it. He gently taps her on the forehead. The mock battle is over. With a smile, he tells her, "That's enough for today." He praises them both. Satsuki's judgment is quicker, and Mio is better at coordinating with her allies. Satsuki is happy to be praised, but she feels like she's nowhere near catching up to him. She knows she's not fast enough. She needs to read her opponent more carefully. Meanwhile, Mio analyzes her own performance. She's been too focused on big, powerful swings. Human combat requires more subtle tactics. She glances at Ikoma. He's disturbingly used to this kind of fight. Where did he learn so much about fighting other people? She's grateful for the training, but his expertise is unsettling. She asks him directly why he's been focusing on human combat. "Are you concerned about being targeted?" Ikoma pauses. He admits there's the matter of Chimera's Fang, but it's more than that. High-level portals are rare. To get stronger quickly, improving their pure combat technique is the best way. He admits to himself that he might be paying too much attention to Akira's dying words. A new voice cuts in. "It was a wonderful fight, everyone. It's the Vice Guild leader, Serizawa, impressed by their advanced training." He turns to Ikoma. "You're quite accustomed to teaching, aren't you?" Ikoma just smiles and vaguely replies, "Something like that." His mind flashes back to his first life, leading countless training sessions for the demon extermination team. "You really have a talent for it," Serizawa beams. Ikoma can only manage a strained laugh. Serizawa mentions that all the guild branches are lacking adventurers. With a hopeful smile, he asks if Ikoma would be interested in a position. Ikoma, caught off guard, says he'll think about it. But later, he knows the truth. He can't afford to let his guard down. Someone connected to Chimera's fang, someone high up, is targeting him. As long as that's the case, he needs to get stronger, even if it means pushing himself too hard. For now, he'll focus on improving his techniques and solidifying his foundation. Now, he just needs to wait for a portal to appear where they can truly level up. And right on cue, in the middle of Tokyo, the air begins to distort. A bypasser complains about the nuisance of a portal appearing right in the middle of the city. A swirling, dark red vortex opens in the street as people hope an adventurer shows up soon. A notification appears. Portal, Forest of Distortion. From within the dark, twisted trees, something stirs. A single, malevolent red eye opens. It stares out, radiating a terrifying power that promises nothing but destruction. A simple plan to get stronger can spiral into a fight for your life. Ikoma and his team are about to find that out the hard way. Satsuki looks up from the table, concern in her eyes. "Are you talking about the new portal in the central district?" she asks. Ikoma just gives a simple nod. The target, a portal known as the Forest of Distortion. The name itself hints that the rules don't apply here. Ikoma explains that it's the highest difficulty portal they can currently enter. He lays out the objective. This time, the goal is purely leveling up. But he adds a crucial detail, something only he could know. The monsters inside are a higher level than the official reports suggest. Because of this, he tells them defeating the boss is unrealistic. Their plan is to hunt weaker monsters near the entrance and get out. Mio immediately questions him. "What's your basis for that?" she asks, unconvinced. Ikoma grins, completely prepared. He pulls out a detailed, custom-made binder. "Thank you for asking," he says, ready to launch into a full presentation. Mio's face goes completely deadpan. Not another one of his long lectures. "I understand, that's enough," she cuts in, already tired. Ikoma deflates, looking like a sad puppy. But he quickly agrees, "That's fine." Mio sighs, a slight smile on her face. "You're meticulous, in strange ways." But Satsuki beams, immediately defending him. "Ikoma-san is very organized." Ikoma looks away. "This isn't just about being organized. It's a conclusion pulled from the future. A grim confirmation that the monsters in this new timeline are getting stronger. He knows that to level up efficiently, they need to take risks. The weight of his future knowledge is a heavy burden. He looks at his teammates. "The urgency to level up is my own concern," he admits. "If you find it difficult, feel free to decline." Satsuki and Mio just stare back, their expressions unwavering. Not a hint of hesitation. "We are being targeted by strange individuals," he reminds them. "The danger isn't just inside the portals anymore." Mio smiles softly, a rare and genuine expression. "I owe you my life," she says. "Don't speak so formally. I'm with you no matter what." Satsuki's face lights up with determination. "I too owe a lot to Ikoma-san. Of course, I'll go with you." A warm, relieved smile spreads across Ikoma's face. This genuine camaraderie is something he thought he'd lost forever. "Thank you," he says, his voice filled with gratitude. "Both of you." Later, the team makes their way through the bustling city. They arrive at their destination. The portal has opened right in the heart of Tokyo. A guild official briefs them at the entrance. Ikoma's expression is focused, absorbing every detail. Satsuki notes that with the portal in such a bad location, the demon-slaying squad will probably try to clear it quickly. Their window of opportunity is small. The team steps through the gate, and the world instantly shifts to a dark, menacing forest. As soon as they're inside, Ikoma feels it. A strange energy washes over him. His instincts are screaming that something is wrong. His eyes widen in alarm. No way! A powerful, unseen force violently grips his entire party. They're thrown into the air, completely helpless, sent flying in different directions through the dark, distorted space. Even the formidable Mio is tossed aside like a rag doll. But Ikoma reacts in a split second, his eyes locking onto Satsuki. A terrified scream rips from Satsuki as she hurtles through the air. Ikoma is already moving. He uses his gravity to launch himself towards her, catching her midair and pulling her into a protective hold. Satsuki looks up at him, still shaken. "Thank you," she murmurs. Mio lands nearby, annoyed. "I was suddenly thrown into the air. This is a first." Suddenly, a massive web of crackling blue energy chains erupts around them, sealing off the entrance. Satsuki stares in shock at the impenetrable barrier. What is this? Ikoma's face is dark. He knows exactly what this is. Labyrinth lockdown. A rare and dangerous anomaly where the gate becomes one way. The only escape is to defeat the boss. They're trapped. He turns to them, his face tight with regret. "I'm sorry. It was my misjudgment." But Mio immediately shuts him down. "Don't be foolish. No one could have foreseen this." Before they can discuss it further, a voice cuts through the tense silence. It seems someone new has entered. 3 figures drop down from the trees. Other adventurers. A man with dark blue hair and a large hat steps forward, a friendly smile on his face. "We too were trapped here," he says. His companion, a blonde woman, notes that they must be adventurers, not the demon-slaying squad. "It can't be helped," she says. Labyrinth lockdowns aren't obvious from the outside. The leader looks at Ikoma. "Are you the party leader?" Ikoma gives a short nod. The man introduces himself with a confident smile. "I am Jirakuji Zen. I'm organizing the trapped adventurers here." He explains that he's an A-rank adventurer and offers to be a temporary force for them. Ikoma immediately analyzes him. Zen's class is Sage, an expert in both offense and healing, but with a critical weakness to physical damage. "I would like to discuss our next course of action," Zen says, his tone friendly but firm. Ikoma observes his calm demeanor. As expected of an A rank, he thinks. Zen's companions look at him with complete trust. He's already earned their loyalty. The blonde woman smiles at him. "I'm counting on you, Zen." Zen then turns his attention to Ikoma's party, having clearly done his research. He correctly identifies their classes. The 2 groups stand opposite each other, sizing each other up. Zen counts the numbers. His group has 6 people. With Ikoma's party, that makes 9. He gives them another warm smile. "Everyone is probably anxious, but I'd be glad to have your support." Satsuki whispers to Ikoma, "The leader seems like a good person." But Ikoma remains silent, his instincts on high alert. Zen explains that the lockdown happened about 5 hours ago. He continues, explaining that because they're out of signal range, it will probably take a while for anyone to realize something is wrong. The other adventurers start to look terrified. A proper rescue could be days away. Panic sets in. One of the men explodes. "What? You expect us to stay here for several days? What about food?" Another looks nervously into the dark woods. "We don't know when we'll be attacked." Ikoma watches them, his gaze sharp. He turns to Zen, interrupting the rising panic. "Can I ask you something?" Zen smiles. "What is it, gravity user?" Ikoma challenges Zen's assessment. He agrees they're short on combat power, but he doesn't believe the guild would postpone dealing with an anomaly of this level. Zen's expression turns serious. He knows that if a labyrinth flood were to occur here, it would be a major disaster. He clenches his fist. It's hard to imagine they'd leave it unattended overnight. Suddenly, the blonde woman from Zen's party glares at Ikoma. "That's something we're already considering," she snaps. "Could you stop with the irresponsible, optimistic guesses, kid?" Ikoma and Satsuki are taken aback by her hostility. Zen quickly steps in. "Sorry," he says, smiling apologetically. "The worst thing is for the group to break apart." The blonde woman also calms down, though her expression is still stern. "I'm sorry for yelling, but we don't have time to argue." Ikoma watches them, his eyes narrowed. He had a bad feeling from the moment he stepped into this portal, and now it's only getting worse. Zen looks out into the dark forest, his friendly expression now replaced by one of concern. This is turning out to be a real hassle. The argument dies down, but the tension doesn't. Zen lays down the law with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He claims he'll listen to everyone, but makes one thing clear. In the end, they do what he says. He frames it as a noble burden, saying that as the only A-class adventurer here, it's his duty to keep them all alive. Then his friendly mask slips. He looks right at Ikoma, his voice turning sharp and condescending, warning him to stop disrupting things. He reminds them all that this is life or death, and he won't tolerate any more dissent. Satsuki can't take it anymore. She fires back, her voice full of conviction, reminding everyone that Ikoma has commanded A-class boss raids before, and that the criminal he just took down was a former A-lister himself. But Ikoma gently places a hand on her shoulder, silencing her. He knows it's useless. This group is scared, and they're clinging to the highest-ranked person in the room. Arguing now will only get them ostracized. He sees the social dynamics perfectly. Zen and his party hold all the power here, and no matter how right he is, pushing the issue will only isolate his team. With the group's trust firmly in his grasp, Zen lays out his plan. He tells them they can't afford to wait for a rescue that might not come. Time is a luxury they don't have. He declares their only option is to work together, charge the boss, and break the seal from the inside. He stares directly at Ikoma, a challenge in his eyes, daring him to refuse. Ikoma turns away with a quiet sigh. So it turned out this way. He was hoping for a more cautious path, but Zen has backed them into a corner. The other adventurers murmur nervously amongst themselves. They're not thrilled about a high-level boss fight, but they don't see another way out. One of them turns to Zen, putting his faith and his life in the sage's hands. Zen's confidence is unshakable. He admits it'll be tough, but with so many B-class adventurers, he promises to lead them through it. The blonde woman from his party beams with pride, her loyalty absolute. She tells him she's counting on him. But Ikoma is already running the numbers. Based on the data, he expects a monster like a Curse Queen, maybe even stronger. He knows that with no prior intel and a disorganized group, their chances of survival are 50-50. A coin toss for their lives. Zen turns back to Ikoma, a sly smile on his face. He points out that saving everyone is a nice thought, but casualties are almost guaranteed. Then he asks the real question. So, what will you do, Gravity user? He tries to drive a wedge between them, his voice laced with false concern, offering to leave Ikoma's team behind. He looks past him to Mio and Satsuki, telling them he'd be happy to have them join his group instead, a clear attempt to shatter their loyalty. Satsuki doesn't miss a beat. Her expression is like ice as she shuts him down completely. Thank you, but we will decline. She stares right through him, her loyalty an unbreakable shield. We trust Ikoma-san more than someone we just met. With that, she declares they'll join the exploration, but on their own terms. She glances back at Ikoma, a flicker of worry in her eyes, but he just gives a small, reassuring smile. For now, sticking together is their safest bet. The blonde woman glares, infuriated by their defiance. She scoffs that they'll change their tune once the monsters show up. She snaps at them for picking a fight with Zen, but he calmly cuts her off with a hand on her shoulder and a condescending remark. Zen turns to Ikoma's party, playing the part of the magnanimous leader. He's grateful they're willing to fight alongside them, he says. The threat beneath the surface is clear, fall in line. But Ikoma isn't doing this for Zen. His reason is simple. It's unpleasant to leave people to die. Even if they're difficult, he won't abandon them. His mind is already several steps ahead. They'll pretend to go along with the boss raid. But at the first opportunity, they'll break away, head back to the entrance, and hold out for the demon-slaying squad. It's the only logical, safe solution. Zen watches them, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He's surprised. He gave them a warning, a chance to fall in line, but they're still planning to defy him. He could just leave them behind, but a smirk plays on his lips. Fine. He'll play along with their resolve for now. He has to admit the gravity user is definitely the smartest one here. He knows Ikoma's plan is the right one. Waiting is the safest bet, because this boss raid will absolutely get people killed. But then we see his true face. A dark, twisted grin spreads across his features. But with such an exciting event, that would be boring, right? To him, this isn't a crisis. It's a game, a chance to use these disposable adventurers as meat shields. The world transforms into a shogi board in his mind, the others nothing more than pawns. Let's play a game, he thinks, a manic glee in his eyes as he issues a silent challenge. Try and stop me if you can, gravity user. Just then, an adventurer tenses up. A low, persistent buzzing fills the air, growing louder by the second, like the wings of a cicada. Ikoma draws his blade. Here they come. From the dark woods, monstrous insect creatures emerge, their bodies a sickening cluster of unblinking eyes. A system window identifies them. Unwelcome entity, level 62. The creatures let out a grating, chittering buzz. The other adventurers recoil in horror and disgust. "What is this disgusting monster?" someone shouts. There are 3 of them, all level 60 or higher. Zen watches with a predatory smile. This is the first test. Now, gravity user, he thinks, you had good knowledge and courage. Let's see how well your skills hold up. Meanwhile, back at the Demon-Slaying Bureau headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. An official thanks everyone for gathering. The mood in the operations room is heavy. An analyst reports that no one has returned from the A-class portal, the distorted forest, in over 5 hours. Not a single person has come out. She continues, stating the magical energy readings are unstable. It's almost certainly a labyrinth lockdown, and the local squad is out of their depth. An older official looks grim. A botched rescue could cost them precious high-level adventurers. Another man complains that opening these high-level portals to the public was a mistake to begin with. Their manpower is stretched too thin. The analyst cuts in. The lockdown isn't the only problem. She explains the magic concentration inside is rising rapidly. There's a real chance of existence evolution, a catastrophic event where the entire portal could destabilize and spill its horrors into the central city. And sitting at the table, his face a cold, unreadable mask, is Guild Chief Hojo Kurebi. He listens, correctly guessing that this is the unexpected result of his own secret manipulations. The analyst concludes their best chance is to act now, but organizing a force in time is another issue entirely. They're already contacting overseas allies for backup. The only option is an emergency raid, but it's a suicide mission. If they fail, the raiders will be wiped out, and the city itself could be destroyed. A heavy silence falls over the room. No one wants to volunteer for a mission like that. Then a man with a sly look on his face speaks up. "I'll take on that role with all due respect." The others look at him, surprised. It's Tokishima. He is Tokishima Kiryu, a first-class magister of the Demon-Slaying Bureau. He looks around the room and says, "I have one important suggestion." He claims he has a surefire way to prevent the catastrophe, but one of the other officials scoffs at such a convenient proposal. Tokishima ignores him and makes his request. "I request permission to use the Starlock stored by the Demon-Slaying Bureau." A cold glint appears in his eye. The older official is horrified. The Starlock is clearly a forbidden, dangerous tool. "You don't mean, do you really think that would be allowed?" But Kurebi's voice cuts through the protest, cold and decisive. "Interesting. As a second-best strategy, it's perfect. I'll grant permission." He gives the order directly to Tokishima, enter the distorted forest and secretly activate the Starlock. Then he adds a chilling warning. "Once we commit to this plan, failure and information leaks will never be tolerated." Tokishima meets his gaze, a dark, eager grin spreading across his face. Of course, he says. I'm good at handling dirty work. While Ikoma fights for his life inside the portal, another battle is unfolding on the outside. This one isn't fought with magic, but with lies and manipulation. In a quiet dojo, two mages spar, their wooden staves clashing. One is Mayumi Toya, a skilled but jaded member of the demon hunting squad. Suddenly, his phone rings. The name on the screen makes his expression harden. It's Tokishima, a first-class magister he can't stand. He answers with a cold, "What is it?" Tokishima's voice comes through, slick and falsely cheerful. He knows Toya dislikes him and seems to enjoy twisting the knife. He cuts right to it. An emergency mission to clean up after some adventurers who got themselves trapped in the unstable A-class portal in the Central City District. And, of course, Tokishima is leading the operation. He tells Toya to grab a subordinate and get there immediately. As he listens, all Toya can think about is Tokishima's reputation, a man known for stealing credit and abusing his power. A truly rotten individual. Toya's mind races. This doesn't make sense. A coward like Tokishima would never volunteer for such a dangerous cleanup job. He's clearly plotting something. Before Toya can argue, Tokishima drops the final bomb. Oh, and this is a covert mission, strictly off the books. He hangs up, leaving Toya with a sinking feeling of dread. His training partner asks who called. Toya lets out a long, frustrated sigh. Tokishima, first-class mage. Her face fills with concern. She knows the man's reputation. That guy, leading a covert mission, something feels wrong. Toya mutters that he really doesn't want to go. But he knows it doesn't matter what he wants. The order came from the chief himself. He turns to leave, his shoulders tense with anger. The demon hunting squad is a system. We don't act based on feelings, he snaps at his partner. But the words are aimed at the unfair situation he's caught in. She can only apologize. Meanwhile, Tokishima is already setting his plan in motion, pulling up Toya's file. He asks his aide if Toya is just a meathead, good at fighting but nothing else. His aide agrees, wondering if he'll just be a hindrance. Tokishima just grins, a cruel glint in his eye. No, he's a man who knows his place. He needs all the power he can gather for this. And in his mind, the disgusting truth becomes clear. Toya has no political skill, no powerful connections. He's the perfect scapegoat to take the blame if anything goes wrong. Tokishima smiles to himself. With the key he was given, the Starlock, the risk is minimal. This secret mission will be his ticket to a promotion, and he's sure the chief will be impressed. He walks down the hall, seeing this as an easy, rewarding job, with no thought for the lives he's gambling with. Back inside the distorted forest, the battle is pure chaos. The air is thick with the buzz of the unwelcome entities, their countless eyes staring from every direction. One of the creatures screeches, a red magic circle glowing around it as it prepares to cast a spell. A blast of crimson lightning tears through the trees, striking members of Zen's party. They cry out in pain, caught completely off guard. Ikoma is already moving, shouting that his side is holding. He immediately orders Satsuki and Mio to get support from another group, taking command while the so-called leader just watches. And from a safe distance, Zen observes with a lazy smirk, his staff slung over his shoulder. He's not fighting. He's analyzing everyone's strength like it's some kind of show. He's actually a little impressed with Ikoma, who can manage the battlefield and still have the nerve to defy him. He finds it interesting. Ikoma throws a sharp, annoyed glance back at him, thinking how pathetic he is before refocusing on the monsters. One of the other adventurers, barely holding on, screams at their leader. "Jurakuji, what are you spacing out for?" Zen just casually lowers his staff. "My bad," he says, his voice cool and unbothered. "I was just timing my entrance." And with that, he finally decides to act. A massive, glowing blue elemental spirit materializes behind him as he unleashes a devastating spell. 3 enormous pillars of ice surge forward, crackling with immense power. The spell slams into one of the giant monsters and with a deafening boom obliterates it from existence. The blonde woman in Zen's party can only stare in awe, whispering how incredible he is. Zen offers a lazy apology for waiting, claiming he needed to fully analyze the enemy's movements first. It's the perfect excuse, making his selfishness look like strategy. He adds that his magic is inefficient, so he had to be careful not to waste it. He sounds like a responsible leader, not a glory hog, and the adventurers he left to suffer completely fall for it. They apologize for doubting him, promising not to be a burden. He's won them over with a single flashy display. Even Satsuki has to admit she knew he was strong, but this is on another level. Zen turns to Ikoma, his voice dripping with condescension. "So, how about that, gravity user? You seemed pretty confident in your skills a minute ago." "But compared to me," he continues, looking down his nose at Ikoma, "you're just a low-level kid with no experience. Do you finally understand your place now?" He puffs out his chest, acting like a child who just won a game. "This is the difference between our classes. I'm a rare S-class sage, you know. It's the difference between a simple genius and someone truly loved by the heavens." Ikoma's expression turns to ice. "You," he says, his voice dangerously low. He stares Zen down, his eyes burning with contempt. "You held back and let your allies get hurt just for a stupid performance and then wasted your mana on one big attack." Zen is stunned, silent. Ikoma presses on, tearing apart his grandstanding. "Did you really think you could take control of the situation with one flashy spell? You thought that would actually work?" Satsuki backs him up, a smug look on her face. "You might be strong, but you're underestimating this A-class portal. Even with a level advantage, one mistake in here can get you killed." Ikoma lands the final verbal blow, his words sharp as a blade. "If you keep treating this like a game, you will die." And with that, Zen's friendly mask finally shatters. His face twists into an ugly, furious sneer. "This guy. Hey, aren't you the one treating this like a game?" He tries to turn it around, accusing Ikoma of causing trouble just because he was corrected. "Don't get it twisted," he shouts, trying to paint Ikoma as the problem. But Ikoma doesn't back down. His voice is calm and firm. "This was never about a power struggle. You are clearly underestimating this portal." He looks Zen dead in the eyes and delivers the final, brutal truth. "At this rate, you'll be the first one here to die." Zen is so shocked he can only stammer out a, "Huh?" Another adventurer, having heard everything, speaks up, his words echoing Ikoma's. "I don't know what's going on between you two, but I want everyone to survive. We're all in this together." Inside, Zen is boiling with a murderous rage. He wants to kill this little brat. But on the outside, he forces a smile, his voice dripping with false admiration. Mio asks if Ikoma is trying to provoke him, but Satsuki just smiles knowingly. "No," she says. "I think he's being completely sincere." She knows Ikoma's only goal is survival. Zen's followers don't see it that way. They start shouting at Ikoma, telling him to stop causing problems. Zen tells himself he can handle any challenge, that he's just surprised by Ikoma. But it's not a pleasant surprise. His pride, his ego, his entire worldview has been attacked. For the first time in a very long time, Jirakuji Zen is genuinely, uncontrollably angry. Suddenly, the last monster in the clearing freezes. It turns and flees, buzzing with absolute terror. One of the adventurers watches it go, completely confused by its behavior. Did that monster just run away from us? But it doesn't get far. It collapses to the ground, twitching weakly as a massive shadow falls over it. A hand plunges into the creature's writhing mass of eyes, silencing its terrified shriek. The monster is crushed with terrifying, effortless force. A tall figure in a dirty, blood-splattered yellow hood stands over the remains, its presence radiating immense pressure. The figure slowly straightens up, and the air in the forest turns ice cold. Every single person, from Zen's party to Ikoma's, stares in stunned, horrified silence. The hooded figure turns its head toward them, its face hidden in deep shadow. A new, terrifying player has just entered the game. A truce born of necessity is a fragile thing. As the two groups travel deeper into the dark forest, the tension hangs between them like a poison in the air. One leader fights for everyone's survival, while the other fights only to dominate. Zen walks ahead, but his thoughts are consumed by Ikoma. His simple plan to subdue the gravity user and take control has failed. Now, his wounded pride is festering into genuine annoyance. His blonde companion shares his frustration. She asks how long he plans to tolerate Ikoma, suggesting they should have kicked him out from the start. She notes that, at least, the rest of their party already sees Ikoma as the enemy. But Zen knows it's not that simple. Suggesting they kick Ikoma out now would only make him look weak, like he's afraid. He has a much more elegant plan in mind. He'll subtly turn everyone against Ikoma, then use that foolish swordsman from his own party to pick a fight. He'll orchestrate a situation where he has no choice but to, reluctantly, expel Ikoma's group, all while looking like he's doing it for the good of the team. It's the perfect, cleanest solution. A smug, self-satisfied smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself what a genius he is, completely missing the wary look from one of his own party members. The brown-haired woman from Zen's group can't stop thinking about the mysterious hooded figure they saw earlier. A deep sense of unease has settled over her. Ikoma stops beside her, and his quiet question makes her jump. "Something on your mind?" Even in the gloom of the forest, his perception is sharp enough to read the worry on her face. She's flustered, glancing nervously toward Zen. She quickly denies it, worried he'll notice her talking to the enemy. But Ikoma insists. He gently reminds her that inside a portal, even the smallest overlooked detail can lead to disaster. He encourages her to speak up if she's noticed anything at all. Sensing her hesitation, Satsuki offers a kinder alternative. If she's too nervous to speak to Ikoma, she can tell her instead. It's a small gesture of trust and kindness, a world away from Zen's cold manipulation. The woman finally gives in, though she still feels it's probably nothing. She explains what she saw, a single eyeball monster watching them from a distance before suddenly turning and fleeing without attacking. Ikoma listens intently. It's rare, but not unheard of, for monsters to ignore adventurers in a large portal. The woman agrees, feeling a little foolish for bringing it up. But then she adds the crucial detail. It wasn't that it ignored them, it actively observed them before retreating. That kind of behavior usually only happens right before a coordinated attack. Ikoma's expression turns deadly serious. He understands the implication immediately. It could be one highly intelligent monster, or worse, a scout following the orders of a commander. He gives the woman a genuine, grateful smile. That was useful information. Thanks for sharing. She's so taken aback by his sincerity, she can only stammer a quiet, "Thank you." At that exact moment, Zen is putting his petty scheme into motion, trying to cozy up to the swordsman in his party. But Ikoma's sharp voice cuts through the air. "Hey, Zen." He lays out his conclusion, calm and direct. There's a high chance they're being watched by an abnormal creature commanding the other monsters. It's too dangerous to stay here. They need to retreat. Zen turns, his face a mask of pure annoyance. "You again?" He sighs, demanding to know what basis Ikoma has for such a claim. Ikoma gestures to the woman who spoke up, explaining that she saw a monster scouting them. The woman flinches, clearly not wanting to be the center of attention. She quickly confirms the story, adding that while the likelihood of a commander is low, it's not a risk worth taking. Zen is furious. His perfect plan is falling apart. Why did she tell him instead of her own leader? He silently curses her for dragging him into this mess. He knows she's right, but his pride won't let him admit it. If he agrees with Ikoma now, it will undermine his authority. He tells himself to calm down. A little stress is just part of the game, but his eyes narrow, a cold, competitive fire burning within them. For him, overcoming challenges just makes the victory sweeter. This isn't about survival anymore, it's about winning. Ikoma sees the hesitation and presses his point, trying to reason with him. They can send out a scouting party, but the safest option is to fall back now. But Zen isn't listening to reason. He snaps, his voice laced with venom. "Stop making things up just to criticize me." He gets right in Ikoma's face, his expression twisted with rage, accusing him of spreading lies to scare everyone. He claims Ikoma is just pretending to care about the group's safety to steal the leadership away from him. Ikoma just stands there, his face unreadable in the shadows, letting Zen's tantrum wash over him. He remains completely silent. Zen scoffs, assuming Ikoma is thinking the same thing right back at him. He tries to regain his composure, telling him to think whatever he wants. Some of Zen's party look uneasy, but one of the swordsmen just sees an opportunity. He doesn't care who is right, he just needs an excuse to go after Ikoma. Ikoma addresses him directly, his voice calm but firm. "You should know better. Are you really willing to risk everyone's lives over a petty conflict?" Zen turns away, his jaw clenched tight. He turns the accusation back on Ikoma, telling him that he's the one being selfish. Just as the tension is about to explode, a dark, menacing aura erupts from the trees around them. Satsuki shouts a warning. "Ikoma! Monsters!" A hulking beast with a grotesque, flower-like maw roars as a system window identifies it. The Butcher, level 64. Zen clicks his tongue in annoyance. An interruption at the worst possible time. The adventurers brace themselves as Mio readies her greatsword, her face set with grim determination. Her senses flare. It's not just one. There are more of them, and they are masters of hiding their presence. In that moment, Zen finally realizes the truth. They're surrounded. Ikoma was right. There is a commander coordinating this attack. He curses his own arrogance. He gambled that Ikoma was wrong, and he lost. More butchers emerge from the shadows, their gruesome mouths gaping in a silent, hungry roar. As the swordsman in his party readies his blade, Zen is already thinking ahead. Once these monsters are dealt with, he'll have his final debate with Ikoma. He'll use this fight to regain everyone's trust, and then he'll turn that trust into a weapon for his final game against the gravity user. He barks out orders, seizing command. He warns everyone that there are still hidden enemies and tells them to split into 3 groups, one for the front, one for the back, and a third to guard the center. It's a standard formation, but a solid one. Ikoma sighs. For now, he has no choice but to follow orders. He trusts Mio completely, but he's not so sure about the other frontline fighters. He makes a split-second decision. "I'll handle the front myself." He surges forward, his blade crackling with dark energy. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a wave of force, carving into the line of advancing monsters. One of the butchers roars and lunges straight for him. But Ikoma is ready, unleashing a shadow ball that collides with the creature, stopping its charge cold. The butcher stumbles back, momentarily stunned by the blast. The woman who warned him gasps in shock, realizing there really were hidden monsters. Beside her, Satsuki just gives her a calm, reassuring look. Zen watches the fight, analyzing the butcher. It's tough, strong on both offense and defense. He knows that using his strongest magic would be a waste of precious mana. He decides to conserve his strength for the portal boss. Satsuki moves into a support position, providing basic magic while she waits for the melee fighters to rotate. She glances over at Zen and sees him, standing in the safest possible position, letting everyone else do the dangerous work. Zen watches the battle unfold, thinking that at this rate, someone is bound to get hurt. He knows his healing magic will become vital, increasing his value to the group. Then a wicked thought worms its way into his mind. If Ikoma's party gets injured, he'll have a massive advantage. He could refuse to heal them, kick them out. The thought is deeply satisfying. His face contorts into a predatory grimace. He could even direct the flow of battle to make sure they get hurt. Then they'll come crawling to him, broken and begging for his help. And as Zen loses himself in his sadistic fantasy, the mysterious hooded figure watches him from the shadows, its blood-splattered hood, a grim omen of the horrors yet to come. Just when the petty squabbles of adventurers feel like the greatest threat, a true monster appears. And in an instant, all that pride and posturing becomes meaningless. Zen spins around, his eyes wide. The presence behind him is overwhelming, an aura of pure, suffocating dread that steals the air from his lungs. The hooded figure moves with impossible speed, a blur of tattered yellow cloth. Zen can only stare in shock. This has to be it, the commander of the monsters. For the first time, a sliver of genuine fear flashes across his face. The game is over. This is real. He reacts on pure instinct, unleashing a rapid-fire spell and sending bolts of light tearing through the air toward the creature. Even now, his mind is analyzing. The creature sent its minions to ambush the group, while it aimed directly for him, the party's leader. He has to admit, for a monster, it's remarkably intelligent. He forms a plan in a split second. Stagger it with magic, create distance, shift its focus, and then regroup with the others. But the creature barrels toward him, his spells having no effect at all. His first plan is useless. He'll have to hit it with everything he's got. Right now. It's too late. The monster doesn't even flinch. Panicking, Zen throws up his ultimate defense, a crackling sphere of blue energy enveloping him, just as the creature's attack connects with a massive boom. He grits his teeth, straining under the immense pressure. This is a sage's absolute defense. It's draining his mana at an alarming rate, but he has no choice. He'll have to counterattack from behind the safety of his barrier. As he holds the shield, his arrogance immediately returns. He scoffs at the others, thinking they're useless anyway. This is a high-level portal after all. Fighting small fry was getting boring. A wild, manic grin spreads across his face. "Fine, I'll play with you," he declares to the monster. "Let's see if you can amuse me." The yellow-clad one responds not with claws, but by raising a hand. Dark energy swirls around an ornate pitcher. It's an item, Golden Mead, a toxic brew that nullifies all magical effects. The creature pours the bubbling purple liquid onto Zen's barrier. He cries out as his ultimate defense begins to dissolve before his eyes. With a sickening fizzle, the shield shatters like glass. This creature has intelligence, acid, and a way to instantly nullify magic. It isn't just a monster, it's a predator. The poison splashes onto Zen. He coughs violently, the corrosive mist burning his throat and lungs. He collapses to his knees, his mind reeling in disbelief. This thing isn't even a boss monster. He's never seen anything like it. His entire world is crumbling. Every portal he'd ever cleared was like a theme park, a playground for his genius. He was supposed to be the one chosen by the system. He screams in pure frustration. This isn't how it's supposed to go. This is a broken, unfair game. The yellow-clad one looms over him, raising its hand to deliver the final blow. In that moment of pure terror, Ikoma's warning echoes in his mind. "Treat this like a game, and you'll die." He finally understands. Cold, absolute fear grips him. Is he going to die? Him? Of all people? Here? He scrambles backward, his pride shattered, trying desperately to escape. But just as the creature's clawed hand descends, another hand catches its wrist, stopping the attack cold. Zen looks up, stunned. Satsuki stands between him and the monster, her staff held defensively. Zen can only stammer, Gravity user, why? Ikoma's reply is simple. I told you. He pulls the dazed sage to his feet. I intend for all of us to make it out of here alive. Zen is speechless. After all his posturing, after all his threats, the man he tried to humiliate just saved his life. He can't comprehend it. Ikoma doesn't wait for a reply. He swings his blade at the monster's arm, but the blade just bounces off with a dull thud. It was like striking rubber or steel. A system window confirms what he felt. The monster is the yellow-clad one, level 77, with a body highly resistant to slashes and stabs. A ridiculously high level, special traits, and cunning intelligence. Zen finally realizes what they're facing. A mutated monster, grown far too powerful inside this distorted portal. Satsuki looks at Ikoma with worry, wondering how they'll handle the other monsters without him. But he just tells her not to worry. He knows Mio's class is one of the strongest in close-quarters combat. She can handle the smaller threats on her own. Right now, this thing is the biggest problem. Ikoma turns to the still reeling Zen. He knows that to damage this creature's resistant body, they need the sage's magic. He issues a new command, his voice steady and confident. Satsuki, you guard Zen. Help transfer your MP to him. He readies his sword, taking his place on the front line. The three of us will take it down together. Satsuki moves to Zen's side, but her eyes are like chips of ice. Just so you know, Ikoma trusts you, she begins. Her voice is low and dangerous. But if you dare betray that trust, I will not let it slide. If you run, I will personally drag you down with me. Her loyalty is absolute, and she will not let this man endanger Ikoma again. Zen, humbled and shaken, can only manage a quiet nod. He knows she means it. The battle begins again. The yellow-clad one tries to use its poison, but Ikoma is ready for it. He uses his gravity powers to create a swirling vortex on the ground, sucking the toxic liquid in before it can touch them. Zen watches, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He's right. There's no time for games now. Ikoma glances back, his expression sharp and focused. He has taken control, not through arrogance, but through sheer competence. In the twisted gloom of the forest, the true battle has just begun. Against a monster that defies all logic, a fragile alliance is their only hope. Ikoma charges forward, his gravity magic twisting the very ground into weapons. He dodges a claw swipe with breathtaking agility, his body a blur of motion as the attack misses by a mere hair's breadth. The yellow-clad one watches him, its hooded face betraying no emotion, but radiating an aura of cold, calculating intelligence. It lunges, its massive robed body moving with a deceptive, terrifying speed. But Ikoma does the unthinkable. Instead of dodging away, he runs straight toward the attack, using his gravity magic to treat the creature's outstretched arm like solid ground. In a dizzying display of acrobatics, he runs straight up the creature's body, closing the distance to its head. The yellow-clad one is clearly surprised by this impossible tactic, unable to react in time. Ikoma reaches its shoulder and launches himself into the air, his sword aimed directly at the monster's neck. He lands a solid hit, but the creature's body is unnaturally tough. The blade sinks in only slightly before being repelled. The monster stumbles back, shaking its head. It seems more annoyed than truly hurt. It stares at Ikoma with an almost analytical gaze. The powerful attack did almost nothing. Ikoma lands, his mind racing. Even its head is resistant to his attacks. From the back line, Zen watches, stunned. He can only murmur to himself about Ikoma's impressive movements. He has to admit, Ikoma's class is tricky, but that only makes his skill more obvious. To control such a difficult power so flawlessly is a testament to his raw talent. Zen continues his analysis. Ikoma's reflexes and body control are exceptional. But what truly stands out is his courage. He calmly takes life-threatening risks again and again without a flicker of hesitation. It's a level of resolve that is almost inhuman. Satsuki overhears him and wonders. A frontliner of Ikoma's caliber is incredibly rare. So why does Zen still act so arrogant even now? Zen seems to sense her gaze and snaps at her without looking away from the fight, telling her to keep her eyes on the enemy. His focus is absolute. He knows that thing is intelligent. The moment he lets his guard down, it will come for him. Then he gives Satsuki a chilling order. If something happens, you will sacrifice yourself to keep me alive. That is the only way to ensure victory. Satsuki stares at him, horrified. She knew he was dangerous, but she never imagined this. He's not even trying to hide his true, selfish nature anymore. Meanwhile, Ikoma is also analyzing the monster. He realizes it's dynamically changing its own stats with incredible precision, a level of control he's never seen before. He wonders how it's possible. It must be using some kind of item to manage its energy consumption. Suddenly, Zen's voice cuts through his thoughts, a grudging admission. Listen, gravity user, you were right. High-level portals are not forgiving. And that creature has that again. Ikoma understands instantly, using his gravity powers to slide backward and create distance. Just as he moves, the yellow-clad one summons its pitcher once more. There it is, the magic nullifying poison. Ikoma immediately reads its strategy, corner them, then unleash an unblockable area of effect attack. He lands, poised and ready, his mind already calculating the next move. The yellow-clad one seems to acknowledge his strategy. His tactics are annoying, but undeniably effective. It grips the pitcher, but instead of pouring, it prepares to throw it. It activates a new skill and disappears in a blur, leaving nothing but a gust of wind in its wake. The forest falls eerily silent. Zen looks around, a cold sweat beading on his brow. His confidence begins to waver again, as he wonders if the matchup is simply too unfavorable. The creature reappears, its yellow hood turning slowly. But it's not looking at Zen, it's looking up. High above, Ikoma hangs upside down, clinging to the forest canopy with his gravity magic. He's inverted gravity itself. He plummets downwards, his body wreathed in dark energy, turning his fall into a devastating projectile attack. He slams into the creature with the force of a meteor, but it barely budges. Ikoma lands a short distance away, frustrated. Even an attack like that left it completely unscathed. From the back, Satsuki whispers to Zen, her voice a mix of awe and annoyance at Ikoma's unbelievable skill. Zen's expression is grim. He has to admit it to himself. This gravity user is a remarkable talent, a true genius equal to his own. The yellow-clad one lets out a low growl, its long, clawed fingers twitching. It has been challenged, and now it's angry. Ikoma is surprised. He didn't think a monster like this could feel pride. The creature responds by summoning two pitchers, one in each hand, both crackling with dark, poisonous energy. It hurls them. Ikoma dodges, and the pitchers explode on the ground right where he stood. Another pitcher flies past Zen and Satsuki's heads, forcing them to duck for cover. Satsuki reacts instantly, throwing up a shadow ball that intercepts the projectile, causing a massive explosion of dark magic. She turns to Zen, annoyed. Can't you move already? But he just tells her to keep channeling her magic into him. He explains that any sudden movement will alert the enemy. They have to pretend he's still recovering. Satsuki grits her teeth, furious at his cowardice. She gets right in his face, whispering fiercely for him to hurry up once the spell is ready. But Zen cuts her off. To finish this, he needs to use his grand magic. Now that the monster is angry and unfocused, this is their chance. But it's not enough. He needs to guarantee the attack lands, or it's all over. He begins to quietly charge his ultimate spell. The yellow-clad one roars, its body pulsing with malevolent energy. It's done playing games. Ikoma sees his opening. He charges forward, unleashing a flurry of sharp, cutting gusts of wind from his blade. The wind blades slash across the monster's robes, doing little damage. But that was never the point. It was a distraction. While the creature is focused on the attack, Ikoma leaps into the air and hurls one of the poison pitchers he collected right at its face. The pitcher shatters, splashing the monster with its own magic nullifying poison. It recoils, stunned and disoriented. Zen's eyes light up. This is the moment. He unleashes the spell he's been charging, Trishula. Two massive spears of brilliant blue ice shoot forward, flanking the monster on either side. The yellow-clad one twists its body with incredible speed, dodging both spears perfectly. Satsuki cries out in disbelief, thinking it dodged the attack. But Zen just smirks. He wasn't going to let it get away. He reveals the spell's true nature. Trishula is a trident. The two outer spears suddenly curve back inwards, converging on the monster from both sides as the third central spear drives forward, trapping it in an inescapable cage of ice. Perched on Zen's hat, the tiny spirit Akasha cheers. She's quick to remind everyone that while Ikoma's plan worked, it was her magic that fueled the devastating attack. The creature is completely encased in ice. It seems the sheer power of the spell was too much for it to handle, but then the ice begins to crack. As the shards fall away, the monster is still standing. It lets out a low groan, wounded and enraged, but very far from defeated. A guttural roar of pure agony echoes through the forest. The monster stumbles, its body smoking, refusing to fall. In that split second, its eyes lock onto Ikoma, the one who orchestrated this. The air crackles with murderous intent. Satsuki screams his name, her voice tight with panic. She knows what's coming, but Ikoma remains perfectly calm. He watches the enraged monster prepare to charge. If it's just going to rush him head-on, this will be simple. With a final, furious roar, the yellow-clad one lunges forward, aiming to tear Ikoma apart with its bare hands. Ikoma meets the charge without a hint of fear, his hand already raised as a vortex of purple gravity magic swirls around him. His voice is steady as he unleashes his final spell, pouring all of his remaining power into one decisive attack. The gravity magic slams into the monster with crushing force. It's not an explosion, but a pure, invisible weight that smashes it into the ground, its body twisting under the immense pressure until it finally collapses. Silence falls. The only thing left is the monster's signature hat, which flutters quietly to the ground, a final testament to its defeat. System notifications flood Ikoma's vision. A massive wave of experience points rockets him from level 61 all the way to 64. That's the reward for taking down a beast no one else could even scratch. He stands over the spot where the monster fell, his expression unreadable. The battle is finally over. A moment later, Mio arrives, her greatsword resting on her shoulder. She reports coolly that she's cleaned up her side of the battlefield. Satsuki offers a small, relieved smile. As expected of Mio, steady and reliable as always. The two parties regroup in the dark, silent forest. Zen sits on the ground, completely drained, while his party stands around awkwardly. The adrenaline has faded, leaving only the heavy reality of what just happened. Zen casts a healing spell on himself, a green light enveloping him as his wounds begin to close. His blonde teammate rushes to his side, but he waves her off with a weary smile, insisting he can stand on his own. He even offers to heal anyone else who's injured. But Ikoma states that his team has no critical injuries. Ikoma's gaze hardens. He tells Zen that now is not the time for pleasantries. They have something much more important to discuss. Zen looks away, silent. The tension finally snaps. One of Zen's own party members turns on him, his voice shaking with betrayal. He throws Zen's own arrogant words back in his face, reminding him how he'd dismissed Ikoma's warnings as nothing but troublemaking. Others from Zen's party join in, their faces grim. They want an explanation, too. But another of Zen's teammates jumps to his defense, shoving the accuser back. He can't believe they're doubting their leader now, calling them out for only relying on Zen when it's convenient. "He made one mistake," he screams. "That's all!" The blonde-haired girl agrees, reminding them that it's thanks to Zen they survived it all. She tells them if they have a problem, they can just go with Ikoma's party. Ikoma sighs. The trust in Zen's party has completely shattered. He knows splitting up now would be a terrible idea, but the damage is already done. Zen remains quiet, thinking. He doubts anyone would be reckless enough to challenge the boss with just 3 people. But with Ikoma, he just can't be sure. The argument continues. One of Zen's defenders demands a girl in a red cloak to pick a side. She looks trapped, stammering as she glances between the 2 factions, terrified of making the wrong choice. Finally, she mutters that she'll just go with whichever group is larger. Her teammate explodes in anger, screaming in disbelief. The blonde-haired girl from earlier has had enough. "Don't yell at me," she snaps, her own composure finally breaking. In a flashback, we see her trapped and cornered, helpless when the labyrinth lockdown was triggered. Her voice fills with conviction. It was Jurakuji who saved her back then, and no matter what anyone says, she will not forget that. She declares that she'll stand by him. From atop Zen's hat, Akasha pipes up, "Well, I'm going with the gravity user." Zen finally speaks, his voice hollow. "I gambled and lost. It's over for me." He admits with a wry smile that he thought they could take the boss easily, but that abnormal monster proved him wrong. He's giving up. They'll just wait for the Demon Extermination Corps to rescue them. Surely they'll come eventually. His last 2 loyal followers can only stare at him in shock. Give up? After everything? Ikoma's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and cold. He tells Zen that kind of thinking will get him killed, and they can deal with his complaints once they're outside. Then, Zen turns to face Ikoma directly, a strange, almost admiring look on his face. "But man," he says, his voice now filled with genuine awe, "you're really something else." Satsuki and Mio watch, their eyes narrowed with suspicion. Zen explains that he's never been able to stick with a party because they're always useless. He looks Ikoma in the eye, telling him he's the first adventurer who has ever made him feel like it's okay to admit defeat. And then, his expression twists into a predatory, unsettling grin. He leans in close, his eyes gleaming with a manipulative light, and makes an offer. "Ditch those 2 women and join him." A sharp slap echoes through the clearing. Ikoma doesn't even hesitate, hitting Zen so hard the sage stumbles back, stunned. Ikoma looks down at him, his face a mask of pure disgust. "Creepy," he says flatly, before turning to leave. Zen can only call after him, his pride and his plan utterly shattered. Zen's former followers watch, their trust finally completely broken. Meanwhile, far from the forest, another plan is unfolding. Outside a portal, a stern-looking commander named Bujima stands with his team. He addresses a young, second-class mage named Mayumi, whose serious expression shows she senses the gravity of their mission. Bujima tells them they're heading out immediately. But first, there's something he couldn't mention over the comms. He presents an ornate golden key. This, he says, is what they'll be using. Mayumi's eyes widen in recognition. She knows what it is, the key of stellar threads. The reason for this classified mission suddenly becomes terrifyingly clear. Another adventurer asks what it means, her mind racing to understand the implications. The key of stellar threads has only one purpose. When used on a portal boss, it triggers a labyrinth overflow. The team realizes what this means. If they use it, they can break the labyrinth seal. But Mayumi is horrified. "Wait," she protests, "doesn't that mean monsters will flood the city?" Bujima looks irritated, demanding to know what the point of all this is. The 2 adventurers beside him just smirk, completely unfazed by the moral crisis. Mayumi glares at them, frustrated and confused by their callousness. Another officer explains the cold logic. Labyrinth seals build up mana, causing dangerous abnormalities. If an A-rank portal boss evolves and triggers an overflow at the same time, it could cause thousands of casualties. To prevent that, they should take down the boss themselves. But, she adds grimly, if they fail, the risk of a catastrophe is too high. But using the Key of Stellar Threads removes that risk. They don't have to fight the boss at all. They can guarantee a controlled overflow with no chance of failure. It's a high-risk, high-priority mission, and that is why Bujima himself has come to oversee it. The heavy presence of the Demon Extermination Corps suddenly makes sense. They aren't here for a potential breach. They're here to contain the disaster they're about to cause. Watching from a distance, another figure clenches his jaw. This is absurd. Mayumi confronts her superior, her voice shaking with disbelief. The Corps exists to protect the city. Why are we deliberately letting monsters in? His reply is cold and devoid of emotion. The Corps is a system, nothing more. He tells her if she wants to cling to selfish ideals of justice, she can die a dog's death like any other adventurer. Her face falls, her idealism crushed by the brutal reality of their work. Bujima just laughs, clapping the officer on the back, completely ignoring her horror. He turns, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he looks toward the portal. Let's get started, shall we?